The delivery man of Black Swan, Qin Yang, stands an impressive height of 182 centimeters, possessing an extraordinary appearance. By a stroke of serendipity during a matchmaking encounter, he catches the eye of the alluring CEO, Sophie. The Goddess strategy system has been activated. Play a rendition of FR Elise for the Goddess. Reward: 30% equity in the Black Swan delivery group. During the Goddess's menstrual cycle, deliver brown sugar water and receive the culinary skills of a master chef. Rumors circulate that the Goddess, being too aloof, will never find a man in this lifetime. The host makes a stunning entrance, publicly showcasing affection for the Goddess. Reward: a Pagani Huayra, valued at 30 million. Thus, Qin Yang ascends to the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 1. The Goddess strategy system has been activated. In the bustling metropolis, a restaurant of exquisite taste unfolds its ambience. At this moment, a strikingly elegant woman adorned in luxurious attire occupies a seat by the window. With her black sunglasses obscuring part of her visage, her fair, supple skin and lips reminiscent of dewy rose petals unequivocally attest to her captivating allure. Within the restaurant, numerous male patrons discreetly cast glances her way, yet none dare to approach her directly. After all, her ensemble alone is valued at no less than 30,000. Not to mention, the designer handbag she carries and exclusive seasonal item commands a price in the hundreds of thousands. A woman of such charisma and presence is either the daughter of a wealthy family or a high-ranking executive. Such a beauty would scarcely acknowledge anyone lacking substantial merit. I would wager that this type of woman is undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse in her daily life. As the crowd murmurs, the restaurant's entrance swings open at that very moment. A young man, standing at 182 centimeters, strides in with long, confident strides. He scans the restaurant and eventually fixes his gaze upon the elegant woman by the window. A subtle smile graces his lips as he confidently approaches her table. This scene does not escape the notice of the onlookers. No way. Is this guy actually attempting to flirt with that beauty? This should be entertaining. I bet 100 that he will be met with rejection. To be fair, he does possess quite the handsome appearance, and his physique and looks are exactly what wealthy women desire. He might just succeed. Why don't we make a wager and see who will emerge victorious? Meanwhile, the young man remains unfazed by the gazes surrounding him. Within seconds, he is seated before the elegant woman. Qin Yang adjusts his attire and glances at his phone, a look of apology crossing his face. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. No worries, I arrived not long ago myself, Sophie replies, who typically loathes tardiness. Prior to Qin Yang's arrival, she had resolved to confront him about his lateness. However, upon seeing the striking Qin Yang before her, exuding an undeniable masculine allure, all her irritation dissipates. In its place, a warm, radiant smile graces Sophie's face. What would you like to drink? Sophie gestures for the waiter to come over. A glass of lemonade, please. Qin Yang responds, smiling at Sophie. His deep voice carries an inexplicable charm, enhancing Sophie's fondness for him. The waiter nods and turns to leave, while Qin Yang's gaze remains fixed on Sophie, sheepishly rubbing his nose. Despite recognizing her beauty, he feels compelled to confirm it. Would you mind removing your sunglasses, beautiful? Had anyone else made such a request, Sophie might have dismissed it entirely. Yet, seeing the earnestness in Qin Yang's expression, she readily nods in agreement. Of course. With that, Sophie removes her sunglasses, revealing a visage akin to that of an angel, fully exposed to the assembly. In an instant, all eyes are captivated. Just as the legendary Daji brought chaos to a nation, Sophie's beauty is equally devastating. Even Qin Yang, who has encountered countless beauties, finds himself entranced. He immediately discerns that Sophie's features are exquisitely natural, untouched by surgery. A mere hint of makeup accentuates her breathtaking charm, eclipsing even the most celebrated stars. I never anticipated that such a stunning goddess would be my match. It appears fortune smiles upon me. Indeed, Qin Yang is here for an arranged meeting. Little did he expect that Sophie, his match, would possess such remarkable beauty and grace. Shall we commence? Sophie lifts her coffee cup and delicately sips. Then, she beams at Qin Yang. Certainly. Regaining his composure, Qin Yang introduces himself. I am Qin Yang, 26 years old, a graduate of the finance department at Modi University. Standing at 182 centimeters, an Aquarius, I enjoy photography, sports, and culinary delights. Currently, I work as a delivery man for Black Swan, with savings in the six-figure range. Sophie listens intently, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. After a moment, She chuckles. I never imagined you would be an employee of Black Swan. No wonder you possess such striking looks. I am curious, with your academic background, you could find a lucrative position in another financial firm. Why choose to work in this line of work? Of course, I mean no disrespect, I am merely genuinely curious. If you prefer not to discuss it, I shall not press. Sophie is aware that her inquiry may come off as abrupt. Yet, her curiosity overwhelms her as she gazes intently at Qin Yang, who works for Black Swan, a service platform akin to Mate One, albeit with stringent standards for the appearance and height of its delivery personnel. Typically, the clientele served consists of high-end customers. Consequently, the income in this realm is naturally far more substantial than that of an ordinary delivery worker. Occasionally, the tips bestowed by patrons commence at a minimum of 4 figures. It is quite simple. I am someone who cherishes freedom. I am not particularly fond of the deceit and treachery prevalent in financial firms. Moreover, once I accumulate a sufficient amount of capital, I can effortlessly navigate the stock market on my own. You must understand that, for a competent investor, money is merely a string of numbers. Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly as he spoke. This scene, witnessed by Sophie, unexpectedly filled her with intrigue. It appears you possess considerable confidence in your abilities. Sophie felt a profound admiration for Qin Yang. She did not perceive his actions as a deliberate attempt to garner her attention. From the moment he entered until he sat before her, and even in his current manner of speaking, he seemed to inhabit an exceedingly comfortable state. Or rather, this is the most authentic embodiment of Qin Yang's life. Beautiful lady, how may I address you? Qin Yang inquired, gazing at Sophie's breathtakingly exquisite visage with a cheerful demeanor. I am Sophie, 25 years old, and currently the president of a publicly listed company. Most of my time is devoted to work and social engagements, making me somewhat of a career woman. As the conversation reached this juncture, Sophie's gaze settled on Qin Yang, scrutinizing him intently. Qin Yang felt no surprise whatsoever. In fact, even without Sophie's voluntary disclosure, he had already surmised about 80% of the truth. As their eyes met, Qin Yang's heart inexplicably quickened. At that moment, a series of electronic tones unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's infatuation with the goddess president, the Goddess Conquest System has been activated. Upon completing random tasks, rewards and attribute points can be earned, thereby increasing the success rate of pursuing the goddess. Today's random task has commenced. Chapter 2. A Melody for the Goddess. Our release captivates all what? The Goddess Strategy System? Upon hearing the name of this auxiliary system, Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement within. In the next moment, a virtual window materialized before him, vividly detailing various attributes regarding Sophie. Goddess CEO, Sophie. Age, 25. Height, 172 meters. Bust, 38D. Attractiveness, 98 out of 100. IQ, 122. Personality, aloof, Sundra. Affection level towards you, 70. Qin Yang was astounded. He was aware that Sophie had an impressive physique, yet he never anticipated it would be so striking. It completely surpassed his expectations. In a moment, his gaze drifted towards Sophie's proud form. Cough, cough. Noticing that Qin Yang was gazing at her with fervor and had no intention of diverting his eyes, Sophie deliberately cleared her throat as a subtle reminder. Quickly, Qin Yang became aware of his inappropriate behavior and hastily averted his gaze. With an awkward chuckle, he spoke to Sophie. I sincerely apologize. It's not every day one encounters a beauty as stunning as Miss Sophie. So I couldn't help but steal a few glances. Qin Yang, I never realized you had such a smooth tongue, Sophie replied, a hint of crimson coloring her cheeks. She had already sensed the way this fellow's eyes roamed over her chest, suspecting him of harboring impure thoughts. Now, he had brazenly concocted an excuse to justify his actions. Judging by this alone, it seemed that Qin Yang possessed quite a commendable level of emotional intelligence and eloquence. Miss Sophie, I must confess my earlier transgression. To express my sincere apologies, may I perform a piece for you? Qin Yang, pondering how to redeem himself in Sophie's eyes, recalled the random task presented by the Goddess Strategy System. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to test the authenticity of it all. A smile graced his lips as he addressed Sophie. What do you say? Can you play the piano? Sophie's expression revealed a flicker of surprise at Qin Yang's words. She had not expected him to possess such talent. I have a modest understanding, he replied, though he had never played the piano before. However, bolstered by the Goddess Strategy System, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. If your performance satisfies me, I may overlook what just occurred, Sophie responded, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Without hesitation, she accepted Qin Yang's proposal. Soon, Qin Yang rose and made his way to the center of the dining area, where a lavish piano awaited him. His actions immediately captured the attention of the restaurant patrons. What does he intend to do? Is he planning to showcase his skills before the goddess? TSK. With so many witnesses present, should he falter? It would surely be a loss of face. After all, he is just a young man eager to show off. This handsome lad, with such striking looks, could easily rely on his appearance, yet he chooses to showcase his talent. How charming. Of course, the majority of the audience wore expressions of schadenfreude, harboring little faith in Qin Yang's abilities. Seated before the piano, Qin Yang disregarded the gazes of others, his hands gently caressing the black and white keys. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A cascade of enchanting notes sprang forth like jubilant sprites within the restaurant. The patrons' perceptions of Qin Yang shifted as they witnessed his mastery of the instrument, dispelling their initial skepticism. A piece of FR Elise dedicated to Miss Sophie. May your life be filled with joy, he proclaimed, his demeanor transforming as he began to play. The melodic strains resonated, captivating the hearts of all present. Under Qin Yang's guidance, many found themselves lost in the exquisite harmonies. With a world-class piano performance bestowed upon him, Qin Yang exuded an even greater allure. The tempo quickened, and his hands danced upon the keys, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Sophie, seated not far away, was utterly mesmerized by the elegance of his performance. This fellow's piano skills had undoubtedly reached a professional level, if not higher. She often attended concerts by international masters during her leisure, and with her discerning taste, she immediately recognized the exceptional caliber of Qin Yang's playing. As time swiftly passed, he concluded with the final note, rising to bow before the audience. My performance has come to an end. I hope you enjoy your meal. At that moment, every gesture Qin Yang made radiated gentlemanly grace. Applause erupted in a thunderous wave, the patrons regarding Qin Yang with newfound respect. Most of the diners possessed a certain level of refinement and an innate appreciation for piano and art. In that instant, they were all entranced by Qin Yang's performance, marveling at his talent. Handsome, may I add you on WeChat? Qin Yang was about to return to his seat when a beautiful young lady intercepted him. Her figure and appearance were commendable, yet they paled in comparison to Sophie. The surrounding men cast envious glances at Qin Yang, lamenting his fortunate circumstances. I'm afraid my future girlfriend might get jealous, Qin Yang replied without hesitation, declining the advance. He held a genuine affection for Sophie, and with the goddess strategy system now at his disposal, he had all the more reason to remain steadfast. After a while, he returned to his seat. Smiling as he addressed Sophie, Miss Sophie, were you pleased with my performance? Quite satisfactory. Sophie nodded. Both on stage and in his resolute dismissal of other women, Qin Yang had impressed her. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Perform a piece for the goddess, earning a 30 stake in the Black Swan Delivery Group. High-tech note. All rewards received by the host will be legally transferred to their name. This news resonated in Qin Yang's mind, filling him with elation. Although the Black Swan Group had not yet gone public, its estimated assets had already surpassed 1 billion. The 30 stake in his possession was valued at a minimum of over 300 million. He had not anticipated that today's blind date with Sophie would serve as a pivotal turning point in his life. What are your plans next? Qin Yang inquired, glancing at the time before looking towards Sophie. I have a high-level meeting to attend shortly. I must return to preside over it, Sophie replied after a moment's thought, a hint of regret in her voice. Initially, she had no expectations for her date today, which is why she had scheduled the meeting beforehand, so that she could excuse herself mid-date. However, little did she expect that at this moment, she would develop a fondness for Qin Yang. As the president of a publicly listed company, Sophie had never insisted that her boyfriend must be a business elite or a scion of a wealthy family. On the contrary, she valued the essence of their shared experiences far more. Although Sophie had never been in a romantic relationship, she had always yearned for one. At present, Qin Feng evoked a peculiar feeling within her. She seemed to look forward to the prospect of their burgeoning relationship. Really? That would indeed be unfortunate. A look of regret crossed Qin Feng's face. He quickly retrieved a business card from his pocket and presented it to Sophie. But worry not, here is my contact information. Whenever you are free, we can arrange to meet. Chapter 3. You can't possibly be smitten at first sight, can you? Sophie accepted the card from Qin Yang, glancing at it inquisitively. Black Swan Delivery, Team Leader, Qin Yang, contact number 132. You're a team leader? Sophie couldn't help but chuckle, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Indeed, my performance has been exceptional. I was promoted to team leader within just 3 months of joining. Qin Yang's looks and service attitude ranked him first on the platform. His clientele predominantly consisted of affluent young ladies and internet celebrities. With these prestigious customers, his performance skyrocketed within a mere 3 months. Today, Qin Yang had undoubtedly become the king of Black Swan Delivery. Sophie had no doubts about his assertion. Were she in a similar position, she too would eagerly entrust her orders to Qin Yang for delivery. Sophie placed Qin Yang's business card into her designer handbag and then pulled out a pen and paper from her bag. Before Qin Yang, she wrote down a number. "This is my personal contact number, synced with WeChat. Remember, it must not be disclosed to anyone else." Sophie had no shortage of suitors. Some had even offered substantial sums for her contact information. To avoid complications, she felt it necessary to issue a warning to Qin Yang in advance. "Rest assured, I would never divulge anyone's privacy." Qin Yang clearly understood the significance of this matter to Sophie. Promptly, he took out his phone and saved Sophie's number in his contacts, adding her on WeChat as well. He then tore the note into shreds. Ding! Shortly thereafter, Sophie's phone chimed with a message notification. She hurriedly picked it up to check. "Black Horse Prince requests to add you as a friend." Upon seeing this, Sophie couldn't help but feel curious. She raised her gaze to Qin Yang and said gently, "Qin Yang, your WeChat nickname is rather amusing. Why call yourself Black Horse Prince instead of White Horse Prince?" Qin Yang shrugged, a soft smile gracing his features as he replied, "Because the one riding the white horse might not necessarily be a prince. It could also be Tang Sung. I'm the king of Black Swan delivery, hence the moniker Black Horse Prince." Sophie smiled brightly, finding Qin Yang's sense of humor rather charming. Soon, she approved his friend request. "Thank you for playing Fr Elise for me earlier. It truly brightened my day. I hope we can meet again when time permits." While speaking, Sophie began to gather her belongings, clearly preparing to bid farewell to Qin Yang. "No problem," Qin Yang said with a smile, as they walked side by side towards the restaurant's entrance. Guests around them cast admiring glances at the striking pair. "I have some matters to attend to at the office, so I must take my leave. Goodbye." Sophie's vehicle was a sleek black high-end Porsche, valued at no less than $1.5 million. Qin Yang stood in place, watching her Porsche drive away before he mounted his Harley-Davidson motorcycle and returned to his residence. Jiangwan Community, a relatively upscale residential area in the bustling metropolis. His ability to reside here was largely thanks to his good friend Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was Qin Yang's roommate for 4 years in college. His family engaged in real estate, a fortune that Qin Yang was unaware of, but it surely exceeded several billion. It was known that Jiang Bei owned no fewer than 10 properties. Upon graduation, Jiang Bei offered Qin Yang this apartment at a low rent, and he occasionally stayed over, indicating a strong bond between them, far beyond mere drinking buddies. "Brother Qin, you can't be serious? You actually went on a blind date?" As he entered the living room, Qin Yang found a charmingly rogue-looking youth lounging on the sofa. This was Jiang Bei, his closest friend. "I was just bored, so I thought I'd check it out." After removing his shoes and placing them in the shoe cabinet, Qin Yang headed straight for the kitchen. After washing his hands, he retrieved 2 bottles of beverages from the fridge and emerged into the living room. Tossing one bottle to Jiang Bei, he comfortably leaned back on the sofa, opening his drink and indulging in it. "Come on, you had all those school beauties confessing their feelings to you back in the day. If you had accepted even one of them, you wouldn't be single now. If I were to share your blind date news in the class group, it would surely cause quite a stir." Jiang Bei regarded Qin Yang with amusement. To be honest, he found it perplexing how Qin Yang thought. Despite being the campus heartthrob throughout college, he had never been in a relationship. A financial prodigy, consistently at the top of his class, upon graduation, he chose not to work in a financial firm, but instead took up a delivery job at Black Swan Group. Such instances were far from rare. Any one of them would be the envy of others. "You dare?" Qin Yang immediately donned a serious expression, shooting Jiang Bei a fierce glare. "Hey, I was just joking. No need to be so tense." Jiang Bei quickly chuckled in response. After a brief moment of seriousness, Jiang Bei's curiosity piqued, and he began to question Qin Yang. "Brother Qin, tell me, which fortunate woman managed to secure a blind date with you? What is her background? Is she attractive? Do you have a picture? Is she the type that fades in the light?" At the thought of Sophie, a faint smile emerged on Qin Yang's lips, revealing a hint of delight. "She is the president of a publicly listed company, strikingly beautiful, with an admirable figure and exceptional poise. Upon learning about my profession, she did not exhibit any snobbish demeanor. To be honest, our first meeting was quite stunning. I even felt a flutter in my heart." Surrounded by countless beautiful women of various types, Sophie was the only one who left a profound impression on him, evoking a sense of excitement and enchantment. "Oh no. Oh no. Brother Qin, you can't possibly be smitten at first sight, can you?" Observing Qin Yang's dazed expression, Jiang Bei couldn't help but lean back and sigh in disbelief. To be frank, in all the time he had known Qin Yang, this was the first instance he had seen him so captivated by a woman. Smitten at first sight? Surely not. Qin Yang touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Unlike Jiang Bei, a notorious womanizer who changes girlfriends every month or two, he had remained single throughout his 4 years of university, never having experienced love. "Pray tell, what is the identity of that woman?" She must be quite the formidable seductress to have captivated you so completely, Brother Qin. I must ensure your safety, otherwise. If you were to be taken in by a scoundrel, your reputation would become the laughingstock of our circle. Jiang Bei sprang from the sofa, positioning himself beside Qin Yang. His playful demeanor replaced with an earnest expression as he scrutinized his friend. As Qin Yang's closest confidant, Jiang Bei could not bear the thought of him walking into a trap. Chapter 4. Truly, my brother Qin is remarkable. This situation is indeed impressive. Jiang Bei. She is not as calculating as you think, Qin Yang countered, shaking his head to dismiss Jiang Bei's concerns. Her name is Sophie, and she is a year younger than I am. She strikes me as a decisive and formidable career woman. Sophie? That name sounds so familiar. I feel as though I have heard it before. Jiang Bei scratched his head, a nagging sense of recognition tugging at him, yet he could not quite place it. In a rush, he pulled out his phone to search for her name. Moments later, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. No way. Could it really be her? Brother Qin, is this the beauty you went on a blind date with? He thrust his phone in front of Qin Yang for confirmation. Indeed, that is her. Yet, she possesses even more grace in person than in her photographs, Qin Yang replied, nodding appreciatively. Incredible. Brother Qin, you truly are remarkable. If you were to remain single, it would be one thing, but to find such a gem is extraordinary. Jiang Bei's admiration for Qin Yang surged, and he gazed at him with awe. What? You know Sophie too? Qin Yang inquired, intrigued by Jiang Bei's enthusiasm. She is Sophie, one of the 4 great beauties of the Magic City, renowned for her icy elegance. A graduate of Yale University with dual master's degrees in law and management. She embodies the archetype of an academic prodigy. Upon returning to the country, she established her own company without relying on her family's wealth, and in less than 3 years, she led it to a successful public offering. She is the dream goddess of countless affluent heirs. Jiang Bei regarded Qin Yang with an expression of incredulity, unable to fathom that the woman he had gone on a blind date with was Sophie. This was nothing short of sensational news. Is she really that impressive? Qin Yang pondered, now possessing a deeper understanding of Sophie, feeling a wave of surprise wash over him. Brother Qin, why did you even consider going on a blind date? It turns out your match is of such a high caliber. Jiang Bei felt somewhat foolish for his earlier skepticism. If I told you I had no idea who the woman was before the date, would you believe me? Qin Yang shrugged, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture. Huh, do you think I, Jiang Bei, am that gullible? Jiang Bei remained unconvinced. Brother Qin, what did you and the goddess Sophie discuss? What impression did she leave on you? Is there a possibility of continuing your relationship? Jiang Bei was genuinely curious, eager to know whether this goddess lived up to her lofty reputation of being unattainable. Jiang Bei, when did you become so fond of gossip? Qin Yang shot him a bemused glance, sensing his friend's unusual behavior. She is the goddess Sophie. How could I not be curious about the desires of so many men? Besides, you are my best friend. I must take an interest in your romantic endeavors. Jiang Bei rubbed his nose sheepishly. We both left each other with a positive impression, exchanged contact information, and should meet again when time permits. As for where it goes from there, that depends on how we interact moving forward, Qin Yang candidly shared. Awesome. Jiang Bei immediately gave Qin Yang a thumbs up. Just as he had predicted, even the goddess Sophie could not resist Qin Yang's charm. However, Brother Qin, if you truly plan to pursue a relationship with the goddess, I advise you to prepare yourself mentally. Her family's influence is immense. Jiang Bei merely hinted at the gravity of the situation, confident that Qin Yang's intelligence would lead him to the right conclusions. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the stakes involved, Qin Yang replied with a smile. If there had been any hesitation before, it had dissipated after acquiring the technological system that promised to elevate his life to new heights. No matter how powerful Sophie's family might be, Qin Yang felt no trepidation. As their gossip session concluded, Jiang Bei retreated to his room, emerging moments later with a laptop and a playful grin. Brother Qin, for your future happiness, it's time to start working hard. Seeing Jiang Bei's demeanor, Qin Yang couldn't help but tease him. What? Did you lose money in the stock market again? Jiang Bei sighed heavily, his expression one of despair. I don't know what madness has overtaken me. The market has been thriving, yet I seem to lose on every investment. I've already lost over 3 million. I simply can't bear it any longer. Brother Qin, please help me out. We can stick to our old arrangement. Profits split 50-50. And losses will all be mine. Since their university days, Jiang Bei had dabbled in the stock market. On one occasion, after receiving a mere suggestion from Qin Yang, he had made a modest profit of several hundred thousand. Whenever he encountered losses, he turned to Qin Yang for financial support. Having invested together numerous times, Qin Yang had rarely faced losses himself, accumulating significant profits that totaled in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Therefore, no one understood Qin Yang's exceptional talents better than Jiang Bei. 3 million? How did you lose so much this time? Qin Yang furrowed his brow in concern, surprised at the scale of Jiang Bei's losses. I had a friend who insisted he had insider information and convinced me to invest alongside him. Who would have thought we would end up as mere fodder? Jiang Bei lamented. While losing money was unfortunate, he could tolerate the loss, knowing that he still had ample savings in his bank account. His greatest reassurance lay in having Qin Yang as a partner. Let me take a look, Qin Yang said, sitting up and grabbing the laptop from Jiang Bei. As he scanned the stocks Jiang Bei had invested in, he noted the sea of red indicating losses. It was evident that the situation was dire. How much principal do you have left? With you involved, I can gather whatever amount is necessary. I can secure a loan of 10 million, and if that's insufficient, I can mortgage 2 properties tomorrow, easily bringing in over $1 million. Jiang Bei's face brightened at Qin Yang's willingness to assist, and he exuberantly replied, no need. This 10 million will suffice. Qin Yang shook his head, promptly rejecting Jiang Bei's proposal. Ding. The system detected the host's entry into the investment domain, and the points marketplace was activated. Points earned upon task completion could be freely spent in the points marketplace. Current points, 500. Just as Qin Yang was preparing to analyze the market trends, a sudden electronic sound resonated in his mind. At that moment, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Viewpoints marketplace, Qin Yang silently thought. In the next instant, the virtual screen transformed, revealing a plethora of options. Scholar Halo, 1,000 points. Heavenly Voice, 2,000 points. Master Driver Skills, 2,000 points. Master Level Sculpture, 2,000 points. Goddess of Investment, 5,000 points. Divine Photography, 5,000 points. An array of specialized skills left Qin Yang utterly captivated. Each skill was remarkable, yet his current points were insufficient for any purchase. It seemed he would need to strive diligently to complete tasks in the future, Qin Yang mused. Detecting the host's insufficient points, the system offered a random draw. Would the host like to initiate the random draw now? Just as Qin Yang was about to withdraw from the points marketplace, he received a notification from the advanced technology system. At that moment, excitement surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang intently murmured, initiate the draw. Chapter 5, Goddess of Investment participate in the shareholders meeting. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Goddess of Investment. As the system's voice faded, Qin Yang felt an unfamiliar memory surge within his mind, causing a slight, throbbing sensation. This process lasted only a few seconds. In the next moment, Qin Yang's investment mindset underwent a monumental transformation. Truly, the advanced technology system was astonishing. Clenching his fists, Qin Yang's expression radiated exhilaration. His confidence in this stock market investment soared. Qin Gu, which stock do you think we should invest in this time? Jiang Bei, noticing Qin Yang's excitement, presumed he had found a direction for investment. He promptly pressed for an answer. Hold on, let me take another look. Qin Yang skillfully opened the application, examining several stocks that had shown promising upward trends. However, feeling they might not yield the anticipated returns, he shook his head. After further analysis of the market, he spent about 10 minutes identifying 3 stocks that met his criteria, marking them for emphasis. Setting his notebook on the table, Qin Yang turned to Jiang Bei with a serious expression and said, Jiang Bei, are you brave enough to wager big with me? Jiang Bei sat up straight, thumping his chest. No joke, what do I have to fear? Just tell me how we're betting this time. Familiar with Qin Yang's character, Jiang Bei sensed the gravity of the situation. Among the 3 stocks, 2 were certain to surge dramatically within 2 weeks, exceeding a 200 increase, while the last one was projected to triple in value within 3 months. This is a rare opportunity. If you trust me, mobilize all available funds to purchase them. Not only will this allow you to recover losses, but it will also lead to substantial profits. With the halo of the Goddess of Investment, Qin Yang brimmed with confidence in his judgment. He directly addressed Jiang Bei. Really? Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei's face instantly registered shock. Of course it's true. I wouldn't deceive you. Besides, I have a share of the profits in this, and I wouldn't joke about such matters. Qin Yang replied earnestly. All right. I'll head back to gather the funds right away. With that, Jiang Bei sprang from the sofa, grabbing the keys to his sports car and dashing out. Witnessing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. He had presented the opportunity to profit. The rest depended on Jiang Bei's resolve. At 3 in the afternoon, after waking from a nap and washing his face, Qin Yang was about to head out when his phone rang. Dingling. He glanced at the screen to find an unfamiliar number. Out of curiosity, he pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, a soft and pleasant voice came through. Hello. May I ask if this is President Qin? Who is this? Qin Yang inquired, intrigued. President Qin, I am Lu Qi, the executive assistant to the CEO of the Black Swan Group. You have acquired 30 of the shares in the Black Swan Group, making you our second largest shareholder. The CEO has specifically asked me to invite you to this afternoon's shareholders meeting. May I know if you are available? Lu Qi spoke cautiously. anxious not to leave a negative impression on Qin Yang. Absolutely, I have time. I'll head over right away, Qin Yang replied with a smile. Had it not been for Lu Qi's call, he might have almost forgotten that he now held a 30% stake in the Black Swan Group. I will await you at the group on behalf of the CEO, Lu Qi said before hanging up. Taking his keys, Qin Yang exited swiftly, soon arriving at the garage. Starting the engine, he rode his Harley-Davidson directly towards the Black Swan Group. Approximately half an hour later, he stood before the group's towering edifice. After parking, he made his way to the lobby while dialing Lu Qi's number. Assistant Lu, I have arrived. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Lu Qi was filled with excitement as she answered Qin Yang's call. Upon hearing he was in the lobby, she hurried toward the elevator. President Qin, please wait in the lobby. I will come down to greet you. A few minutes later, Lu Qi, dressed in professional attire and black stockings, soon appeared in the lobby. Assistant Lu? Qin Yang asked curiously, eyeing the beautiful woman before him. Are you President Qin? Lu Qi gasped in astonishment. Having spoken with Qin Yang twice over the phone, she was aware of his relatively young age but had never anticipated his striking good looks. Indeed, that is me. Qin Yang smiled slightly, confirming his identity. I sincerely apologize for making you wait, President Qin. Lu Qi quickly bowed in apology. Although she was aware of Qin Yang's approach, she hadn't expected him to arrive so swiftly, leaving her unprepared for the welcoming ceremony. No problem, I just got here myself. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed by the minor oversight. This eased Lu Qi's tension and fostered a favorable impression of him. This way, please, President Qin. With that, Lu Qi respectfully guided him to the VIP elevator. They ascended directly to the 13th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Lu Qi stepped out first. Hurrying to the reception desk, notify the CEO and all board members that President Qin has arrived. Yes, Assistant Lu. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qi led Qin Yang to the VIP reception room and proactively began to introduce him to pertinent details about the group. At that moment, the door swung open. The president of the Black Swan Group, Xie Jingjun, entered the room. He cast his gaze upon Qin Yang and promptly introduced himself. Hello, President Qin, I am Xie Jingjun, the president of the group. Greetings, Qin Yang replied, rising from the sofa to acknowledge Xie Jingjun. The shareholders' meeting will commence in 5 minutes. Perhaps you would like to join me? Xie Jingjun's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang, his curiosity piqued by the young man's impressive ability to wield several hundred million in funds, hinting at his substantial background. Certainly. Qin Yang responded with a smile and a nod. Inside the conference room, the group's board members and executives had long been awaiting the meeting, their curiosity surrounding the identity of the new President Qin palpable. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and Qin Yang and Xie Jingjun entered in succession. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our esteemed President Qin, who holds 30% of the group's shares and is currently our second largest shareholder. Please extend a warm welcome to President Qin, Xie Jingjun announced as he gestured towards Qin Yang, presenting his significance to the assembly. Hello everyone, I am Qin Yang, and I am officially joining the board of directors. I will not interfere with the company's operations. All work directives will still adhere to President Xie's guidance, Qin Yang stated, expressing his intention to merely facilitate the transition and make his presence known. Chapter 6. The Delivery Boy's Ascendancy to Wealthy Handsome Man. Delivering a romantic dinner to the goddess. The meeting concluded in less than 10 minutes, primarily aimed at informing attendees of Qin Yang's new status as the second largest shareholder. President Xie, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Qin Yang said, rising to bid farewell to Xie Jingjun as he turned towards the door. Allow me to see you out, Xie Jingjun replied with a smile, following closely behind. As they traversed the various departments of the group, Xie Jingjun glanced at Qin Yang and then, with a hint of amusement, proposed, since you are here, why not greet the employees? It would prevent confusion on your next visit. After considering, Qin Yang found merit in Xie Jingjun's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Qin Yang's affirmation, Xie Jingjun clapped his hands and called out to the employees engrossed in their tasks. Everyone, please pause your work. I'd like to introduce you to our new board member, President Qin. Upon hearing this, the staff put down their assignments and gathered around Xie Jingjun and Qin Yang, their eyes immediately drawn to the latter. A new board member? We weren't informed. They murmured, astonished by Qin Yang's striking looks, rivaling even the most popular young celebrities. He is both handsome and affluent. I wonder which distinguished family he hails from. Does this mean we will see him at the office regularly? How fortunate we are. Witnessing the employees' animated discussions, Xie Jingjun maintained a broad smile. He then addressed the gathering once more. President Qin has acquired 30% of our group's shares, making him the second largest shareholder. He will be visiting the company periodically, so let us all remain diligent and avoid any thoughts of slacking off. Yes, President Xie, the employees chorused in unison, nodding in agreement. In a corner, Zhang Monli's expression was one of sheer astonishment. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her and rubbed them vigorously. Yet, upon recognizing Qin Yang's visage once more, she was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be? How did Qin Yang suddenly become the second largest shareholder of the group? Is he truly a super-rich heir? Was delivering takeout to the Black Swan Group merely an experience of life? Indeed, Zhang Monli was Qin Yang's former supervisor during his time as a delivery boy. Noticing her incredulous expression, Qin Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached her. Sister Zhang, thank you for your support during my previous tenure. Since Qin Yang's arrival, Zhang Monli had been quite considerate towards him, likely due in part to his reliability and striking appearance, all of which he appreciated and remembered. President Qin, you are too kind. Your work performance is exceptional, leading the sales team in order volume. There is truly no need for me to offer you special attention. She humbly replied, unwilling to take credit despite the truth in his words. However, I have not forgotten your kindness. Effective immediately, you are promoted to Vice President of the Sales Department. President Xia, I trust this arrangement poses no issues, Qin Yang declared. Intending to repay Zhang Monli's past kindness through her promotion, recognizing her capability to excel in such a role. Not at all. We shall proceed as President Qin wishes. Xie Jingjun replied with a gentle smile and a nod of agreement. Thank you, President. Thank you, President Qin, Zhang Monli stammered, still caught in disbelief. While her colleagues cast envious glances her way, astonished that she knew the new president and had received his personal endorsement. After concluding these matters, Qin Yang departed the group building. Upon returning home, he noticed the day had grown late. As he patted his belly, a pang of hunger struck him. He made his way to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, finding a plethora of ingredients. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Bei's number. After a few seconds, Jiang Bei answered. Qin Gu, are you eating alone tonight? Qin Yang cut straight to the chase, having a penchant for culinary delights, often preparing meals himself. Jiang Bei, also a foodie, had once tasted Qin Yang's cooking and was enamored. Hence, whenever Qin Yang cooked, Jiang Bei would invariably drop by to partake. Sorry, I won't be coming back tonight. You enjoy your meal alone, Jiang Bei lamented, preoccupied with fundraising efforts, leveraging all his connections to prepare to mortgage his properties. At that moment, he was attending a friend's cocktail party. Though he yearned for Qin Yang's cooking, he had to reluctantly decline. Very well, I shall hang up now, Qin Yang said before decisively ending the call. He donned an apron and began to busy himself in the kitchen. Not to boast, but while Qin Yang's culinary skills may not rival those of a five-star hotel chef, they certainly exceeded the average chef's capabilities. He skillfully extracted a piece of beef from the refrigerator, wielding a knife with finesse as he commenced slicing it into evenly shaped cubes. Immediately afterward, Qin Yang retrieved 2 tomatoes and several eggs, intending to prepare a delightful dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Within a few minutes, all the ingredients and sauces were meticulously arranged. With the flame roaring, Qin Yang took the helm, promptly demonstrating his culinary prowess. Approximately half an hour later, 3 dishes and a soup graced the dining table. Just as Qin Yang was about to indulge in his meal, a notification chimed from his WeChat. He set down his chopsticks, picked up his phone, and discovered a message from Sophie. President Su, Qin Yang, are there any delectable dishes nearby? Ding. A task was issued. Deliver a heartfelt dinner to the goddess, with a reward of fluency in 8 languages. Upon hearing the system announce the task, Qin Yang's heart surged with clarity. A smile graced his face as he swiftly began to compose a reply to Sophie. Dark Horse Prince, what's the matter, Miss Su? Are you so busy that you haven't had a meal yet? President Su, yes. Our company secured several significant contracts today, and I've been occupied until now. I might even need to work late tonight, so I thought I'd inquire if you have any delicious recommendations. Dark Horse Prince, Miss Su, please send over your company address, and I shall deliver a sumptuous meal to you. President Su, oh, would that be too much trouble for you? Dark Horse Prince, not at all. Delivering meals is my specialty. President Su, well, all right then. With that, Qin Yang received an address link. He hurriedly rummaged through the cabinet for several containers and bags, meticulously packing the dishes he had prepared. Not only that, but he also thoughtfully retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator, washing and slicing it before placing it in the containers. Afterward, he set out, carrying the meal and fruit. The Jiangwan community was not far from Sophie's company, merely a 20-minute drive away. Qin Yang entered the lobby and ascended directly to the floor where Sophie's office was located. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Sophie reclined in her chair. Glancing at the chat history between her and Qin Yang, a smile inadvertently spreading across her face. She had only sought to subtly inquire about his culinary preferences for future rendezvous locations, never expecting Qin Yang to offer to deliver dinner. At that moment, a slight blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her remarkably charming, in stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Just as she lost herself in her thoughts, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 7. Enchanting Scene. The heavens have bestowed a gift. Miss Su, your takeout has arrived. Outside. Qin Yang's voice called out. Come in, Sophie replied, recognizing that Qin Yang had arrived. She straightened her posture, picking up some documents to feign busyness. The door to the president's office creaked open. Qin Yang entered, holding the meal, his gaze quickly settling on Sophie, who smiled gently. Miss Su, it's a pleasure to see you again. Qin Yang, I truly apologize for the trouble, Sophie replied, immediately setting down the documents and approaching him. I was just about to have dinner when you messaged me. These dishes are freshly prepared. If you don't mind, we could share the meal. Qin Yang placed the food on the table and candidly expressed, What? You made all these dishes yourself? Sophie's expression momentarily froze, her eyes widening with astonishment. She had assumed the food was prepared by a restaurant chef, merely brought over by Qin Yang. To her surprise, it was indeed Qin Yang who had cooked. Indeed, while restaurant food is delightful, I personally prefer to prepare my own meals. They are simple home-cooked dishes. If they do not suit your taste, please let me know your preferences, and I can order something right away. Qin Yang continued, his gaze fixed on Sophie. No need, I'm not that picky, Sophie replied, quickly declining his offer. She was eager to savor Qin Yang's culinary skills. As she spoke, she eagerly unwrapped the packages, placing each dish on the table. It smells amazing. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and Sophie's keen sense of smell detected it instantly. Miss Su, would you care to sample it? Let me know if it pleases your palate, Qin Yang offered, presenting a pair of chopsticks to her. All right, Sophie accepted without hesitation. She took the chopsticks from Qin Yang's hand and eagerly picked up a piece of beef, savoring it in her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes widened, and her expression became utterly transfixed. Delicious, truly delicious. The beef was tender, with an exceptional texture, enhanced by the flavorful sauce from the stir-fry, leaving Sophie astounded by its exquisite taste. Since you enjoy it, do indulge further, Qin Yang smiled gently, encouraging her to eat more. He even took the initiative to add more dishes to her box. Thank you, Qin Yang, Sophie replied, her eyes sparkling, a hint of shyness gracing her features. At that moment, her fondness for Qin Yang deepened. Ding! Congratulations, host on completing the task. Reward, fluency in 8 languages. Simultaneously, Qin Yang discovered that his points had reached 1,000. Since acquiring the advanced technological system, he had completed 2 tasks. Based on his own analysis, he estimated that each task completion would yield an automatic reward of 500 points. Not bad, as long as I diligently complete tasks and utilize the points in the marketplace. Success is merely a matter of time. After several minutes, the table was cleared, every morsel consumed. Qin Yang had not eaten much. Most of the meal had found its way into Sophie's stomach. She reclined on the plush sofa, inadvertently letting out a satisfied burp, feeling as though she had overindulged. Stealing a glance at Qin Yang from the corner of her eye, she noted his calm demeanor, unfazed by her impressive appetite, which relieved her greatly. Sophie, you are a dignified president. What exquisite cuisine have you not experienced? Why indulge so recklessly in front of others? Sophie thought, feeling a tinge of annoyance. She was not typically like this. If she left a poor impression on Qin Yang tonight, it would surely be a regrettable outcome. Miss Su, I have some fruit here as well. Qin Yang quickly presented a box of fruit to her, inserting a fork into it. No, thank you, I cannot eat another bite. Sophie promptly declined his kind offer, waving her hand. Consequently, Qin Yang began to tidy up the containers, taking them out to the trash. He then returned to the president's office. Qin Yang, I still have some work to attend to. If you find yourself bored, you may leave first. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, Sophie stated, having enjoyed a meal prepared by Qin Yang and feeling the need to express her gratitude. Checking her schedule, she noted that she was free tomorrow evening. That sounds wonderful, he replied. Regardless, I live alone, and returning home would be rather dull. It would be better to stay and see if I can be of assistance. Qin Yang shrugged and quickly expressed his thoughts. Oh, I see. Sophie felt a secret joy within her heart at Qin Yang's gesture. She was well aware that this was merely a pretext. His true intention was likely to spend a bit more time with her. Sophie understood this clearly, yet she felt too shy to directly acknowledge it. She didn't perceive Qin Yang as a bad person, so even in the confines of the office, she felt no fear despite being alone with him. Qin Yang, having graduated from the prestigious Magic City University, you must possess genuine talent. Coincidentally, I have a document that requires translation. Could you assist me with this? After speaking, Sophie picked up a file from her desk and handed it to Qin Yang. She had 2 motives for doing so. Firstly, the document genuinely needed translation, and calling employees back to the office for overtime at this hour was evidently impractical. Secondly, she wished to assess whether Qin Yang possessed any other talents. Ding. Successfully translated the document for the goddess. Reward, master-level guitar performance. Before Qin Yang could respond, the high-tech system immediately issued a random task. This news filled him with joy and motivation. No problem. Qin Yang nodded in agreement without hesitation. He had just acquired proficiency in 8 languages, making the translation a breeze. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a lavish dinner later. Sophie smiled radiantly. After speaking to Qin Yang, she returned to her workstation, fully engrossed in her tasks. I was indeed correct. She truly is a powerhouse in the workplace. Her ambition is remarkably strong. As Qin Yang observed Sophie diligently working, he found himself captivated by her charisma and couldn't resist stealing a few glances. A few minutes later, he hastily diverted his gaze and took the document Sophie had given him to a random workstation in the lobby. He opened his laptop and began translating. By 9:30 in the evening, inside the president's office, Sophie finally completed her work and stood up, stretching lazily, her impressive figure accentuated. At that moment, the door swung open. Qin Yang entered, holding the freshly translated document, and his gaze met the scene before him. The atmosphere fell silent. Qin Yang's eyes roamed over Sophie's alluring figure, and he swallowed hard, secretly elated, thinking, timing is everything. This moment feels like a divine gift. Sophie's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly exclaimed, "Are you still looking? Close your eyes immediately." Chapter 8. What if the powerful female CEO is an exception? The age-old adage holds true, strategy wins hearts. Seeing Sophie's bashful expression, Qin Yang promptly averted his gaze and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Miss Sophie, I didn't mean to intrude. I merely intended to inform you that I have completed the translation of those documents." Sophie's face burned as her heart raced. She hadn't expected to be caught in such a moment by Qin Yang, but as she regained her composure and looked at him, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Qin Yang, are you joking? You translated all those documents in such a short time?" Sophie handed the documents back to Qin Yang. It had only been a little over half an hour. It was astounding that he had accomplished several hours' worth of work in that brief span. No wonder she was so taken aback by his words. If you don't believe me, you can verify it for yourself. With his newfound proficiency in 8 languages from the high-tech system, translating those documents was child's play. In fact, it had taken Qin Yang less than 20 minutes. He had deliberately lingered outside for a while. Otherwise, Sophie's expression would likely have been even more shocked than it was now. Sophie, in disbelief, quickly approached Qin Yang and began to cross-reference the translated documents. Her English was quite proficient, and she soon recognized that his translation abilities were exceptional, not a mere fabrication to deceive her. "This is truly incredible," Sophie marveled, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked up at Qin Yang. After a moment, she spoke. "Qin Yang, with your talents, it seems a waste for you to be delivering takeout. If you are interested, I could offer you a high-paying position at my company. The benefits would surpass those of any other firm. Would you consider it?" Qin Yang smiled gently, then shook his head. "Thank you, but I prefer not to be constrained. A freelance lifestyle suits me better." "Very well, I respect your decision." At that moment, Sophie's eyes sparkled. She realized that Qin Yang was unlike any man she had previously encountered. He exuded a remarkably unique charm that made her want to know more about him. The deeper she delved, the more delightful surprises she uncovered. He was truly a treasure. With his striking looks, refined demeanor, culinary prowess, and now this impressive translation skill, Sophie became increasingly fond of Qin Yang, her admiration reaching unprecedented heights. "Miss Sophie, it's getting late. May I escort you home?" Qin Yang took out his phone to check the time, then turned to Sophie. "All right." Sophie initially intended to decline, as they had only known each other for a day. Although she held a favorable impression of Qin Yang, she felt it was too soon to develop things further. However, upon seeing the eager expression on his face, she hesitated and swallowed her words, not wanting to disappoint him. Thus, Sophie tidied her desk quickly, grabbed her bag, and exited the office. Qin Yang naturally followed behind her. Soon, they stepped out of the building. "Qin Yang, did you drive here?" Sophie inquired, curious about his vehicle. "Yes, over here," Qin Yang replied, a smile playing on his lips as he pointed to the nearby Harley-Davidson. "You can't be serious. You plan to take me home on that?" Sophie's expression was one of shock. She had never ridden a motorcycle in her life. While Qin Yang's bike appeared rather impressive and likely expensive, she felt uncertain about it. "I understand that, given your status, you are accustomed to being chauffeured in luxury cars and have never ridden a motorcycle. However, I believe you should try something new. At the very least, a ride on a motorcycle would be more exhilarating than sitting in the back seat of a luxury car. Miss Sophie, may I have the honor of inviting you for a ride on my motorcycle?" Qin Yang's face was alight with a smile. His invitation was also an attempt to see if Sophie would be willing to embrace a change for him. The combination of a high and mighty female CEO and a humble delivery boy was, to outsiders, an astonishing pairing. Yet, Sophie did not mind. Thus, in Qin Yang's perspective, it was highly unlikely that Sophie would refuse his request. In this manner, the two would engage in increased physical contact, thereby stimulating the release of dopamine within their bodies, fostering a sense of romantic affection under the premise of mutual attraction. This was precisely the objective Qin Yang aspired to achieve. Qin Yang, are you being serious? Sophie's gaze was fixed intently upon him, seemingly seeking confirmation that he was not jesting. Of course, Qin Yang replied without hesitation, then slightly inclined his body, extending an inviting gesture towards Sophie. Very well, in that case, I shall accept. A smile graced Sophie's lips, hinting at her acquiescence to Qin Yang's proposal. Without excessive hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Observing this, Qin Yang picked up a helmet and took the initiative to place it upon Sophie's head. Wearing this will ensure greater safety. This marked the first instance of close physical contact since their meeting. Qin Yang, lost in thought, executed the action with great care, his eyes reflecting a gentle expression. Sophie, on the other hand, was momentarily transfixed. Her gaze was locked onto Qin Yang's handsome visage, completely captivated. Thump, thump. Sophie's heart raced uncontrollably, a flush of crimson blooming on her cheeks. Qin Yang remained oblivious to Sophie's fluster. After securing the helmet on her head, he donned one for himself as well. All set, let us get on the bike. Sophie nodded, cautiously taking her place behind Qin Yang. He then retrieved the keys and ignited the motorcycle's engine. Growl, growl, growl. The Harley-Davidson roared to life like a beast awakening from slumber. Emitting a deep, thunderous growl, its sound raw and brimming with power. Just listening to the engine's ferocious roar sent a surge of excitement coursing through Sophie, enveloping her in an exhilarating experience. Miss Sophie, if you feel frightened, you may hold on to my shirt. Before departing, Qin Yang kindly reminded her. Sophie, perplexed, was about to inquire further when boom. Qin Yang twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Ah! Sophie could not contain a scream, instinctively wrapping her arms around Qin Yang's waist. It was evident that she was taken by surprise. Qin Yang, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Upon regaining her composure, Sophie realized how close their bodies were, causing her ears to flush with warmth. She scolded him playfully, her voice a whisper close to his ear. Miss Sophie, don't misunderstand. This is a normal occurrence when the motorcycle starts. It's your first ride, so it's natural to feel a bit uneasy. No worries, you'll get accustomed to it after a few more rides. Beneath the helmet, Qin Yang grinned widely, his smile radiating warmth. Indeed, with the right approach, even the most composed of women could easily be charmed. Qin Yang felt a sense of satisfaction with the progress he had achieved. Chapter 9. President Sophie's Dao Jiangbei was in a state of astonishment. The vibrant nightlife of the Magic City was illuminated by the dazzling lights of skyscrapers. Qin Yang sped through the streets with Sophie on the back of his motorcycle. To be honest, Sophie had witnessed the nightscape of the Magic City more than once. Yet tonight, seated behind Qin Yang, she reveled in the gentle breeze, her hands tightly clutching his waist, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. This sensation was unparalleled, intoxicating her in its embrace. This fellow appears to have come prepared for the evening. As the president of a publicly listed company, Sophie was astute and highly intelligent. She quickly realized that this entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by Qin Yang. Not only had he created an opportunity for them to be alone, but he had also engineered their physical closeness, swiftly narrowing the gap between them. This prompted Sophie to ponder whether Qin Yang was indeed a master of romantic pursuits, perhaps even a seasoned rogue. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Lanhua Villa district, which was Sophie's home. She dismounted from the motorcycle and removed her helmet. A refreshing breeze caressed her face, tousling her hair. At that moment, Qin Yang was utterly entranced. Qin Yang, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully, without any concealment. Sophie's expression turned serious, her demeanor earnest. In response, Qin Yang also removed his helmet, gradually tempering his smile into a more earnest expression. All right, ask away. How many girlfriends have you had? Sophie inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yang. If I say I've never had a girlfriend, would you believe me? Qin Yang shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips, revealing a hint of humor. What do you think? Sophie rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. Yet the truth was just as he stated. Throughout his 4 years in university, although numerous suitors had professed their feelings for him, his time and energy had been wholly devoted to part-time work and studies, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. He had garnered a modicum of fame at school. If she truly doubted his words, she could investigate and ascertain the validity of his claims. Qin Yang stood firm, unafraid of Sophie's scrutiny. Had he truly spoken the truth? As Sophie perceived his confidence, she could not help but question whether she had misjudged him. Yet, how could she explain his adeptness at employing such strategies? Then tell me, how do you know so many romantic techniques? Sophie swiftly redirected her focus, pressing Qin Yang for answers. I had a roommate in college. He was a genuine rich second generation, a true player. He would change girlfriends every couple of months and often flaunted his conquests before me. After hearing it so many times, I inevitably picked up a few tricks. I don't have much experience in dating myself, so I thought I'd try a little. Of course, I never intended to take advantage of you. I merely believed that this approach could facilitate a quicker bond between us. Qin Yang scratched his nose, adopting a somewhat sheepish demeanor. Qin Yang, it seems I truly underestimated you. I didn't anticipate you had such a knowledgeable mentor. Sophie remarked. Let me tell you, you don't need any tricks to interact with me. Just show me your true self. All right, it's getting late. Be careful on your way back. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Sophie's eyes as she spoke directly. Good night, rest early. Qin Yang waved at Sophie, starting the motorcycle's engine as he gradually rode away. Previously, she had never noticed how adept Qin Yang was at employing such strategies. Had she not been vigilant, she might have fallen prey to his charms. Nonetheless, the impression he left her with was undeniably distinct. As Sophie walked home, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on the floor. Qin Yang remained lost in slumber, engaged in a dream with the king of dreams. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure rushed in, yanking the blankets off him. In an instant, Qin Yang's arm was pulled, jolting him awake. Jiang Bei, what madness has possessed you so early in the morning? Are you planning to deprive me of my sleep? Qin Yang, still bleary-eyed, could not suppress a yawn. Upon realizing that the intruder of his sweet dreams was Jiang Bei, he immediately voiced his complaints. Brother Qin, the sun has already risen high. Are you still asleep? Hurry and get up to wash up. I've brought you breakfast. Jiang Bei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Is it really such a big deal just to eat breakfast? Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? Qin Yang rubbed his eyes and turned back toward the bed. Brother Qin, I beg you to get up quickly. After following your advice yesterday, I spent the entire day scrambling to raise funds without any proper rest. If you don't give me some reassurance, I'll be restless. Jiang Bei, sensing Qin Yang's calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. With that, he physically pulled Qin Yang up and urged him towards the bathroom. So, you've managed to prepare the funds? By this point, Qin Yang was gradually waking up, squeezing toothpaste while filling his water cup. Indeed, Jiang Bei confirmed with a decisive nod. He had never doubted Qin Yang's investment acumen, nor had Qin Yang ever let him down. To seize this lucrative opportunity, Jiang Bei had exhausted himself, even putting up all his properties as collateral, and borrowed a significant sum from friends, amassing a total of 80 million yuan. How much? Qin Yang asked nonchalantly while brushing his teeth. 80 million. Jiang Bei declared with palpable excitement, revealing an astonishing figure. Not bad. I'll give you credit for having some guts. Qin Yang nodded instinctively, even complimenting Jiang Bei to his face. Brother Qin, your reaction is far too calm. This is 80 million. Coupled with the over 10 million I already had in my account, we're talking about nearly 100 million in total. Are you really not worried about investing such a substantial sum? Aren't you afraid of losing it all? Jiang Bei had known Qin Yang for 4 years and understood his composed nature and exceptional intellect. He had previously managed millions in the stock market with finesse. Yet, this was different. It was an astronomical figure that most people would struggle a lifetime to earn. Jiang Bei had anticipated that Qin Yang would be taken aback by the enormity of the funds he had gathered, yet Qin Yang's reaction left him astounded. Fear? Why should I be afraid? The opportunity to make money is right in front of me, and I feel immensely exhilarated. Rest assured, I have never let you down. This time, I will ensure you make a handsome profit, Qin Yang said with a serene expression. He relied on his investment prowess to analyze the current market trends. Naturally, he intended to seize this opportunity to amass his wealth. After all, he was uncertain if the extraordinary system would one day part ways with him. Before that moment arrived, he aimed to grasp every opportunity and bolster his foundation. Chapter 10. Hesitation leads to defeat. Su Goddess is calling for help. Brother Qin, I have invested my entire small treasury this time. You must not let me down. Don't worry, we'll split the profits 50-50, Jiang Bei reassured, brimming with confidence in Qin Yang's investment skills. Despite knowing that accessing such a large sum of money came with immense risk, he firmly believed that Qin Yang would surprise him. I won't say much more. Once I finalize the account transactions, your responsibility will be to monitor the market. Within a couple of days, these stocks will start to rise, and you can rest easy then. Qin Yang understood that Jiang Bei had taken significant risks to gather such a large sum, which also signified Jiang Bei's recognition of his capabilities. Thus, no matter what, Qin Yang was determined not to let Jiang Bei suffer losses. Brother Qin truly understands me. Jiang Bei sighed in relief upon receiving Qin Yang's response. Minutes later, Qin Yang finished washing up. The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous breakfast: ham, sandwiches, egg tarts, tea eggs, century egg, and lean meat porridge, and milk. Qin Yang sat down, relishing every bite. At 10 in the morning, In the study, 3 computers were simultaneously operational. One large screen displayed the stock market index. Another was dedicated to market research analysis, and the last was being operated by Qin Feng himself. Jiang Bei had long since deposited the 80 million yuan into the account through a brokerage firm. By accessing the software, both Qin Feng and Jiang Bei could see that the account held over 90 million yuan. Brother Qin, are we about to begin? Jiang Bei felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. Yes, we can't afford to wait any longer. We must enter the market quickly. Now is the best time to buy low. If we delay, the major players might catch wind of our actions, and that would spell trouble, Qin Feng asserted without hesitation. He deftly maneuvered the computer, executing the prearranged plan to buy a substantial number of shares. In just a few minutes, hundreds of transactions were made, totaling 30 million yuan. The amount in Jiang Bei's account was rapidly diminishing. An hour later, as Qin Yang pressed the final key, the account balance was instantaneously emptied. Phew, it's finally over. Qin Yang exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs. He then turned to Jiang Bei, confidence radiating from his expression. Over the next few days, feel free to check the account anytime. Trust me, within half a month, the amount in your account will more than double. Hearing this, Jiang Bei's face lit up with excitement, and he earnestly replied, "If that's the case, Brother Qin, I'll follow your lead without hesitation." "Humph, you little rascal," Qin Yang smirked, unable to contain his laughter. Just as Qin Yang stood up and stepped out of the study, his phone in his pocket began to ring. Noticing this, he quickly pulled out his phone, surprise evident on his face. "Brother Qin, who is calling?" Jiang Bei, observing Qin Yang's peculiar expression, couldn't he help but inquire. "Sophie," Qin Yang disclosed without reservation. Boom. Jiang Bei stood frozen in place, swallowing hard, utterly incredulous as he gazed at Qin Yang. "Brother Qin, you're not joking with me, are you? The goddess Su is notoriously aloof. How could she possibly call you? Could it be that after your meeting yesterday, she has developed feelings for you?" At this, a smile crept onto Qin Yang's lips, for the truth was precisely as Jiang Bei suggested. Ever since Sophie had reached out to him the previous night, their dinner together, and her agreement to let him drive her home, every sign indicated that Sophie harbored feelings for Qin Yang. Yet, he was curious about the reason behind her call now. "Brother Qin, why are you dawdling? Answer the phone." Seeing the phone ring persistently without Qin Yang pressing the answer button, Jiang Bei grew anxious. "What's the rush?" Qin Yang shot a glance at Jiang Bei. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yang finally connected the call with Sophie. "Qin Yang, do you have a moment?" she implored. Her voice tinged with urgency, suggesting she was embroiled in some predicament. Promptly, Qin Yang reassured her, "Miss Sophie, please remain calm and articulate your concerns at your own pace." As their conversation unfolded, Qin Yang gleaned the troubling circumstances Sophie was facing. Today, she was scheduled to engage in a collaborative discussion with an international business partner, only to be informed by her translator that he was ill and hospitalized, rendering him unable to attend the meeting. With less than half an hour remaining, Sophie realized she had no time to seek out another translator. Suddenly, the memory of Qin Yang's assistance in translating her documents the previous night flickered in her mind, prompting her to urgently dial his number for help. "Miss Sophie, kindly send me the address. I'll head there immediately," Qin Yang replied, seizing his car keys and dashing downstairs. Moments later, he was racing towards the CAF where Sophie awaited him, the Peninsula CAF. After hanging up, Sophie sat in a daze at her table. She was typically meticulous, having prepared 2 proposals for the collaboration. Yet she had never anticipated such a critical oversight at this juncture. She fervently hoped Qin Yang would arrive in time. Otherwise, the potential loss to her company would be substantial. Having expended considerable effort securing this meeting a month prior, any misstep could allow rival firms to seize the opportunity, rendering all her painstaking endeavors futile. Reluctant to concede defeat, she placed her hopes squarely on Qin Yang. Approximately 20 minutes later, the international business partner arrived at the Peninsula CF, a strikingly attractive woman from M country, accompanied by a middle-aged man, presumably her assistant. "I'm pleasantly surprised to find that CO Sophie is such a graceful beauty," Jessica remarked, her eyes glimmering with admiration as she took her seat across from Sophie. "You are equally stunning," Sophie responded with a radiant smile, having understood Jessica's sentiment. "However, my time is limited to half an hour. I hope your proposal will captivate me. Let us forego pleasantries and commence." Jessica smiled slightly and immediately replied, "My sincerest apologies for my tardiness." Just as Sophie hesitated, pondering how to address Jessica regarding the unforeseen circumstances, a deep male voice resonated from behind her, one that struck her as familiar. Turning abruptly, she beheld a dapper man in formal attire. It was none other than the hastily arriving Qin Yang. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Sophie felt an unprecedented sense of security envelop her. Chapter 11. Begun with beauty, captivated by talent, Sophie's heart fluttered. "Who is this?" Jessica inquired. her gaze instinctively drawn to Qin Yang, curiosity evident in her voice. It must be said that Qin Yang's refined features rivaled those of any popular young star, and his eyes exuded a magnetic confidence that was utterly captivating. That one glance ignited Jessica's interest in him. "Jessica, this is Qin Yang, a friend of mine and the translator I have engaged. He will greatly assist us during our discussions and contract signing," Sophie explained, her face illuminating with a bright smile. Observing Jessica's intrigue regarding Qin Yang's identity, she promptly introduced him. "Jessica, it's a pleasure to meet you," Qin Yang said as he approached, extending a greeting. "Qin, you are quite handsome and distinctly different from the other men I have encountered," Jessica remarked. "I can sense a profound confidence emanating from your gaze." Having met various types of men in her high-ranking position, she was taken aback by her budding interest in this man she had just met. "Thank you for your kind words," Qin Yang replied with a charming smile, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor. "Qin, have you spent time abroad? Your spoken English is remarkably impressive," Jessica inquired, her surprise evident. "No, I have never left the country. I hone my speaking skills through self-practice with recordings. Additionally, we have individuals from your country at my school, with whom I frequently converse," he explained, exuding a composed confidence. Jessica's admiration for him intensified with each passing moment, a fact that Sophie observed with growing urgency. Realizing she could not afford to remain passive any longer, Sophie interjected, "Jessica, I am eager for my company to establish a collaboration with yours. You are likely aware of our firm's prominent standing within the industry, which affords us substantial advantages. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have proposed generous conditions in the contract that will certainly be beneficial for you. Would you care to take a look?" With that, she produced a contract and presented it to Jessica. "Qin, could you assist me by translating this?" Sophie requested. Jessica glanced at the document, but found it entirely in Chinese, rendering it unintelligible to her. Remembering Sophie had brought Qin Yang specifically for translation, she handed the contract to him, requesting his assistance. "Of course, it would be my honor," Qin Yang replied, unable to refuse. He opened the contract, briefly scanning its contents before turning his attention to Jessica, proceeding to translate the terms with remarkable fluency. Sophie, witnessing his effortless translation, was astounded. The contract, which she had meticulously revised over several days, spanned several pages of intricate conditions. Yet, Qin Yang merely glanced at it once before articulating its details to Jessica with ease. Jessica appeared to express her approval of the contract, nodding at Sophie intermittently. After about 5 minutes, Qin Yang concluded the translation, returning focus to Jessica and Sophie. While Sophie possessed commendable spoken English, her understanding was limited to basic communication, particularly with the complex contract terms that intimidated her. "CEO Sophie, it seems you have indeed put forth a sincere offer. The conditions are certainly more favorable than those from other companies," Jessica remarked, smiling with apparent satisfaction. "Jessica, does this mean you are agreeing to collaborate with my company?" Sophie inquired, excitement flooding her expression as she sought confirmation. "Indeed, I will take this contract back for our legal team to review, and provided there are no issues, I will sign it and have my assistant deliver it to you," Jessica affirmed decisively. "CEO Sophie, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." He then rose to his feet and extended his hand towards Sophie. She quickly grasped it firmly, and thus they established a mutual intention to collaborate. Once the contract was signed and sealed, they would officially become partners. Jessica did not linger. She picked up the contract and bade farewell to Sophie and Qin Yang before departing. "Qin Yang, I cannot thank you enough. Had you not arrived in time to assist, this collaboration would surely have faltered, resulting in significant losses for the company," Sophie expressed with a smile, her gratitude evident. With the intention of collaboration secured, Sophie's spirits were unmistakably lifted. As she gazed at Qin Yang, she noticed that he was dressed quite formally today, in stark contrast to yesterday's casual attire. Qin Yang now radiated the unique charm of a successful man. "There's no need for such gratitude. It was merely a trivial effort on my part." Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to mention his own contribution, embodying a demeanor of modesty and humility. Observing Qin Yang's lack of self-importance only served to elevate Sophie's fondness for him. At that moment, Sophie recalled the earlier scene, and a curious expression crossed her face as she inquired, "Qin Yang, I noticed that when you perused the contract, you flipped through it a few times and then proceeded to translate for Jessica without any notes. Is your memory always this exceptional?" Without hesitation, Qin Yang nodded and smiled as he explained, "Indeed, I discovered my photographic memory during elementary school. Thus, even though I did not spend much time studying, I consistently ranked first. This continued throughout my university years." Upon hearing Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie immediately understood, recognizing that some talents are indeed innate, much like her own. High intelligence, high efficiency. While others may take 10 hours to complete a task, She could accomplish it in less than half the time, or even less. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to treat you to a meal, Sophie suggested, glancing at the time, which indicated that lunch was approaching. She felt it was imperative to express her appreciation for Qin Yang's significant assistance. Of course, Qin Yang readily accepted without hesitation. Qin Yang Tower, she announced. This establishment is a highly esteemed hotel in the bustling metropolis, attracting primarily successful individuals. Almost anyone you encounter here is either a corporate executive or a scion of a prominent family. Prior to their arrival, Sophie had already made a reservation for a private room. Upon reaching the entrance, she greeted the front desk, and a staff member escorted her and Qin Yang to their designated room. Qin Yang, this must be your first visit here, right? After they were seated, Sophie turned her attention to him, initiating a conversation. Yes, occasionally, my friends invite me to accompany them to various gatherings at upscale hotels. But I have indeed never been to this one. However, the DCOR here is certainly distinctive, Qin Yang responded, nodding without a hint of embarrassment. The two quickly engaged in light conversation within the private room. Chapter 12. Shy and Impatient, the Goddess Sophie and Qin Yang's Subtle Schemes. Sir, miss, here is the menu from our hotel. After a few minutes, a waiter entered, presenting the menus to both Qin Yang and Sophie. As Qin Yang perused the menu, he noted that even the simplest dish commanded several hundred to 1,000, confirming that the prices were indeed steep. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting further, understanding that the hotel's positioning aimed at the high-end market, where patrons were not deterred by such costs. Qin Yang, feel free to order whatever you like. Please do not hold back, Sophie said with a warm smile, hoping he would relax. Miss Sophie, perhaps you should order instead. This is my first time here, and I am unfamiliar with the signature dishes, Qin Yang replied, discreetly closing the menu. Very well, Sophie acquiesced, finding no reason to decline his suggestion. She promptly ordered 7 or 8 specialty dishes, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. As they finished ordering, Sophie glanced at Qin Yang and curiously asked, Qin Yang, would you care for some red wine? Perhaps not. Qin Yang shook his head, concerned about his limited tolerance for alcohol and the possibility of embarrassing himself in front of Sophie. Noticing this, Sophie opted not to order red wine. The hotel exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within 10 minutes, the dishes began to arrive in succession. As they dined and conversed, the table soon brimmed with an array of culinary delights. Qin Yang, please sample these dishes and let me know if they suit your palate, Sophie said, her eyes filled with anticipation. Certainly, Qin Yang responded, picking up his chopsticks to sample a dish. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, the chef's skills are commendable, the flavors are exquisite. The ingredients are fresh and melt in your mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Although Qin Yang was known for his discerning taste, he could not help but commend the hotel's offerings. If you enjoy it, please indulge, Sophie encouraged, noting the satisfaction on Qin Yang's face, which only brightened her own smile. Miss Sophie, you shouldn't just watch me eat. You should partake as well, Qin Yang remarked, having noticed that Sophie's gaze had remained fixed on him since their arrival in the room. Even with his strong composure, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. All right. With those words, Sophie's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Yang's gaze, revealing an adorable shyness. Even she could not comprehend why her attention continually gravitated towards him. There seemed to be an irresistible allure about him. Seeing Sophie so charmingly bashful stirred a desire in Qin Yang to embrace her, but thankfully, reason prevailed over impulse. The atmosphere in the private room had taken on a subtly intimate tone. After a moment, Qin Yang took the initiative to place a piece of tender meat into Sophie's bowl. Miss Sophie, it is best to savor the food while it is hot. Sophie felt not only no aversion to Qin Yang's gesture, but also a noticeable uplift in her mood. She lifted her head, her voice gentle as she replied, thank you. Their meal lasted over half an hour as they chatted and enjoyed the food. Qin Yang, thoroughly pleased with the dishes, inevitably indulged a bit more, while Sophie remained more reserved, yet her appetite was evidently robust. Almost all the dishes on the table were devoured by the two. Miss Sophie, I need to use the restroom, Qin Yang announced, signaling Sophie before standing to exit the private room. Sophie, what exactly is your situation? Isn't it just a meal with Qin Yang? What is there to be so anxious about? Sophie mused, her gaze lingering on him, as if she feared Qin Yang might uncover her ulterior motives. No sooner had Qin Yang left the private room than Sophie, seated in her chair, couldn't help but mutter to herself, feeling utterly humiliated. She sensed that her persona as the aloof female CEO had likely vanished from Qin Yang's mind. In fact, it seemed that from the very beginning, he had never regarded her as particularly cold or distant. Oddly enough, Sophie herself found it perplexing. She typically maintained a stern and unyielding demeanor in front of others, yet in Qin Yang's presence, she appeared somewhat infatuated. It was as if she had been thoroughly captivated by his charm. Qin Yang, claiming he was heading to the restroom. Had merely sought an excuse to exit the private room. At that moment, he approached the front desk. "Excuse me, could you please inform me of the bill for room 405? I would like to settle it," he said with a pleasant smile, directing his gaze at the front desk staff. "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 7,600 yuan, the staff promptly replied after checking. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang took out his phone and scanned the code, transferring the funds. After settling the bill, he returned to the private room. When he saw Sophie lost in thought at her seat, he approached her and said, "Miss Su, I have already taken care of the meal. We can leave now." "Sophie, wasn't it agreed that I would treat you this time? Why did you rush to pay? Are you trying to impress me?" Sophie exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment upon realizing Qin Yang had covered the bill. As she regained her composure, a hint of dissatisfaction crept into her tone. "No, Miss Su, you misunderstand. I merely happened to pass by the front desk and took the opportunity to settle it. If you feel uncomfortable about this, we can arrange for you to treat me next time." Qin Yang replied with a light-hearted smile, eager to clarify. "Fine, I shall not hold it against you this time." Sophie feigned annoyance, yet inwardly, she felt a flicker of joy. She was well aware that Qin Yang was fabricating a pretext for her benefit. Since she could not treat him this time, she would have to wait for the next occasion, leaving her indebted to him for a meal. A moment later, the two walked side by side through the corridor towards the exit. "Miss Su, what a coincidence to find you dining here." As they emerged from the adjacent private room, a sharply dressed man appeared before them. Upon catching sight of Sophie, his face lit up with surprise, and his gaze fixated intently on her. "Mr. Ning, what a coincidence." Sophie was equally taken aback by the unexpected encounter, but quickly regained her composure to greet him. "Since we've met, why not join us for a drink inside? I am currently gathering with some friends. They would be delighted to have you, Miss Su." Ning Ziyuan extended an earnest invitation. "Ning, let us pass on that for now. When I have time, I will host you and your friends for a meal." Sophie hesitated briefly before decisively declining the offer. At that moment, Ning Ziyuan noticed a man standing beside Sophie. Qin Yang, with his striking looks and exceptional demeanor, filled Ning Ziyuan with a sense of unease. He instinctively believed that Sophie's resolute refusal was likely due to this man. "Ah, so the goddess has a friend by her side. My apologies for intruding." Ning Ziyuan chuckled, then turned his attention to Qin Yang, scrutinizing him closely. He did not conceal his curiosity regarding Qin Yang's identity and directly asked Sophie, "Might I inquire about this gentleman beside you, so I can make his acquaintance?" Sophie was momentarily taken aback by Ning Ziyuan's request. She had not anticipated him making such an inquiry. Ning Ziyuan was a major client of her company, and they had previously collaborated. Moreover, he had pursued her. But she had rejected him without hesitation, as she felt no attraction towards him. Now, it was evident that he harbored some hostility towards Qin Yang. Just then, a notification chimed in Qin Yang's mind. "Claim your territory and alleviate the goddess's troubles. Reward, 10 million in cash and a Supreme Black Diamond card." While Sophie was contemplating her response, Qin Yang heard the system's announcement. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with determination. "Hello, Mr. Ning, I am Qin Yang, Sophie's boyfriend." He introduced himself, wrapping an arm around Sophie's slender waist and gently pulling her close to his chest. In that moment, their stance appeared exceedingly intimate, reminiscent of a couple deeply in love. Ning Ziyuan stood frozen, astonished by the affectionate display between Qin Yang and Sophie. In the next instant, an uncontainable surge of anger ignited within him. He had considered the possibility of Qin Yang being one of Sophie's admirers, but he had never imagined that they were already in a relationship. What was more, this young man had the audacity to assert his claim right in front of him. Not only was Ning Ziyuan taken aback, but Sophie too wore an expression of shock. What was Qin Yang saying? When did he become my boyfriend? Who gave him the audacity to take such liberties? Sophie's initial instinct was to break free from Qin Yang's embrace. Yet as she felt the warmth of his chest and recognized that he was not overstepping any boundaries, her movements faltered. Is what he said true? Are you two indeed dating? Ning Ziyuan, witnessing the scene unfold, still clung to hope. He turned his gaze towards Sophie, seeking confirmation from her. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Ning. Qin Yang and I have just started dating, and we prefer to keep it private for now, which is why we haven't announced it publicly. I kindly request that you keep this matter confidential." Sophie chuckled awkwardly, seizing the opportunity to firmly dissuade Ning Ziyuan. The impact of Sophie's revelation struck Ning Ziyuan like a thunderclap, leaving him in disbelief. After a long pause, he looked at Qin Yang with eyes filled with jealousy. Unwilling to accept this, he pressed further. "Mr. Qin, you are quite impressive to have become Ms. Su's boyfriend. May I inquire about your profession?" "I am with the Black Swan Delivery Group, currently serving as a team leader," Qin Yang replied with a calm smile. "Mr. Qin, one should possess self-awareness. With your standing, you hardly seem worthy of Ms. Su." Ning Ziyuan retorted angrily, his voice laced with disdain. unable to fathom that Qin Yang was merely a delivery boy for Black Swan. How on earth did such a person manage to win over Sophie? It would be one thing to lose to a man of nobler status, but to be outdone by a mere delivery guy is utterly unacceptable to Ning Ziyuan. Mr. Ning, professions should not be judged by their worth. Your mindset is rather narrow. Someone retorted. Moreover, my relationship with Sophie is a private matter, and you ought to have no authority to intervene, correct? Even though Ning Ziyuan stood before him, exuding an air of superiority, Qin Yang maintained an unwavering confidence, treating him with indifference. Ning Ziyuan felt a surge of indignation. His face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. Sophie, let us go. With that, Qin Yang wrapped his arm around Sophie's slender waist and marched toward the exit, leaving Ning Ziyuan standing alone, watching their figures recede into the distance. Ding! The random task has been completed. Congratulations, the host has received 10 million in cash and a Supreme Black card. The rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. At that moment, Qin Yang felt a new bank card added to his pocket. After exiting the hotel and walking a few meters, Sophie could no longer contain herself. Just as her emotions were about to erupt, Qin Yang seemed to have anticipated it. He voluntarily released his hold around her waist and looked at her innocently, saying, Miss Sophie, I sincerely apologize. The situation earlier was exceptional, and I took the liberty of impersonating your boyfriend to come to your aid. If you find my actions too abrupt, I am willing to accept your punishment. One must admit, Qin Yang's strategy was remarkably astute. His retreating approach diminished Sophie's anger significantly. Upon reflection, she realized that Qin Yang's reasoning was not without merit. I understand. However, next time we encounter such a situation, please give me a heads up. Your sudden actions startled me. Remembering the earlier incident, Sophie felt a mix of surprise and delight. It was only due to her fondness for Qin Yang that she was so forgiving. Had it been anyone else, she doubted the matter would have been resolved so easily. I assure you, next time I will give you a signal beforehand. Seeing that Sophie was not genuinely upset, Qin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, fearing that his earlier actions might have tarnished her impression of him. However, I advise you to be cautious for a while. That Mr. Ning is quite proud and comes from a formidable background. I doubt he will let this matter rest easily. He might seek to trouble you further. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me immediately. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Sophie recalled Ning Ziyuan's typical behavior and swiftly reminded Qin Yang, Don't worry, I will be careful. Touched by Sophie's concern, warmth surged within Qin Yang. After escorting Sophie back to her company, he rode his motorcycle home. In the living room, Jiang Bei sat on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. Upon seeing Qin Yang enter, he leaped from the couch and ran up to him, curiosity etched on his face. Qin Gu, confess honestly, did you go on a date with the goddess Sophie this morning? Chapter 14. The Banquet of Hegemony. Are you turning into a gossip now, Jiang Bei? Instead of worrying about my affairs, you might as well go out and have a drink with your friends to pass the time. Qin Yang replied, noticing that Jiang Bei had been frequenting his place recently, as if planning to stay longer. Qin Gu, I just wanted to keep you company. Living in such a spacious house all alone, don't you feel lonely? My presence at least offers some companionship. Jiang Bei chuckled and then addressed Qin Yang. To raise funds, he had mortgaged all his properties, leaving only this one for Qin Yang to reside in. Otherwise, he might truly be homeless. All right. I know you well enough. You can stay here as long as you wish, but you must agree to one condition. Qin Yang guessed Jiang Bei's current predicament, but chose not to confront it directly. With a slight smirk, he added, no rummaging through my room, and absolutely no bringing women over for the night. Oh, I thought you would ask for something more serious. Rest assured, I would never do that, Jiang Bei assured, patting his chest with conviction. After establishing the rules, Qin Yang dismissed Jiang Bei and returned to his room. After a brief afternoon nap, he emerged around 4 o'clock. Only to find Jiang Bei absent, assuming he had gone out. Just then, the door of the adjacent guest room swung open, and Jiang Bei stepped out, excitement radiating from him. Qin Gu, hurry and change your clothes. I'm taking you out for a feast. All right, Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. Minutes later, they arrived at the garage, standing before a gleaming silver Lamborghini. Jiang Bei took the driver's seat, while Qin Yang instinctively settled into the passenger side. Just as Qin Yang fastened his seatbelt, the engine roared to life, akin to a beast growling, wild and powerful, igniting a rush of adrenaline. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself, once I have the time, I shall also purchase a supercar to drive. He had received a Supreme Black card and 10 million in savings, more than sufficient to acquire a luxury sports car. At the Dihao Club, an exclusive high-end establishment catering to VIPs, the annual fee for a standard VIP card amounted to 500,000. Above that, there were platinum and diamond cards. It was rumored that the highest-tier diamond card had an annual fee soaring to 5 million. Possessing a diamond card was undoubtedly a symbol of status and prestige. Here, one could frequently see the scions of affluent families and popular entertainment stars, highlighting the club's lofty threshold. Jiang Bei held a diamond card. When he presented it to the security personnel at the entrance, their expressions turned to shock, and their demeanor toward Jiang Bei and Qin Yang grew increasingly respectful. They ascended to the 8th floor, entering a spacious private room where several individuals had been waiting for quite some time. "Jiang Bei, you finally made it," Lu Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he saw Jiang Bei and Qin Yang enter. "Lu Xiao, Chen Xiao, Bai Jia, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting," Jiang Bei replied with a smile, his gaze shifting toward them. Seated at the table were two dashing young men and a strikingly beautiful woman, all of whom directed their attention toward Qin Yang and Jiang Bei. "No worries, we have just arrived as well," Bai Yaxin said with a radiant smile, her enchanting eyes sparkling. "Qin Ge, let us sit down and chat." Jiang Bei, unwilling to leave Qin Yang in the shadows, hastily beckoned him to take a seat. Chen Jiahao, noticing Jiang Bei's respectful demeanor towards Qin Yang, became intrigued by his identity. Thus, he bluntly inquired, "Jiang Bei, would you be so kind as to introduce us to your friend?" Instantly, the gazes of Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng, and Chen Jiahao converged upon Qin Yang. "This is Qin Yang, a prodigy from the finance department at Magic City University, my roommate for 4 years and my closest brother. Just yesterday, I pledged all the properties under my name to you, hoping to gather funds for him to assist in investments. Jiang Bei's invitation to this dinner is primarily to introduce my esteemed brother to everyone." Jiang Bei's circle of friends consisted of individuals of considerable wealth and status, among whom Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin, and Lu Feng shared the closest bond with him. Consequently, Jiang Bei candidly revealed Qin Yang's background without any hesitation. "Are you certain you are not jesting with us, Jiang Bei? You must realize that you are raising nearly 100 million in funds, such a colossal sum, and you are entrusting it to him for investment? Are you not concerned that this money might vanish into thin air?" Bai Yaxin's expression was one of sheer astonishment. She could hardly fathom the extent of Jiang Bei's audacious decision. This amount, even in reputable investment firms, was substantial, and the certainty of returns was far from guaranteed, let alone placing such trust in a recent university graduate. "Indeed, Jiang Bei, have you considered this carefully? While your family may be affluent enough to absorb such a loss, if your parents were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly result in a severe reprimand." Chen Jiahao's brows furrowed, expressing skepticism about Qin Yang's capabilities. To him, Jiang Bei's actions appeared rash. "I concur with Bai Jia and Chen Ge. Their points are quite valid. You cannot let emotions cloud your judgment." Lu Feng promptly nodded, aligning himself with Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin. It was evident that this dinner possessed deeper significance. The trio was eager to discern who Qin Yang truly was, capable of inspiring such reverence from Jiang Bei, to the extent that he was willing to risk investing a considerable fortune in him. Naturally, they were equally apprehensive of Jiang Bei falling victim to deceit. "Lu Xiao, Chen Xiao, Bai Jia, where are your thoughts leading you? You have yet to witness Qin Yang's investment prowess firsthand, which is why you harbor such misconceptions about him. He is not merely a bookworm. He has previously assisted me in making considerable profits from investments. This opportunity is rare, and I will not let it slip through my fingers," Jiang Bei remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he recognized their earnest attempts to dissuade him. At this moment, he finally grasped their intentions for inviting him and Qin Yang to dinner. "Jiang Bei, you must understand that this investment is monumental, not trivial. If this money were to be lost, could you bear the consequences?" Bai Yaxin interjected, unable to hold back as she observed Jiang Bei's fervent defense of Qin Yang, seemingly entranced by his arguments. "Bai Jia, I appreciate your concern, but the situation is not as you perceive it. Qin Yang is indeed exceptionally skilled in investments, and I trust he will not let me down." Jiang Bei shook his head, clearly unfazed by their warnings. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly awkward. At that moment, Lu Feng turned his gaze directly towards Qin Yang and asked, "Qin Yang, do you not wish to say anything?" As soon as he spoke, the attention of everyone shifted to Qin Yang. He shrugged nonchalantly, donning a relaxed expression before replying, "As Jiang Bei's friend, I would never harm him. He has chosen to trust me with this significant sum for investment, and I assure you, I will not disappoint him. As for your opinions of me, I remain indifferent. After all, I harbor little interest in your perspectives." Chen Jiahao's expression darkened, and he shot a menacing glance at Qin Yang. As the scion of the illustrious Qin family, he was accustomed to respect and power, and never had he been so insulted by an unknown youth. Had it not been for his consideration of Jiang Bei's close ties with Qin Yang, he would have undoubtedly confronted him. Nevertheless, the indignation within him boiled over, and he could not restrain his anger any longer. "You have quite the audacity, young man. Chen Xiao, temper your anger. For my sake, let us not hold this against Qin Yang, Jiang Bei interjected, stepping forward to advocate on Qin Yang's behalf. He understood that Chen Jiahao's agitation stemmed from concern for him rather than any ill intent. Subsequently, he leaned closer to Qin Yang, hastily explaining, Qin Yang, perhaps you should say less. Chen Xiao is my friend, and I would prefer to avoid any discord between you two. This unfolding scene left Lu Feng and Bai Yaxin visibly perplexed. Jiang Bei's father, Jiang Hai, was a real estate magnate in Magic City, owning companies that controlled multiple five-star hotels and commercial complexes, with assets amounting to tens of billions, if not exceeding 100 billion. As the sole heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Bei's status was hardly inferior to theirs. Yet, his deference to Qin Yang was utterly confounding. Could it be that this young man truly possessed extraordinary talents? Very well, in light of your standing, I shall overlook their transgressions. Did you not promise me a sumptuous feast? I find myself rather hungry. Perhaps we should have the server bring out the dishes? Qin Yang had no desire to entangle himself further with these affluent youths. Had he foreseen that Jiang Bei would drag him into such a gathering, he would have never consented to attend. Of course, we shall proceed as per Qin Ji's wishes. I will summon the server to bring out the dishes, Jiang Bei replied. Well acquainted with Qin Yang's character, understanding that he was seeking a way out, Jiang Bei's face brightened as he called for the server to begin ordering. After selecting 12 exquisite dishes, including Australian lobster, Kobe beef, and caviar, each an extravagant delicacy, Jiang Bei concluded by ordering 2 bottles of 1995 Lafite. Moments later, he turned to the visibly irate Chen Jiahao, pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to him with a conciliatory smile. Chen Xiao, please forgive Qin Yang. He is not accustomed to our customs. If he has offended you, I offer this tea as a gesture of apology on his behalf. Upon witnessing Jiang Bei's overture of goodwill, Lu Feng nudged Chen Jiahao, urging him to temper his resentment. Chen Jiahao's expression softened slightly as he raised his cup to clink it with Jiang Bei's. For your sake, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter any further. With that, he drained the cup of tea in one gulp. Noticing the misunderstandings surrounding Qin Yang, Jiang Bei realized he had to step in and clarify. He stood up, his demeanor grave, and addressed Chen Jiahao and the others, saying, I understand your concerns for me, fearing that my investment in Brother Qin could lead to significant losses. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Brother Qin has invested all the funds I gathered into the stock market, and within just 5 to 6 hours, we have already seen profits exceeding $1 million. I have complete faith in his capabilities, and I hope you will not harbor any further misconceptions about him. Before leaving, Jiang Bei had already checked his account balance. He discovered that, in just a few hours, his stock holdings had amassed over $1 million in profit. This realization fortified his confidence in Qin Yang. What? He invested the money in the stock market? In just 5 to 6 hours, he has already made over $1 million? Jiang Bei, are you certain you are not jesting with us? Bai Yaxin was the first to recover from her astonishment, her expression one of sheer disbelief as she immediately sought confirmation from Jiang Bei. Bai Jia, when have I ever deceived you? Jiang Bei replied earnestly. If you doubt me, I can show you my investment account right now. As he spoke, he quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket. He opened the stock trading app, displayed the account's gains and losses, and then handed the phone over. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin immediately crowded around, their eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at the phone screen. A few moments later, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment, particularly Chen Jiahao, whose mouth hung agape, as if an egg could fit inside. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon Qin Yang, believing him to be merely a recent graduate with no qualifications or capability to assist Jiang Bei in managing such a substantial sum. Little did he know he would soon be forcefully proven wrong. These 3 stocks were all chosen by Brother Qin? Bai Yaxin's eyes flickered with intrigue as she quickly sought confirmation from Jiang Bei. Indeed, Jiang Bei nodded in affirmation. He then turned to Bai Yaxin, posing a question. Bai Jia, do you recall the time you asked me to accompany you in stock trading, and we ended up losing $3 million? Of course. How does this relate to Qin Yang? Bai Yaxin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the mention. Had she not insisted on dragging Jiang Bei into that investment, he would not have suffered such a loss. Although a mere few million was a trifling amount relative to their wealth, it still stung. It certainly does relate. Brother Qin knew I was feeling down after losing in the stock market, which is why he decided to help me recover some losses. After all, we had done similar things back in university. He has helped me numerous times, and I have never incurred a loss with his investments. At times, I would earn hundreds of thousands, and at others, even millions. This time, Brother Qin has identified a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the market, which is why he encouraged me to raise funds. As for how much, he did not specify. My trust in Brother Qin's investment acumen is absolute, which is why I mortgaged my properties and borrowed from you all to amass such a significant sum for his investment. Chapter 16. The most deadly conceit. Once Jiang Bei finished speaking, the trio's gazes towards Qin Yang shifted from disdain to respect. They admired his audacity to manage such a large sum of money at his age. After all, even if any of them were in his position, they would not dare to be so reckless. Most importantly, Qin Yang appeared utterly unperturbed by the prospect of financial loss. Did he truly possess such unwavering confidence in his investments? Or did he possess an extraordinary talent in this domain? These questions sparked immense curiosity within the trio. Brother Qin, why not share a few words? Jiang Bei chuckled awkwardly, stepping forward, hoping to bridge the gap between Qin Yang and Bai Jie. Please, I am not sure what to say. Qin Yang quickly waved his hand, declining Jiang Bei's suggestion. Brother Qin, just explain why you chose to invest in these 3 stocks, so Bai Jie and the others can witness your prowess. This way, they will no longer misunderstand you. Jiang Bei was determined for Qin Yang to seize the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, stepping closer and firmly grasping his arm, displaying an air of persistence. All right, I concede. Ultimately, Qin Yang, compelled by the insistence, relented. He then cast a glance at Bai Yaxin and the others before speaking. The reason for selecting these 3 stocks stems from my analysis of the current market trends. I predict that they will soar in value over the forthcoming period. Such an opportunity is rare, and I certainly would not let it pass. Thus, I advised Jiang Bei to invest early. Of course, I was also quite surprised by the substantial amount he managed to raise privately. However, it also indicates that he trusts my capabilities, which brings me great satisfaction. If all goes as anticipated, Jiang Bei's personal wealth should see remarkable growth in the near future. At that moment, the private room fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng, and Chen Jiahao exchanged glances, seemingly processing Qin Yang's earlier statements. Jiahao, isn't your uncle the head of a securities company? Why not give him a call to confirm the potential of these 3 stocks that Qin Yang has selected? Bai Yaxin, being the most mature among them, considered the matter with meticulous care, suggesting a practical course of action despite her own inexperience in such situations. Right. How could I not think of that? It seems Bai Jie is indeed reliable in critical moments. Chen Jiahao's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled he could seek assistance from his uncle. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed his uncle's number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Jiahao, why are you calling your uncle? Is there something on your mind? Meanwhile, in the office of Blue Ocean Securities, a middle-aged man sat comfortably in his chair, a cigar poised between his fingers, smiling as he spoke to his nephew on the other end of the line. He was Chen Jiahao's uncle, Qin Tianjin. Uncle, I have a question I would like to ask you, and I need you to answer truthfully. This concerns an investment of nearly 100 million by my friend. Chen Jiahao did not mince words, diving straight to the point. Oh, a 100 million investment? It seems your friend is quite the player, Qin Tianjin replied, intrigued by the seriousness of his nephew's tone. Go ahead, ask away. Your uncle will certainly provide you with all the information I can. I have 3 stocks I would like you to evaluate from a professional standpoint. I want to know if they hold significant potential. At this moment, the question of whether it is worthwhile to hold a significant investment lingered in the air. Qin Jiahao, without hesitation, relayed the names of the 3 stocks held by Jiang Bei: Jiexing New Energy Company, Haiqiong Biotech Company, and Kongmei Biopharmaceutical Company. Qin Tianjin promptly opened his computer and swiftly located these 3 stocks, analyzing them from his most professional perspective. As the minutes ticked by, 5, then 10, his expression morphed into one of incredulity. Uncle, are you still on the line? Chen Jiahao asked, noticing his uncle remained silent. Anxiously, he pressed on. Come on. Tell me, who is the friend that invested in these 3 stocks? His uncle's discerning investment insight was truly remarkable. Had it not been for Jiahao's reminder, he would not have recognized the astonishing potential of these stocks. Qin Tianjin was thoroughly astonished. At that moment, his curiosity piqued. Who was the astute individual capable of selecting these 3 stocks? If possible, he would very much like to meet him. What, uncle? Are you implying that these 3 stocks will surge dramatically in the near future? Chen Jiahao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even his uncle, a seasoned professional, would arrive at the same conclusion as Qin Yang. This unequivocally validated Qin Yang's earlier assertions. Indeed, if all goes as expected, the increase should be substantial. If your friend invests 100 million, this venture will undoubtedly yield significant returns. Jiahao, you still haven't answered me. Who is that friend? I wasn't aware you had such a formidable investment expert by your side. Qin Tianjin was deeply intrigued by this individual and was eager to uncover his identity. You know him, uncle? It's Jiang Bei. However, the one who advised him on these 3 stocks is another person entirely. His name is Qin Yang, a classmate from Jiang Bei University, reputed to be a financial prodigy. Initially, I did not believe him, thinking he was simply boasting. But now it appears I severely underestimated him. A rueful smile crept across Chen Jiahao's lips as he realized that he had unwittingly played the fool. No wonder Qin Yang had exuded such confidence. It turned out he was indeed an investment virtuoso. Zhang Bei's earlier remarks were not mere jest. Jiahao, you hail from a privileged background, often viewing others with disdain. It is not surprising that you occasionally overlook talent. I advise you to drop any pretensions in the presence of such exceptional individuals. If you wish to cultivate a relationship with them, you must align with their interests. In this regard, Zhang Bei clearly surpasses you. If you have the opportunity, seek his counsel more often. Qin Tianzheng recognized Zhang Bei previously. Qin Jiahao had brought him home as a guest. Uncle, I understand. Qin Jiahao replied after a brief silence. All right, I'll hang up. Soon, the line went dead. Meanwhile, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng exchanged expectant glances with Qin Jiahao. However, judging by his expression, the outcome was not difficult to surmise. My uncle's analysis aligns closely with Qin Yang's. In other words, this investment is unlikely to incur losses and is highly likely to yield profits. Qin Jiahao turned his gaze toward Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng before speaking. Chapter 17. Zhang Bei's request, the scion of a wealthy family with a staggering investment. Boom. Upon hearing Qin Jiahao's words, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that even Qin Jiahao's uncle would personally corroborate Qin Yang's perspective. This confirmation underscored Qin Yang's undeniable expertise. It was now clear why Zhang Bei held him in such high regard. Brother Qin, what I said earlier was mere folly. Please do not take it to heart. Allow me to offer you my apologies over tea. Qin Jiahao, regaining his composure, chuckled awkwardly as he poured a cup of tea and hurriedly presented it to Qin Yang. Young Master Qin, now you see the true extent of my brother Qin's prowess. Do you not? I am not exaggerating. Among our peers, I have yet to meet anyone as exceptional as him. Although he may not come from a prestigious lineage, I only acknowledge his unmatched ability to generate wealth. Zhang Bei, standing beside Qin Yang, began to extol his virtues, seemingly eager for everyone to grasp just how remarkable Qin Yang truly was. Enough, Zhang Bei. You're laying it on a bit thick, Qin Yang replied, his face flushing slightly, clearly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he naturally became the center of attention in any gathering, he preferred to maintain a low profile. At that moment, Zhang Bei's praise was almost too much for him to bear. Brother Qin, I'm merely stating facts. Why are you blushing? Besides, they are my closest friends, not outsiders. There is no need for you to be so modest. Zhang Bei was clearly intent on integrating Qin Yang into his social circle while simultaneously expanding his network. He understood that although Qin Yang was exceptionally talented, success often requires the support of others. Zhang Bei was eager to act as a guide, leveraging his connections to help Qin Yang achieve even greater heights. Indeed, Zhang Bei speaks the truth. Qin Yang, we've forged an acquaintance through our little misunderstandings. Let us not dwell on the past. It was evident that Qin Jiahao was keen to befriend Qin Yang. Brother Qin, you're all my friends. There is no reason to let a trivial matter create discord. How about we all share a drink to celebrate our newfound friendship? This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement from Qin Jiahao and the others, who cast grateful glances at Zhang Bei. Then let us do as you suggest. Recognizing Zhang Bei's intentions, Qin Yang was not one to reject the gesture. He understood that these three individuals, who mingled with Zhang Bei, likely hailed from respectable backgrounds themselves. However, Qin Yang held no particular ambitions regarding this. Rather, he wished to spare Zhang Bei any embarrassment. After a while, the waiter finally brought out a series of dishes along with a bottle of Lafite. Zhang Bei took the initiative to fill everyone's glasses and then smiled, saying, "Let us raise a toast to forget any previous unpleasantness and to celebrate my modest gains in the stock market. Cheers! Cheers!" Qin Yang, Lu Feng, Qin Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin all genuinely rejoiced for Zhang Bei. Soon, the atmosphere at the table grew lively, with the group engaging in casual conversation and boasting about recent acquisitions, like a newly purchased limited edition supercar or the profits from their investments. Throughout the evening, Zhang Bei remained the center of attention. Zhang Bei, you are truly fortunate to have an investment wizard like Qin Yang strategizing for you. With that, aren't you practically making money in your sleep? Moreover, my uncle mentioned that the stocks you hold may experience a significant upswing in the near future. At that point, your earnings could multiply exponentially. Qin Jiahao remarked with a hint of envy as he addressed Zhang Bei. Subsequently, he discreetly glanced towards Qin Yang from the corner of his eye. To speak candidly, such a lucrative opportunity is rare. If possible, he too wished to partake in it. However, having previously had a misunderstanding with Qin Yang, he felt hesitant to broach the subject. Zhang Bei, observing the expressions of Qin Jiahao and his two companions, quickly surmised their thoughts. With a sheepish smile, he proactively poured a glass of wine for Qin Yang, tentatively inquiring, "Brother Qin, Is it still possible to invest at this juncture? Young Master Chen, young Master Lu, and Sister Bai, they have always been quite supportive of me. Given this rare opportunity, I wish to help them earn a bit of pocket money. What do you think? Qin Yang maintained a nonchalant demeanor, having anticipated Jiang Bei's proposition. After all, Jiang Bei was not the type to indulge in solitary gains. Jiang Bei, are you serious? Qin Yang did not rush to respond to Jiang Bei's question, but instead regarded him with a serious expression. Of course, Jiang Bei replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. So, you all wish to invest a sum? Qin Yang then directed his gaze towards Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng, and Chen Jiahao, directly asking, if possible. We certainly wouldn't want to miss this opportunity, Bai Yaxin replied with a slight smile. Observing this, Qin Yang fell silent for a moment. For Bai Yaxin and the others, that brief pause felt like an eternity. All right, I agree. However, you all must adhere to my rules. Qin Yang lifted his gaze, swiftly meeting the eyes of the three. What rules? Lu Feng inquired curiously. You will entrust the money to Brother Qin for investment, and the profits will be shared 50-50. At that moment, Jiang Bei interjected to elucidate Qin Yang's explanation. Hearing this clarification, Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin, and Lu Feng exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying, no problem. What amount do you intend to invest? Qin Yang raised his glass and took a gentle sip before asking after a brief moment. I can contribute 50 million. Lu Feng was the first to respond. I will invest 30 million. Bai Yaxin, having invested substantially in various enterprises, found her liquid assets limited. And given her losses in the stock market recently, this 30 million was her utmost capacity. Jiahao, how much do you plan to invest? Jiang Bei curiously asked. As Chen Jiahao had yet to voice his intent. 100 million. Chen Jiahao's eyes sparkled, evidently unwilling to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. And he boldly declared an amount that left everyone present astounded. Jiahao, how dare you play so big? Perhaps you should reconsider? Bai Yaxin expressed concern, though she held a certain level of faith in Qin Yang's abilities. However, investments in the stock market inherently carry risks, and no one could guarantee significant returns. While Jiang Bei's trust in Qin Yang was understandable, why did Chen Jiahao also exhibit such confidence? Was it possible that his uncle had shared some insider information with him? Rest assured, Sister Bai, I am not acting impulsively. On the contrary, this decision comes after much contemplation. My confidence in Qin Yang's investment prowess leads me to believe he will not disappoint us. Chen Jiahao smiled slightly, then turned his gaze towards Bai Yaxin to elaborate. Since you have made up your mind, I will refrain from persuading you further. Bai Yaxin recognized Chen Jiahao's determination and realized that any further attempts at persuasion would be futile. Young Master Chen, I never imagined you would be even more audacious than I. Jiang Bei was similarly astonished by Chen Jiahao's boldness. However, recalling the Chen family's strength and foundation in the metropolis, he quickly came to terms with it. 100 million is merely a trifling sum for the Qin family. With everyone placing their trust in him, Qin Yang was resolute not to let them down. Rest assured, within half a month, you will be grateful for today's decision. Presently, Qin Yang possessed the abilities akin to that of an investment sage. The three stocks he had meticulously selected were unlikely to falter, and it was anticipated that their prices would soar in the coming period, yielding substantial returns. Let us toast to our success. Cheers. Jiang Bei stood up, holding his glass aloft with an exhilarated expression as he addressed everyone. The dinner gathering allowed Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin to realize Qin Yang's true capabilities. They considered this a momentous occasion worthy of celebration, and thus, the group indulged heartily in their meal. By 8:30 in the evening, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei departed from the Dihao Club. Having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, they were unable to drive and opted for a designated driver. The driver took Jiang Bei home, while Qin Yang hailed a taxi to follow behind. Within an hour, both returned home. Jiang Bei, I'll take a shower to freshen up. Qin Yang informed Jiang Bei before retrieving a change of clothes from his room and heading into the bathroom. After spending a few minutes washing up, he emerged feeling considerably less inebriated. Soon, he made his way to the living room. At that moment, Jiang Bei looked at him with excitement and said, Brother Qin, Sister Bai, and the others have transferred the money to my account. All right, I understand. Tomorrow morning, transfer the money to the investment account. Follow my instructions then. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Qin, I've noticed quite a transformation in you lately. Managing over 100 million in funds, you remain so composed. Had this been in the past, you would have been ecstatic for days. Could it be that your career ambitions have skyrocketed since you fell in love? Jiang Bei gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment. Had he not been observant, he might not have noticed such a significant change in Qin Yang. Rubbish, Qin Yang retorted with an exasperated roll of his eyes. His calm demeanor stemmed from viewing wealth merely as a string of numbers. Possessing the prowess of an investment sage had rendered his perception of money rather indifferent. Given sufficient time, his assets would multiply rapidly. Moreover, He now had access to a cutting-edge system. A mere few hundred million held no weight in Qin Yang's eyes. I just find you rather peculiar. I can't quite articulate what's different, Jiang Bei remarked, his gaze scrutinizing Qin Yang. All right, I believe you've had enough to drink. You should head to bed. Qin Yang chuckled and said. He had no time to indulge in idle chatter with Jiang Bei, and after speaking, he retreated to his room to rest. The following morning, having retired early the previous night, Qin Yang awoke before 7 o'clock. After freshening up and noticing the pleasant weather outside, he changed into athletic wear and running shoes, preparing to jog near the community. Within a few minutes, Qin Yang's figure appeared by the lakeside. In the early morning, numerous joggers can be seen, seemingly all residing within the same neighborhood. Qin Yang, who regularly engages in physical exercise, possesses commendable stamina. After running a few kilometers back and forth, a light sheen of sweat begins to form upon his brow. As he heads towards his residential community, his gaze is drawn to a striking figure. Qin Yang, what a coincidence. I never expected to see you here for a morning jog. A melodious voice soon reaches his ears. It is Lu Ruyan, the belle of the finance department at Magic City University and Qin Yang's classmate. At this moment, she is clad in a delightful pink athletic ensemble that accentuates her alluring figure splendidly. Her hair is neatly tied back with a headband, exuding an air of sophistication. Lu Ruyan, what brings you here? Upon encountering such a captivating beauty, particularly one he knows, Qin Yang's footsteps come to an abrupt halt. A look of puzzlement crosses his face as he directly inquires. I just moved to Jiangwan Community yesterday, residing on the 6th floor of Building 3. I heard from Jiang Bei that you live around here. It's quite a surprise to meet you so soon. Lu Ruyan beams, her enchanting eyes fixed on Qin Yang as she speaks softly. Is that so? Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Qin Yang, who decided to embark on this morning jog on a whim, is pleasantly surprised to encounter an old classmate. By the way, I heard you didn't pursue a job in finance after graduation. What are you currently doing? Where is your company located? Lu Ruyan, in a cheerful mood upon seeing Qin Yang again, can't help but inquire about his occupation and workplace. Have you heard of Black Swan Delivery Group? Qin Yang responds with a smile, his gaze resting on Lu Ruyan. Yes, of course. Are you working as a delivery driver there? Lu Ruyan's expression shifts to one of astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. She finds it hard to fathom that the former top scholar of their department has chosen a path of delivering food rather than joining a prestigious finance firm. What could have transpired in Qin Yang's life? Indeed, this job offers freedom without the burdens of a 9-to-5 grind, and the income is quite decent. In less than 3 months, I've already been promoted to team leader. Qin Yang chuckles lightly, unabashedly admitting to his current situation despite Lu Ruyan's astonishment. Qin Yang, this line of work is a waste of your talents and abilities. As your classmate, I feel compelled to advise you that this is not a sustainable choice. You are far too exceptional to be overlooked, Lu Ruyan asserts earnestly, clearly distressed by the thought of Qin Yang squandering his potential. Ruyan, everyone has their own way of life. I see nothing regrettable about my choice. Furthermore, delivering food is merely a side job for me. My main focus remains on financial investments, so you needn't worry, Qin Yang shrugs, offering Lu Ruyan some reassurance. I see. It seems I was overthinking it. Lu Ruyan, upon hearing Qin Yang's explanation, realizes her misunderstanding. A blush creeps onto her face, revealing her slight embarrassment. By the way, where do you work now? Qin Yang, curious, inquires further. Huanyu Finance. My cousin is an executive there, and she submitted my resume. When I was notified for an interview, I barely had time to prepare. Luckily, I still managed to get accepted, Lu Ruyan recalls, a smile gracing her lips at the memory. That's excellent. I am familiar with that finance company. It ranks among the top in Magic City. They had previously extended an invitation to me as well, but I prefer to avoid constraints, so I declined. Qin Yang replies with a shrug. He speaks truthfully. With his academic achievements and resume, he had already become a coveted candidate among various financial firms even before graduation. Qin Yang, could you please refrain from boasting? This attitude might cost you friends, Lu Ruyan responds, somewhat disheartened by Qin Yang's humble bragging, though she is well aware of his capabilities. Oh, I'm merely stating facts, Qin Yang replies with an innocent expression. Have you finished your jog? Come. I know a wonderful tea restaurant nearby. Let me treat you to breakfast, Lu Ruyan suggests suddenly, looking at Qin Yang. Sure, but I insist on paying. I've never been one to let a woman cover the bill. Qin Yang agrees without hesitation. You haven't changed a bit, Lu Ruyan remarks as they walk side by side. During their university days, Lu Ruyan and Qin Yang shared a good rapport. There were moments when she felt compelled to express her affection for him, yet Qin Yang was never interested in romance at that time. Many girls, including those from other departments and wealthy heiresses, confessed their feelings to him, all of whom he turned down without exception. Learning from these experiences, Lu Ruyan buried her feelings deep within, fearing that revealing them might jeopardize their friendship. A significant reason Lu Rian moved to Jiangwan community was indeed to be closer to Qin Yang. Half an hour later, they arrive at a stylishly decorated tea restaurant, settling into a quiet corner. "Good day, sir and madam. May I take your order?" The waiter approaches promptly. "Please bring us several of your restaurant's signature dishes." Lu Rian replies with a radiant smile. "Certainly." The waiter nods before departing. In less than 5 minutes, the waiter returns with an array of delectable breakfast items, placing them on the table. "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests," he announces. Qin Yang's gaze falls upon the exquisite dishes, each one tantalizingly appetizing. "Qin Yang, you must try this." Lu Rian eagerly picks up her chopsticks, placing a steamed bun into Qin Yang's bowl. "Thank you." Qin Yang expresses his gratitude as he accepts the offering. After running several kilometers, he feels a significant appetite. Faced with such delicious food, he is more than willing to indulge. With a sense of curiosity, he takes a bite of the bun, savoring the flavorful meat filling and the burst of juices. "This bun is truly delightful. Rian, you should try it as well," he smiles, urging her to taste. "All right, I will give it a try." Their breakfast unfolds in a delightful atmosphere, both enjoying the moment thoroughly. Before leaving, Qin Yang ordered a few more items to pack, intending to bring them back for Jiang Bei. Beside him, Lu Ruyan wore a peculiar expression. "Recently, Jiang Bei had been staying at my place, and I was packing these for him." Fearing that Lu Ruyan might misunderstand, Qin Yang quickly offered an explanation. "I see. I truly envy the bond you two share," Lu Ruyan remarked with a smile, her expression tinged with admiration. Chuckling awkwardly, Qin Yang felt a hint of ambiguity in her words, though he wondered if he was simply overthinking it. "Let us go. I'll escort you back." A few minutes later, the waiter finished packing Qin Yang's breakfast. After settling the bill, he set off to return Lu Ruyan home. Upon arriving, he noticed that Jiang Bei was still asleep, so he headed to the guest room. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, immediately spotting Jiang Bei sprawled on the bed, sleeping like a log. "Jiang Bei, wake up! I brought you breakfast," Qin Yang exclaimed, seizing Jiang Bei's arm and yanking him upright. "Brother Qin, please let me sleep a little longer. I'm utterly exhausted," Jiang Bei mumbled, his eyes remaining shut as he turned over, attempting to fall back asleep. "I'll give you 10 seconds. If you're not up by then, I'll cancel this morning's investment plan." Qin Yang, having spent ample time with Jiang Bei, understood that he was notoriously difficult to rouse. Without a little coercion, he wouldn't comply. In a mere second, Jiang Bei's eyes flew open, and he sprang from the bed. He then donned a comically pained expression. "Brother Qin, this isn't fair. All I want is to enjoy a lazy morning." However, Qin Yang remained unmoved. "Enough. Get up, wash up, and eat the breakfast on the table. The investment plan starts at 10 o'clock. Before that, you must prepare the funds in your account." After delivering his instructions, he left Jiang Bei's room and returned to change clothes. "Got it," Jiang Bei replied, now fully awake, and he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Exiting the living room, he indeed found breakfast laid out on the table. As he sat down to eat, Qin Yang emerged from his room and settled on the sofa. "Jiang Bei, have you mentioned to Lu Ruyan that I'm staying with you?" Qin Yang inquired, breaking the silence. Brother Qin, how did you know?" Jiang Bei's bun suddenly lost its appeal as shock registered on his face. He clearly hadn't anticipated Qin Yang would bring this up. "This morning, during my jog, I ran into her. She informed me that she just moved to Jiangwan community and mentioned that you told her I reside here. I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation," Qin Yang remarked with a knowing glint in his eyes. Jiang Bei's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. "Brother Qin, let me explain. Lu, the campus beauty, has always been curious about your whereabouts. One time, when I was drunk, she called me, and I accidentally let it slip. I swear, it wasn't intentional." Chapter 20. The enchanting goddess Su initiates an invitation at 10 in the morning. Qin Yang, managing an account holding 180 million, invested all the funds into the stock market. Jiang Bei watched in sheer astonishment. Coupled with his previous 90 million, Qin Yang had personally invested 270 million. Even with Jiang Bei's substantial background, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Yet, Qin Yang appeared unperturbed, as if he had no qualms about potential losses. "For the next few days, keep an eye on the account. If there are any significant fluctuations, notify me immediately," Qin Yang instructed Jiang Bei before exiting the study. He understood that this investment was his responsibility, and though he believed profits were inevitable, he wanted Jiang Bei to remain vigilant in case of unforeseen circumstances. After all, Jiang Bei had plenty of time on his hands, making it an opportune moment for him to hone his skills. "Absolutely," Jiang Bei replied without hesitation. In the president's office, Su Fei had just finalized a contract with Jessica Company, completing her work for the day. She eagerly dialed Qin Yang's number. "Qin Yang, are you free today?" As soon as the call connected, Qin Yang was greeted by Su Fei's melodious voice. instantly lifting his spirits. Of course, with an invitation from Miss Su. I am most certainly available, Qin Yang replied, a smile creeping onto his face. Noticing his swift response, Su Fei's lips curled into a subtle smile. Jessica and my company have officially signed a contract. To express my gratitude, I'd like to treat you to lunch. I'll send you the address shortly. Hearing Su Fei's news filled Qin Yang with genuine happiness. Congratulations, President Su. Your company is reaching new heights. Make sure you come. Don't be late. Su Fei reminded, recalling the last time Qin Yang had kept her waiting during their blind date. She would not allow such an occurrence to repeat itself. Rest assured. Miss Su, I promise to arrive early. This time, I'll be the one waiting for you. Qin Yang responded with a chuckle before hanging up. Seated in her office chair, Su Fei's eyes sparkled, and a smile broke across her face, oblivious to the knock of her secretary, Shuya. The next moment, Shuya happened to witness Su Fei's enchanting demeanor. My goodness, how could President Su display such a lovesick expression? Am I seeing things? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Su Fei snapped back to reality, noticing Shuya's astonished gaze. Quickly, she composed herself, her expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. Shuya, didn't you learn to knock before entering? President, I did. Perhaps you were so lost in your thoughts that you didn't hear me, Shuya replied, her face taking on an innocent expression as she pleaded for forgiveness. Fine, it won't happen again. Check if I have any appointments scheduled for this afternoon. Su Fei instructed with a serious tone. At 2 o'clock, there's a quarterly summary meeting. At 3:30, the CEO of Shangshida has scheduled a meeting with you to discuss collaboration. Shuya quickly scanned her itinerary and reported back to Su Fei. Cancel the afternoon meeting and reschedule my appointment with Shangshida's CEO. I don't want any interruptions this afternoon, Su Fei commanded decisively, leaving Shuya completely stunned. She has served as Sophie's assistant for a full year and a half. In her mind, Sophie epitomizes the quintessential career woman, aloof, commanding, and exceedingly dedicated to her work. In the past, Sophie would never allow personal matters to interfere with her professional commitments. Even when confronted with conflicts between personal issues and work, she would invariably prioritize the company's affairs, never once delaying her responsibilities. However, at this moment, Sophie has dramatically altered her usual demeanor. Shuya recalls entering the office and seeing Sophie with a dreamy smile on her face. Suddenly, it dawns on her, and she conjures up countless romantic scenarios in her mind. Could it be that Miss Sophie is about to meet someone of great significance this afternoon? It must be so. Otherwise, she would never make such a monumental decision. The icy, stoic CEO might actually be embarking on a romantic venture? Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly leave many of Sophie's admirers heartbroken. Unbeknownst to Sophie, Shuya's imagination is running wild. She tidies her belongings, picks up her designer handbag from the table, and strides out of the CEO's office. Simultaneously, Qin Yang receives the restaurant address from Sophie via WeChat. Grabbing his keys, he promptly heads out, making his way to the location. Sophia Restaurant, a lavishly decorated establishment exuding sophistication. The clientele here predominantly comprises couples, elegantly attired and engaging in cultured conversation. The ambience of the restaurant is undeniably inviting. Sophie's friends had often spoken of its esteemed reputation, but she had never found the opportunity to visit. After much contemplation, she resolves to invite Qin Yang to dine here, compelled by an inner voice that insists he is someone extraordinary. Missing the chance to connect with this man would be a lifelong regret. Although she has known Qin Yang for merely 2 days, he has left an indelible impression on her, and her fondness for him far surpasses that for any other man. As Sophie's silhouette graces the entrance of the restaurant, she captures the attention of numerous male patrons. At this moment, she dons a white dress that gracefully grazes her knees, accentuating her alluring figure and perfect curves. With her natural beauty and captivating aura as a formidable CEO, she radiates a powerful presence as she strides towards the dining area. Her eyes shimmer, scanning the surroundings, ultimately resting on a handsome man in the corner. With each step, her long, fair legs, adorned in high heels, sway enticingly, drawing envious glances from all the men in the restaurant towards him. This handsome man is none other than Qin Yang. He had arrived early, deliberately choosing a table by the window to minimize the attention of onlookers when Sophie arrived. Unfortunately, he underestimated Sophie's allure and the jealousy of the other male patrons. Qin Yang, you've arrived quite early. Have you been waiting long? Sophie approaches and gracefully sits down in front of him, her captivating eyes sparkling and a hint of a smile gracing her lips. No, I just got here a little while ago. Waiting for a goddess like you makes even the longest wait worthwhile, Qin Yang replies with a gentle smile. At that moment, Sophie's heart races, her cheeks flush, and she can't help but feel a wave of bashfulness wash over her. She had not anticipated that Qin Yang would express such sentiments so openly. Chapter 21. The center of attention, Qin Yang boldly declares his feelings. Such flattery. Sophie feigns reproach, yet within her heart, it feels as though she has consumed a jar of honey, sweetening her mood. Take a look around, he suggests, prompting her to observe the surroundings. Instinctively, Sophie lifts her gaze, complying with his request, and is met with an astonishing sight. Almost every male gaze in the restaurant is directed towards her and Qin Yang, solidifying their status as the focal point of the evening. Now you must believe that I am merely speaking the truth, Qin Yang replies, amusement dancing in his eyes. The scene is clearly unexpected for him as well, for he had not anticipated that Sophie would adorn herself so beautifully for their meeting, instantly capturing the attention of all the men present. Shall we order? This meal is on me, as a token of gratitude for your assistance the other day, Sophie suggests, regaining her composure. She is no stranger to such attention and remains unfazed, her expression serene. Then I shall not hold back, Qin Yang nods, perusing the menu. He orders a filet mignon, a hot soup, and a dessert, then turns to Sophie, inquiring about her preferences. Sophie beams, replying, I'll have the same as you. As soon as the waiter departs, they engage in light conversation. Miss Sophie, I have always been curious, given your striking beauty, exceptional poise, and your position as a CEO of a publicly listed company, surely you have no shortage of suitors. What prompted you to consider blind dating? Qin Yang questions, unable to comprehend her decision. Isn't that true for you as well? From what I've gathered, you are quite the prominent figure at Shanghai University, with admirers aplenty, including campus beauties and wealthy heiresses. If you sought romance, it should be an effortless endeavor for you. Yet here you are, still single, and engaging in blind dates with me? Sophie, driven by curiosity, recalls her research on Qin Yang after their previous meeting, which significantly altered her perception of him. Miss Sophie, I initiated the questioning, so you must respond to my inquiry first, Qin Yang counters, refusing to let the matter drop. With a gentle smile, he continues, you are correct. I do have many admirers. They are either scions of affluent families, corporate executives, or elite returnees. However, what I seek is a life partner, not merely a cohabitant. Thus, I prioritize the emotional connection over social status and wealth when considering a relationship. Seeing that Qin Yang is relentless in his pursuit of answers, Sophie ponders for a moment before choosing to respond directly. Upon hearing her explanation, Qin Yang finally comprehends her viewpoint. So that is how it is. Indeed, a stunning CEO like Sophie would undoubtedly be the object of many men's desires. Either they are enamored with her beauty and figure, or they covet her wealth and status. How many among them genuinely cherish her? I have answered your question. Now it is your turn. Qin Yang, what brings you here for a blind date with me? Sophie felt a surge of curiosity at this inquiry. She was eager not to let this opportunity slip away, and immediately pressed Qin Yang for an answer. If I were to say that I simply had some free time and thought it would be nice to come and take a look, would you scold me? Qin Yang chuckled lightly before responding. Do you not think your explanation is rather dismissive? Sophie clearly found Qin Yang's answer unsatisfactory. In an instant, her gaze fixed intently on him, determined to elicit a more sincere response. But the truth remains. While I do yearn for love, I refuse to hastily confirm a relationship with anyone until I encounter a woman who stirs my heart. Qin Yang was acutely aware of the type of woman that captured his interest. Thus, he would not allow himself to be swayed simply by a beautiful visage. What then, is your ideal type of woman? At this moment, Sophie boldly inquired. A playful smile adorned her face, her enchanting eyes sparkling as they remained locked on him. Someone with a gentle disposition, virtuous character, the ability to discern right from wrong, and devoid of vanity. Most importantly, she must evoke a flutter in my heart. After a brief contemplation, Qin Yang candidly replied, your criteria are not particularly high. Why have you yet to find such a person? Sophie expressed her confusion. To her, if Qin Yang was earnest about finding a girlfriend with such qualities, given his popularity, it should not be exceedingly difficult. After all, with his striking looks, impressive education, and witty conversation, finding someone would seem to be a mere matter of moments. I simply have not encountered the right person yet. Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. It seems your standards are quite lofty. Sophie chuckled at this. Miss Su, may I inquire about your impression of me? To be honest, Qin Yang held Sophie in high regard, not merely due to the influence of his advanced technology system, but he was genuinely captivated by her beauty and character. Seizing the moment, he was determined to advocate for himself. However, at that moment, Sophie was taken aback by Qin Yang's question. She appeared somewhat unprepared, her mind racing. Well, not too bad. Sophie replied with an awkward smile. If I were to ask you to be my girlfriend, would you agree? Qin Yang gazed at Sophie with earnest eyes, his expression serious, as though he were entirely sincere, not jesting. Qin Yang, isn't this a bit sudden? We've only known each other for a few days. While the feeling between us is pleasant, discussing this topic now seems rather premature. Sophie collected her thoughts. Soon, she regained her composure from the shock of his proposition and articulated her feelings. She undeniably harbored affection for Qin Yang, surpassing that for any other man around her. Yet, even so, Sophie was not one to act rashly, hastily agreeing to become Qin Yang's girlfriend. The duration of their acquaintance was too brief, and they remained unfamiliar with each other's personalities and lifestyles. Rushing into a relationship based solely on mutual attraction was not what Sophie envisioned. Chapter 22. Points Mall, Stylist Halo. Would you, Miss Sue, be willing to grant me the opportunity to pursue you? Qin Yang's eyes met Sophie's, and a smile illuminated his face. At that moment, he was not disheartened by Sophie's refusal of his confession. Truth be told, Sophie was the first woman to ignite such feelings within him. Thus, Qin Yang was undeterred by pride, intending to boldly express his affections for her. This, of course, would also afford him the chance to pursue her openly. That will depend on your performance. Sophie's cheeks flushed slightly, appearing quite bashful. She neither accepted nor outright rejected his proposal. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt a surge of joy, inwardly thinking, Sophie did not reject me outright. It appears I still have a chance. At that moment, Qin Yang also discerned a vital piece of information. Sophie's affection for him had already reached an impressive 80. According to the Advanced Technology Systems alert, once the affection level surpassed 95, the probability of his confession succeeding would significantly increase. Consequently, if I wish to successfully court Sophie, I must elevate her fondness for me. In those brief seconds, Qin Yang's objectives crystallized. Rest assured, Miss Sue, I shall endeavor to meet your expectations. Qin Yang smiled warmly as he spoke to Sophie. Before long, the waiter began serving a plethora of dishes. Qin Yang picked up his knife and fork, slicing his steak into small pieces. Then, he stood up and, without hesitation, took Sophie's steak from her table. Just as a look of discontent crossed Sophie's face, ready to question Qin Yang's intentions, he placed the cut steak before her. His gaze tender as he said, Miss Sue, please enjoy this portion. I've cut it for you. Taken aback by Qin Yang's actions, Sophie was momentarily speechless. Had anyone else dared to do such a thing before her, she would have surely been incensed. Yet, at that moment, she felt no urge to resist. Instead, warmth blossomed within her. Thank you. After a considerable pause, Sophie finally murmured her gratitude. Qin Yang nodded, evidently pleased with his own conduct. During the meal, which lasted over half an hour, their relationship began to shift into a more intricate dynamic. Qin Yang had clearly expressed his fondness for Sophie, and now he was prepared to embark on the pursuit. Sophie observed everything keenly, secretly delighting in the attention. Of course, she maintained her aloof goddess demeanor, though her attitude towards Qin Yang was devoid of the usual distance. At the very least, Sophie harbored a certain fondness for him. Qin Yang, do you have to work this afternoon? If possible, I would like you to accompany me shopping. Sophie had planned this prior to her arrival. In fact, she had even instructed her secretary to reschedule her afternoon appointments. However, she was uncertain whether Qin Yang would agree. No problem. Given Qin Yang's current stature, he hardly needed to deliver takeout to make a living. Moreover, faced with the invitation from the goddess, even if he had prior commitments, Qin Yang would surely overcome all obstacles to seize such a splendid opportunity. Very well, let us set off at once. Sophie nodded in agreement. With that, she signaled for the waiter and retrieved a stack of cash from her bag to settle the bill for their meal. As they exited the restaurant, just as Qin Yang was about to retrieve his car, Sophie reached out to stop him. She gazed at Qin Yang, curiosity etched across her face, and inquired, Qin Yang, you must have a driver's license, right? Of course. Why do you ask? Qin Yang replied, rubbing his nose. Then, why not drive my car? Sophie preferred not to sit behind Qin Yang's motorcycle, as such an intimate gesture in broad daylight might attract unwanted attention from acquaintances, potentially leading to scandalous rumors. No problem. Qin Yang readily agreed. Before long, they arrived before a striking red Maserati sports car. Qin Yang took the initiative to approach and opened the passenger door for Sophie. Be careful, don't bump your head. Once Sophie settled in, he took his place behind the wheel and started the engine. After about an hour, they reached their destination, Musli Square. This was the most bustling shopping center in the magical city, without exception. Spanning 10 floors, it boasted a plethora of clothing, shoes, bags, and cosmetics. Luxurious boutiques lined each level, one after another. The silhouettes of Qin Yang and Sophie soon appeared in the grand hall. Fortunately, the place was teeming with people, and they went unnoticed. Miss Sophie, where shall we begin our exploration? Qin Yang remarked, marveling at the scene before them. With a slight smile, he turned his gaze towards Sophie, his tone gentle. Let us head to the front and take a look. During her leisure time, Sophie cherished shopping above all else. Her wardrobe boasted 3 closets overflowing with various limited edition garments. Countless high heels, bags, and skincare products adorned her collection. Yet, despite this abundance. She couldn't resist purchasing the latest seasonal releases. The desire for beauty is an innate trait of women, and even a high-cold goddess like Sophie was no exception. Welcome, sir and madam. They soon entered an exquisitely decorated boutique. The attendant at the entrance beamed with a smile, eagerly greeting the two. Sophie's attire was tastefully chosen, perfectly highlighting her graceful figure. Her eyes quickly scanned the racks, and she soon selected a black bodycon skirt. Qin Yang, do you think I would look good in this dress? Sophie held the skirt in front of herself, her eyes fixed on Qin Yang, a smile playing on her lips as she eagerly awaited his response. Miss Sophie, your beauty ensures that you would exude elegance in any attire. Qin Yang replied with a smile, his gaze meeting hers. That's just flattery. You know that's not the answer I'm seeking. Sophie shook her head, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. She had hoped for a more intriguing response from Qin Yang, thinking him to be an interesting individual. Now, it seemed he was no different from the others surrounding her. Qin Yang's expression momentarily faltered. He had anticipated that his answer would displease Sophie. Within seconds, he realized his misstep. A thought crossed his mind, and a virtual screen appeared before him. Point store. Stylist. Possesses a keen aesthetic sense, adept at recognizing others' features, utilizing clothing to amplify their charm to the fullest extent. Price, 1,000 points. Qin Yang currently had 1,500 points, more than enough to make the purchase. Without hesitation, he selected to buy. With a swish, a surge of memories flooded into Qin Yang's mind. In the next moment, as he looked at Sophie, a multitude of inspirations blossomed. Miss Sophie, I fear this skirt may not suit you well. If you trust my judgment, allow me to help you select a dress that complements your figure and temperament. What do you say? Qin Yang smiled calmly, radiating a powerful confidence. Sophie was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, a smile graced her lips as she exclaimed, Sounds good. Chapter 23, not now, but later. Upon hearing Qin Yang speak, Sophie's gaze lingered on him with newfound interest. She was curious about the surprises he would bring her next. Qin Yang's demeanor shifted subtly, as if his essence had transformed in that instant. He scanned Sophie's figure before striding purposefully towards the dazzling array of garments. After approximately 2 minutes, he paused, extending his hand to select a coffee-colored dress. In Qin Yang's eyes, this dress was the epitome of elegance, perfectly suited to Sophie's allure. With a gentle smile, he presented the dress to Sophie. Miss Sophie, your figure and charm are exceptional. Wearing this dress would undoubtedly accentuate your unique grace. Why not give it a try? Without hesitation, Sophie nodded decisively, taking the dress and entering the fitting room. Sophie's sense of style was impeccable, largely due to her discerning taste. A glance at the dress Qin Yang had chosen confirmed it was indeed the season's latest design, capable of perfectly showcasing her figure and grace, just as he had suggested. Moments later, the fitting room door swung open, revealing a stunning silhouette as Sophie stepped out. Adorned in the dress, she radiated an ethereal beauty. Her porcelain skin, smooth and delicate as a newborn's, was striking enough to leave one in awe. Paired with Sophie's breathtaking features, she resembled a fairy descended from a painting. Absolutely stunning. Even Qin Yang, who had seen countless beauties, found himself momentarily entranced, deeply captivated. Qin Yang, I didn't realize your taste was this refined. Sophie approached him, witnessing the effect her allure had on him. Instead of feeling anger at his momentary lapse, she felt a rush of delight. Miss Sophie, you flatter me. It is merely a testament to your remarkable figure. You are a natural model, and everything you wear radiates elegance. It's a pity these luxury brands haven't enlisted you as their spokesperson. Despite Sophie's praise, Qin Yang remained grounded, not losing himself in flattery or boasting. He simply smiled, as if this small matter was hardly worth mentioning. Seeing Qin Yang's nonchalance towards fame and fortune only heightened Sophie's admiration for him. She realized that Qin Yang was indeed different from the other men in her life. Being with him felt effortless, and her mood inevitably lightened. You're exaggerating. You just enjoy flattering me, Sophie playfully retorted, a hint of shyness coloring her expression. Miss, I genuinely believe your boyfriend's words hold truth. Your elegance, paired with this dress, is truly breathtaking. If you are willing, I could arrange for a photographer to capture a stunning photo shoot of you for our store's promotion. In return, the price of this dress would be waived. It's worth considering. At that moment, the glamorous shop manager approached Sophie, her excitement palpable as she spoke. You've misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend. Upon hearing the words of the beautiful store manager, Sophie felt a rush of embarrassment wash over her. Not now, but perhaps in the future. It's perfectly reasonable to make such an early call. Just as the stunning manager felt a twinge of awkwardness for her misstatement, Qin Yang stepped forward with a smile. What the gentleman said is entirely accurate. A girlfriend as beautiful as this should not be easily overlooked. The manager's eyes sparkled, and she quickly responded with a nervous laugh. Well then, these items and a few others, Please wrap them up according to her size. Qin Yang's spirits soared at the manager's words, and he promptly selected several garments from the rack for her to package immediately. Xiao Qian, hurry over and help our esteemed guest with her purchases. Seeing Qin Yang's lavish generosity, the manager couldn't suppress her delight and waved to a nearby sales assistant, issuing orders with enthusiasm. Yes, manager. The assistant hurried over, picking up the clothes as directed and preparing to wrap them. Qin Yang, I have plenty of clothes at home. There's really no need to buy so many. Sophie interjected, attempting to halt his unilateral decision to choose so many items for her. It's fine. This is our first outing together for shopping. I must gift you a few decent outfits, Qin Yang replied with a smile, shaking his head. After all, a few garments were hardly a burden given his current financial standing. Hearing this, Sophie paused in surprise. You want to buy these clothes for me? Qin Yang, that's really unnecessary. She quickly declined, having never intended for him to foot the bill, especially since their financial situations differed significantly. Moreover, this was a luxury boutique, and despite the few items, their prices were steep, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. If Qin Yang were to pay, it might cost him a year's salary. Sophie did not wish to witness him pretending to be affluent. It's all right. Recently, I've been trading stocks for a friend and have made a considerable profit. I can certainly afford this. Qin Yang observed her expression and understood her concerns. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he conveyed a hint of joy. Really? Sophie's eyes sparkled, but she remained somewhat skeptical of his claim. Of course, I am not the type to suffer in silence for the sake of appearances. If I genuinely couldn't afford it, I wouldn't say such things, Qin Yang asserted seriously. Still, I'd rather not. I don't want you to spend unnecessarily. Sophie pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head in refusal. Yet, Qin Yang was unyielding, striding directly to the counter to complete the transaction. The 6 or 7 luxurious items totaled a staggering 120,000. Qin Yang spent the money without even a blink. Such audacity astonished even Sophie. Since you've gifted me a present, I must reciprocate. Come, let me treat you to an outfit. As they stepped out of the boutique, Sophie turned to Qin Yang, her gaze fixed on him with a smile. No problem. I'm all in. Qin Yang readily agreed, carrying the shopping bags as he followed her. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, they finally arrived at a men's clothing store. Sophie entered first, while Qin Yang left his bags at the counter before following her inside. The store boasted a plethora of styles, each equally expensive. Qin Yang, over here. Sophie waved him over as she had already selected 2 outfits. Chapter 24, Trouble Approaches, a Strong Defense of Beauty. Qin Yang smiled slightly and quickly approached her. What's this? Have you made your selections so swiftly? Sophie nodded with a grin, holding up the garments to display before him. Moments later, she urged, hurry and try them on. Without hesitation, Qin Yang accepted the clothes from her and made his way to the fitting room. Before long, he emerged, and at that moment, his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Undeniably, Qin Yang was quite handsome. After all, he was recognized as the campus heartthrob at Magic City University, the object of countless girls' affections. Typically dressed casually, he exuded an aura of an extraordinary warm-hearted gentleman. However, at this moment, he donned a white shirt paired with a black jacket, complemented by tailored trousers, his ensemble perfectly accentuating his commanding aura. Qin Yang, with such striking looks, a little grooming makes you quite presentable. If you walk down the street in this attire, one might easily mistake you for a young heir from a wealthy family. Sophie expressed her satisfaction with his appearance, which exceeded her expectations. Haha, you make a valid point. However, this outfit is more suited for formal occasions. I don't usually dress like this. Qin Yang nodded at his reflection in the mirror, acknowledging his own satisfaction with his appearance. In that case, let me select a few casual outfits for you. With Qin Yang's suggestion, Sophie immediately focused her attention on the racks. After a meticulous selection process, Qin Yang tried on several more outfits at her insistence, and the results were surprisingly impressive. Throughout the process, Sophie seemed utterly captivated by Qin Yang's charm, her gaze fixed intently on him without wavering. Qin Yang noticed her admiration and secretly rejoiced. Given their current rapport, he believed that with a little effort, it wouldn't be long before he could win her heart. Please wrap up all the outfits I've tried on, Sophie instructed the sales assistant, her tone decisive. Certainly, I'll take care of that right away. The assistant nodded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of serving such a generous customer. Just then, the flash of a camera captured the tender moments between Sophie and Qin Yang from a distance. A man wearing a cap and sunglasses, armed with a professional camera, was covertly observing their every move. Mr. Ning, you were right. Miss Sophie and that young man Qin are indeed together. They're currently at Moose Square, shopping in a boutique. The man reported as he pulled out his phone to call. All right, keep a close watch on them. I'll send someone over immediately. Ning Ziyuan concluded the call, harboring resentment towards Qin Yang since the last encounter when he had taken Sophie away in front of him. Consequently, he had hired a private investigator at a considerable cost to monitor Qin Yang's every move. Upon learning that Qin Yang and Sophie were once again enjoying a delightful day of shopping together, Ning Xuan felt an overwhelming pang of jealousy. Meanwhile, the couple, engrossed in their shopping spree at a boutique, remained blissfully unaware of this sentiment. Sophie had selected a total of 4 outfits for Qin Yang, 1 formal suit and 3 casual ensembles, amounting to over 80,000. Although Sophie had intended to purchase a few more sets, Qin Yang gently declined her generosity, stating, "Miss Su, these outfits are sufficient for my needs. There is no need for you to spend any more." Acknowledging his request, Sophie nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us continue. We can explore the shoe store next." Sophie's enthusiasm for shopping was palpable. For her, this was merely the beginning. Qin Yang acquiesced, following her lead. Their excursion lasted a substantial 3 hours. As they exited the Moose Mall, Qin Yang was already laden with an array of shopping bags, followed closely by several sales associates from various stores. Upon arriving at the garage, they placed their purchases in the front compartment of the car. Just as they were about to depart, a group of over a dozen men in black suddenly emerged, swiftly blocking their path. "Who are you? Why are you obstructing our way?" Qin Yang demanded, instinctively positioning Sophie behind him, his expression stern and unyielding. He had never anticipated encountering such a situation. "You'd better kneel and slap yourself 10 times. Then disable your own arms. If I am pleased, I might consider sparing your life," the hefty leader declared with an air of arrogance, pointing a finger menacingly at Qin Yang. "How dare you?" Qin Yang's eyes blazed with fury. It was evident that this group sought trouble, yet he had never wronged anyone, leaving him bewildered as to why this was happening to him. "Now you're frightened, are you?" The leader smirked condescendingly. "Blame yourself for being blind. Some individuals are simply not worth crossing. Sophie, please get into the car and lock the doors. They are after me, and I do not wish for you to be involved," Qin Yang urged, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. "These people are clearly not good and can be quite ruthless." "Qin Yang, are you certain you can handle this alone? Perhaps I should call the police immediately," Sophie replied. Her composure faltering as concern for Qin Yang's safety overtook her, despite her usual poise in high-pressure situations. Ding. A random mission was issued. 1. Protect the goddess. Strike decisively to provide her with a sense of security. Reward, Master Level 8 Extremes Fist. 2. Uncover the mastermind behind this conspiracy. Reward, a luxurious villa worth 10 billion. Upon hearing the technological system's tasks, Qin Yang's earlier anxiety dissipated like mist. He mentally accepted the mission, instantly acquiring the Master Level 8 Extremes Fist skill. In that moment, he felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him, as if he could effortlessly launch a 1,000-pound elephant. "I will give you 3 seconds to decide. Either comply with my instructions, or you shall experience the consequences of your insolence." The leader's patience was wearing thin, and he coldly commanded, "Charge. I want to see just how tough this kid really is." "Miss Su, please retreat to the car and secure the doors," Qin Yang instructed, his demeanor unwavering. "What about you? If they mean to harm you, how will you contend with them?" Sophie clutched his arm, refusing to let go. "Do not worry. They cannot harm me. Just give me a few minutes, and I will handle this," Qin Yang reassured her. Previously, he might have considered acquiescing to Sophie's suggestion, but now, with his newfound strength, he regarded the thugs as no more than trivial nuisances. Inwardly, he mused, "This is an excellent opportunity to test my skills and gauge the might of the Master Level 8 Extremes Fist. Are you truly disregarding my words?" The leader's anger flared as he saw Qin Yang remain motionless. "Attack. I want to see how tough this kid's bones really are." With a swift motion, he commanded his men to advance. In an instant, the group of thugs charged at Qin Yang, fists raised, ready to strike. "Watch out," Sophie cried, unable to contain her alarm. Qin Yang, unfazed by their onslaught, propelled himself forward with explosive speed, his body launching like a cannonball. With a single punch, he struck the nearest thug with the force of a raging dragon, sending the man flying several meters before he crashed to the ground, rolling helplessly. The scene fell into a stunned silence. The leader and his henchmen gaped in disbelief at Qin Yang, astonished that this seemingly delicate young man possessed such formidable prowess. No way. Could he be a martial artist? The leader thought, swallowing hard. "Quickly, all of you attack together. Do not allow him a moment to retaliate," he ordered, his tone urgent. "Yes, boss." The thugs, now aware of Qin Yang's capabilities, shed their underestimation and surged forward from all directions, intent on overpowering him without granting him a moment's respite. "A swarm of ants dares to embarrass themselves before me? If you seek death, I shall oblige," Qin Yang thought. His fists clenched, bones cracking as he summoned his strength. With a flash, he moved, his speed akin to lightning, choosing to strike first before being completely surrounded. With grace and agility, he executed the 8 Extremes Fist, delivering a powerful blow that sent one of the thugs flying. Immediately, he methodically dealt with the remaining few. The entire skirmish lasted no more than 2 minutes. The dozen or so men in black who had initially besieged Qin Yang were swiftly reduced to merely 3 or 4. They lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in agony. How could this be possible? The rotund man instinctively recoiled a few steps, his gaze laden with trepidation as it fell upon Qin Yang. He had never anticipated that Qin Yang would possess such formidable prowess. The henchman he had brought with him could barely last a few exchanges against Qin Yang. Boss, this guy is terrifying. With our strength, we stand no chance against him. Perhaps we should retreat. A seemingly astute subordinate whispered urgently into the fat man's ear. Retreat. A sense of foreboding crept into the fat man's heart. He felt the truth in his subordinate's words. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly voiced his intent. Thus, he resolved to hastily flee with his men. Unfortunately, Qin Yang had already discerned the fat man's intentions. Thinking of escaping? Did you consult me first? A faint, cold smile crept across Qin Yang's lips. The fat man and his underlings turned to flee, but they had scarcely taken a few steps before Qin Yang blocked their path with unwavering resolve. Kid, I don't wish to engage in further conflict with you. If you are wise, clear the way for me. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. The fat man's complexion turned ashen. Yet, at that moment, he understood he could not betray a hint of fear. To do so would only embolden Qin Yang further. Gritting his teeth, he threatened Qin Yang with a fierce tone. At this stage, you dare to threaten me? It makes me question whether your mind is intact. Qin Yang paid no heed to the fat man's threats. At this juncture, he needed to extract the identity of those who conspired against him from the fat man's lips. Confess honestly, who sent you to trouble me? If you tell me, perhaps I can spare you some pain. The fat man, realizing that Qin Yang was intent on uncovering the identity of the powerful figure behind him, felt his expression shift. He hastily shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. So, you intend to feign ignorance before me? Fine, since you refuse to cooperate, I shall employ other means to elicit your confession. As he spoke, Qin Yang stepped closer, narrowing the distance between himself and the fat man. What do you want? Don't come any closer. The fat man's face drained of color as he instinctively retreated, frantically shaking his head at Qin Yang. I will grant you one more opportunity to divulge what you know. Otherwise, the consequences may well be beyond your endurance. Qin Yang was not one to show mercy. Should the fat man remain obstinate, he would resort to more severe measures without hesitation. The fat man was drenched in cold sweat. He dared not reveal the identity of the powerful figure, for the individual wielded immense influence that he could not afford to offend. Yet, in the current predicament, if he failed to provide Qin Yang with an answer, his own fate would be equally grim. As the fat man wrestled with his indecision, Qin Yang's patience began to wane. Boom! Qin Yang delivered a sudden kick. Even a man weighing over 180 pounds like the fat man found himself rolling on the ground. A cry of anguish escaped the fat man's lips as a wave of intense pain surged through his chest. Qin Yang's unexpected assault left the fat man in a state of shock. My patience is limited, fat man. If you do not promptly reveal who sent you to trouble me, I cannot guarantee the severity of my actions, and I may render you incapacitated. Qin Yang's face darkened, and his tone was filled with intensity, instilling a sense of dread that he could indeed follow through on his threats. No, please, no more. I'll talk. The fat man, terrified by the previous strike, understood that if he did not clarify the identity of the mastermind, this individual would not relent easily. He also recognized that he would endure significant suffering if he remained silent. To avert such a fate, the fat man grimaced and ultimately chose to acquiesce. You had better speak the truth. If you dare deceive me, your outcome will be dire. Qin Yang's gaze was frosty as he fixed it intently on the fat man. I don't know his name. I only know my boss refers to him as General Ning. This powerful figure was quite generous, providing my boss with 200,000 to teach you a lesson. The fat man, fearing further concealment, hurriedly relayed all that he knew to Qin Yang. General Ning? Qin Yang's eyes flickered, his mind racing to recall when he might have offended someone of the surname Ning. If my speculation is correct, the General Ning he speaks of must be Ning Ziyuan. Just as Qin Yang pondered the significance of this General Ning, Su Fei, having approached him unbeknownst, spoke gravely. What? It's actually him? With Su Fei's insight, Qin Yang snapped back to attention, realizing the likelihood of her words. Indeed, during our last meal, although you met him for the first time, your attitude may have provoked him. From what I know of Ning Ziyuan, he would never let this go lightly. I just didn't expect him to resort to such despicable tactics against you. Su Fei's expression reflected her helplessness. Ultimately, it was her presence that had inadvertently embroiled Qin Yang in this predicament, leaving her with a heavy heart. I see. That scoundrel. I've known all along he was no good. However, since he has chosen this method to deal with me, I will remember this debt. given the opportunity. I shall make him pay dearly for today's events. Qin Yang was not one to be easily bullied. Since Ning Ziyuan had the audacity to act thus, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of Qin Yang. Qin Yang, you must not act impulsively. Ning Ziyuan wields tremendous influence in Modu. Given your current situation, you cannot contend with him. Su Fei grasped Qin Yang's arm anxiously, her expression filled with concern as she spoke. She made a promise to Qin Yang that she would find a way to help him regain his dignity, but under one condition, that he refrain from taking rash actions. She understood all too well the methods and tendencies of Ning Ziyuan. All right, I will heed your advice. Seeing Su Fei's concern for his safety, Qin Yang nodded in agreement. However, he would not easily let this matter rest. He intended to make Ning Ziyuan understand how foolish it was to cross him. You may leave. Qin Yang cast a cold glance at the fat man and his subordinates and spoke without any courtesy. Go quickly. The hefty man and his subordinates wore expressions of panic, disregarding their own disarray as they hastily fled the scene. Inside the garage, tranquility was swiftly restored. Qin Yang, I truly did not anticipate your remarkable prowess. It is astounding that so many were no match for you, Sophie remarked, her eyes glimmering with admiration as she gazed at Qin Yang. She felt that this man before her had once again surprised her. In that perilous moment, Qin Yang had chosen to place himself in jeopardy to ensure her safety, instilling in Sophie an unprecedented sense of security and considerably elevating her fondness for him. I engage in regular exercise, hence my physical condition is naturally commendable. These ruffians lack true skill, they merely rely on their numbers. Dealing with them was but a trivial matter, Qin Yang replied, an apologetic look directed at Sophie. He felt remorseful that she had been frightened and nearly caught in the crossfire due to their pursuit of him. You need not apologize, this incident is not your fault. In fact, I should be expressing my gratitude to you. Were it not for your intervention in driving them away, the consequences would have been dire. Sophie, I owe you a favor, she responded, unable to suppress a smile at Qin Yang's apology. Deep down, she understood that he had rendered her significant assistance, leaving her no grounds to reproach him. Miss Sophie, you are far too courteous. We have spent an entire afternoon together. I trust you found it enjoyable? Allow me to escort you home. With that, Qin Yang opened the car door, gesturing for Sophie to enter. She beamed and quickly settled into the passenger seat. Moments later, Qin Yang ignited the engine, pressing the accelerator, and the car thundered away. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with a lavish mansion in the Thompson Riviera, valued at 1 billion. The substantial reward filled Qin Yang with sudden joy. Observing the smile gracing his face, Sophie misinterpreted it as a sign that their afternoon together had been delightful. Throughout the ride, her gaze occasionally darted toward him. From this angle, Qin Yang's chiseled profile possessed an indescribable allure. Sophie had never experienced such close proximity with any man before. In her professional life, she was the aloof and commanding CEO, surrounded by an air of authority that kept everyone at a distance. Her naturally serious demeanor had led to numerous rumors, and few dared to jest in her presence. She had rebuffed countless suitors, both affluent heirs and promising young talents, leading many to regard her as an untouchable goddess. Had it not been for Qin Yang's appearance, this state of affairs could have persisted indefinitely. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Qin Yang, snapping back to reality, noticed Sophie's furtive glances in his direction. A gentle smile graced his lips as he inquired. Do I? Sophie stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. It must be your imagination. I was merely admiring the scenery outside. Caught in the act, Sophie quickly sought to deflect the attention with an excuse, her embarrassment palpable. In that moment, the bashful goddess of a CEO captured Qin Yang's rapt attention. Chapter 27. The Gradual Enchantment of the Goddess Sophie. To speak candidly, numerous beautiful women surrounded Qin Yang. Yet, upon meeting Sophie, he found that the allure of others had faded entirely. In terms of beauty, grace, and character, Sophie perfectly embodied the qualities he sought in an ideal partner. Their brief acquaintance had fostered an exceptionally comfortable rapport. Their personalities complemented each other, and they admired one another. Sophie did not disdain Qin Yang's lack of conventional ambition, which alone propelled his fondness for her to unprecedented heights. Miss Sophie, do you have any plans for this weekend? Qin Yang inquired softly, his smile unwavering as he redirected his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Sophie replied, none. At this juncture, an inexplicable nervousness began to bubble within her. Could he be wanting to ask me out? As if confirming her suspicion, Qin Yang promptly extended an invitation. If you do not mind, might I take the liberty of planning your time? I assure you it will be an enjoyable weekend. His eyes fixed intently on Sophie. He awaited her response with eager anticipation. I will think about it. Sophie's heart raced. She had not anticipated Qin Yang's directness. It was evident he was attempting to create an opportunity for them to be alone, an unmistakable pursuit of her affections. This left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. That is perfectly fine. After all, there are still 2 days until the weekend. You may take your time to consider. I do not wish to place undue pressure on you. I merely aim to express my intentions. I am quite eager to see what choice you will make, Miss Sophie. Qin Yang replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of confidence. Sophie realized she was gradually succumbing to Qin Yang's charm. This man before her lived with clarity, untouched by the banalities of the world. In his presence, he never broached topics of wealth or ambition. He appeared to be a carefree drifter, seemingly unmotivated. Yet he possessed undeniable talent. He was gentle and cultured, capable of playing piano pieces for Sophie, a graduate of a prestigious financial program, sought after by countless companies. Yet he had chosen a humble path as a delivery driver. He was unconventional, indifferent to the judgments of others, wielding remarkable abilities while maintaining a low profile, leaving those around him unaware of his true capacity. For any woman, Qin Yang was the epitome of a coveted treasure. Even the most discerning of hearts, like Sophie S., could not remain unscathed by his allure. At the entrance of her villa, the sports car came to a gentle halt. Miss Sophie, we have arrived. Hearing Qin Yang's reminder, Sophie slowly returned to the present. Exiting the vehicle and realizing the hour was late, she turned to Qin Yang and said, "Thank you for accompanying me this afternoon and for personally bringing me back. Given this remote location, it may be difficult to hail a cab. Why not use my car to return instead?" Qin Yang was taken aback, not expecting Sophie to suggest such a thing. However, he graciously accepted, responding, "Very well. Then I shall pick you up for work tomorrow morning." "No need. I have several other vehicles in my garage, and I would prefer not to trouble you." Sophie's face flushed with a rosy hue. She had merely intended to be courteous. But Qin Yang's interpretation of her words led him to propose the very idea of driving her to work the next day. Should this come to the attention of the company's employees, the repercussions could be considerable. Sophie does not wish to provoke any unnecessary trouble. "It's fine. I don't mind the hassle," she replied. "Miss Su, it's settled then. See you tomorrow." Qin Yang offered Sophie no opportunity to decline his proposal. With that, he turned and entered his car, driving off without a second thought. How infuriating. I clearly rejected him, yet this man dares to take matters into his own hands. Watching Qin Yang depart, Sophie felt a surge of exasperation and could not help but stomp her foot in frustration. However, moments later, she found herself secretly pleased by the assertive side that Qin Yang had displayed. Accustomed to the men around her being entirely deferential, she felt a thrill at Qin Yang's firm disregard for her opinion, resolutely intent on picking her up for work the next day. There was no denying that Sophie harbored feelings for Qin Yang. Otherwise, she would not have canceled her afternoon commitments just to spend the day with him. At Jiangwan Community, Qin Yang drove Sophie's sports car home, only to be halted by the security guard at the entrance. The reason was that Sophie's license plate had not been registered at the community gate. Fortunately, the guard recognized Qin Yang. Upon seeing him in person, he opened the gate and let him through. This minor incident did little to dampen Qin Yang's spirits. Upon returning home, he entered the kitchen, retrieved a cold drink from the refrigerator, took a hearty gulp, and then sank onto the sofa in the living room. After spending the afternoon shopping with Sophie, carrying numerous bags, even his robust stamina began to wane. "Brother Qin, you're back." At that moment, Zhang Bei emerged from his room with a broad smile. "You stayed home all day? Why didn't you go out?" Qin Yang asked, his curiosity piqued. "Heh, Brother Qin, it's not that I don't trust you, but I invested all my money in the stock market. During such a crucial time, I simply couldn't focus on going out." From 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening, Zhang Bei devoted all his energy to monitoring stock market fluctuations, remaining cooped up at home without daring to step outside. "Then tell me, how much did you earn today?" Noticing Zhang Bei's cheerful demeanor, Qin Yang guessed that his friend had made a significant profit. Not much, just around 5 million. As soon as Zhang Bei mentioned this, his admiration for Qin Yang grew. The 3 stocks he held had surged dramatically that day. Had it not been for Qin Yang's prior warning that there would be substantial gains in the coming days, Zhang Bei would have been too excited to refrain from calling him. "Not bad. In just 2 days, you've recouped your losses from the stock market. Shouldn't we go out and celebrate?" Qin Yang's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Zhang Bei. "Of course. Let us go right now?" Even without Qin Yang's suggestion, Zhang Bei was already inclined to do the same. After tidying up, the two departed from the house. Before long, they arrived at the underground parking garage. As Zhang Bei prepared to retrieve his car, he noticed a Maserati parked next to his Lamborghini. "Who dares to park in my spot?" When Zhang Bei purchased his property, he also acquired several parking spaces, which were usually unoccupied. Spotting the Maserati, he felt a flicker of annoyance cross his face. "That car is mine. I drove it back here. Do you dare to complain?" Qin Yang immediately interjected, eager to clarify. "What? Brother Qin, did you buy a new car?" Zhang Bei exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape. He had never imagined that the Maserati would belong to Qin Yang. No, although I drove it back, it's not mine. Qin Yang shook his head, promptly denying Jiang Bei's assumption. Whose is it then? Jiang Bei asked, unable to contain his curiosity. It belongs to Sophie. I spent the afternoon shopping with her and then drove her back. Her place is quite far and hard to get a cab, so she asked me to return her car. Qin Yang smiled before explaining. What? Brother Qin, am I hearing you correctly? You actually went on a date with Sophie this afternoon? Jiang Bei stood frozen, his face a mask of shock. Although he was aware of the mutual affection between Qin Yang and Sophie, he had not anticipated the rapid progression of their relationship. What else with that expression? Do I need to report my outings with Sophie to you? Qin Yang's demeanor shifted, his tone turning serious. In that instant, Jiang Bei realized he had misspoken, quickly offering an awkward grin. Brother Qin, I didn't mean it that way. I just didn't expect you to be so capable. Your relationship with Sophie is advancing faster than I imagined. At this rate, it won't be long before she truly becomes your girlfriend. Qin Yang nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, that is indeed the plan. Ultimately, Qin Yang got into Jiang Bei's Lamborghini. Jiang Bei expertly maneuvered the steering wheel while retrieving his phone from his pocket to reserve a private dining room. Rather than making an immediate decision, he turned to Qin Yang, seeking his opinion. Brother Qin, shall we dine at that hotel we visited last time? That works for me. Since you're treating, you can decide. Qin Yang shrugged, indicating his indifference. All right, I'll go ahead and make the reservation. With Qin Yang's response, Jiang Bei quickly reached a decision. About half an hour later, the Lamborghini came to a halt in front of a five-star hotel. As the doors swung open, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei stepped out of the sports car. The moment they entered the lobby, the hotel manager approached them with a respectful demeanor, saying, Young Master Jiang, this way please. The manager then led them to a quiet private room. Inside the room, two stunningly beautiful women were already seated. Mengyan, you arrived so quickly. I thought you would be later. Jiang Bei greeted them enthusiastically upon seeing the two beauties. When you called, I was shopping with Xian nearby, so we hurried over. Zhang Mengyan explained with a radiant smile, her gaze fixed on Jiang Bei. Who are these two? Qin Yang inquired, curious about Jiang Bei's additional guests. Brother Qin, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhang Mengyan, and the other is her best friend, Li Xian. I've been wanting to find an opportunity for you all to meet. At this moment, the opportunity presents itself, and thus, I take the liberty to make a decision. Brother Qin, you won't be displeased, will you? Jiang Bei's gaze was fixated on Qin Yang, apprehensive that his arrangements might provoke discontent. Fortunately, after a considerable interval, Qin Yang displayed not a hint of dissatisfaction upon his countenance. It's merely a meal, after all. Moreover, a livelier atmosphere isn't unwelcome, given the circumstances. Even if Qin Yang were to feel a modicum of discomfort, it would be unseemly for him to let Jiang Bei lose face. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of curiosity passed through his eyes. When had Jiang Bei acquired a new girlfriend? Judging by her appearance and demeanor, she seemed markedly different from his previous partners. Brother Qin, not long ago, my family arranged a blind date for me, and I met Meng Yan at that time. This time, I am earnest. So please refrain from jesting excessively. Jiang Bei, fearing that Qin Yang might overindulge in teasing, forewarned him. Haha, has this rascal truly changed his ways? The renowned master of romance, experiencing a stir of emotions? Upon hearing this, a distinct smile surfaced at the corners of Qin Yang's lips. Zhang Mengyan. She hails from the illustrious Zhang family in the Magic City. In comparison to Jiang Bei's lineage, their statuses are certainly on par. Their acquaintance was facilitated by the elder members of their families. When Jiang Bei first encountered Zhang Mengyan, he was immediately captivated by her noble aura. To call it love at first sight would be no exaggeration. Over the subsequent 2 months, Jiang Bei expended every ounce of effort in pursuing her. Finally, half a month ago, they officially established their romantic relationship. Only a select few of Jiang Bei's closest friends were privy to this news. The gathering tonight was primarily orchestrated by Jiang Bei to formally introduce Zhang Mengyan to Qin Yang. As for Li Xian, Jiang Bei had met her several times and was familiar with her. Had it not been for Qin Yang's infatuation with Goddess Su, Jiang Bei would have intended to introduce them to one another, hoping to play matchmaker for this handsome couple. Brother Qin, I implore you, this time my feelings are genuine. I certainly do not wish for the girlfriend I have painstakingly won over to be unsettled by your words. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with an expression of pleading. All right, I was merely jesting with you. Is it necessary to be so alarmed? Qin Yang shrugged, a gentle smile gracing his face. At this juncture, his gaze shifted towards Zhang Mengyan and Li Xian. The two women were splendidly attired, their elegance radiating a sense of nobility, unmistakably originating from affluent backgrounds. Their beauty surpassed even the most popular stars in the entertainment industry. Fair-skinned, graceful, and long-legged, they epitomized the essence of goddesses. In this moment, Qin Yang comprehended why Jiang Bei was so smitten. Were he to be in Jiang Bei's position, encountering such a blind date would undoubtedly stir similar thoughts. Jiang Bei, is this indeed your good brother Qin Yang, the one you previously mentioned? The one who graduated from the finance department of Magic City University, yet willingly forsook lucrative positions at major financial firms, a campus heartthrob and academic prodigy? Zhang Mengyan's gaze was now curiously scrutinizing Qin Yang, seemingly eager to discern what made him so exceptional that Jiang Bei held him in such high esteem. After all, she had heard countless praises for him from Jiang Bei. Indeed, it is he. Brother Qin's talent and prowess command my admiration. At least among peers, I can find no one who can rival him. Jiang Bei presently bestowed upon Qin Yang an exceptionally high evaluation. If a perfect score were 100, he would undoubtedly award him 120. Chapter 29. A green hat atop a friend's head. Jiang Bei, is he truly as remarkable as you claim? A hint of skepticism surfaced on Zhang Mengyan's face. Coming from a prestigious family and having been pampered since childhood, she had encountered myriad men. Now, witnessing her boyfriend Jiang Bei's unabashed admiration for Qin Yang, her curiosity was piqued. Of course, I would never deceive you with falsehoods. Having shared a dormitory with Brother Qin for 4 years, I am more aware than anyone of his popularity and achievements at school. Moreover, Brother Qin's prowess in the investment realm is extraordinary. The reason I invited you to dinner tonight is that I entrusted him with my investment, and we have reaped approximately 5 million in profits. Jiang Bei took Zhang Mengyan's delicate hand, a playful smile dancing on his lips. 5 million. That doesn't seem like a substantial amount. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengyan began to grasp why Jiang Bei held Qin Yang in such high regard. So, it was indeed because Qin Yang had facilitated a significant financial gain for him. Yes, 5 million is not much, but you must understand, this is merely today's profit. I mortgaged my mansion and sports car to raise over 90 million. Brother Qin commenced investing the day before yesterday, yielding 1 million yesterday and 5 million today. I estimate that in half a month, the account balance should at least double. As he spoke, Jiang Bei's excitement was palpable. Boom. A bolt of realization struck Zhang Mengyan like thunder, leaving her utterly astounded, her expression frozen. Jiang Bei, are you certain you're not jesting? You entrusted 90 million to Qin Yang for investment? Are you not afraid of catastrophic losses? Zhang Mengyan recognized that she had gravely underestimated Jiang Bei's trust in Qin Yang. To allocate such a significant sum for investment was no trivial matter. Even if Jiang Bei's family background was formidable, such a decision could not be made lightly. Should there be a catastrophic loss, his parents would undoubtedly express their disapproval, possibly even imposing consequences. What is there to fear? With Brother Qin around, losses are simply not an option. Mengyan, you are unaware of Brother Qin's capabilities, leading to your concerns. His talent and skills are far more profound than they appear. In response to Zhang Mengyan's apprehension, Jiang Bei could not help but smile gently. He continued to gaze at Zhang Mengyan, hastening to reassure her. I still maintain a skeptical stance. Zhang Mengyan shook her head. Only after a moment did she utter these words. Very well, we shall discuss this matter further later. For now, let us promptly sit down in order and see what we wish to eat. Jiang Bei chose not to linger on the topic. With a sheepish chuckle, he quickly gestured for Zhang Mengyan and Li Xianxian to take their seats, presenting the menus to both women. Brother Qin, the menu. Jiang Bei sat closely beside Zhang Mengyan, while Qin Yang occupied the other side. He was equitable, promptly offering the menu to Qin Yang as well. Today, I am treating everyone. Feel free to order whatever you desire, and do not hesitate on my account. Joyous occasions uplift the spirit. The stock market has turned a profit of 5 million once more, further bolstering Jiang Bei's confidence in Qin Yang's investments. At this moment, he felt affluent and was utterly unconcerned about the cost of the meal. Xianxian, do you believe what Jiang Bei just said is truly credible? Zhang Mengyan's gaze subtly flickered towards Qin Yang. After a few moments of contemplation, a sense of confusion lingered in her heart. Consequently, she leaned closer to Li Xianxian and inquired in a hushed tone. Having been present during Zhang Mengyan and Jiang Bei's earlier discourse, Li Xianxian had naturally overheard their conversation. I believe it might indeed be true. Li Xianxian rationally pondered for a moment before meeting Zhang Mengyan's eyes and responding. Why? Zhang Mengyan, perplexed, pressed for clarification. It's quite simple. Jiang Bei is exceptionally astute. Deceiving him is no trivial matter. Moreover, as you have observed, he treats Qin Yang with the utmost respect, almost as if he regards him as a brother. If his investment had truly faltered, how could he maintain such a cheerful demeanor? He even invited us out for a lavish meal, Li Xianxian elaborated after a considerable pause. So, are you suggesting that Qin Yang possesses such remarkable capabilities? At this moment, Zhang Mengyan began to harbor doubts about the veracity of the situation. She had a clear understanding of Jiang Bei's character, although he often appeared nonchalant and unserious. In comparison to those hedonistic science, he was a paragon of virtue. It was precisely for this reason that she had afforded Jiang Bei an opportunity to pursue her, allowing them to explore a potential relationship. Thus far, Jiang Bei had comported himself admirably in her presence, garnering her satisfaction on multiple fronts. There was no logical reason for him to concoct a lie to deceive her regarding Qin Yang, as it would serve no benefit to him. Indeed, Mingyan, why don't you assist me in inquiring with Jiang Bei about whether Qin Yang has a girlfriend? Li Xianxian hesitated for a moment, then summoned her courage to speak to Zhang Mingyan. Xianxian, you can't possibly have feelings for Qin Yang, can you? Upon hearing her best friend express such sentiments, Zhang Mingyan's expression transformed, filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that Xianxian, after only one meeting with Qin Yang, would develop an affinity for him. It was noteworthy that Xianxian had been pursued by numerous suitors expressing their affections, yet she had never been interested in any of them, remaining single to this day. Yet now, after merely encountering Qin Yang, she found herself smitten. This revelation left Zhang Mingyan feeling as though she were caught in a dream. Qin Yang, with his handsome appearance and status as a top student in the finance department at Morty University, possessed both exceptional talent and capability. If Jiang Bei's assertions held any truth, he was indeed a hidden gem. It seems reasonable for me to be drawn to him, does it not? Li Xuanxuan's cheeks soon flushed with a hint of shyness. She had already resolved to ensure that Zhang Mingyan gleaned more information about Qin Yang from Jiang Bei. Mingyan, you are my dearest friend. You must help me with this. Li Xianxian pleaded earnestly. Very well, who could deny a request from my closest sister? Zhang Mingyan relented, her heart softening in response to her best friend's appeal, and promptly agreed. Moments later, Zhang Mingyan approached Jiang Bei's side, casting her gaze upon him. Jiang Bei, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. No problem, ask away. Jiang Bei, sensing Zhang Mingyan's serious demeanor, straightened up in anticipation. Does Qin Yang currently have a girlfriend? Zhang Mingyan hesitated briefly before finally posing the question. Mingyan, you can't possibly have a crush on my brother Qin, can you? You are my girlfriend. And how could you inquire about another man's romantic status in my presence? That's quite the betrayal. Jiang Bei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Immediately enveloped by a wave of sorrow, he realized he had committed an exceedingly foolish act by orchestrating this gathering. Fully aware of Qin Yang's magnetic appeal to the opposite sex, now, his girlfriend seemed to be developing feelings for his best friend. Jiang Bei felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. Regret and resentment coursed through him, yet he found himself powerless to alter this harsh reality. Chapter 30. If handsomeness is a sin, then I am irredeemable. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say I liked Qin Yang? Jiang Bei, visibly distressed, retorted. What kind of sordid thoughts occupy your mind all day, Jiang Bei? Upon witnessing the sorrow etched on Jiang Bei's face, Zhang Mingyan immediately recognized his misunderstanding. Her expression hardened, and she admonished him. Isn't it obvious? Why else would you pose such a question to me? Jiang Bei paused, momentarily taken aback. Had he misinterpreted the situation? Yet Zhang Mingyan had clearly been inquiring about Qin Yang's romantic status, which suggested her interest in him. You, how could you be so foolish? Isn't Xianxian still single? Am I not entitled to ask about my friend's love life? Zhang Mingyan, visibly agitated, directed a piercing gaze at Jiang Bei. So that's how it is. Mingyan, I apologize. I misunderstood you. As long as you're not smitten with Qin, then it's all good. Jiang Bei's mood brightened as he grasped the true nature of the situation, a smile breaking across his face. Stop smiling. Quickly answer my question. Does Qin Yang have a girlfriend or not? Zhang Mingyan seized Jiang Bei's arm, her fingers tightening with urgency. Ouch! Jiang Bei gasped, but under the fierce intensity of Zhang Mingyan's gaze, he managed to stifle his cries of pain. Mingyan, let's discuss this calmly, he pleaded, seeking to extricate himself from the discomfort. If you wish to avoid suffering, then stop wasting time and tell me already. Zhang Mingyan shot him a glare before releasing her grip. Regrettably, had you asked me this question a few days ago, I could have confidently replied that he did not. However, as of now, the situation is less certain, Jiang Bei responded after a moment of reflection. What do you mean by that? Zhang Mingyan furrowed her brow, immediately pressing for clarification. Qin has recently met a CEO of a publicly listed company, and he seems to have developed quite an affinity for her. Currently, he is actively pursuing her, Jiang Bei disclosed, relaying the information he was privy to. Understood. Zhang Mingyan promptly leaned closer to Li Xianxian. Mingyan, does Qin Yang truly have a girlfriend? Li Xuanxuan's expression was tense, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at her dear friend. He does not. However, I have heard that Qin Yang recently met a beautiful CEO, and he appears to be quite taken with her and is in the pursuit phase. Zhang Mingyan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxian felt a surge of delight within her. So, there's still a chance for me. She was resolute in her belief that, given her allure, she would not be outshone by anyone else. With this mindset, her gaze instinctively fell upon Qin Yang. The more she looked, the more her heart fluttered, her face breaking into a playful smile. Indeed, who could possibly resist the charm of my dear Xianxian? Zhang Mingyan wholeheartedly concurred with Li Xuanquan's sentiment. In terms of physique, temperament, and family background, Li Xianxian embodies the ideal goddess in the hearts of men. Even if Qin Yang is as exceptional as Jiang Bei claims, it is unlikely that he could resist her allure. After approximately 20 minutes, the waiter began to serve the dishes, presenting a table brimming with an impressive array of over a dozen culinary delights. Jiang Bei even uncorked a bottle of exquisite red wine, generously filling everyone's glasses, and the atmosphere in the private room gradually became more vibrant. Brother Qin, this toast is for you. If it weren't for you, I would never have earned such a substantial profit, Jiang Bei exclaimed with palpable excitement, lifting his glass and directing his gaze towards Qin Yang. Let us not be so formal, Qin Yang replied, though he did not refuse. He raised his glass and clinked it against Jiang Bei's. If you ever need my assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. I will stand by you through thick and thin. Jiang Bei had already considered Qin Yang as his close confidant. With Qin Yang's help, he had managed to recover all the losses he had incurred in the stock market just days prior, which filled him with immense joy. Your sentiment is enough. Qin Yang smiled modestly, choosing not to elaborate further. Although not related by blood, the bond they shared was akin to that of brothers. This camaraderie was precisely why they remained so close post-graduation, even living together. Qin Yang, given your remarkable investment acumen, you must have earned quite a fortune for yourself as well. Li Xianxian seized the opportunity, a smile gracing her face as she addressed Qin Yang. Not at all. Qin Yang shook his head with a chuckle, adding, I merely assisted Jiang Bei with his investments. I find that hard to believe. Li Xianxian expressed her skepticism regarding his statement. Brother Qin is right. We were merely dabbling before, so our returns were not substantial. However, we certainly made a tidy sum of at least several hundred thousand. Jiang Bei interjected to defend Qin Yang. That is indeed impressive, Li Xianxian remarked, acknowledging his accomplishments. Coming from a distinguished family herself and utilizing her family's resources, she felt a deep admiration for someone like Qin Yang, who had managed to earn millions within just a few years post-graduation. Her gaze towards him was now filled with warmth. If you don't mind, I would like to join in as well, as I have some spare funds, she suggested. This caught Qin Yang off guard, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Initially, he had only intended to assist Jiang Bei, and only agreed to let Chen Jiahao and the others participate out of goodwill. Now, with Li Xianxian wanting to join as well, he found himself in a bit of a predicament. Jiang Bei quickly noticed Qin Yang's discomfort, and, understanding that he was unsure how to refuse, tugged at Zhang Mingyan's arm. The latter immediately caught on and leaned in to whisper to Li Xianxian, Xianxian, you've only just met Qin Yang. Being so forward might intimidate him. Moreover, investing is a sensitive matter. How can you so readily entrust your money to someone? What if you incur losses? Wouldn't he be embarrassed to face you? Zhang Mingyan thought her words would dissuade her dear friend, but to her surprise, Li Xianxian replied with a smile, it's fine, it's only a few hundred thousand. If I lose it, then so be it. This gives me a perfect excuse to meet Qin Yang again. Realizing that her friend was already deeply infatuated, Zhang Mingyan felt that her earnest advice had fallen on deaf ears. Nevertheless, out of goodwill, she persisted, don't be reckless. This matter requires careful consideration. It's better to take your time. At that moment, Qin Yang turned his gaze towards Jiang Bei and whispered, what on earth is going on? Why do I feel like their looks towards me are rather peculiar? Jiang Bei burst into laughter. Brother Qin, I must say your charm is undeniable. I suspect Xianxian has taken a liking to you. Instantly, Qin Yang's expression transformed into one of shock. Disbelief etched across his features. Isn't this development a bit too swift? What a joke. This is our first meeting, and we haven't even exchanged many words. How could she possibly have feelings for me? He instinctively shook his head, finding Jiang Bei's conjecture utterly absurd. Brother Qin, just now Mingyan inquired if you're single. I reckon this is all but certain now. You'd better contemplate how to navigate this unexpected romantic interest. Jiang Bei observed gleefully from the sidelines. What? Is that truly the case? You didn't betray me, did you? Qin Yang's expression shifted dramatically at that moment. Given Jiang Bei's notorious propensity to abandon friendship for fleeting desires, this was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Jiang Bei replied with a mischievous grin, promptly moving to another seat to avoid any potential retribution from Qin Yang. Very well, you'll pay for this. Just wait and see how I deal with you later, Qin Yang declared, acknowledging the situation with resignation and fixing a piercing gaze on Jiang Bei. About half an hour later, as the meal neared its conclusion, Zhang Mingyan and Li Xianxian suggested heading to a nearby karaoke venue. Jiang Bei, of course, vehemently opposed the idea, but Qin Yang seized the opportunity to feign fatigue, expressing a desire to return home early. Ultimately, he took a taxi home alone. The following morning, Qin Yang rose early. After freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Considering that Su Fei would likely not awaken too early and hoping to bring her a meal as well. Around 7 o'clock, he grabbed the car keys and headed to the garage. Driving Su Fei's Maserati, he set off to pick her up for work. A journey that would take about half an hour, just enough time to arrive punctually. Dark Horse Prince. Miss Su, have you awoken? I've prepared breakfast and am on my way to your place. President Su. I just got up and am about to freshen up. You prepared breakfast for me? Thank you so much. Dark Horse Prince. I should arrive in about half an hour. President Su. No problem. Inside the villa. Su Fei had only just started her day. Clad in a revealing nightgown, she stood in the bathroom, washing up. Upon seeing Qin Yang's message on her phone, a smile crept onto her face. Knowing he would arrive shortly, she hastened her preparations. Soon after, she entered her wardrobe to select an outfit that would best showcase her elegance. In this back and forth, over 20 minutes had passed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Checking the surveillance, Su Fei saw Qin Yang standing at her doorstep. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to wake up so early. I usually start work at 9:30. She greeted him with a radiant smile, her gaze fixed on him. Is that so? Then I must have interrupted your rest. Qin Yang replied. A hint of apology crossing his features. It's all right. I'm used to rising early, she reassured him. Please, make yourself comfortable. I will fetch you a bottle of water. With that, Sophie turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving behind a striking silhouette. At that moment, she was clad in a professional outfit, exuding an aura of formality. It was precisely this attire that accentuated her voluptuous figure, inevitably igniting a spark of desire in Qin Yang. In less than a moment, Sophie reappeared in the living room, extending the bottle of mineral water towards Qin Yang. I appreciate you coming to pick me up so early, she said. It's no trouble at all. It is my privilege. Qin Yang replied with a shy smile, gesturing towards the breakfast laid out on the table. I made breakfast this morning. If you don't mind, let us share it together. Sophie readily nodded, not wishing to decline. The scene transitioned to them seated at the dining table, where an array of sandwiches, milk, poached eggs, grilled sausages, and a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee awaited. Miss Sophie, I wasn't sure what you would like, so I prepared a little of everything. I usually have a casual breakfast, never anything this lavish, Qin Yang said. Thank you, Qin Yang, Sophie exclaimed, her heart swelling with warmth at the sight of the bountiful breakfast, clearly touched by his thoughtfulness. This was, after all, the first time she had ever received breakfast from a man, and delivered right to her door. Give it a try, if you enjoy it. I would be delighted to prepare breakfast for you again tomorrow, Qin Yang said, his expression brimming with anticipation. Truth be told, he would relish the opportunity to continue making breakfast for her. Blushing at his words, Sophie felt a rush of shyness wash over her. She found Qin Yang's assertiveness overwhelming. No, that won't be necessary. I don't want to trouble you. Observing her reaction, Qin Yang quickly clarified, for me. It is an exceedingly joyous occasion. How could it be a bother? At his words, Sophie lowered her gaze even further, unable to meet his eyes. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yang intended to drive Sophie to her office. As they stepped outside and settled into the Maserati, Sophie began to fasten her seatbelt, but Qin Yang was quicker. He leaned close to her, securing the seatbelt with great care, the distance between them barely 10 centimeters. Sophie's heart raced, acutely aware of the warmth of his breath. She struggled to maintain a composed expression despite the excitement bubbling within her. Thank you, she murmured softly, glancing at Qin Yang from the corner of her eye. With a roar, the sports car's engine came to life. Qin Yang gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, the car speeding towards Sophie's workplace. Meanwhile, Sophie, seated in the passenger seat, was engulfed by a tempest of emotions. Sophie, you are the esteemed president of a company. What storms have you not weathered? Why does a mere gesture from him leave you so flustered? She chided herself internally. Stay composed. Do not let him see you falter. Qin Yang occasionally stole glances at Sophie, who, dressed in her professional outfit, radiated the quintessential aura of a powerful executive. The elegance of her attire aligned perfectly with his aesthetic taste, stirring excitement within him. The atmosphere in the car grew palpably tense as neither dared to break the silence. Finally, Qin Yang could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat and ventured, Miss Sophie, do you have time this evening? I purchased 2 movie tickets and would like to invite you to join me. Sophie found herself at a crossroads, uncertain how to respond. Should she accept or decline? After all, they had only just met a couple of days ago, and it seemed rather rapid to be stepping into the realm of romantic outings. Yet, she feared that outright rejection might anger Qin Yang. She was torn. After much deliberation, Sophie eventually decided to accept Qin Yang's invitation. not for any particular reason other than the fact that he was the first man she had encountered who did not evoke even a hint of annoyance in her. Additionally, she was no longer young, and family pressures were mounting. Even if she did not choose Qin Yang, she would eventually have to consider other suitors. In comparison, she preferred to explore a relationship with him. Perhaps this was the most sensible course of action. Very well, send me a message when you finish work this evening, and I will come to pick you up, Qin Yang said, unaware of the tumult of thoughts swirling in Sophie's mind. Seeing her agree to his invitation filled him with excitement. For him, this was a promising beginning. Despite lacking romantic experience, he was not entirely naive. Having gleaned some understanding from the whispers around him, Sophie's agreement indicated that she harbored some affection for him. Seizing the moment might allow them to forge a deeper connection. At the office building, a sleek Maserati pulled up to the entrance. Employees recognized it as Sophie's vehicle. The car door opened, and a dashing young man emerged, startling the security guard stationed at the entrance, who rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing he had misperceived the scene. Qin Yang approached the passenger side and opened the door for Sophie. Moments later, she emerged, her gaze meeting his with a gentle smile. Qin Yang, we've arrived at the office. Thank you for the ride, she said. You should head inside. I want to keep you. Qin Yang nodded, his eyes filled with warmth. See you tonight. Sophie picked up her bag, leaving behind a captivating silhouette as she walked towards the office building. Within a mere hour, the gossip of Sophie being dropped off by a mysterious man had swept through the entire office. Surely this cannot be true. Everyone knows our Sophie is an untouchable ice queen of a president. How could she possibly be involved with an ordinary man? The security guard, having witnessed the event firsthand, was certain of what he had seen. Perhaps Sophie's aloofness stemmed from her high standards. After all, she had never lacked for suitors, often pursued by wealthy elites. Surely, she could find someone to her liking among them. Yet, Qin Yang remained blissfully unaware of the whirlwind of speculation surrounding him. After leaving Sophie's office, he hailed a taxi, intending to retrieve his Harley-Davidson. By the way, didn't the advanced technology system reward me with a billion-dollar luxury villa? Now that I have some time, I should go take a look. Living in Jiangbei isn't ideal, and I don't want to owe anyone any favors. Besides, owning a luxury villa means I should not leave it unoccupied. With that thought, he set off. After retrieving his vehicle, Qin Yang promptly made his way back to Jiangwan Community. Upon returning to his room, he collected the property certificate and keys from the drawer without delay. Without wasting a moment, he set off towards the luxurious Tang Chun Epin villa. At 10:30 in the morning, Qin Yang's figure appeared at the villa's entrance. Sir, may I assist you? The security guard on duty, noticing Qin Yang's dignified demeanor and opulent attire, approached respectfully, curiosity evident in his voice. I am the owner of the property here, intending to visit my residence, Qin Yang replied with a slight smile. Please hold on, I will summon our supervisor. The guard responded, his expression shifting dramatically. After greeting Qin Yang, he immediately called for his superior via the intercom. In less than a few minutes, a professionally attired manager appeared before Qin Yang. He approached quickly, wearing a fawning smile, and inquired, May I ask your name, sir? Qin Yang, he replied. Mr. Qin, may I kindly request you to present your property certificate? The manager asked, bowing slightly, his tone exceedingly respectful. Certainly, I have it with me, Qin Yang stated, handing over the property certificate. The manager received it with both hands, scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness. After a brief moment, he raised his gaze to Qin Yang and said, Mr. Qin, please follow me. I will now take you to your villa. He then returned the property certificate to Qin Yang. Within approximately 10 minutes, the two arrived at the entrance of a standalone villa. Mr. Qin, we have arrived. This is the place, the manager said with a slight smile, gesturing towards the entrance. Thank you for your assistance, Qin Yang replied, producing the key to the villa's door and unlocking it with a click. As the door swung open, Qin Yang stepped inside. The interior of the luxurious villa was adorned with extravagant decorations, embodying a Nordic architectural style that instantly captivated him. The spacious hall featured a magnificent chandelier made of glass crystals. The sofa, coffee table, and various ornaments exuded comfort and elegance. The kitchen boasted high-end imported appliances, meticulously installed. The independent dining area was expansive enough to accommodate gatherings of a dozen guests. With a private cinema, gym, and karaoke room, the backyard offered picturesque scenery, adorned with a variety of greenery. A lush green lawn stretched out before him, complemented by a generously sized private swimming pool. After touring the villa, Qin Yang felt immensely satisfied with the furnishings and arrangements. He couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, so this is the life of the affluent. Indeed, it is a life of indulgence. From this day forward, this would be his residence. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from his sister, Qin Yan. Yin Yan, what's up? Do you need something from your brother? He answered, his tone filled with affection. He had always been protective of his sister, fearing she might face any distress. He even sent her a monthly allowance, fearing that if he didn't pamper her so much, his bank account would have exceeded 7 figures by now. Brother, today is a school holiday, and I'm out shopping with my roommate. Would you like to join us? A sweet, melodious voice responded from the other end. Qin Yang had a uniquely captivating voice, capable of producing ethereal tones even without professional vocal training, which was why Qin Yang supported her attendance at the prestigious Modu Conservatory of Music. Sure, send me your location, and I'll come find you, Qin Yang replied without hesitation. Great, I'll be waiting here, Qin Yang cheerfully responded before sending her location via WeChat. Chapter 33, Qin Yang and Han Shi. Upon receiving Qin Yang's location, Qin Yang departed immediately. In less than 40 minutes, he found himself at the commercial shopping center at the Peninsula CAF. Seated near the entrance were Qin Yang and her roommate, Han Shi. Yin, did your brother really agree to come? Han Shi asked, her face lit with excitement. Yes, he is on his way, Qin Yang confirmed. I've created the opportunity for you. The rest is up to you. She was well aware of Han Shi's feelings for her brother, which had been apparent for quite some time, and now that an opportunity had finally arisen, it was not to be missed. Don't worry. Regardless of the outcome, I'll still get you that lipstick and handbag I promised. Han Shi replied with a radiant smile, her mood evidently lifted. As they chatted, Qin Yang walked through the door, scanning the CAF until he spotted Qin Yang. He approached with purpose. Yin, he called out, just a few meters away. Brother, you arrived so quickly. We were just talking about you, Qin Yang exclaimed, immediately rising to embrace him. Their sibling bond was strong, and given their infrequent meetings, their excitement was palpable. Really? What were you discussing about me? Qin Yang inquired with a curious squint. Oh, nothing much, just casual conversation, Qin Yang replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. She dared not reveal the true nature of their discussion, fearing it would infuriate him, especially considering the generous allowance he provided her each month. This is Han Shi, my roommate, whom you've met before, Qin Yang introduced, guiding Qin Yang to sit beside her. Hello, Qin Gu, Han Shi greeted, her makeup impeccably applied, enhancing her ethereal charm in a way that clearly aimed to leave a favorable impression on Qin Yang. I often hear Yin speak of you, and I'm grateful for how you look after her at school, Qin Yang said, offering a warm smile. It's nothing. Yin and I are good friends. Helping each other is only natural, Han Shi replied. But, Qin Gu, you're not working today, right? Is it too much trouble for you to come here? Her every word and gesture radiated thoughtfulness and intelligence, leaving a favorable impression on Qin Yang. Not at all. When my sister personally requests my presence, how could I possibly refuse? Even if I had no time, I would make it work, Qin Yang replied with a gentle smile. As Qin Yang uttered those words, his gaze towards Qin Yang was filled with affection. Brother, shall we go? Let us head out for some shopping. We've already finished our coffee. Had it not been for waiting on Qin Yang and Han, she would have departed long ago. All right, I'm at your command. Qin Yang naturally had no objections and readily agreed. Soon, the three of them exited the Peninsula CAF and made their way upstairs. This entire shopping center housed over 1,000 stores, boasting a plethora of clothing, bags, shoes, and skincare products. Within minutes, Qin Yang and Han Shi eagerly entered a clothing store first. Upon gazing at the dazzling array of new garments hanging on the racks, their eyes sparkled with excitement, rendering them momentarily immobile. Brother, do you think this dress looks good on me? Qin Yang asked, holding up a skirt in front of herself, her face brimming with anticipation as she turned to Qin Yang for his opinion. With your enchanting beauty and splendid figure, you would undoubtedly look good in anything. However, I believe this particular piece would suit you even better. Noticing Qin Yun's eagerness for his input, Qin Yang smiled as he responded. His words were indeed sincere. After all, Qin Yang was the belle of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, a rare beauty in both visage and form. Yet, with his newfound skills as a stylist, his discerning eye had become more refined. It seemed that he was quite correct. Qin Yang instinctively took the outfit from Qin Yang's hands and approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Surprisingly, she found herself sharing the same sentiment as Qin Yang. However, she couldn't help but wonder when her brother's fashion sense had become so astute. Brother, I never imagined your taste could be this impeccable, identifying the perfect style for me at a glance. Do tell, what is the secret behind this? With a wary expression, Qin Yang fixed her gaze on Qin Yang, pressing him for an explanation. Meanwhile, Han Shi, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel curious. Her eyes also trained on Qin Yang, eager to hear his response. What is there to explain? I simply thought this outfit suited you well and mentioned it casually. Qin Yang replied, his demeanor unruffled, showing no signs of fluster at Qin Yun's probing. Brother, are you hiding something? It dawned on Qin Yang that Qin Yang's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Compared to a short while ago, he exuded a mysterious and indefinable change. Little one, Why are you jumping to conclusions? Hurry and pick out your clothes. To be honest, I've recently made quite a profit in the stock market. Feel free to buy whatever you desire. Don't hesitate with me. Qin Yang chuckled, exuding an air of affluence as he addressed Qin Yun. You've made more money again? How much? Qin Yun, upon hearing this, was unfazed, as such occurrences had become commonplace. Not much, just around 7 or 8 million. Qin Yang shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. Boom. Both Qin Yun and Han Shi were instantly taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Not much. 7 or 8 million. Is that something a person can casually say? The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. After a good 10 seconds, Qin Yun excitedly leaped into Qin Yang's arms, tightly embracing him, unable to contain her exhilaration. Brother, are you certain you weren't joking just now? Qin Yun had always known her brother to be a financial prodigy, having amassed over $1 million in wealth through the stock market during his university days. Yet, the rapid accumulation of wealth now surpassed her expectations. Is such a small sum truly enough to elicit this level of excitement? Just wait until I become a billionaire with assets in the tens or hundreds of billions. You'll be over the moon. Seeing his sister's animated reaction only heightened Qin Yang's joy. Chapter 34, The Persistent Frog. If that day truly arrives, I would gladly welcome it. Brother, you are simply remarkable. Just 2 years post-graduation, and you've managed to earn so much money. If I struggle to find a job in the future, you must continue to support me. Hearing this news, Qin Yun felt genuine happiness for her brother. In the first 2 years after graduation, Qin Yang had rejected numerous lucrative offers from major financial firms in Shanghai, choosing instead to pursue a freelance career. Eventually, he even took up a job as a delivery rider for a local food service. Because of this choice, Qin Yun had often been frustrated with her brother. Yet, it seemed her worries were unfounded. How could someone as exceptional as her brother fail to achieve financial success? In such a short time, his wealth had surged to nearly 10 million. Had he remained in a corporate role, he might not have achieved such remarkable success. No problem, after all. You are my most cherished sister. If you truly don't wish to work, just accompany me after graduation. I'll pay you a monthly salary of 100,000. That should be more than sufficient for your indulgences. If that is not enough, I'll gladly raise your salary. Qin Yang said with a warm smile, his expression filled with affection for Qin Yun. Brother, you are so good to me. If only we weren't siblings. Having such a caring boyfriend would make me wake up smiling from my dreams. At this point, Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, pondering which woman would be fortunate enough to win the heart of such a gentle and talented brother. You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? You're the belle of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. There must be countless suitors vying for your attention. Finding a boyfriend should be a piece of cake as long as your standards aren't as high as mine. Qin Yang retorted, not out of vanity, but rather reflecting the truth before them. Wealthy individuals aren't necessarily handsome, and handsome individuals aren't guaranteed to be talented. Even if one possesses all these qualities, they may not exhibit the same tenderness and care as Qin Yang, having been pampered by him. It was only natural that Qin Yun's expectations for a partner would be elevated, explaining her prolonged singlehood. Narcissist. Qin Yun rolled her eyes at Qin Yang's self-praise. Yin Yun, I truly envy you for having such a doting brother. Han Shi stepped forward, her gaze towards Qin Yun filled with admiration. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Qin Yang, for to her, he was the true object of her admiration. Qin Yun, Han Shi, I can't believe you two are here shopping as well. What a coincidence. At that moment, a voice broke the tranquility. Upon hearing it, Qin Yun, Han Shi, and Qin Yang turned to look at the newcomer. Song Daming, what brings you here? Are you following us? At that moment, Qin Yun's expression darkened, her tone icy as she addressed him. How could that be? In a few days, it's my sister's birthday, and I merely came to purchase a few new outfits as gifts. I hadn't anticipated running into you here. Wouldn't you call this fate? Song Daming seemed entirely unfazed by Qin Yun's demeanor. He let out an awkward chuckle and stepped forward to Qin Yun, hastily attempting to explain himself. Naturally, neither Qin Yun nor Han Shi would believe him. After all, at the school gate, he had intercepted the two of them, showering them with concern and even offering to drive them a short distance. It had been but a brief interval since their last encounter. They would never accept it as mere coincidence. Do you think we are fools, so easily swayed by your words? Qin Yun coldly scoffed, her expression radiating indignation as she spoke. That is of little consequence. I see you both have taken quite a liking to the garments in this store. Why not allow me to purchase a few pieces for you, as a token of my apology? A strong sense of superiority flashed across Song Daming's face. He was notorious at school, a figure of considerable influence, with family assets amounting to tens of millions, a veritable scion of wealth. With such tactics, he had long since captured the hearts of countless beauties, even those deemed the most coveted. If he were not interested in Qin Yun, he would not have gone to such lengths to impress her. Humph, Do not presume that your wealth grants you the right to flaunt your superiority before me. Let me make this clear. Abandon any hope you may harbor. I would never stoop to associate with someone of your ilk. Nor would I ever consider you as a partner, Qin Yang declared, fully aware of Song Daming's intentions. Such pretentiousness, relying on a mere few coins to showcase superiority, was something she utterly despised. Exactly, Song Daming. Our Qin Yang isn't swayed by your antics. Save your breath and leave this place. Han Shi's gaze conveyed her revulsion towards Song Daming. She had long harbored disdain for him, but had refrained from confronting him until now. However, his persistent pursuit of Qin Yang had pushed her to the brink of exasperation. Are you certain? This is a Chanel boutique, where even a single item can cost over 10,000. With the meager funds at your disposal, are you truly able to afford such luxuries? Song Daming had seized upon Qin Yang and Han Shi's evident fondness for high-end fashion, timing his appearance to exploit this. His monthly allowance was substantial, enabling him to purchase a few luxury items without a second thought. He was willing to splurge as long as it meant bending Qin Yang to his will. Who says we cannot afford it? At that moment, Qin Yang stepped in front of Qin Yang and Han Shi, his expression dark and foreboding. Through their previous conversation, he had grasped the situation. This scoundrel was shamelessly harassing his sister, attempting to buy her affection. A wave of fury surged within him. How dare this toad aspire to a swan? Who do you think you are? I am conversing with them. This is none of your concern. If you wish to play the hero, perhaps you should consider your own capabilities. Don't end up in a predicament of your own making, Song Daming sneered, realizing only then that a handsome young man stood beside Qin Yang and Han Shi. Initially, he had assumed this individual was merely a store employee, but it was now clear that was far from the truth. I will give you 3 seconds to apologize to Qin Yang immediately. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Qin Yang's voice was chilling, exuding an overwhelming presence. Rather than feeling intimidated, Song Daming's lips curled into a sinister smile as he pointed a finger at Qin Yang, mockingly scoffing, You dare to command me? Do you have any idea of my standing? Are you frightened? While I am not inclined to pursue this matter further, I suggest you leave post-haste. Otherwise, with a single phone call, I could summon dozens of people. Whether you can still stand here unscathed is certainly in question. Feeling irked by Qin Yang's arrogance, Song Daming let out a derisive snort before threatening in return. Slap. Without further ado, Qin Yang swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Song Daming's cheek. The sound was sharp and reverberated throughout the space. In his anger, Qin Yang showed no mercy, sending Song Daming flying several meters backward, where he tumbled to the ground in a most undignified manner. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the store. How dare you lay a hand on me? Are you courting death? Song Daming exclaimed, feeling the fiery sting on his cheek and tasting blood at his lip. His fury ignited. I believe the one courting death is you. How dare a lowly toad like you set your sights on my sister? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own reflection, Qin Yang retorted, shaking his hand with a smirk. Let me make myself clear. Should you dare to pursue her again, it will not merely be a slap you receive. The price you pay will be excruciatingly higher. Song Daming's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that this young man was Qin Yang's brother. Yet, regardless of this revelation, he could not allow such humiliation to go unpunished. If he did not retaliate, how could he maintain his standing? Fine, just wait. He spat, picking himself up off the ground and, while nursing his injured pride, he fled the scene. Brother, you were too impulsive. Song Daming has a powerful background and is quite the figure at our school. By openly humiliating him, you can be certain he will seek revenge. Qin Yang expressed her concern, touched by her brother's defense, yet apprehensive about the repercussions. Do not fret, sister. A clown like him is hardly worth my concern. Trust me, he won't stir up much trouble. If he dares to continue bothering you, just inform me, and I will handle him, Qin Yang assured her with a light-hearted smile, seemingly unfazed by the incident. Brother, Qin Yang attempted to voice her concerns once more, but Qin Yang interrupted her decisively. Enough. There is no need to let someone like him ruin our spirits. You wanted to buy clothes, yes? Which pieces have caught your eye? I shall treat you. In light of Qin Yang's generous offer, Qin Yang quickly cast aside her worries. Her spirits lifted once more. After meandering for over half an hour and selecting more than 10 exquisite pieces, Qin Yang still felt a lingering desire for more. Just as she contemplated continuing her shopping spree, she was abruptly halted by Han Shi. Yin, isn't that enough? The clothes in this store aren't inexpensive, and you can't possibly wear all of them. It was Han Shi's reminder that brought Qin Yang back to her senses. Brother, shall we call it a day? Although Qin Yang had earned a substantial sum and was willing to foot the bill, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret at the thought of spending so much. After all, this was a Chanel boutique, where each garment came with a hefty price tag. Excuse me, could you please pack all the clothes she just tried on? I'm taking them all. Qin Yang directed his gaze towards a nearby sales associate, gesturing for her attention. Of course, The saleswoman's face lit up with delight at Qin Yang's generous offer, and she hurried over to quickly bundle the items Qin Yun and Han she had tried on. The total is 253,700 yuan, she announced cheerfully. Sir, will you be paying by card or another method? In no time, the saleswoman had tallied the price and, with a beaming smile, addressed Qin Yang. Card, please. The password is 6 zeros. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang produced a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the saleswoman. All right. Beep. The cashier processed the payment smoothly. Sir, here is your bank card. The staff presented Qin Yang's card with both hands, their demeanor filled with respect. What are you still doing? Grab the bags and let's go. Qin Yang took the card and, with shopping bags in hand, exited the boutique, only to find that Qin Yun and Han she were still standing there in a daze. He couldn't help but call out to them. Oh right. Qin Yun quickly snapped back to reality, lifting her shopping bags and hastily following him. Brother, the way you just paid was absolutely impressive. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression shifted immediately, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice as he retorted. So, if I hadn't paid, would you think I wasn't impressive? Yin Yun, you really are quite materialistic, aren't you? Do you see me as a free ATM? That's nonsense. I never thought that. Qin Yun shook her head vehemently, playfully pouting. All right. I was just joking. Since I'm in a good mood today, let us buy you some shoes and skincare products as well. With newfound wealth at his disposal, Qin Yang, ever the doting brother, was eager to indulge her further. Designer clothes, handbags, and shoes. She was determined to have everything that others possessed, and even more than what they lacked. In short, money was no object. Qin Yun was so touched that she nearly cried. She had basked in Qin Yang's affection since childhood, and even now, as she attended university, that affection remained unchanged. Brother, thank you for everything you do for me. What is there to thank? I'm your brother. Who else would I spoil if not you? Qin Yang affectionately ruffled Qin Yun's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Throughout the afternoon, the trio explored dozens of stores, accumulating so many shopping bags that they could hardly carry them. To alleviate the burden, Qin Yang arranged for a courier and car service to deliver their purchases to Qin Yun's dormitory. However, during the wait, a familiar figure emerged in the distance. Leading the group was Song Daming, flanked by over 20 rowdy thugs, each brandishing baseball bats and steel pipes, clearly intent on seeking revenge against Qin Yang. Brother, what should we do now? Song Daming is obviously here to cause trouble. Should we run? Qin Yun's complexion paled, shocked by the rapidity of Song Daming's retaliatory actions and the sheer number of his followers. Run? It's too late. None of you will escape today. Song Daming approached, having overheard Qin Yun's words, and scoffed disdainfully. What's this? Was the lesson I taught you earlier not enough? You've come seeking punishment all on your own? In stark contrast to Qin Yun's trepidation, Qin Yang remained unfazed by the looming confrontation. With his mastery of the 8 extremities fist, he regarded the 20-odd thugs before him as mere trifles, dismissing them entirely. What amused Qin Yang was the sheer foolishness of Song Daming, who blatantly ignored his previous warning, returning to seek his own demise. How absurd. You still find amusement in this situation? Very well. You slapped me earlier, and now I shall repay you 100-fold. Having never been struck in his life, especially not in front of an audience, Song Daming's resentment toward Qin Yang ran deep, and his thirst for vengeance was urgent. Leaving no room for delay, he had spent 200,000 yuan to hire these notorious thugs, determined to make Qin Yang pay immediately. Everyone attack. The first one to take him down will receive an additional 50,000 yuan reward. The thugs, motivated by greed, perked up at the mention of the bounty, their eyes widening as they treated Qin Yang like a cash cow. Armed with their weapons, they advanced rapidly toward Qin Yang's position. Yin Yun, Han Shi, step back. I'll handle this. Your safety is my priority. Qin Yang, concerned about the potential fallout from the impending conflict, turned to ensure they kept their distance. Brother, please be careful. Qin Yun, wanting to prevent her brother from being distracted, retreated 7 or 8 meters alongside Han Shi. Yet, her expression was marked by worry for Qin Yang's safety. Yin Yun, trust in your brother. If I say I can handle it, then I will be fine. Han Shi, observing Qin Yang's calm demeanor in the face of danger, surmised that he must possess sufficient strength to manage the situation. What are you all waiting for? Charge at him. Take this punk down. Song Daming's eyes glinted with malice, eager to crush Qin Yang beneath his foot and assert his dominance. The thugs, ready and eager, began their assault. Die. The lead thug, sporting yellow hair, brandished his baseball bat and charged at Qin Yang, aiming a powerful swing at his chest. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and, with a mere punch, shattered the bat into splinters. In the next instant, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful side kick. The yellow-haired thug was sent flying backward, soaring 7 or 8 meters before tumbling violently across the concrete. Gagging, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, as if his entire body were about to fall apart. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The thugs stood frozen, wide-eyed and dumbstruck, unable to fathom that the seemingly frail Qin Yang could unleash such formidable power. With swift and ruthless precision, he had incapacitated one of their own in mere seconds, leaving them utterly intimidated. How is this possible? His strength is astonishing. Could one individual truly instill fear in this band of nefarious gang members? The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Song Daming. Initially, he believed that summoning such a multitude to confront Qin Yang was an overreaction. Yet, it became evident that he had grossly underestimated the young man's prowess. You wish to deal with me? Why are you all standing there in silence? Come forth. Today, I shall bring you all down, one by one. At this moment, Qin Yang exuded an air of confidence, revealing his dominance and audacity. The legs of the thugs felt as if they were leaden, weighed down as if by 1,000 pounds. With Huang Mao's fate serving as a cautionary tale, the gang members no longer regarded Qin Yang with the same disdain as before. Instead, their gazes were filled with trepidation. None wished to provoke Qin Yang at this juncture, lest they invite their own suffering. You lot, I paid you to handle this situation, not to stand idly by. Attack, all of you, with so many of you. Even he must be unable to withstand your onslaught. Song Daming shouted, his visage darkening as he directed his ire at the assembled ruffians. However, the thugs remained wary of Qin Yang's strength, hesitating to act recklessly. This left Song Daming in a quandary. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly resorted to desperation. 300,000. Whoever can subdue this brat, I will pay them immediately. Boom. In that instant, the fighting spirit among the thugs reignited. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely inspire brave men. 300,000 was a significant sum for those who danced on the edge of danger, making the risk worthwhile. Moments later, several burly men among the gang drew their daggers, their expressions fierce as they coldly addressed Qin Yang. Kid, if you wish to avoid a bloody fate, you'd best confess to young Master Song. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Upon witnessing this scene, a malevolent grin spread across Song Daming's face. Now, let us see what tricks you have left. Qin Yang, however, regarded their bravado with scorn. From the beginning, he had never considered these thugs a threat. Their audacity in challenging him now was tantamount to courting disaster. Attack! The burly thug's eyes glimmered with ferocity. In mere moments, they coordinated an assault against Qin Yang. They were swift, but Qin Yang was swifter still. Whoosh! In a flash, he vanished from sight. The thugs found themselves bereft of a target. As they stood bewildered, searching for Qin Yang's whereabouts, they were met with a series of dull thuds as their lower backs received powerful kicks. The overwhelming force sent them crashing to the ground, their faces meeting the earth with a resounding thud. Ribs shattered, and they would likely spend months in recovery. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. I hired you to resolve my troubles, and yet not a single one of you has laid a finger on this brat. What good are you to me? Song Daming's eyes blazed with fury, his dissatisfaction palpable. Had he known, he would have summoned bodyguards from home. Only they had the capability to subdue this menace. Realizing the situation was dire, Song Daming, who had been hiding behind the thugs, instinctively sought to flee. Unfortunately, Qin Yang had already taken notice. He propelled himself off the ground, his body shooting forward like a cannonball, swiftly blocking Song Daming's escape route. What is this? You were just so full of yourself, and now you wish to run. You certainly have a cunning mind. But alas, I won't let you escape so easily. A smirk played on Qin Yang's lips, his expression one of amusement. Chapter 37. Don't waste your efforts. The one she loves is me. You better not do anything rash. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure you pay dearly. Song Daming's face turned pale. Yet, despite his fear, he stubbornly persisted in taunting Qin Yang. Smack! Qin Yang raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap. There was no need for lengthy explanations with someone so dim-witted. He had already warned that further provocations would lead to an even grimmer fate. As Qin Yang had spoken, so he would act. Scoundrel! Song Daming stumbled and fell to the ground. The imprints of Qin Yang's hand marked both his left and right cheeks in a painful crimson, creating a grotesque symmetry. He gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage, yet he was utterly powerless against Qin Yang's overwhelming strength. Kneel and admit your mistake. Then slap yourself 100 times. Once you've completed this, I shall allow you to depart. Moments later, Qin Yang towered over Song Daming, delivering his ultimatum. Never. I would never endure such humiliation. Song Daming resolutely rejected Qin Yang's proposition without a moment's thought. Bang! Qin Yang delivered a kick to Song Daming's chest, the impact nearly displacing his internal organs. He coughed up blood, his face contorting in agony, clearly enduring pain beyond the comprehension of the average person. I shall grant you one more chance to speak wisely. Qin Yang smiled, his unwavering gaze fixed on Song Daming. It was as if his response would determine whether he would continue to suffer. I admit my mistake. Just don't strike me again. Song Daming looked at Qin Yang, his eyes now filled with dread. This man was nothing short of a madman, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. If this continued, Song Daming genuinely feared for his life. Smack, smack, smack. Under Qin Yang's coercion, Song Daming reluctantly rose from the ground, kneeling to slap his own face. For a full 5 minutes, he endured the humiliation of 100 self-inflicted slaps, leaving his face swollen and unrecognizable compared to his former self. Get lost. From now on, do not harass my sister, or your fate will be far worse than this. Qin Yang's expression was defiant as he yelled at Song Daming. And you lot, vanish from my sight in 10 seconds. The next moment, Qin Yang cast a sharp glare at the gang members, warning them. The group exhaled in relief. Upon realizing they could leave, they fled faster than rabbits. Brother, when did you become so formidable? So many of them. Yet they couldn't even lay a finger on you. Qin Yang gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she scrutinized Qin Yang. Today, he had brought her an abundance of surprises. You know I enjoy exercising regularly. Recently, I even enrolled in a boxing training class. And all these skills were acquired during that time. I never expected that my casual practice would yield such impressive results. These ordinary ruffians are utterly no match for me. Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly, then proceeded to explain to Qin Yun. Really? Qin Yun replied, her expression skeptical. Her intuition suggesting that this was merely a fabricated excuse by her brother. However, seeing that he was unwilling to divulge the truth, she refrained from pressing further. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Qin Yang remarked, rubbing his nose. Although he recognized that this explanation was somewhat far-fetched, he could not conjure a more suitable response at that moment. It's getting late. You two should hurry back to school. I'll arrange a car for you. And just send me a message when you reach your dorm. Qin Yang did not give Qin Yun a chance to refuse. He swiftly took out his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Before parting, Qin Yang also transferred 500,000 to Qin Yun's bank account. Take this money and spend it as you wish. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. In the future, there's no need for you to deprive yourself. Qin Yun felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for Qin Yang's generosity. She immediately expressed her heartfelt thanks to him. After Qin Yun and Han Shi departed, Qin Yang hopped on his motorcycle and made his way to Sophie's company. At this hour, she should be finishing up work soon. He had not forgotten their dinner and movie plans for the evening. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sophie's company, a luxurious black Porsche 911, valued at over $2 million, was parked nearby. The trunk was open, filled to the brim with roses and balloons. This extravagant display clearly indicated that someone was preparing to confess their feelings. Bored, Qin Yang curiously approached the scene. The owner of the Porsche was a wealthy young man of similar age, dressed in a sharp suit and donning sunglasses. His hair meticulously styled with wax, exuding an air of coolness. Hey, are you planning to confess to someone here? He inquired. What is it to you? Gao Jun shot a glance at Qin Yang, his irritation palpable as he felt threatened by Qin Yang's appearance. Naturally, he did not offer a warm response. Noticing Gao Jun's unwarranted hostility, Qin Yang chose not to engage further. He returned to his motorcycle, instinctively pulling out his phone to message Sophie, inquiring about her departure time. Dark Horse Prince, Sophie, how much longer until you finish work? I'm already at your company entrance. Unfortunately, after sending the message, several minutes passed without a response from Sophie. Bored, he resorted to browsing videos. Approximately 10 minutes later, a notification chimed. Sophie finally replied. President Su, apologies. I was in a meeting and didn't see your message. I'll wrap things up and come down shortly. Dark Horse Prince, no worries. A few more minutes won't make a difference. Just handle your work, and we'll have a great time tonight. Qin Yang's thoughtfulness was apparent, as he showed no intention of rushing Sophie. In the president's office, Sophie reclined on the sofa, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she read Qin Yang's message. This guy truly understands me. If it were anyone else who had to wait so long, they might harbor grievances. Yet here he was, demonstrating understanding. With that thought, Sophie picked up her bag and promptly made her way down to the company entrance. 5 to 6 minutes later, as Sophie stepped out of the building, scanning the surroundings for Qin Yang, her gaze unexpectedly landed on a man. Gao Jun stood there, holding a bouquet of roses, passionately confessing, Miss Su, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I've been unable to extricate myself from my love for you. Every night, your image graces my dreams, making it clear that I cannot live without you. I like you. Please be my girlfriend. Upon hearing this sudden declaration, Sophie's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Clearly taken aback. Moments later, she flatly refused. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your confession, as you are simply not my type. What kind of man do you prefer? I can become better for you, Gao Jun insisted, unwilling to give up. Don't bother guessing. The person she likes is me. You don't stand a chance. A voice from behind abruptly shattered the awkwardness. Chapter 38. Slapping the face of the infatuated rich kid. Ding. A random task has been issued. Defend the goddess and slap the face of the infatuated rich kid. Reward: 30% shares of the billion-dollar China Resources Group. Qin Yang felt a surge of joy. He had triggered a storyline mission once again, and this reward was far more substantial than before. The China Resources Group, with its primary industries spanning dining, luxury hotels, real estate, and fashion, stood as a titan in the bustling metropolis. These shares were worth tens of billions and would only continue to skyrocket in value over the long term. Qin Yang had anticipated such a stroke of luck. An excitement flickered in his eyes as he regarded Gao Jun. "It's you?" At that moment, Gao Jun turned abruptly, spotting Qin Yang's silhouette. "Isn't that the guy who spoke to me earlier?" "Indeed, it is," Qin Yang shrugged, a confident smile adorning his face. "Humph. You ride a beat-up motorcycle worth next to nothing. What gives you the right to compare yourself to me? With Miss Su's discerning taste. How could she ever look your way? You must be dreaming, like a toad wishing to eat swan meat." Gao Jun scoffed, his contempt for Qin Yang evident. "Believe it or not, that's your prerogative. Miss Su, shall we?" Qin Yang redirected his gaze from Gao Jun, a gentle smile gracing his features as he addressed Sophie. "Sure," Sophie replied, completely disregarding Gao Jun's presence as she nodded at Qin Yang. As they prepared to leave together, Gao Jun snapped back to reality, his shock quickly morphing into disbelief. "No, this can't be happening. Miss Su is known for her high standards. How could she possibly be interested in a worthless brat like you? Tell me, what tricks did you use to coerce her into submission?" Gao Jun seethed with resentment, utterly unwilling to watch Sophie walk away with Qin Yang. Within moments, he surged forward, blocking their path. "Step aside." Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He did not wish to resort to violence in front of Sophie, yet he emanated a powerful aura aimed at intimidating Gao Jun. Unfortunately, Gao Jun remained unfazed. "Why aren't you answering my questions? Do you really think I, Gao Jun, am easy to provoke?" His gaze was icy, and he longed to teach Qin Yang a harsh lesson. After all, this was the scoundrel who had ruined his chances. If he is not made to pay the price, the resentment in his heart will never dissipate. Miss Su has already made her feelings abundantly clear. She has no affection for you and does not wish to be your girlfriend. Are you deaf, or do you simply not comprehend human speech? I do not have the time to engage in this futile discourse with you. I will count to 3. If you do not clear the way, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Qin Yang's patience is limited, especially since this fool is professing his feelings for Su Fei right in front of him, which only adds to his discomfort. If it weren't for his desire to present a flawless image before Su Fei, Qin Yang would have long since raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, instead of wasting so many words here. "If you dare, then give it a try. I am keen to see just how audacious you are to act so recklessly in front of Gao Jun." Gao Jun, the eldest son of the Gao family, has been raised in luxury since childhood. He currently owns 3 companies, with total assets exceeding 100 million. Not to mention the Gao family's considerable influence throughout the region. Few would dare to offend Gao Jun, except for a handful of wealthy young masters within the upper echelons of Magic City. Slap. Qin Yang swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Gao Jun's face. The sound was crisp and exceedingly loud. "You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on me?" A vivid red imprint appeared on Gao Jun's face, accompanied by a searing pain. Blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. Instinctively, he covered his cheek and shot a frigid glare at Qin Yang, wishing he could kill him for humiliating him in front of the woman he fancied. "Wasn't this what you asked for? I merely obliged your request. Get out of my way, otherwise, one slap will be the least of your worries." Qin Yang sneered, then took Su Fei's hand and strode toward the Harley-Davidson. Gao Jun had initially intended to step forward and block their path, but the slap from Qin Yang had left him momentarily stunned. A flicker of trepidation stirred within him regarding Qin Yang. "You bastard, I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to touch a woman I have my eye on must pay a severe price, and I will return that slap 100-fold. Gao Jun's gaze was filled with malice as he watched Qin Yang's retreating figure. He promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Find out who has been getting close to Su Fei recently. I want all their background information. The more detailed, the better. Then, have someone keep a close watch on him." Ding. Random task completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 30% of the shares in China Resources Group, valued at 10 billion. Within 24 hours, the senior management of China Resources Group will contact you to facilitate the transfer procedures. Please be patient. Upon receiving such a generous reward, Qin Yang felt an internal thrill. However, he did not allow it to show in front of Su Fei. "Qin Yang, thank you for coming to my rescue. However, you were too impulsive. Gao Jun is not an ordinary person. His background is quite formidable, and given his temperament, this matter is far from over. I fear you may encounter considerable trouble as a result." After walking a distance, Su Fei cast a worried glance at Qin Yang, and could not help but voice her concerns. This was the second time Qin Yang had come to her aid. Yet he had also made an enemy of significant depth. With his current strength, he was no match for those scions of the wealthy elite. She was genuinely afraid that her involvement would bring him harm. Miss Su, rest assured, I am confident in my ability to handle this. But let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us consider where to dine next. Qin Yang smiled gently, showing no sign of taking Su Fei's warnings to heart. With his current capabilities, he felt he possessed ample confidence to stand against these so-called aristocratic youths. Moreover, as long as he remained close to Su Fei, the black technology system would continually issue tasks. The more tasks he completed, the stronger he would become. Qin Yang was a clever individual. Thus his goals were clear and had never wavered. Su Fei frowned, seemingly displeased with Qin Yang's attitude. After all, she had spoken with good intentions, hoping to raise his awareness and encourage caution. I appreciate your goodwill, Miss Su, but since I am willing to take these risks, I naturally have the courage to bear the consequences. If difficulties arise, is there not still you to assist? Surely, you would not stand idly by. To reassure Su Fei, Qin Yang smiled as he explained. Chapter 39, Goddess and Love, Super Rewards. You make a valid point. With that, Su Fei chose not to linger on the issue any longer. As night quietly descended, Qin Yang and Su Fei soon arrived at a nearby star-rated hotel named Heaven on Earth. Their presence in the lobby instantly caused a stir. It was simply because they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, exuding an extraordinary aura. Those unaware might mistake them for a pair of idol stars. To avoid drawing too much attention, Qin Yang selected a relatively quiet corner. Miss Su, if I recall correctly, your palate tends to lean toward lighter flavors. I have already ordered a few dishes. Please let me know if you would like to add anything. Qin Yang, seated across from Su Fei, took the menu from the waiter, ordered several dishes, and then passed the menu to Su Fei. No need, you can order for me. Su Fei felt a flicker of delight at Qin Yang's attentiveness to her tastes and promptly declined his offer. Very well, let us start with these. If they are insufficient, we can always add more. Qin Yang nodded and smiled at the waiter. By the way, I noticed you seem quite free lately. Is everything all right with your work? Su Fei appeared to recall something and turned her gaze toward Qin Yang, her curiosity piqued. Are you referring to my part-time job at Black Swan? I have since resigned from that position. I am now a freelancer, dabbling in investments. Qin Yang was taken aback. He had not expected Su Fei to take such an interest in him. After a moment, he regained his composure and smiled as he explained. Resigned? Why would you do that? What about your current investments? How are they faring? Su Fei furrowed her brows, seemingly perplexed by Qin Yang's decision. Being a full-time stock investor without guaranteed profits could easily lead one into financial ruin. Not too bad. A few days ago, a friend of mine gathered some funds and asked me to help him invest in stocks. Currently, we've made a profit of around 7 to 8 million. And we're splitting the earnings, so for now, I'm not in need of money. Qin Yang contemplated briefly before deciding to share a glimpse of his financial prowess with Su Fei. Although he understood that this amount might not seem substantial in her eyes, it would at least demonstrate that he could sustain himself through his own abilities, highlighting his talent and competence. So much. Su Fei was taken aback by the figure. In just a few days, Qin Yang had managed to earn such a sum, showcasing his remarkable talent for stock investment. While this amount might seem trivial to her, the fact that he could achieve it in such a short time was enough to affirm his skills and capabilities. Such a promising prospect, yet he was chosen by herself. In this moment, Sophie could not help but marvel at her own discernment in men, which proved to be equally exceptional. In no time, within half a month, his estimated worth would likely soar exponentially. At that point, financial worries would be a thing of the past. If your company finds itself in need of funding, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Although Qin Yang spoke with a tone of assurance, every word he uttered rang true. Even disregarding his current holdings in the conglomerate and his luxurious real estate, the balance in his bank account alone was a staggering 10 million. And that did not even account for the substantial sum he would reap from his stock market investments once they concluded. Qin Yang, I must admit, I underestimated you. Sophie inhaled deeply, her gaze toward Qin Yang shifting subtly, imbued with less disdain and more admiration. This remarkable individual before her was indeed a treasure. Handsome in appearance, gentle in demeanor, possessing a sound outlook on love, devoid of detrimental vices, and endowed with a multitude of talents and skills. Now, even his ability to generate wealth exceeded Sophie's expectations. He was truly flawless from every angle. Moreover, he happened to harbor a particular affection for her. Within Sophie, an unprecedented joy blossomed. This was far more exhilarating than securing several substantial contracts. Perhaps, I should grant him an opportunity to explore a romantic relationship for a time? In that moment, the thought struck Sophie. If she were to miss out on this man, she might never encounter someone like him again. Miss Sophie, you flatter me. I merely scrape by. I am in no way worthy of comparison with you. Qin Yang replied humbly, his words laced with compliments towards Sophie. Qin Yang, may I pose a question? Sophie's eyes flickered. After a moment's contemplation, she fixed her gaze firmly upon him. Miss Sophie, feel free to inquire. Qin Yang nodded slightly, encouraging her to speak her mind. What is it that you find appealing about me? Or rather, what specific quality draws you to me? As her words fell, Sophie looked at Qin Yang with eager anticipation, yearning for his response. To be candid, should Qin Yang merely express admiration for her beauty, she would deem him shallow. Countless men had previously professed their affection for her, all enamored with her wealth and looks, which left Sophie quite disenchanted. To speak truthfully, I have encountered many beautiful women, and I often ponder why I do not find them appealing. It was only upon meeting you that I comprehended this sentiment. Undeniably, I am attracted to your beauty and the unique aura that surrounds you. However, what I cherish most is your character and values. If it were otherwise, our interactions would not be so comfortable, nor would there exist a sense of having met too late. Qin Yang articulated after considerable reflection, his response stemming from the depths of his heart, earnest and sincere. Beautiful exteriors are commonplace, yet intriguing souls are rare. My instant attraction to you likely arose from this very truth. Your answer satisfies me greatly. In the forthcoming period, I am inclined to attempt a courtship with you. For a duration of 2 months, should our time together reveal mutual contentment, we may formally establish a romantic relationship. What do you think? Sophie hesitated momentarily, but ultimately mustered the courage to share her thoughts with Qin Yang. Boom. It felt as though a thunderbolt had struck above Qin Yang's head, leaving him utterly astounded. After a brief pause, he emerged from his stupor. Miss Sophie, are you truly serious? Are you certain this is not a jest? Until that moment, Qin Yang struggled to believe his ears, his expression fraught with tension as he sought confirmation from Sophie. Absolutely, I am quite serious. What, are you unwilling? Sophie's eyes sparkled, her gaze filled with surprise as she looked at Qin Yang. No, I am willing, very willing. I merely feel that all of this is unfolding in such a dreamlike manner that I find it hard to believe. Qin Yang replied, his face alight with excitement. Ding. Core mission initiated. Successfully win the heart of the goddess within 2 months, with rewards including complete shares of the trillion-dollar Raccoon Group. A Bugatti Chiron valued at 100 million, a Patek Philippe watch worth 80 million, and a randomly selected divine skill, alongside 3,000 points. Stunned, completely taken aback. This was the most extravagant reward package Qin Yang had ever encountered, with a cumulative value exceeding trillions. Chapter 40, The Proud Goddess Sophie, a movie together. At this moment, Qin Yang could hardly contain his elation at the core mission issued by the high-tech system. If he were to accomplish this task, he would be bestowed with these rewards, propelling him into the realm of trillionaires. Henceforth, he would never again find himself short of funds. Qin Yang, I shall now await your performance. Sophie had laid her cards on the table, formally granting Qin Yang the opportunity to pursue her. With minimal effort on his part, it seemed the establishment of a romantic relationship between them was not far off. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort and will not let you down. Qin Yang nodded vigorously, his expression still tinged with excitement. Before long, the waiter began to serve their dishes at the table. As they dined and engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere appeared to be quite harmonious. Around 8 o'clock, Qin Yang escorted Sophie out of the hotel. Discovering a nearby cinema, he intended to reserve seats in advance. Miss, please do not call me that. It sounds rather formal. You may call me Sophie or Fayer instead. Just as Qin Yang was about to inquire about the type of movie she wished to see, his words were unexpectedly cut off. Very well, as you wish. A smile brightened Qin Yang's face as he gently inquired, Fayer, here are the listings for tonight's cinema. Please take a look and see if there is a film that piques your interest. Sophie, having never frequented the cinema in her leisure time, was not disinterested in the experience. She swiftly selected a romantic film titled The Love That Cannot Be Lost from the genres of action, horror, and romance. Excellent. I shall proceed to reserve the seats now. Qin Yang smiled faintly, his gaze playfully fixed on Sophie. He had not anticipated that beneath her icy goddess Fade lay a penchant for such films. All right. Soon, the two made their way to the cinema. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qin Yang and Sophie arrived at the cinema entrance. Please take a seat on that sofa. I will fetch the tickets and buy you some snacks. Qin Yang, concerned that Sophie might be uncomfortable standing in her heels, did not wish for her to accompany him in line. Okay, I will follow your suggestion. Sophie felt a warmth in her heart and naturally accepted Qin Yang's proposal, settling onto the sofa while her gaze remained fixed on him, never straying. Qin Yang, it seems, possesses a remarkable attentiveness. Sophie, when at work, typically adorns herself in professional attire complemented by high heels, which invariably leaves her feet aching after prolonged standing. It is likely that Qin Yang noticed this discomfort, prompting him to express his concern by urging her to sit and rest while he queued. Though this gesture may appear trivial, It did not escape Sophie's notice and resonated deeply within her. Fortunately, Qin Yang did not have to wait long. A few minutes later, he returned with milk tea and some snacks, along with the movie tickets in hand, and made his way towards Sophie. I apologize for keeping you waiting. There was quite a crowd at the cinema today, and retrieving the tickets required some patience. Here, I bought you milk tea and a few snacks to indulge in during the film. As Qin Yang settled beside Sophie, it marked their first instance of such close proximity. He could distinctly perceive the subtle fragrance of lavender emanating from her, which was delicate and far from overpowering, a scent most enchanting. Truth be told, you needn't have gone to such lengths, Sophie replied with a radiant smile, meeting Qin Yang's gaze. I rarely indulge in milk tea or snacks, as I am quite conscientious about maintaining my figure. Ah, I see. My apologies for not inquiring beforehand. In that case, perhaps these can be shared with others. It would be a shame to waste them, Qin Yang remarked, rubbing his nose, utterly unprepared for his well-intentioned gesture to be in vain. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face as he contemplated giving the milk tea and snacks to someone else, being unable to consume them all himself. Just as he was about to address a couple nearby, a gentle hand grasped his arm, halting him in his tracks. Turning to find Sophie looking at him earnestly, he was taken aback. After all, you went through the trouble of queuing for these. It would be rather inconsiderate of me to decline. Hand them over. I would like to savor the flavor, she insisted, a blush gracing her cheeks, her demeanor tinged with shyness. Sophie felt it imperative not to squander Qin Yang's kindness. She could not simply allow his efforts to go to waste. But, you said you didn't want any, Qin Yang stammered instinctively. I've changed my mind. Now, give them to me, Sophie playfully retorted, extending her hand towards him. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Qin Yang's face. He understood that Sophie's change of heart stemmed from her desire not to waste his thoughtful gesture. Very well, they're all yours. This small episode undoubtedly served to draw the two closer together. Finally, as the movie was about to commence, Qin Yang and Sophie rose and made their way into the screening room. Their seats, positioned towards the back, provided them with an uninterrupted view, enhancing their cinematic experience. Before them sat numerous couples, their affectionate interactions causing Qin Yang to feel a twinge of awkwardness. Stealing a glance at Sophie, he was surprised to find her gaze fixed upon him as well. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, the air hung thick with silence as neither spoke. Ultimately, it was Qin Yang who, feeling a bit flustered, let out a nervous chuckle and shifted his gaze elsewhere. As the film began, Sophie quickly became engrossed in the screen, nearly forgetting when her last visit to the cinema had been. Once again, amidst the ambience of the theater, she found herself captivated. Sipping her milk tea and munching on snacks, she felt utterly relaxed, completely oblivious to Qin Yang's presence beside her. This was the true essence of the goddess Sophie. Watching her, Qin Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile, finding Sophie refreshingly genuine. While she was lost in the film's narrative, Qin Yang's attention was devoted to studying her features, every inch of her skin, her makeup. He was utterly entranced by her beauty. Why aren't you watching the movie? Why do you keep staring at me? Sophie finally inquired, having noticed Qin Yang's unwavering gaze. I merely think you are more captivating than the film, which is why I find myself stealing glances, he replied candidly, unashamed of his admission. His words sent Sophie's heart racing. What nonsense are you spouting? She exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her face away in an attempt to mask her flustered state. Are you not aware of the saying? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder? To me, you are unparalleled. No film or scenic view could rival your every smile and expression, Qin Yang declared, unabashedly expressing his sincere sentiments. Chapter 41. Would you like to come over to my place? Qin Yang, you must be honest with me. Are you certain you have never been in a relationship before? After a moment of contemplation, Sophie turned back to him, her expression serious as she interrogated him. No, I have not, Qin Yang replied, shaking his head. Then where did you acquire all these romantic phrases? You speak as if you have mastered them, uttering them with such ease. If you claim you've never dated, I find that hard to believe. Sophie's eyes sparkled with skepticism. She did not doubt his honesty, but rather felt that his eloquence was too adept. The previous compliments had left her defenseless. Well, if that's the case, I must admit my lines are newly learned. If you dislike them, I shall refrain from using them. Why do you continue to suspect that I've had past relationships? Qin Yang quickly regained his composure, realizing his words might have caused her to overthink. He chuckled awkwardly, mentally reminding himself to be more cautious in the future to avoid further misunderstandings. Remember, you are currently my nominal boyfriend, and you must not act so frivolously in front of other women. I, Sophie, cannot afford to lose face, she said, her tone filled with indignation, which Qin Yang found utterly adorable. Of course, her words carried a deeper implication. Qin Yang was not to speak in such a manner to any other woman. It was evident that Sophie had her own little schemes. Qin Yang nodded in agreement and promptly apologized. I'm sorry, I will be mindful in the future. Please don't be angry with me. Humph. Sophie merely huffed, not uttering another word. As the film progressed towards its climactic moments, Sophie was entirely immersed in the story, though she had never experienced love firsthand. Her innate emotionality shone through. Even if she outwardly maintained a facade of coolness, her heart remained tender. She was deeply moved, her eyes reddening as crystalline tears slipped down her cheeks. Qin Yang, naturally, noticed this poignant scene. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a moment and promptly retrieved a tissue from his pocket. After a brief hesitation, he took the initiative to gently wipe away the tears from Sophie's eyes. Thank you, thank you. Sophie finally regained her composure, only to realize that she had cried in front of Qin Yang, exposing her most vulnerable self, which made her visibly anxious. Fair, you need not be so strong in my presence. With me here, you will never have to weather any storm alone, Qin Yang said, his eyes filled with compassion. He understood that beneath Sophie's glamorous facade lay immense pressure, a truth he held close to his heart. He wished to offer her a shoulder to lean on, to allow her to reveal her delicate side. I'm fine, Sophie replied, shaking her head with a glimmer of stubbornness in her eyes. Qin Yang reached out, enveloping her head in his embrace, allowing her to rest against his shoulder. I mean it. As long as I am here, I will never allow you to suffer. He reassured her. Sophie attempted to break free, but found herself powerless against him. Thus, she relented, leaning into him like a delicate bird, and surprisingly began to relish the warmth of the moment. This continued until the film concluded. As people began to exit the theater, Sophie was about to pull away from Qin Yang's shoulder when a large hand halted her. Not so fast, let us linger a little longer. I doubt you've ever felt this relaxed, so let us savor it a bit more, Qin Yang suggested. Truth be told, his voice was melodious, the kind that could conjure an image of a stunningly handsome man, even through a phone call. To her surprise, Sophie did not refuse. They remained seated for an additional 10 minutes, until the cinema staff interrupted their private moment, forcing them to part ways reluctantly. It's still early. Shall we take a walk? Qin Yang glanced at the time, noting it was just past 9 o'clock. It felt premature to send Sophie home. Sure, Sophie replied without hesitation. The night air was refreshing, a gentle breeze brushing against their faces. Noticing Sophie was dressed lightly, Qin Yang immediately removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Thank you, Sophie said, warmed by his gesture. After a moment of shyness, she expressed her gratitude. Come on, let us head over there, he suggested, leading her towards the riverbank. As they walked side by side, the soft glow of the streetlights elongated their shadows. In that moment, they resembled a couple deeply in love, evoking envy from onlookers. Qin Yang, do you have any plans for the future? Sophie broke the silence after pondering for a moment. Not at the moment, he replied, shaking his head. I care more about the present. There's a saying that we never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. So we must cherish the moment, live each day well, and avoid regrets. As his words hung in the air, Qin Yang curiously turned to Sophie. Fair, what about you? What are your aspirations? I've always dreamed of becoming a successful career woman, expanding my company. But after meeting you, I've realized there's another way to live. Perhaps I should explore that, Sophie said with a radiant smile. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. After all, pursuing what brings you joy is inherently rewarding. Qin Yang's gaze reflected his affection for Sophie, as he discovered a unique charm in her that captivated him. It was no wonder he had encountered the goddess after meeting her. I had a wonderful time today. Thank you for everything, Sophie said, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed intensely at Qin Yang. This man had brought her countless unexpected joys today. Don't mention it. When you have time, we can plan another outing. If there's somewhere you'd like to go, just let me know in advance, and I'll accompany you, he offered without a second thought. Sounds good. The motorcycle engine roared to life, creating a striking silhouette. Sophie wrapped her arms around Qin Yang's waist as they sped towards her home. An hour later, at the villa entrance, Qin Yang parked the bike, planted a foot on the ground, and turned to Sophie. Fair, we've arrived. You can get off now. Qin Yang, would you like to come in for a bit? Sophie hesitated, but ultimately mustered the courage to ask. Perhaps another time. You've had a long day at work. Go home, take a hot shower, and rest early. Good night, and sweet dreams, he replied, shaking his head with a smile, reluctant to intrude at such a late hour. Chapter 42. This is what I should do as your boyfriend. All right then, please be careful on your way back, Sophie said, not pushing further upon sensing Qin Yang's polite refusal. Instead, her admiration for him grew, as he exemplified integrity and responsibility. Okay, I'll watch you go inside, Qin Yang smiled. Gesturing to Sophie, she nodded and quickly walked toward the villa. Returning to Jiangwan community, Qin Yang entered his room and, after enjoying a comforting hot shower, grabbed his phone while drying his hair to check Sophie's moments on social media. She rarely posted personal photos, only sharing snapshots of food and scenery. It seems I need to find an opportunity to take some pictures. They would make lovely wallpapers, he mused, realizing that if he chose to pursue a relationship with Sophie, he ought to do so earnestly. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Yang's room, he rubbed his eyes and gradually awakened. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was 8:10. Oh no, I forgot to set my alarm and overslept. Qin Yang leaped out of bed, hastily putting on his clothes and shoes before rushing to the bathroom to wash up. Once done, he dashed into the kitchen and spent about 20 minutes preparing breakfast. Brother Qin, you came back so late last night. Why not sleep in a little longer? And getting up early to make breakfast for me makes me feel so guilty. Jiang Bei, who had been unaware of his presence in the kitchen, appeared with a smile as she observed him busy at work. You're mistaken. This breakfast isn't for you. If you want to eat, you can either make it yourself or go out to buy something, Qin Yang replied. Upon encountering Jiang Bei's self-satisfied expression, Qin Yang promptly rolled his eyes in response. Subsequently, he delivered a rather scathing retort. What? This isn't made for me. Brother Qin, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Could it be that this breakfast is specially prepared for that alluring CEO? No way. Has your relationship progressed so swiftly? In the time I've known you, this is the first instance I've seen you cook for a woman, Jiang Bei exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he struggled to believe his ears. Was this man before him truly the Qin Yang he knew? Just a few days of acquaintance with Su Fei had resulted in such a dramatic transformation. Could it be that he had genuinely been brainwashed by that illustrious CEO? Just get out of my way and let me work. Qin Yang dismissed the conversation, clearly tacitly agreeing with Jiang Bei's speculation. My heavens, this revelation is more astonishing than winning the lottery, Jiang Bei remarked, his voice tinged with incredulity. Brother Qin, if you choose to love, do so with such swiftness. I genuinely admire that. His eyes sparkled with the essence of gossip. One day, when time allows, bring your girlfriend back for me to meet. I can hardly believe you've managed to win over CEO Su. Qin Yang offered no reply, his focus entirely consumed by his actions. All right, we shall discuss it later. A mere 10 minutes later, Qin Yang had packed the breakfast into a bag and, with keys in hand, stepped out the door. Jiang Bei's curiosity was piqued, prompting thoughts of following Qin Yang. Yet, he reconsidered. If Brother Qin discovered he was tailing him, it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. Better to remain diligently focused on the stock market and avoid any unforeseen mishaps. After all, when the time was ripe, he would surely encounter the main character. Less than an hour passed. At the grand entrance of the Su family mansion, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Qin Yang stood at the threshold, holding the breakfast aloft, and quickly pressed the doorbell. How curious. Who might be ringing the bell so early in the morning? Could it be that Qin Yang has come to deliver breakfast once more? At that moment, Su Fei had just finished washing up and was preparing to change in her dressing room. Upon hearing the doorbell, she pondered quietly. After a brief moment, she set down the clothing in her hands and strode towards the first-floor hall. Her gaze fell upon the surveillance screen, where she immediately recognized a familiar figure. It really is him? Su Fei exclaimed in shock, hastening her steps to open the villa door. Qin Yang, what brings you here? She inquired, her surprise evident as she beheld his visage. Why can't I come? Qin Yang replied with a calm smile before continuing. No, that's not what I meant. I simply didn't expect you to arrive with breakfast today. Su Fei truly had not anticipated this, and her heart raced with excitement. Then you must learn to adapt, for I intend to prepare breakfast for you from now on and personally deliver it. Once you finish, I shall drive you to work. As he spoke, Qin Yang acted as though he were not a guest at all, stepping confidently into the villa. Am I imposing too much on you? Su Fei felt a surge of delight within, but refrained from expressing it outright. Her expression momentarily reflected hesitation before she finally queried Qin Yang. Is it too much trouble? Not at all. This is precisely what a boyfriend ought to do. After all, it's a rare opportunity for me to genuinely showcase my affections. Are you truly inclined to reject my goodwill? Qin Yang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Su Fei. No, that's not my intention. Su Fei conceded, fully aware that Qin Yang's desire to impress stemmed from their conversation the previous day. She saw no reason to decline. Soon, they arrived at the villa's hall. Qin Yang set the breakfast on the dining table and retrieved bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Fresh meat wontons and spaghetti were prepared. Though time was not abundant, he had ensured that all ingredients were ready in advance, allowing him to whip up the meal in a timely manner. Qin Yang, I'm going upstairs to change, Su Fei announced, glancing at him as she made her way to the stairs. Of course, I'll wait for you, Qin Yang affirmed without hesitation. On the second floor, within the master bedroom, Su Fei returned to her dressing room. Faced with an array of garments hanging on the rack, she found herself momentarily at a loss, contemplating what style would captivate Qin Yang. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yang was downstairs, patiently awaiting her return for about 10 minutes. Click-clack. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed increasingly louder. Qin Yang glanced up and his gaze was immediately met with a vision of ethereal beauty, as if she had descended from the heavens. Su Fei, adorned in a flowing white chiffon dress, revealed her long, fair legs. With an angelic face and a figure that would make devils envious, her current attire rendered Qin Yang utterly speechless. "Fair, you look stunning today," he exclaimed, his admiration unmistakable. "Only today? Was I not beautiful before?" Su Fei retorted with a playful smile, her enchanting eyes shimmering as they locked onto Qin Yang. "Certainly not. It's simply that you appear even more radiant today, dressed to the nines." Qin Yang's words were heartfelt, devoid of any insincerity. Always with the flattery. Su Fei rolled her eyes at him. Though aware that his compliments were deliberate, she could not suppress the joy blossoming within her. With graceful steps, she approached the dining table and seated herself. "Qin Yang, did you really cook all these meals yourself?" Su Fei's gaze fell upon the breakfast spread, her surprise evident as she directed the question to him. "Of course, why? Is it not to your liking?" Qin Yang responded with a nod, curiosity flickering across his face. "No, I love it. My grandmother used to make fresh meat wontons for me when I was little, but since her passing, I haven't had them again." Su Fei instinctively shook her head, offering an explanation. "Is that so? In that case, you should try them right away." Qin Yang felt confident in his culinary skills. Though he was not a professional chef, his abilities were hardly inferior. Hearing Su Fei reminisce about her grandmother's wontons stirred a sense of anticipation within him, as he hoped that his homemade version would satisfy her. "All right." Su Fei refrained from being coy. She seated herself promptly, grasped the chopsticks nearby, and eagerly picked up a wonton to savor. A moment later, her eyes widened in astonishment, her expression radiating surprise. "Delicious," she exclaimed, instinctively glancing at Qin Yang and giving him a thumbs up. "Since you find it so tasty, then indulge yourself. It's all yours," Qin Yang said, sitting across from her, propping his chin on his hands and gazing at her with a smile. Watching her relish the meal filled him with excitement. "You should try some too." Sophie felt a touch of embarrassment as she noticed Qin Yang watching her eat. To alleviate the awkwardness, she picked up her chopsticks and deliberately offered him a piece of succulent meat-filled wonton, bringing it close to his lips. Qin Yang's expression momentarily froze, caught off guard. However, when he met Sophie's earnest gaze, he realized she was not jesting. Rather, she genuinely wished to share this delightful dish with him. A smile blossomed on his face, illuminating his features as he accepted her offering, parting his lips to savor the wonton. "Dear Sophie, whatever you desire for breakfast in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall personally prepare it for you. If I lack the skill, I will learn. I guarantee your satisfaction." This was the first occasion Qin Yang had ever expressed such willingness to cook breakfast for a woman outside of his family, and he relished the sentiment, finding it thoroughly enjoyable. "It matters not. As long as it is prepared by you, I shall relish it," Sophie replied, her cheeks subtly flushed, radiating a charming shyness that made her appear even more enchanting than usual. Observing this transformation, Qin Yang found himself momentarily entranced, losing track of time. "Have you gazed enough?" Sophie teased, having noticed the intensity of his gaze, which only heightened her bashfulness. "Not nearly enough," Qin Yang replied, unperturbed. In the next instant, he fixed his earnest gaze upon her and spoke gently. "You are so beautiful that even a daily view would never tire me." Sophie's heart raced, her cheeks deepening in color, rendering her face a portrait of shyness. What are you saying? Are you going to let me eat breakfast or not?" She felt as though a swarm of butterflies fluttered within her, instinctively lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. My goodness, this was the first time in her life she had experienced such a bashful feeling. How had she not noticed his charming words during their previous encounters? Seeing Sophie so flustered only accentuated Qin Yang's smile. After a brief moment, he said, "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Quickly finish your breakfast. I will drive you to work afterward." Sophie still dared not look up, yet her hands did not slow as she polished off the wontons within minutes. Qin Yang took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes in the kitchen. As Sophie watched him retreating, a faint smile graced her lips, her thoughts a whirlwind of contemplation. "Let us depart," Qin Yang announced upon returning from the kitchen. "Sophie, let us take my car to the company." "Your motorcycle seems rather unsuitable," she suggested, retrieving the keys to her Maserati from her bag and presenting them to him. "Indeed, it appears I shall need to purchase another vehicle for our future outings," Qin Yang mused. Riding a motorcycle was his way of embracing freedom and rebellion. Yet it was hardly appropriate for chauffeuring Sophie to and from work. "No need. I have a Porsche 911 in my garage. If you do not mind, you may use it. Otherwise, it will simply gather dust. Is that really appropriate?" Qin Yang scratched his head, feeling as though he were being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. "What is inappropriate about it? The car is merely for your use, not a gift to you. Of course, if you prefer, you can always purchase your own. After all, you have the means," Sophie responded nonchalantly. Seeing her demeanor, Qin Yang hesitated, realizing that declining her offer could lead to her displeasure. Very well, I shall accept your offer. Upon our return, I will take the Porsche 911 from your garage. In the end, Qin Yang chose to embrace Sophie's kindness. A chime echoed in his mind. The goddess's favor towards the host has increased by 2. He noticed a virtual screen materialize before him, revealing that Sophie's fondness for him had risen to 85. It seemed that his recent actions had indeed enhanced her affection. At the entrance of the villa, Qin Yang and Sophie settled into the vibrant red Maserati. As the engine roared to life, they sped off towards the company. At 9:45 a.m., they arrived at the entrance of Sophie's workplace. Qin Yang exited the car first, graciously opening the door for her. Sophie emerged with elegance, and the passers-by paused, their gazes drawn to the pair. Isn't that the Ice Queen, President Su? Who is that handsome man beside her? They appear quite intimate. Perhaps they are dating. This is quite the scoop. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that the icy President Su could be so close to a man. Who is he? With such striking looks and outstanding demeanor, could he possibly be a scion of a prominent family? The crowd buzzed with speculation, playing the role of gossip mongers in this surprising turn of events. Qin Yang, I must head to work now, Sophie said, brushing her hair back and meeting his gaze with warmth. Go ahead. Should you need anything, feel free to call me. I am at your service, day and night. Qin Yang replied with a slight bow, embodying chivalry. All right, Sophie smiled, her lips curling into a delightful grin as she walked gracefully towards the company entrance. Qin Yang lingered for a moment, watching her figure disappear before taking his seat in the car and driving away. At the reception, Xiaoqian spotted Sophie as she exited the elevator and immediately stood to greet her. Good morning, President Su. Sophie, in high spirits, instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Good morning, President Su. As she made her way to the executive office, employees greeted her as usual. However, unlike her previous aloofness, she now wore a smile and returned their nods, leaving everyone astonished. Once she entered her office, the chatter erupted among the staff. Did I just imagine it? President Su actually smiled and greeted us. Could she possibly be under the influence of something? This is so out of character for her. I know what happened. I saw a handsome man personally drive President Su to work. They seemed quite jovial together. They must be dating. This is impossible. Our esteemed President Su possesses such discerning tastes, surrounded by countless admirers, yet she has shown no interest in any of them. How can we claim she is in a romantic relationship? I have witnessed this firsthand. It is not a fabrication. At that moment, the president's secretary, Shuya, approached. Enough. It is currently working hours. Everyone should focus on their tasks and refrain from gossiping about President Su's private matters. Should she become displeased, the consequences are well understood. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately fell silent, hastily returning to their respective workstations, no longer daring to discuss the matter. Shuya, come to my office. Came Su Fei's voice from within the president's office as the door swung open. All right. Shuya promptly responded, setting aside her tasks and making her way to the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Shuya paused to adjust her appearance before gently tapping on the door. Come in. Su Fei's voice invited from inside. Once granted permission, Shuya stepped into the office. President Su, she addressed, standing respectfully before Su Fei. What was all the commotion outside? Su Fei inquired, sipping from her teacup and glancing curiously at Shuya, having undoubtedly noticed the ruckus. Shuya hesitated, clearly taken aback by Su Fei's question. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Do not hold back. Colleagues outside are speculating whether you are in a relationship. For 2 consecutive days, a mysterious handsome man has been escorting you to work, which has incited their curiosity. Shuya finally mustered the courage to convey the truth, seeing Su Fei's resolute gaze urging her to continue. So that is the reason. Upon hearing Shuya's words, Su Fei's awareness returned. She had not anticipated that Qin Yang's act of dropping her off would create such a stir within the office. Rest assured, I shall admonish them to cease discussing your private affairs, Shuya offered, interpreting Su Fei's silence as irritation. That is unnecessary. They will learn of the matter sooner or later, Su Fei dismissed, waving her hand to reject Shuya's suggestion. What? President Su, are you implying that their assumptions are true? Shuya stammered, gathering her courage to inquire. Indeed, I am currently in a relationship with Qin Yang. You may inform them of this when you step outside, so they no longer speculate behind my back. It is merely a romance, nothing to be ashamed of, Su Fei asserted, sitting upright with confidence, unperturbed by the opinions of others. Very well. President Su, do you have any further instructions? Shuya, still in shock, managed to ask. None. You may leave, Su Fei replied, gesturing for Shuya to exit the office. Shuya nodded, promptly exiting and closing the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, Shuya endeavored to process the sensational news. With her confirmation, within a mere hour, the word of the iceberg-like President Su's romantic involvement spread throughout the entire building. Everyone was abuzz with curiosity about the mysterious boyfriend. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yang remained oblivious. Mr. Qin, this is Xia Ho, president of China Resources Group. May I inquire if you are available? At that moment, Qin Yang, driving his Maserati, received a call. Upon pressing the answer button, a deep voice resonated on the other end. Oh, I recall receiving notification yesterday regarding my acquisition of 30% of China Resources Group's shares, yet I have not received any further instructions to complete the necessary procedures. Of course, I will head over immediately, Qin Yang replied, opening his navigation app to locate the address of China Resources Group, his foot pressing down on the accelerator as the car surged forward. Excellent. I shall await your arrival at the group headquarters, Xia Ho concluded. Within the president's office at China Resources Group, after hanging up the phone, Xia Ho exhaled slightly, relieved. Judging by his voice, Mr. Qin seemed to be quite young. To amass such a substantial sum of money at his age suggested a remarkable background. He must not be offended lightly. Having come to this realization, Xia Ho promptly picked up the telephone on his desk. Secretary Su, please notify everyone that a significant shareholder will be visiting shortly, and preparations for a welcoming ceremony should be made. Understood, President Xia. In under an hour, Qin Yang's Maserati arrived at the entrance of China Resources Group's building. Exiting the vehicle with effortless grace, he was immediately approached by a security guard. Sir, parking is not permitted here. Qin Yang, barely having taken a few steps, was obstructed. Then kindly assist me by moving it, he responded, tossing his Maserati keys to the guard. The guard instinctively caught the keys, but by the time he turned around, Qin Yang had already entered the lobby. Approaching the front desk, he introduced himself. Hello, I am Qin Yang. President Xia has instructed me to come for the share transfer procedures. You are Mr. Qin? The receptionist, having been informed of the impending arrival of a major shareholder, was taken aback by Qin Yang's youth and striking good looks. Indeed, Qin Yang affirmed with a nod. Please hold on a moment. I will notify President Xia immediately, the receptionist said, visibly excited as she dialed the president's office. Within minutes, the elevator doors opened, revealing Xia Ho accompanied by a group of individuals who approached Qin Yang with purpose. You are indeed Mr. Qin? Xia Ho asked, astonished as he drew closer. That is correct, and you must be President Xia, Qin Yang replied with a slight smile. Mr. Qin, it is impressive to see someone of your age become a major shareholder in China Resources Group. Such an accomplishment is one that most can only aspire to, Xia Ho remarked, his words reflecting genuine admiration rather than mere flattery. After all, not many individuals in their early 20s could muster the resources to acquire 30% of a company valued in the billions. Your praise is unwarranted. Let us focus on the matter at hand, Qin Yang suggested with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further, as it was merely a reward from the black technology system that required little effort on his part. Please, this way, Xia Ho gestured respectfully, stepping aside to invite Qin Yang forward. Soon, accompanied by Xia Ho, Qin Yang arrived at the president's office. Secretary Su had already prepared tea, which she promptly served to Qin Yang. Following that, she produced a document and extended it towards him. Mr. Qin, this is your equity agreement. Just sign your name, and you will possess 30% of the shares in China Resources Group, thereby becoming the second largest shareholder of the company. Xia Ho stated with a respectful gaze directed at Qin Yang. Very well, I shall review it first. Qin Yang nodded, then swiftly perused the document. Upon confirming that there were no discrepancies within the contract, he took the pen from Secretary Su and inscribed his name upon it. The contract was made in duplicate. One copy was retained by Qin Yang, while the other was collected by Secretary Su. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, on becoming the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. Should you encounter any issues in the future, please do not hesitate to consult me. Xia Ho promptly congratulated, ensuring to give Qin Yang the recognition he deserved. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Xia. I shall not interfere with the affairs of the company. Everything will still be under your guidance. Unless the company is faced with a significant decision, there is no need to trouble me with minor matters. After all, I have great confidence in your capabilities. Qin Yang replied earnestly, his demeanor suggesting he was not merely being polite. Seeing this, Xia Ho inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that Qin Yang, being relatively young, might meddle in the company's operations upon becoming a shareholder. It was evident now that he had been overly concerned. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin. Through their brief conversation, Xia Ho found himself harboring a favorable impression of Qin Yang. The young man's esteemed background and eloquent speech suggested he hailed from an illustrious family. Mr. Qin, here is my business card. Should you require anything, please feel free to reach out to me, Xia Ho said, retrieving a card from his pocket and respectfully offering it to Qin Yang with both hands. Secretary Su, could you please assist me with some paper and a pen? Qin Yang, lacking a business card, was unable to exchange one with Xia Ho. Upon realizing this, he glanced towards Secretary Su. Mr. Qin, here you go, Secretary Su quickly brought forth the paper and pen, presenting them to Qin Yang. With a smile, Qin Yang nodded and took the pen, writing down a series of numbers. Mr. Xia, this is my personal contact information. I kindly ask that you keep it confidential. He then handed the paper to Xiaohou. I will certainly remember your request, Mr. Qin, Xiaohou replied, his expression respectful as he carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. After completing this exchange, Xiaohou's gaze flickered before addressing Qin Yang again. Mr. Qin, I have arranged a banquet at Tianxiang Pavilion to celebrate your new position. I sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence. This took Qin Yang by surprise. He had not anticipated that Xiaohou had already organized a banquet in advance. Mr. Qin, do you have pressing matters to attend to? Xiaohou noticed Qin Yang's hesitation, and his heart skipped a beat, fearing he might have inconvenienced him with this arrangement. Not at all. I merely feel that I am imposing on you, Mr. Xia. Qin Yang chuckled as he shook his head. Then it is imperative that you grace us with your presence. The senior management of the group is very much looking forward to meeting you, Xiaohou insisted, as his intention was to introduce Qin Yang to everyone, including some significant clients of the group. Without Qin Yang's attendance, the purpose of the banquet would be lost. Given Mr. Xia's earnest invitation, it would be rather inconsiderate of me to decline. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Qin Yang ultimately agreed after some persuasion from Xiaohou. Thank you for your graciousness, Mr. Qin. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately, Xiaohou exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon receiving Qin Yang's affirmation. A few moments later, Xiaohou accompanied Qin Yang on a brief tour of the company. Time swiftly approached noon. Standing at the entrance of the group's headquarters, Xiaohou looked at Qin Yang and said softly, Mr. Qin, I have arranged transportation for you. Shall we go together? No need. I shall drive myself, Qin Yang replied, heading towards the security personnel at the door. Sir, here are your car keys, the guard said. Feeling a surge of trepidation as he recognized Xiaohou's presence beside Qin Yang, silently grateful for not having offended the young master. Mr. Xia, I shall take my leave first, Qin Yang said, taking the keys for his sports car and walking towards the Maserati parked nearby. Certainly, Xiaohou replied. As they spoke, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of Xiaohou, evidently arranged for his transport. However, since Qin Yang had opted to drive himself, Xiaohou refrained from insisting otherwise. Qin Yang opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Checking the time, he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Fei's number. Feier, would you like to join me for lunch? I can come to pick you up. I have a gathering where I can introduce you to some people. Meanwhile, in the office of President Su, Su Fei answered Qin Yang's call, instinctively glancing at the time upon hearing his voice. To her surprise, it was already lunchtime. However, she still had some work to finish. After a moment's thought, Su Fei replied, perhaps not. I still have some tasks to complete. I'll eat once I'm done. How can that be? It's lunchtime. Work can always wait. Just stay at the office. I'll come and get you. Qin Yang insisted, not giving her a chance to refuse. He hung up the phone immediately. Su Fei, wanting to say more, was met with a busy tone. In the past, had anyone dared to hang up on her like this, her expression would have turned icy in an instant. Yet, because it was Qin Yang, she found herself inexplicably warmed by his assertiveness. Chapter 46, The True Identity of Goddess Su. In less than half an hour, at the entrance of Su Fei's company, Qin Yang knocked on the door. Come in, came Su Fei's voice from inside. Upon entering, Qin Yang saw Su Fei engrossed in her work, not even lifting her head. Feier, let us go. Accompany me to a banquet, he said, reaching for her delicate hand. Su Fei instinctively looked up, her gaze locking onto Qin Yang's. After a brief moment, she asked, what banquet? You need to clarify this for me. This is something that cannot be explained in a short time. Let us discuss it on the way, Qin Yang replied, gently leading her towards the elevator. Before long, they emerged at the company's entrance. The Maserati had been waiting for some time. Qin Yang opened the car door for Su Fei to get in before taking his place in the driver's seat. With a roar, the sports car's engine came to life, and the speed surged instantly. Qin Yang, where exactly are you taking me? Su Fei inquired, curiosity piqued. Sophie sat in the passenger seat, tilting her head with a look of curiosity as she inquired of Qin Yang. Tianxiang Pavilion. A friend insisted that I attend a banquet, and considering you haven't had dinner yet, I specially came to pick you up to join me. Moreover, I thought it would be beneficial for you to meet those friends of mine and expand your network. Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly replied, what is the identity of this friend that you hold in such high regard? Do tell, perhaps I am acquainted with them. After a moment of contemplation, Sophie promptly asked, you must have heard of China Resources Group, right? Qin Yang pondered for a moment before responding, China Resources Group? Xiaohou? The friend you mentioned, it can't possibly be him, can it? The name Xiaohou swiftly flashed through Sophie's mind. Immediately, she looked at Qin Yang in astonishment, her disbelief evident as she asked, indeed, it is him. How is it that you truly know him? Qin Yang nodded. his gaze shifting to Sophie with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Sophie would indeed be acquainted with Xiaohou. Yes, Uncle Xiaohou is a friend of my father's. But how do you know him, Qin Yang? Sophie asked, her brows slightly furrowing in curiosity. Well, you'll find out when we arrive, Qin Yang replied, deliberately withholding his answer. After all, he had no intention of concealing from Sophie that he held shares in China Resources Group. Very well, I am eager to see what you have in store, Sophie said with a smile. Upon arriving at Tianxiang Pavilion, Qin Yang parked the car and led Sophie through the entrance. Sir, miss, do you have a reservation? The manager of the lobby approached them with a respectful demeanor. We are guests of General Xiaohou. Please take us to room 305, Qin Yang stated directly. Certainly. This way, please, the manager responded, leading them to the door of room 305. Qin Yang pushed the door open, took Sophie's hand, and strode inside. The room was already filled to capacity, with around 10 people present. Most were senior executives from China Resources Group, along with a few friends invited by Xiaohou. Upon seeing Qin Yang and Sophie, the attendees were instantly taken aback. Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived, Xiaohou exclaimed, rising from his seat to welcome Qin Yang. After a moment, he noticed the strikingly beautiful woman standing beside him, one whom he recognized. Sophie, you know Mr. Qin? Xiaohou inquired with genuine curiosity. Uncle Xiaohou, Qin Yang is my newly acquired boyfriend. How do you two know each other? Sophie's eyes sparkled as she asked, intrigued. What? Mr. Qin is your boyfriend? You two are dating? The revelation left Xiaohou utterly astonished. He never imagined that Su Tiannan's daughter would find such an exceptional partner. Indeed, Uncle Xiaohou, you still haven't answered my previous question. How did you come to know Qin Yang? Sophie pressed on, her curiosity piqued once more. Xiaohou instinctively glanced at Qin Yang, uncertain of whether he should disclose their connection. Qin Yang subtly nodded, indicating that Xiaohou could proceed. Sophie, Mr. Qin has acquired shares in China Resources Group and is now a shareholder in our company. This banquet was specially arranged to celebrate Mr. Qin. Xiaohou explained with a hint of a smile. What? Qin Yang has purchased shares in your China Resources Group, becoming a shareholder? The news hit Sophie like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yes, you heard correctly. Mr. Qin currently holds 30% of our shares, making him the second largest shareholder in the group. Sophie, I must say, you have an exceptional eye for talent in choosing such a golden son-in-law. Your parents will undoubtedly be proud of you upon hearing this news. Xiaohou could easily envision the expression on Su Tiannan's face once he learned of this revelation, certainly one of uncontainable delight. Sophie was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to process the information. Let us take our seats. We cannot keep everyone waiting too long, Qin Yang said, taking Sophie's hand and guiding her to the main table. Waitstaff, please begin serving the dishes. Xiaohou had already made arrangements in advance, eagerly anticipating Qin Yang's arrival to commence the meal. Mr. Qin, here is the menu of dishes I previously ordered without consulting you. Please let me know if there is anything you wish to add. Shortly thereafter, Xiaohou presented a menu to Qin Yang. Sophie, take a look and see if there is anything you enjoy. If not enough, I can order more, Qin Yang said, passing the menu directly to Sophie without even glancing at it himself. It's sufficient. Uncle Xiaohou has made comprehensive arrangements, Sophie replied, merely glancing at the menu before closing it. Allow me to formally introduce. This is Mr. Qin, who is now the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. Beside him is his girlfriend, Sophie, who also holds another significant identity as the daughter of Su Tiannan. As Xiaohou concluded his introduction, the gazes of the attendees shifted towards Qin Yang and Sophie. Filled with respect, Su Tiannan, the head of the prestigious Su family in the Magic City, boasts assets exceeding 100 billion, making him a well-known figure in the region. As for Qin Yang, acquiring shares in China Resources Group at such a young age undoubtedly indicated an extraordinary background. Mr. Qin and Miss Su are a match made in heaven, one guest remarked, while another chimed in. Indeed, both are young and accomplished, perfectly suited for each other. The guests, seasoned individuals in the social sphere, showered compliments upon the remarkable young couple. It was evident to anyone that Qin Yang and Sophie were a harmonious pair. Sophie, you are Su Tiannan's daughter? At that moment, Qin Yang looked at Sophie in astonishment. Indeed, I thought you were already aware of my background. Does it surprise you? Sophie chuckled at the expression on Qin Yang's face, uncertain if he was feigning ignorance. However, one thing was clear to Sophie. The Qin Yang she knew was not the type to seek superficial wealth, and thus he held no ulterior motives in his approach to her. Instead, Sophie felt a profound curiosity about how Qin Yang had become a shareholder in China Resources Group and where he acquired such considerable wealth. Was it possible he had concealed his true identity from her? Sophie yearned for an answer from Qin Yang. It is indeed a surprise, as I genuinely did not know your true identity, Qin Yang said with an awkward smile. Regardless of Sophie's background, he remained unconcerned. All he needed to know was that Sophie was his girlfriend, and that was more than sufficient. Chapter 47. What happened to little Lala's hand? However, you, who have concealed yourself so deeply, have quietly acquired shares in China Resources Group. To be honest, Sophie initially believed that Qin Yang came from an ordinary background. At best, he was merely a talented academic, and she could hardly associate him with the offspring of the wealthy elite. Despite her disbelief, the truth lay before her. This fear, I will explain it to you in due course, Qin Yang stated, surveying the surroundings and noticing that everyone had perked up their ears, seemingly intrigued by his identity. At a loss for a suitable explanation, he turned to Sophie. All right, but you must carefully contemplate how you will clarify this to me. Sophie replied with a smirk that hinted at her anticipation for Qin Yang's forthcoming explanation. Rest assured, I shall guarantee your satisfaction, he assured her. Beneath the table, Qin Yang took the initiative to grasp Sophie's hand. Her first instinct was to pull away, but Qin Yang's grip was too strong. After struggling for a while without success, she ultimately resigned herself to his hold. Sophie glanced at Qin Yang, only to find him feigning nonchalance. You rascal, always taking advantage of me, she silently cursed him. Not long after, the private room door swung open, and the waiter began to present an array of dishes on the table, even uncorking a bottle of red wine valued at several tens of thousands. Clearly, these arrangements had been made in advance by Xiaohou. Come, everyone. Raise your glasses to congratulate Mr. Qin on becoming a shareholder of China Resources Group. In the future, there may be occasions where we will trouble Mr. Qin, Xiaohou proclaimed, standing with a wine glass in hand, addressing the crowd. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. The group complied wholeheartedly, raising their glasses in a toast, bestowing him with due respect. Instantly, the atmosphere in the private room became lively. Thank you, everyone, Qin Yang said, lifting his glass in acknowledgement. He then took a small sip. Observing his actions, everyone promptly downed their glasses of red wine. Thus, the banquet officially commenced. Sophie appeared to be rather uncomfortable in such an environment, remaining silent since earlier, occasionally moving her chopsticks, but hardly consuming much. Qin Yang naturally noticed this, so he proactively placed some fresh meat into Sophie's bowl. Eat more, otherwise, when you start working, you might easily find yourself hungry. In response to Qin Yang's concern, a slight smile graced Sophie's lips, and she felt as if she were being cradled in his hands. It was precisely because Qin Yang was by her side that she was willing to attend such gatherings. Before long, Qin Yang and Sophie had nearly finished their meal. After exchanging farewells with the others, they decided to leave early. The moment they stepped out of the private room, a wave of relief washed over them. Fear. It's still early. Let us find a place to sit for a while, Qin Yang suggested, having noticed the curiosity brimming within Sophie. He had intended to explain things to her anyway. Sounds good. In a CAF adorned with tasteful decor, Qin Yang and Sophie settled into a relatively quiet corner. Their gazes locked, yet neither spoke. Fear, I assure you, every word I have spoken to you has been the truth. You must believe me. Qin Yang finally broke the silence, his expression earnest as he addressed Sophie. Then tell me, where did you acquire the funds to purchase shares in China Resources Group? Sophie inquired, clearly intrigued and eager for a definitive answer from him. This money was earned through investments I made for others, and since the amount was substantial, I rarely utilized it. Considering the rapid development of China Resources Group in recent years, I decided to acquire some shares, Qin Yang explained, having already prepared his response. Qin Yang, are you certain you're not deceiving me? Sophie's complexion shifted noticeably upon hearing his explanation, prompting her to press him further. Fear. I swear that everything I said is true. Although it may sound implausible, this money was indeed earned through my own efforts, he affirmed. Isn't that so? Qin Yang has worked diligently to complete tasks, earning rewards and a bit of wealth. Once I fully win Sophie over, the rewards will be even more substantial. At that point, I, Qin Yang, will be a billionaire. For me, money would merely be a string of numbers, easily spent. You are truly remarkable. How could you have earned so much money? Sophie mused, well aware that China Resources Group was valued at approximately 13 billion. And Qin Yang had acquired 30 of the shares, which must have cost nearly 4 billion. How could he possibly have earned such a staggering sum? Who else could I be but an investment prodigy? Fortune favors the bold, Qin Yang replied, unable to suppress a grin. He could tell that Sophie was beginning to believe him. Qin Yang, you must be honest with me. Are you a private equity tycoon, specializing in investment management for a circle of affluent individuals? Sophie inquired, her gaze fixed on him with seriousness. Aside from this possibility, she could not conceive of a better explanation. A 25 or 26-year-old recent graduate managing to amass billions in wealth sounded more like a legend. If you wish to interpret it this way, I suppose it is not entirely inaccurate. Qin Yang hesitated before conceding to Sophie's interpretation. At that moment, admiration sparkled in Sophie's eyes as she looked at Qin Yang. She had never anticipated that the man before her could bring such immense surprises into her life. As the daughter of Su Tiannan and a member of the prestigious Su family, her status was exalted. Should she consider a romantic relationship, it would undoubtedly require a suitable match. If Sophie ultimately decided to be with Qin Yang, she would naturally have to introduce him to her parents. Without formidable capabilities, he might struggle to gain their approval. Yet, from her perspective, this no longer seemed to be an issue. What on earth am I thinking? Sophie snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she began to worry whether her parents would be satisfied with Qin Yang. Fear. I promise I will never conceal anything from you in the future, Qin Yang declared, taking her delicate hand in his and gazing deeply into her eyes. Let go. In public, could you please be more mindful of your impact? Sophie protested, her face flushed as she glanced around, anxious about drawing the attention of others. Why worry? We are officially in a romantic relationship. What harm is there in holding hands? Not openly flaunting affection or showering one another with love was already quite restrained. Qin Yang was not one to comply easily. He found Sophie's hand far too soft and tender to release, unwilling to let go even for a moment. Having been born into privilege, Sophie had experienced abundant adoration, never having to lift a finger. Each night, she would soak her hands and feet in milk, not to mention the countless high-end skincare products worth thousands displayed on her vanity. The realm of personal care transcends the ordinary imagination. It is precisely for this reason that every inch of Sophie's skin radiates a delicate fairness. It is no wonder that after experiencing this exquisite sensation, Qin Yang finds himself utterly captivated. Chapter 48. Please call me a romantic hero, Qin Yang. Release my hand at once. Sophie, already possessing a naturally delicate disposition, felt her cheeks flush crimson beneath the public gaze, rendering her exceedingly bashful. In that moment, she cast a reproachful glare at Qin Yang, unable to suppress a playful pout. Absolutely not, Qin Yang retorted without a moment's hesitation, his resolve unwavering. This was his inaugural foray into romance, his first time boldly holding a girl's hand. The exhilaration sent his heart racing, especially considering that his girlfriend was such a stunning beauty, a goddess that countless men could only dream of. Instantly, an urge to boast surged within him. I'm truly on the verge of anger if you don't let go. Sophie's expression shifted subtly, revealing her annoyance. Yet, as the goddess she was, even her irritation bore a captivating charm. I might consider releasing you, but only under one condition. Qin Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile, as if he were plotting something. How dare you impose conditions after taking advantage of me? Sophie exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated this facet of Qin Yang's nature. Was it not permissible to be a bit rogue with someone one fancied? Dear Sophie, it seems you have underestimated the power of love. Qin Yang found delight in teasing Sophie, relishing the sight of the once aloof goddess now displaying such an endearing demeanor before him. This contrast revealed a more authentic side of Sophie. All right then. What is your condition? Sophie responded, bemused by Qin Yang's antics. It appeared that they would remain in a stalemate unless she acquiesced to his demands. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose to compromise. Tomorrow is the weekend. I shall claim a day of your time, during which all your plans will be orchestrated by me. If you agree, I will release your hand immediately. Qin Yang pondered for a moment before smiling and responding. Is it truly that simple? Sophie, being astute, recognized that Qin Yang intended to ask her out on a date, cleverly opting for this route to avoid the risk of rejection. She saw through his ruse but opted not to expose him, instead feigning ignorance and playing along. Indeed, Qin Yang affirmed decisively. He then gazed at Sophie with eager anticipation. Very well, I accept. After a brief pause, Sophie nodded in agreement. Only then did Qin Yang relinquish his hold on her hand. I won't hold this against you this time, but if you dare to take advantage of me again, I shall not let it slide, Sophie warned, raising her delicate fist in mock anger. We are in a romantic relationship. What is wrong with holding hands? Is it against the law? Besides, we are both adults, fully entitled to pursue love. Sophie, you must learn to adapt. Qin Yang chuckled lightly before elaborating. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, Sophie retorted, her cheeks tinged with shyness. She quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet Qin Yang's eyes. What are you looking at? No other man can compare to my handsomeness. Qin Yang teased, noticing a strikingly attractive young man seated not far from Sophie, his chiseled features catching Qin Yang's attention and stirring a twinge of discontent within him. Do not forget, your boyfriend is still in the probationary period. Whether I grant you full status depends on my mood, Sophie laughed softly, fully aware of the power she wielded over him. Sophie, look into my eyes, Qin Yang insisted, tightening his grip on her hand, his tone earnest. In the next instant, Sophie turned to meet his gaze, her heart racing with a sudden wave of nervousness. Qin Yang spoke with utmost tenderness. Every being is unique. For instance, I have you. While they do not, I wish to hold your hand from the moment of infatuation to the twilight of our years, until the end of time. Sophie, perhaps my words fail to express my sentiments, but I am genuinely delighted to have encountered you. You are a singular surprise in my life and the very reason I choose not to love anyone else. Your remarkable essence indicates that you are indeed a perfect companion for my heart. Sophie, taken aback by Qin Yang's unexpected romantic declaration, felt as though she had been electrified, waves of emotion stirring within her. As the daughter of a prominent family and the president of a publicly listed company, she had received countless confessions from admirers. Yet, it was Qin Yang's heartfelt words that resonated most deeply, leaving her profoundly moved. Qin Yang, you are utterly shameless. Please be quiet. Sophie, her expression flushed, could not resist the urge to cover his mouth with her hand. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking. As long as you do not harbor any resentment towards me. Qin Yang grinned, a sense of triumph evident in his demeanor. Following this charming exchange, the bond between them grew even closer. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 2:30. Will you be returning to the company later? Qin Yang inquired, glancing at Sophie. Yes, I still have some unfinished work. Had you not forcibly dragged me to this banquet, I would have completed it by now, Sophie replied, casting him an exasperated glance. Though she felt no true anger. In truth, she was more pleased than anything, as Qin Yang's insistence had unveiled some of his secrets. All right, then I shall escort you back to the company. They soon rose and exited the CAF, making their way to Qin Yang's Maserati. He opened the door for Sophie, ensuring she could comfortably take her place in the passenger seat. Each movement he made was imbued with patience and care. With a roar, the sports car's engine roared to life, speeding towards Sophie's workplace. As the clock ticked towards 2:30, Sophie stepped into her presidential office, fully immersing herself in her work. Meanwhile, Qin Yang drove back to the Jiangwan community to gather his belongings, preparing to move into the luxurious Thompson Riviera villa. However, halfway there, he sensed he was being followed. To confirm his suspicion, Qin Yang deliberately took a few detours, only to discover a black Audi persistently tailing him. Who could be so audacious as to stalk me? Is it Ning Ziyuan, or perhaps Song Daming? Regardless of the puppet master behind this, anyone who dares to cross me shall pay dearly. Qin Yang's gaze hardened with determination. He then steered the wheel towards a more secluded area. Chapter 49. If you have the ability, come at me. Boss, it seems we have been exposed. At this moment, a burly man clad in black in the Audi noticed that Qin Yang had abruptly driven the vehicle to a secluded location and then fell silent. An ominous premonition surged within him. Could it be? How could he possibly discover us from such a distance? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lei Hao's initial reaction was disbelief. After all, he had been in this line of work for many years and possessed a keen sense of counter-surveillance. He had never faltered in tracking or gathering intelligence. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a figure appeared outside the car, rapping on the glass. Lei Hao and his lackey instinctively shifted their gaze, their expressions morphing into one of sheer astonishment. How could he be here? The visitor was none other than Qin Yang. Get out of the car. Qin Yang's voice was chillingly cold, leaving no room for refusal. What should we do now, boss? The man in black turned to Lei Hao, his gaze anxious. Let us go down and see what this kid wants, Lei Hao replied, noting that they were 4 strong men, entirely unafraid of any tricks Qin Yang might employ. The group swiftly exited the vehicle. Speak. Why have you been following me? Who sent you? Qin Yang cut straight to the point, recognizing that this man was the commander of the operation and might possess more information. What are you talking about? Who has been tailing you? Lei Hao, of course, would not admit to anything. He feigned ignorance, hoping to evade the situation. Unfortunately for him, Qin Yang was not so easily deceived. Bang! A fist struck Lei Hao squarely in the chest, the blow landing with such speed that no one had time to react. They merely witnessed Lei Hao's figure being propelled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Boss, Lei Hao's subordinates finally snapped back to reality, rushing to his side to assess his injuries. My patience is limited. If you do not wish to suffer, you better confess, Qin Yang warned, his tone serious. With his current strength, he felt no trepidation, regardless of whether there were 4 men before him or 10 times that number. He was prepared to take them all down. You dare strike me? Lei Hao seethed. Blackie, you all rush him at once. I want to see just how capable this kid really is. Qin Yang had not exerted himself too much with that punch, yet Lei Hao had 2 ribs broken, and even speaking and breathing came with pain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his expression darkening to an extreme. In the end, he could not swallow this humiliation, gritting his teeth as he commanded his subordinates to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Yes, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Blackie and his 2 companions surged towards Qin Yang. You dare injure my boss. You have some nerve. I'll make you aware of the severity of your actions. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Qin Yang vanished from sight, his fists striking out in rapid succession. The three burly men barely had time to react before they were sent sprawling, rolling helplessly on the ground. At that moment, disbelief painted the faces of all present. They finally grasped the terrifying strength of the man before them. Do you honestly think you can challenge me with your meager numbers? Such ignorance. Qin Yang scoffed disdainfully, then took deliberate steps towards Lei Hao. With every step, fear crept deeper into Lei Hao's heart. No, don't come any closer. Brother, we were blind to your prowess. If we have offended you, I implore you, show mercy. Lei Hao's complexion paled instantly, his body trembling uncontrollably. He disregarded his pain and knelt before Qin Yang, adopting a posture of supplication. If you had cooperated sooner, you wouldn't have to endure this suffering. How foolish. A smirk graced Qin Yang's lips as he dismissed Lei Hao with a cold huff. Then, he shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Answer my previous question. Why were you following me? Who instructed you to do this? It was Gao Jun, young Master Gao. He gave me 200,000 to keep an eye on your movements and report back regularly. Lei Hao confessed, unable to conceal the truth. When did your surveillance begin? Qin Yang inquired, a frown creasing his brow. He hadn't anticipated that after only a brief encounter with Gao Jun, the man would resort to hiring someone to monitor him. It started when you went on a date with President Su. Brother, this was all young Master Gao's doing. We had no part in it. Please, spare us. Seeing Qin Yang's ominous expression and recalling his formidable skills, Lei Hao could not help but plead for mercy. Get lost. Go back and tell Gao Jun that if he has any grievances, he can come at me directly. Should he dare to lay a hand on Su Fei, I will not let him off easily. At this moment, Qin Yang's voice brimmed with menace. He had never considered that Gao Jun would orchestrate such schemes behind his back. However, having uncovered the truth, he could not afford to remain passive. Yes, I will relay your words to young Master Gao without omission. Lei Hao expressed his gratitude, then hastily departed with his subordinates, looking utterly defeated. At Jiangwan Community, Qin Yang parked in the garage, noticing that Jiang Bei's Lamborghini was absent. Presumably, he was not home. Upon returning to his own residence, he confirmed this suspicion. Thus, he returned to his room to pack up some valuables. An hour later, sounds echoed from the hall. Qin Yang surmised that Jiang Bei had returned and stepped out of his room. Upon spotting Qin Yang, Jiang Bei immediately opened his arms and rushed towards him, brimming with excitement. Stop! Jiang Bei, what are you doing? Qin Yang shouted, quickly halting Jiang Bei's advance. Qin Gu, you are truly my fortune bringer. Today my stocks surged tremendously, and I have made over 10 million in profit so far. All of this is thanks to you. I must give you a hug to express my gratitude. Jiang Bei exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration. In just a few days, his investments had yielded such staggering returns, a feat he had never dared to dream of before. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Bei recognized the true extent of Qin Yang's capabilities. He resolved to cling tightly to Qin Yang's coattails, for with him, financial worries would become a thing of the past. Chapter 50. A man should prioritize love. All right, I have sensed your intentions. An embrace is unnecessary. Qin Yang cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Bei. After a moment's contemplation, he recollected the matter at hand. Jiang Bei, your timing is impeccable. There is something I must discuss with you. Starting tomorrow, I shall be moving out. This residence will be yours to enjoy at your leisure. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress an exclamation. Qin Gu, you cannot be serious. You are actually moving away? Is it truly because you have fallen in love that you intend to part ways with your brother? Jiang Bei found it utterly incomprehensible, this sudden revelation. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely found a better place to reside and do not wish to impose upon you any longer, hence my decision to move out. I have not declared an end to our relationship. Qin Yang had anticipated Jiang Bei's reaction. After all, they had cohabited for quite some time. His announcement of moving out would indeed bring an air of discomfort to Jiang Bei. Qin Gu, where do you plan to relocate? Surely you are not intending to cohabitate with that President Su of yours. Jiang Bei's eyes narrowed as this thought flashed across his mind. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would Qin Yang suddenly make such a decision? Cohabit? Nonsense. We have only just confirmed our relationship a few days ago. How could it possibly escalate to cohabitation? One need only think logically to realize how implausible that is. Qin Yang rubbed his forehead, taken aback by Jiang Bei's vehement words. If that is the case, why do you insist on moving out? This house boasts an excellent location and has undergone luxurious renovations. Where will you find another place to rent? Jiang Bei earnestly attempted to persuade him, hoping to dissuade Qin Yang from his decision. This is a choice I have made after careful consideration. You should support me. Unfortunately, Qin Yang had already made up his mind, remaining impervious to Jiang Bei's gentle entreaties. Jiang Bei, please retrieve the 2 suitcases from my room. I shall take you somewhere. After a considerable pause, Qin Yang finally spoke. Jiang Bei, filled with curiosity, was unsure of Qin Yang's intentions. Nevertheless, he complied with Qin Yang's request without protest. Each of them carrying a suitcase, they made their way out of the house. Before long, they arrived at the garage. Qin Yang opened the front trunk of his sports car and stowed the suitcases inside, then gestured for Jiang Bei to enter the vehicle. At the entrance of the Tangshan Yiping luxury villa complex, Jiang Bei's expression shifted dramatically as the car approached the gate. "Qinggu, this is the most opulent villa area in the Magic City. Why have you brought me here? Are you truly planning to move in here?" Upon hearing Jiang Bei's words, a smile crept onto Qin Yang's lips as he replied, "Indeed, you are correct. I have purchased a luxury villa here. It would be a shame to leave it unoccupied." Jiang Bei's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, doubting the reliability of his own hearing. "Qinggu, you have actually bought a villa here? Is that true?" The Tangshan Yiping luxury villas are notoriously expensive in the Magic City, with prices starting at a staggering 200,000 per square meter. Even a modest villa in this area is worth several hundred million, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Even Jiang Bei, despite his privileged background, could not afford such a property. "Do you still think I am jesting with you?" Qin Yang chuckled lightly before elaborating. "This is utterly unbelievable. Qinggu, it seems you are a hidden powerhouse. I have underestimated you all along." At this juncture, Jiang Bei could no longer dismiss the truth. With stock market investments yielding over 10 million in just a few days, the acquisition of a villa worth hundreds of millions no longer seemed so unattainable. Having reconciled these thoughts, Jiang Bei's gaze towards Qin Yang brimmed with admiration. Approximately 10 minutes later, they stood before the villa. Qin Yang retrieved the key from his pocket, unlocked the door, and ushered Jiang Bei into the grand foyer. "Wow. The decor, the architectural style, all of it is cutting edge. And this crystal chandelier, priceless," Jiang Bei exclaimed. "Qinggu, living in such a spacious villa alone, wouldn't that frighten you? Why not allow me to move in and keep you company?" Even Jiang Bei, a young man accustomed to luxury, could not help but be awestruck by the splendor before him. This villa was even more spacious and valuable than his own family home. "Of course, if you wish to move in, you are more than welcome. There are plenty of rooms upstairs for you to choose from." Qin Yang readily agreed to Jiang Bei's suggestion. "Really? Then I shall not be polite. I'll move my things over as soon as I can." Jiang Bei, visibly excited, pulled out his phone and began taking pictures of his surroundings. Unfazed, Qin Yang carried his suitcase upstairs. As evening fell, the clock struck 6:30. "Jiang Bei, I need to pick up Su Fei from work. I can drop you off on the way. However, if you wish to stay here tonight, you will need to fend for yourself for dinner. I have stocked the fridge with ingredients. You may cook if you like," Qin Yang announced as he descended from the upper floor, spotting Jiang Bei seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone. "Qinggu, you have changed. You were never one to prioritize romance over brotherhood. Ever since you began dating, it has become a challenge to enjoy your home-cooked meals." Jiang Bei reminisced about the past with a hint of nostalgia. "Enough of this. Make your decision swiftly. I have no time for your ramblings." Qin Yang was impervious to such indulgences and retorted curtly, "Just drop me off along the way. I will take a taxi back. I would never dream of interrupting your date." Jiang Bei was keenly aware of the importance of Qin Yang's affairs. "Indeed, you have a good level of understanding. Maintain that awareness in the future." Qin Yang chuckled. Moments later, the Maserati's engine roared to life, accelerating swiftly toward the city center. Meanwhile, in the president's office, the phone rang unexpectedly. Su Fei snapped back to reality, instinctively checking her phone. Upon seeing Qin Yang's name on the screen, a smile graced her lips. "Fei Air, are you off work? I'm on my way to pick you up." As soon as the call connected, Qin Yang's caring voice resonated from the other end, instantly dispelling any fatigue Su Fei felt from her afternoon's work and lifting her spirits. "I just finished here and was about to head downstairs. How long until you arrive?" Su Fei inquired with a gentle smile, curiosity evident in her tone. "I'll be there shortly, no more than 5 minutes. You can come down now." Qin Yang checked his navigation and replied promptly. Chapter 51. When you like someone, your eyes cannot conceal it. Hearing this, Su Fei nodded with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Sophie hurriedly organized the documents on her desk before grabbing her bag and stepping out of the office. Meanwhile, a striking crimson Maserati appeared at the entrance of the company. As Qin Yang opened the car door and emerged, he spotted Sophie approaching him with an elegant stride. In that moment, he quickly retrieved a bouquet of roses from the car and made his way toward her. Passing by a flower shop on his way, he couldn't resist the allure of the vibrant roses and decided to purchase them as a gift for her. "Sophie, I hope you like them." With that, Qin Yang extended the roses toward her. "Thank you." Sophie did not hesitate to accept the roses, cradling them in her arms. "I've made a reservation at a trendy restaurant, reputed to be a romantic hotspot for couples. It's the perfect opportunity for us to experience it together." Prior to arriving at the company, Qin Yang had done his homework, thus he took the initiative to invite Sophie. "All right, I'm in." Sophie nodded in agreement. indicating her approval. Truth be told, she was usually a woman of strong opinions, but in Qin Yang's presence, she found herself relishing his proactive arrangements. Very well. Let us get in the car. With a gentle smile, Qin Yang opened the passenger door for her. Vroom. Moments later, the Maserati's engine roared to life. Speeding toward their destination, the Solman restaurant, located on the 18th floor of a downtown skyscraper, offered a breathtaking view of the vibrant nightscape of the city through its window-side seating. The head chef, an internationally recruited talent, was renowned for his exquisite soups, and patrons had consistently praised their experiences there. This was all information Qin Yang had gleaned from public reviews, which piqued his interest. Sophie, this way. Qin Yang took her hand as they approached the window-side table. Just as they settled in, a server approached them with a warm smile. Good evening, sir and madam. Here is our menu. Please let us know what you would like to order. Sophie, feel free to choose whatever you desire. Qin Yang gestured for the server to present the menu to her. Sophie naturally accepted it and perused the options. In no time, she confidently addressed the server. For the appetizer, I would like caviar. For the soup, the mushroom soup. For the main course, a portion of the A5 Wagyu steak. And for dessert, a pudding, please. And what about you, sir? The server noted her order before turning to Qin Yang. I will have the same as her. Qin Yang replied with a slight smile. Very well, please wait a moment. The server recorded their orders and departed. Sophie, I don't often indulge in Western cuisine, and I seldom attend formal dining occasions. However, I thought you might appreciate the sense of occasion, which is why I chose this restaurant. I hope you enjoy it. Qin Yang's gaze lingered on Sophie as he spoke softly. I understand, and I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. Sophie felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Previously, their dining experiences had been in casual hotels and eateries, where Qin Yang likely felt constrained. Yet, he had taken great care to consider her feelings. And Sophie was acutely aware of these nuances. She suddenly realized that Qin Yang was indeed different from the men who merely professed their affection. He expressed his sentiments through actions. Fool, I am your boyfriend now. It is only natural for me to treat you well. Though our acquaintance is brief, I can confidently say that I have genuinely developed feelings for you. Therefore, I will treat you in my own way, hoping to earn your approval. Qin Yang's eyes shimmered with deep emotion as he gazed at Sophie. With your charm and eloquence, it is no wonder that you attract so many admirers. Yet, I am fortunate that you are here with me now. Sophie couldn't help but reflect on her good fortune, or perhaps the serendipitous fate that had brought them together. Perhaps our connection is indeed fated, Qin Yang mused, captivated by Sophie's beaming smile. Sophie felt a flutter in her heart as she realized the improbability of establishing a romantic relationship with someone she had known for less than 3 days. You are an exception, the only exception, she remarked, still incredulous about her bold decision. Well, let us not get carried away. You are still under my evaluation phase. If you do not perform well, your position may not be secure. So, you must strive to impress. Sophie was thoroughly satisfied with Qin Yang. Though she would not voice it, nor would she admit it outright. Their few days together were not sufficient to draw conclusions. Time would reveal the truth. Rest assured, you cannot escape my grasp, Qin Yang declared with confidence. Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they enjoyed each other's company. Soon, the server returned with their dishes. Having worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon, Sophie felt a pang of hunger but maintained her composure, determined to uphold her impeccable image in Qin Yang's presence. Savoring each bite with careful attention to dining etiquette, Qin Yang frequently stole glances at her, enchanted by her distinctive aura. He had often heard the saying that beauty could be a feast for the eyes, and now, experiencing it firsthand, he understood its true meaning. In the restaurant, the dim lighting and tasteful decor, accompanied by romantic melodies, created an atmosphere that reached its zenith. Sophie's heart raced, and she felt a surge of nervous energy. Qin Yang felt similarly, observing couples around them displaying affection, some even sharing kisses in plain sight. Do not look, and certainly do not think about it. Sophie noticed Qin Yang's wandering gaze and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Instantly, she spoke to dispel any lingering thoughts he might have. All right, I will heed your words. Qin Yang chuckled softly, aware that their relationship was not yet at that stage. For now, holding hands was a significant step forward. As they dined, their thoughts drifted to various places, though they appeared engrossed in their meal. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they finished their dinner, and Qin Yang rose to settle the bill, letting out a breath of relief. This meal had cost nearly 10,000 yuan. Yet for Qin Yang, it was but a trifle. After settling the bill, he swiftly returned to his seat, only to discover that Sophie was nowhere to be found. Curious, he wondered where she had gone. Just as Qin Yang was about to extract his phone from his pocket to send her a message, Sophie appeared, approaching him slowly with a hint of apology on her face. I'm sorry, I had to visit the restroom and didn't get a chance to tell you, she said. That's all right. There's still plenty of time. How about we take a stroll along the bund? Qin Yang suggested with a calm smile, directly seeking Sophie's opinion. Sure. The weather is lovely tonight, and I imagine the night view there will be splendid, Sophie readily agreed, knowing well that the Bund offered breathtaking sights at night. Great. Then it's settled. Qin Yang immediately confirmed their plans. The Bund in Shanghai was ablaze with lights, bustling with crowds. There were dragon boats offering nighttime rides along the river, and numerous vendors capitalizing on the throngs of people, selling various trinkets. Fair, I'll go buy tickets. Let us enjoy a ride on the dragon boat. It was Qin Yang's first time here, and he was quickly captivated by the scene before him, eagerly pulling Sophie along. Seeing his excitement, Sophie felt it would be rude to refuse, so she nodded and smiled, saying, all right, since you want to have fun, I'll join you as a reward for your dinner invitation tonight. Sophie had visited this place numerous times, but she had never experienced the dragon boat ride. Now, with Qin Yang by her side, she felt a surge of excitement. Qin Yang stood in line for tickets for nearly half an hour, with Sophie patiently by his side, offering no complaints. In the past, she would have preferred to spend that time working rather than waiting in line. Fortunately, their wait was not excessively long, and they finally secured their tickets. Qin Yang took Sophie's delicate hand and led her toward the boarding area. Interestingly, Sophie had initially felt a bit resistant to the idea of holding hands, but as time passed and Qin Yang's determined demeanor persisted, she gradually grew accustomed to it. Of course, she drew the line at allowing him to take further liberties. As the dragon boat began to move, gliding forward, Qin Yang and Sophie stood at the bow, gazing out at the skyline where skyscrapers radiated a spectrum of colorful lights, all reflecting beautifully on the river's surface, a sight utterly breathtaking. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, causing Sophie's hair to dance in the air, occasionally brushing against Qin Yang's cheek. Along with it came a subtle, elegant fragrance, one that seemed to emanate naturally from Sophie rather than any perfume. At that moment, as they stood closely together, the air around them began to shimmer with a romantic essence. After a brief pause, Qin Yang's gaze fell upon Sophie's face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Fair, you are stunning, truly the goddess of my heart. Sophisticated flattery won't earn you any favors, Qin Yang. Just so you know, I won't allow any nonsense. Sophie replied, her face flushed with bashfulness. In this context, she sensed that Qin Yang harbored ulterior motives. Rest assured, I would never pressure you, Qin Yang reassured her, having gradually come to understand through their interactions that Sophie was somewhat slow to warm up to romantic feelings. Their handholding was a result of Qin Yang's persistence and argumentation. If their relationship were to progress further, it would likely require more time together. The dragon boat sailed swiftly along the river, taking about an hour for the round trip. The wind by the riverside was quite strong, prompting Qin Yang to remove his jacket and drape it over Sophie's shoulders. Sophie's heart warmed at his gesture, yet she immediately shook her head. Qin Yang, you should put your jacket back on. The wind is too strong. You'll catch a cold wearing only that. It's all right. I exercise regularly, so my constitution is quite robust. A little wind is nothing to me, Qin Yang replied, unable to suppress a smile at Sophie's concern. He spoke the truth. Given his physique, it would take more than a breeze to make him ill. Of course, if you truly care about me, I wouldn't mind a bit of warmth, he added, opening his arms in a gesture that suggested he wished to embrace her. That's quite a wishful thought. Sophie instinctively took a few steps back, eyeing Qin Yang warily. Qin Yang, I've come to realize that you are full of mischief, always trying to take advantage of me. Tell me, have you been coveting my beauty all along? Seeing his plan thwarted, Qin Yang shrugged, feigning innocence. Not at all. Perhaps you're overthinking things. Sophie did not buy his excuse for a second and retorted, her expression one of indignation. Humph, still trying to deny it, I see. Fair, how could you think of me in such a negative light? Do you truly believe I, Qin Yang, am nothing but a rogue without honorable intentions? Qin Yang felt a surge of irritation, surprised that Sophie had such a low opinion of him. No, that's not what I meant, he replied, his tone slightly annoyed. Realizing her words might have been overly harsh, Sophie quickly tried to amend the situation. Qin Yang, please don't be upset. I was merely joking. Her face bore an expression of alarm, as she felt a bit lost. Is it right to joke around like this? Fair, you must know that my feelings for you are genuine. You should recognize that by now. You cannot wield my affection as a weapon to hurt me, Qin Yang said, his voice low and serious, revealing that he was indeed somewhat angered. I'm sorry, Qin Yang, I didn't mean it that way. I truly didn't think like that. Please don't be mad at me, Sophie pleaded, realizing she had crossed a line. If you want me to forgive you, it's not impossible. However, you must show some sincerity, he said, taking control of the situation with ease. Sophie, completely unaware that she was being led by Qin Yang, was now willing to do anything to earn his forgiveness. You've hurt my heart. A comforting embrace should not be too much to ask for, right? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang slowly proposed. Upon hearing his request, Sophie's expression turned incredibly bashful. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, stepped forward, and wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Yang. Thump, thump. Sophie could clearly feel her heart racing and her breath quickening. A surge of excitement and tension washed over her face. In stark contrast, Qin Yang's hands quietly settled on Sophie's back, his head resting directly upon her shoulder. His nose twitched slightly as he inhaled the distinctive fragrance emanating from her, a look of pure delight instantly gracing his features. Now, can you finally let me go? Sophie finally regained her composure, her tone tinged with anxiety as she addressed Qin Yang. No, I haven't had my fill yet. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang dismissed Sophie's request, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was all part of Qin Yang's meticulously crafted plan to compel her compliance. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Sophie began to struggle, instinctively pressing her hands against Qin Yang's body, trying to push him away. However, she soon discovered that his physique exceeded her expectations. His well-defined six-pack abs were undeniably impressive, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free from his embrace. Fair, you just called me a rogue. What are you doing now? Noticing her movements, a playful grin spread across Qin Yang's face as he inquired. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to push you away. I never intended to take advantage of you, Sophie stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. How mortifying. All right, I'm not blaming you, Qin Yang replied, releasing Sophie from his grasp. Once liberated, she quickly retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance from him. Just then, the dragon boat docked. Sophie hurriedly stepped ashore, not daring to look back. Observing this scene, the smile on Qin Yang's face only deepened. Fair, wait for me, he called out, chasing after her. At the entrance of the Su family villa, Qin Yang had driven Sophie back, and it was already past 11 at night. Fair, go take a warm shower and get a good night's rest. Tomorrow is the weekend. You can trust me to take care of everything, Qin Yang instructed her before leaving. All right, just be careful on your way back, Sophie replied with a charming smile. I'm off now, Qin Yang said, before driving away. That night, Sophie slept soundly, even dreaming of something. Though the details escaped her, she was certain that Qin Yang featured prominently in her dream. The following morning, before 8 o'clock, Qin Yang was already awake. After taking some time to freshen up, he made his way downstairs, where he prepared breakfast. Once he had completed these tasks, he settled on the sofa in the living room, ready to plan the day's itinerary with Sophie. Initially, he had intended to take her to a seaside resort for a 2-day getaway. However, fearing that it might be uncomfortable for just the two of them, he quickly decided to invite Jiang Bei along. This would provide an opportunity for Sophie to integrate into his social circle. With this thought in mind, Qin Yang picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Bei's number. The ringing echoed for several seconds without an answer. Just as Qin Yang assumed Jiang Bei had not yet woken up and would not take the call, he heard Jiang Bei's voice on the other end. Qin Gu, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Is there something urgent? Jiang Bei asked, rubbing his eyes. Isn't at the weekend? I'm planning to take Sophie to a seaside guest house for a couple of days, but I think it might be a bit awkward with just the two of us. So I wanted to invite you along. You can bring your girlfriend too, and we can all have some fun together. What do you think? Qin Yang said with a smile. A seaside guest house. That sounds pretty good. Upon hearing Qin Yang's proposal, Jiang Bei instantly perked up and jumped out of bed. He couldn't deny that he was intrigued. Qin Gu, I'll call Meng Yan and see what she thinks. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. Qin Yang nodded. Sure, no problem. After hanging up, he began searching for information on seaside guest houses, looking for the best options available and nearby activities. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei had lost all desire to sleep. He promptly called his girlfriend, Zhang Mengyan. Mengyan, are you free in the next couple of days? I'd like to invite you to the seaside for a vacation. A vacation? That sounds fun. Just the two of us? Zhang Mengyan, who had just woken up, answered the phone almost immediately. No, it'll be with Qin Gu and his girlfriend as well. Jiang Bei replied candidly. What is going on? They've only been together for a few days, and he has already confirmed their relationship? Upon hearing about Qin Yang and his girlfriend, Zhang Mengyan displayed a curious demeanor, as this matter pertained to her good friend Li Xianxian's happiness. I only heard Qin Gu mention it. I'm not really sure about the details. I haven't even met her in person yet, Jiang Bei admitted. He had heard of Sophie's reputation and seen her photos, but he had yet to witness her in person. With this opportunity presenting itself, Jiang Bei was indeed tempted. All right, let us go check it out. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Mengyan agreed to Jiang Bei's invitation. Great. You can start packing now. I need to inform Qin Yang. Jiang Bei was visibly excited, feeling that something good was bound to happen during their seaside getaway. Okay, I'll hang up now, Zhang Mengyan replied before abruptly ending the call. On the other side, After receiving Jiang Bei's affirmative response, Qin Yang proceeded to book a few rooms at the seaside guest house. Subsequently, he returned to his room to pack a few sets of clothes. Dragging his suitcase into the living room, carrying the prepared breakfast, he headed towards the garage. At precisely 9 in the morning, Qin Yang arrived at the entrance of Sophie's villa. He rang the doorbell. Within less than 2 minutes, Sophie opened the door herself. "You're up so early on the weekend to make me breakfast? You're so thoughtful." Seeing the breakfast Qin Yang was holding, Sophie's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto her lips. "It's no trouble at all. Eat while it's hot, and then start packing your things," Qin Yang replied with a grin, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Sophie's expression immediately turned to one of surprise. She had no idea what Qin Yang was up to. "What do you mean? Where are we going?" "Don't ask just yet. You'll find out when we get there. And don't forget, you promised me yesterday that you would let me plan your weekend." Noticing a flicker of hesitation on Sophie's face, Qin Yang felt a surge of alarm, fearing she might suddenly change her mind. "Why are you making it so mysterious? I'm starting to fear you might sell me off," Sophie couldn't help but quip. Of course, such thoughts did not truly cross her mind. After spending several days with Qin Yang, she had come to realize that he had a penchant for creating surprises. Perhaps this arrangement was no exception. "Nonsense. I exerted so much effort to win you over. How could I possibly let you slip away so easily?" Qin Yang quickly shook his head, unequivocally dismissing Sophie's concerns. "All right then, take a seat on the sofa while I change upstairs." At that moment, Sophie was still clad in her pajamas, a clear indication that she had only just risen. Fortunately, her choice of sleepwear was rather conservative. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have been treated to quite a view. "No problem," he replied with a slight nod. After all, this was not his first visit, and he felt no sense of awkwardness. He placed the breakfast on the dining table and then proceeded to the kitchen to arrange bowls and chopsticks. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Yang settled onto the sofa in the living room, extracting his phone from his pocket to message Jiang Bei. "Jiang Bei, Sophie and I will set off around 10. Would you like to join us, or will you be going with your girlfriend?" Meanwhile, Jiang Bei happened to be at Zhang Mingyan's home. Upon seeing the message from Qin Yang, he immediately turned to Zhang Mingyan and inquired, "Mingyan, Brother Qin just messaged saying they will depart around 10. Should we go with them or head over on our own?" 10 o'clock? That's cutting it close. I haven't even had the chance to pack," Zhang Mingyan exclaimed, a look of surprise crossing her face. "How about you ask him to send over the address, and we can drive ourselves?" Upon hearing the time, she realized they had less than an hour before departure. After a moment's thought, she addressed Jiang Bei. "All right, I'll let Brother Qin know." Jiang Bei found her suggestion reasonable and decided to go along with it. He promptly messaged Qin Yang, and shortly thereafter, he received a link to the address. Smiling, Jiang Bei replied, "Brother Qin, we'll see you shortly. I'll call you when we arrive." "Sounds good." Just as Qin Yang finished his chat with Jiang Bei, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed in his ears, crisp and rhythmic. Looking up, he saw Sophie making her way down the stairs. Since it was the weekend, Sophie was dressed casually in a fitted white dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair was elegantly pinned up with a silver hairpin, imparting a sense of sophistication. With her already exquisite features complemented by a carefully applied makeup, she radiated a newfound allure that left Qin Yang momentarily entranced. He found himself utterly captivated by her charm, so much so that he failed to react as she approached him. "So how do I look today? Am I beautiful?" Sophie asked, without needing Qin Yang to articulate it. She could already discern the answer from his expression. It was only upon her inquiry that Qin Yang snapped back to reality. "My dear, do you truly lack awareness of your own allure? How could you ask such a foolish question, unless you genuinely wish for me to shower you with compliments?" Qin Yang replied with a knowing smile. "Are you complimenting me or not?" Sophie teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Ahem, in the words of an ancient poem, in the north, there lives a beauty, unparalleled and independent. One glance can topple a city, another, a nation. Do you not know that a beauty capable of such feats is hard to come by? Qin Yang recited passionately, suddenly inspired by the verses that came to mind. "Very well. I suppose I shall concede that you are, at the very least, satisfactory." Sophie felt her heart race, a rush of sweetness flooding her senses. "Have you packed everything? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Qin Yang approached her, eager to lend a hand. "Yes, it's all packed. Just go upstairs and bring it down for me." Sophie replied, nodding quickly. "All right." In no time, Qin Yang ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the hallway, he spotted a suitcase standing quietly outside a door. "Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of the goddess Sophie's room. But it seems my little scheme has been seen through. I fancied myself quite clever. Yet Sophie has already ascended to a higher realm of awareness." He thought to himself, "Is this what it means to engage in a game of wits with a sophisticated CEO? It's far more taxing than I anticipated." While he jested, Qin Yang couldn't deny that he was enjoying the challenge. He grasped the suitcase, casting a lingering gaze at the door before reluctantly heading back downstairs. Sophie, this suitcase shouldn't be too heavy, right? Sophie, munching on her breakfast, shot him a playful glance. Not at all, it's quite light. I thought you would have packed much more. Qin Yang chuckled as he shook his head. What? Did not entering my room leave you feeling disappointed? Sophie inquired with a smile that lit up her face. Ahem, what are you talking about, Fire? I'm not the person you imagine. Qin Yang quickly denied. Though his heart skipped a beat, it seemed that after last night's incident, Sophie had become quite astute, capable of setting traps for him. Thankfully, he had been alert enough to avoid falling into her snare. What kind of person you are remains a question in my mind. But let me assure you, I, Sophie, will not fall for the same trick twice. The memory of their romantic boat ride along the Bund last night made Sophie blush. It was her first experience with Qin Yang's cunning, and now she understood that he was particularly crafty, always seeking an advantage for himself. This realization ignited her competitive spirit. If Qin Yang wished to play, she would see who had the upper hand. Qin Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. A wry smile spreading across his face. He had not anticipated that last night's incident would sharpen Sophie's awareness so significantly. However, he remained undeterred. With an entire weekend at the seaside ahead of them, they would have 2 full days to spend together. With so much time on their hands, Qin Yang was confident he would find the perfect opportunity. She could run, but he would pursue. He was certain Sophie would not escape his grasp. Chapter 55, Seaside Retreat. Checking into a luxurious homestay. Around 10 o'clock, seeing that Sophie was nearly ready, Qin Yang took the initiative to place her suitcase in the trunk of the car. Let's get in, we're setting off now. The journey will take at least several hours. Sophie's curiosity was piqued immediately. Why are we heading so far? She asked, recalling how he had mentioned being busy with work and often neglecting meals. As the rare weekend approached, Qin Yang chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed upon Su Fei's charming visage. Why not share with me where we are headed for our little escapade? Su Fei inquired, her curiosity piqued, eager for a hint from Qin Yang. You'll find out when we arrive. Revealing it now would spoil the surprise. Besides, it's not just the two of us. My brother and his girlfriend will be joining us as well. After some contemplation, Qin Yang deemed it necessary to inform Su Fei of this detail. Others are joining us. Su Fei's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. She had imagined that this meticulously planned weekend rendezvous was to be an intimate affair for just the two of them. It seemed she had misread the situation. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle sense of disappointment began to stir within her. Well, more company makes for a livelier atmosphere. I've always wanted to find the right moment to introduce you to them. Qin Yang observed Su Fei's expression closely, wary of her potential displeasure. Fortunately, her reaction appeared to be rather subdued. I see, she nodded in understanding. Given the considerable distance to their destination, Qin Yang had chosen to drive the Porsche 911 from Su Fei's garage to the seaside inn. Shortly after both settled into the car, he ignited the engine and activated the navigation on his phone, following the prescribed route. This marked Su Fei's first outing with a male companion. And though she remained unaware of the precise destination, her heart began to race with anticipation for the forthcoming adventure. An hour after Qin Yang and Su Fei set off, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan were just loading their luggage into their vehicle, preparing to depart. By 2 in the afternoon, the Porsche 911 had arrived at the seaside inn. After a bit of effort, Qin Yang finally secured a parking spot. Upon turning to his side, he found Su Fei peacefully asleep against the headrest. The sight momentarily slowed his breath, as he feared disturbing her tranquil dreams. He quietly exited the car, locked the doors, and proceeded to the front desk to check in. A few minutes later, he hurried back, only to discover that Su Fei had awakened. As she surveyed the surrounding scenery, upon spotting Qin Yang, she immediately approached him. I wondered why you were being so mysterious. You brought me to the seaside, she exclaimed. The view here is delightful, with plenty of activities to enjoy. I contemplated for quite some time before deciding on this location. How does it feel to be surprised? Qin Yang smiled. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Su Fei. I suppose it counts as a surprise. I can hardly recall the last time I visited the seaside. She replied, nodding, evidently pleased with Qin Yang's plans. I've already taken care of the check-in process at the inn. Shall we grab our luggage and go explore? Qin Yang suggested. Sure, I'm all in, Su Fei readily agreed. Soon, Qin Yang retrieved their suitcase from the trunk, determined to handle it himself. Do you need help with one? They aren't heavy, Su Fei offered, feeling a bit awkward with her hands empty. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. No need. Let me manage this. I wouldn't want to trouble you. These 2 suitcases are quite light, and even if they were heavy, I could still carry them to our inn. Qin Yang's physical prowess far exceeded the ordinary, making the 2 suitcases a trivial burden for him. Regardless of Qin Yang's insistence, he would not allow Su Fei to assist. Fortunately, the inn was not far, and after a brief 7 to 8 minute stroll, they arrived. Qin Yang produced the room key and swung the door open. As they stepped into the lobby, They were greeted by a breathtaking view of the ocean through the glass windows. The warm sunlight, azure sky, and the vast expanse of the sea left both Su Fei and Qin Yang in awe. "How beautiful!" Su Fei exclaimed, her spirits soaring. She had not anticipated such a grand surprise from his careful planning. "Fei, you must check out the rooftop terrace. The views there are sure to be even more stunning. I'll drop off our luggage in the room and then come find you," Qin Yang suggested with a gentle smile. "All right, thank you." Su Fei nodded eagerly as she ascended the stairs toward the rooftop. The inn featured 2.5 stories, occupying an estimated 100 square meters. The decor and furnishings on the lower level exuded luxury. Qin Yang had booked a 2-night stay for a total of 25,000. And he had also arranged for Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan to stay in the adjacent room. After placing their luggage in the room, Qin Yang surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no hidden cameras. Satisfied that everything was in order, he made his way to the rooftop to reunite with Su Fei. Upon hearing movement in the hallway, Su Fei turned to see Qin Yang before her, camera in hand. Click! The flash illuminated the scene, capturing a stunning photograph of Su Fei. "This place is perfect for photography." Qin Yang beamed at her, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Just a warning. If you make me look unflattering in any of those photos, you'll regret it," Su Fei teased, her mood buoyed by the day's outing. "Fear not. Though I'm an amateur photographer, I possess a basic sense of aesthetics. Besides, with you looking so exquisite today, you are breathtaking from every angle. Capturing your beauty will be effortless." Qin Yang's words were sincere, despite his straightforward composition. The combination of the scenery and Su Fei's presence created a mesmerizing allure in the photographs. "Flattery will get you nowhere," Su Fei responded, rolling her eyes playfully at Qin Yang. Yet, deep down, her heart was elated. "Fei, strike a few poses at your whim. I'll take some artistic photos of you." Enthralled by the picturesque landscape, Qin Yang was eager to seize the moment. With a smile gracing his lips, he urged Su Fei to indulge him. "Sure." Without hesitation, Su Fei agreed and began to strike several captivating poses. Chapter 56, The Pure CEO Style, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan's Arrival. Su Fei did not intentionally seek to showcase her charm. Rather, it was her stunning attire and behavior, which starkly contrasted her usual demeanor, that significantly heightened her allure. In that instant, Qin Yang found himself captivated by her beauty. Click, click. Despite the distractions, Qin Yang's hands moved swiftly, capturing the enchanting moments. Sophie struck a new pose every few seconds, and he always managed to adjust the angle to capture her most enchanting side. After a considerable while, Qin Yang gazed at the photographs on the camera, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He seemed quite pleased with his artistic endeavor. "Let me see." Sophie expressed her curiosity, eager to discover how Qin Yang had portrayed her. She hurried over to him. Qin Yang nodded and promptly extended the camera towards her. Sophie deftly received it, her gaze quickly captivated by the images within. "Qin Yang, are you certain that the person in this photo is me?" Sophie exclaimed, her face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as she looked at the woman captured in the photograph. She had not anticipated Qin Yang's remarkable talent in photography, which had rendered her so aesthetically pleasing. "If it's not you, then who else could it be?" he replied. "I merely adjusted the composition and lighting to blend you harmoniously with the background. Such a photograph must possess aesthetic appeal, otherwise, why would I claim to be taking an artistic portrait of you?" Noticing Sophie's excitement, Qin Yang realized she genuinely appreciated his work. "I recall you mentioning that you were merely an amateur photography enthusiast, yet your technique suggests a level of professionalism," Sophie quickly retorted, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. "Are you trying to deceive me? I have only learned a few photography techniques, nothing as extraordinary as you imagine," Qin Yang attempted to clarify, sensing her misunderstanding. "Never mind. I won't hold it against you. But since you have such a talent for photography, why not help me take a few more shots? When we return, I could have the photos developed and displayed in my room," Sophie suggested, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "All right, consider it done," Qin Yang consented without hesitation. Following Sophie's request, he captured several uniquely styled photographs, exuding an air of elegance, a cool demeanor, and various other styles. Each one a delightful revelation that broadened his understanding of her multifaceted persona. Ding ding ding. Just as they were engrossed in their photography session, Qin Yang's phone buzzed in his pocket. "Apologies, I need to take this call," he said apologetically to Sophie before hastily retrieving his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Jiang Bei and promptly pressed the answer button. "Brother Qin, Mingyan and I have just arrived at the guest house. Where are you? Should we come find you?" Jiang Bei's voice came through the line. He had departed an hour later than Qin Yang, and it seemed they had finally arrived. "Sure, come on over. I can give you the keys," Qin Yang replied with a slight smile. As soon as he hung up, he noticed Sophie gazing at him with curiosity. "Your friends have arrived?" "Indeed. Let us head downstairs to meet them," he replied. 10 minutes later, The sound of the doorbell echoed at the entrance of the guest house. Qin Yang approached and opened the door, revealing Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan. With an enthusiastic smile, he welcomed them inside. Come in. Let me know what you think of the place. Brother Qin, is President Sophie inside as well? Jiang Bei inquired with a playful glint in his eye. You'd best behave yourself and refrain from speaking out of turn, Qin Yang warned, casting a sharp glance at Jiang Bei. Of course, that goes without saying. Jiang Bei replied quickly, sensing the gravity of the moment. He then took Zhang Mengyan's hand and led her inside. In the living room, Sophie had been quietly seated on the sofa against the wall. Upon seeing Qin Yang enter with Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan, she swiftly stood up. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sophie, my newly acquainted girlfriend. This is Jiang Bei, my college roommate for 4 years, and this is his girlfriend, Zhang Mengyan. After everyone settled, Qin Yang stood and began the introductions. Is she truly the aloof and captivating President Sophie of whom I have heard so much? How did she come to be Qin Yang's girlfriend? At that moment, Zhang Mengyan's gaze shifted to Sophie, her expression one of utter astonishment. She had never imagined that Qin Yang's girlfriend would be someone of Sophie's caliber. Indeed, she and I met through a blind date. Ever since that day, Brother Qin has been utterly infatuated. I suspect he fell for her at first sight. Their relationship has progressed so rapidly that even I find it hard to believe. Jiang Bei remarked with a wry smile. When he received the news from Qin Yang, his expression mirrored Zhang Mengyan's astonishment. It seemed that Xian had no chance whatsoever now. Zhang Mengyan sighed inwardly. She understood that Sophie was an exceptionally accomplished woman, in terms of family background, capability, and influence. Her dear friend Li Xian simply could not compete. The notion of stealing Qin Yang away from her was utterly fanciful. Hello, I'm Sophie, she said, her smile radiant as she greeted Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan. This gesture was undoubtedly influenced by Qin Yang's presence, as inviting them over demonstrated their significant importance in his life. Sister-in-law, I've heard Brother Qin mention you before and have longed for an opportunity to meet you, Jiang Bei said, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Why? Sophie asked, her eyes narrowing slightly with intrigue. Brother Qin has always been surrounded by countless beautiful women, yet he has never shown interest in any of them, except you, of course. This has inevitably piqued my curiosity about what kind of charm you possess to win his heart. Now that I've met you in person, I can see why his taste is impeccable, Jiang Bei explained, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. His words flattered both Qin Yang and Sophie, and in an instant, Qin Yang shot Jiang Bei a grateful glance, while Sophie appeared genuinely surprised. So, Qin Yang had indeed fallen for her at first sight. It was no wonder he had sought to draw closer to her after their blind date. Of course, Sophie had played an instrumental role in that, as her own feelings had prompted her to initiate contact, creating opportunities for them to spend time together. Thank you for the compliment, Sophie replied with a warm smile, her impression of Jiang Bei deepening. Brother, I understand your intentions. Jiang Bei, Mengyan, I have booked a guest room for both of you right next to mine. Here are the room keys. You can head over and settle in. We can reconvene later to discuss where to have dinner together, Qin Yang stated, handing the room keys to Jiang Bei. Brother Qin, you always plan so thoughtfully. Jiang Bei acknowledged with a nod, before taking Zhang Mengyan's hand and leading her out of the guest house. Qin Yang deliberately followed them out, pointing out their location. Brother Qin, you must have some plans hidden in your heart for bringing the goddess Su to the seaside for a vacation, right? If you need my assistance, just say the word. Given our relationship, I wouldn't mind being your wingman for your happiness. With Zhang Mengyan walking ahead, Jiang Bei placed a hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, leaning in closely to whisper, Can you not be so lewd in your thoughts? Am I that kind of person? Upon hearing Jiang Bei's words, Qin Yang's expression shifted, and he shot him a displeased glare. Keep pretending. Jiang Bei continued, Brother Qin, we've known each other for so long and lived together. How could I not know what's on your mind? If you truly have no feelings for the goddess Su, why on earth would you bring her to such a place? Moreover, staying for 2 whole days and booking such an extravagant accommodation? Jiang Bei was not easily swayed by Qin Yang's words. Men understand men, and they were close brothers. Jiang Bei had already seen through such tricks long ago. Ahem. The reason I arranged this is that I was worried about Fair's work pressure and wanted to bring her here to relax. Qin Yang explained, unlike you, who flits about in the flowers, I take relationships seriously. Once my heart is engaged, I invest wholeheartedly. Feeling misunderstood by Jiang Bei, Qin Yang felt a twinge of discomfort and began to clarify. All right, Brother Qin, let's say I misjudged, but are you sure you don't need my help? This is a golden opportunity to strengthen your bond with your sister-in-law. It would be a shame to let it slip away. Although Jiang Bei had his own motives, he spoke truthfully. With his assistance, he could indeed bolster Qin Yang's plans. Truly, you are my brother. Once the time is right, I will definitely seek your help. Qin Yang replied with a smile, clearly in agreement. Jiang Bei, why are you still standing there? Don't you see I'm struggling with my suitcase? Hurry up and help me. At that moment, Zhang Mingyan turned around, her gaze fixed on Jiang Bei as she called out to him. Coming. Qin Yang said. I'll take my leave now. We'll have a more detailed chat later. After speaking, Jiang Bei hurried to Zhang Mingyan's side, taking the suitcase from her hands as they made their way to the accommodation. As soon as Qin Yang returned to the cottage, he found Su Fei sitting on the sofa, browsing through pictures on her camera. Before he could speak, Su Fei looked up and remarked, that Jiang Bei is quite amusing. I just heard him say that you two shared a dorm for 4 years in college. No wonder you have such a close bond. Qin Yang nodded decisively in response to Su Fei's inquiry, reminiscing about the past with a smile. Indeed, after graduation, I didn't join a financial firm, and many thought I was crazy. Only he consistently comforted me and even invited me to live in his property, and that is how it has been ever since. Although we are not blood-related, in my heart, I have long regarded him as my own brother. I believe I mentioned before that my brother lost a significant sum in the stock market. That was him. He later mortgaged his luxurious villa to gather funds for me to help him invest. Within just a few days, he not only recouped his losses, but also made a handsome profit. Su Fei nodded slightly, recalling Qin Yang's previous mention of his brother's situation. Though she had not realized it was Jiang Bei. I remember the young master of the Jiang family from Modu is also named Jiang Bei, right? He seems to have quite a reputation in the circle. You're fortunate to have such a prince as your close friend. I value friendships based on character, not background or family status. If one is not on the same wavelength, no amount of effort will help them integrate into each other's circles. From Su Fei's words, Qin Yang could discern a hint of teasing. However, he understood that she meant no malice. Perhaps it was merely a jest. Indeed, you see through this matter quite clearly. Su Fei, hailing from a prominent family, had witnessed too many people abandon their dignity and principles for the sake of profit. Individuals like Qin Yang, who willingly forsook a high-paying job for the sake of freedom, were indeed rare. Yet, he was also a remarkable talent. With his will, he could easily acquire substantial wealth. Currently, I have achieved commendable success in investments. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I intend to pursue projects that pique my interest as my next venture. Qin Yang had considerable funds at his disposal, alongside shares in several groups, allowing him to act as an angel investor to explore new projects. Impressive. At your age, achieving such results through your own efforts is truly legendary. Qin Yang, perhaps I will need your help in the future. Having learned of Qin Yang's worth, Su Fei no longer underestimated the man before her. Even if he did not come from a wealthy background, his individual efforts were enough to rival the resources of affluent families. Of course, just ask, and I will provide whatever you need, as long as I possess it. Qin Yang grinned, his expression radiating confidence. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation on the sofa for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan arrived at the cottage, swiftly unpacking their belongings before collapsing onto the soft bed in their room. After a long afternoon of driving, Jiang Bei indeed felt weary and decided to take a short nap, while Zhang Mingyan lay beside him, engrossed in her phone. The first thing she did was message her good friend, Li Xianxian. Xianxian, I have some unfortunate news. Your idol is no longer available. Less than 20 seconds after sending the message, Li Xianxian immediately replied, Mingyan, what on earth is going on? Explain it to me. Qin Yang brought his female CEO to the seaside for a vacation and invited Jiang Bei and me along. Do you know who the female CEO is? It's Su Fei, the one who is both talented and beautiful, the goddess coveted by countless young masters in the circle. They have already confirmed their relationship. So I suggest you forget about him sooner rather than later. Zhang Mingyan typed out the harsh reality for her good friend with a look of regret. No, this can't be true. Li Xianxian stared at her phone screen, utterly stunned. Last time, Jiang Bei said Qin Yang was still in the pursuing stage, right? How could she agree to be his girlfriend in just a few days? Isn't Su Fei known for being aloof? How could she agree so quickly due to Qin Yang's pursuit? Countless questions raced through Li Xuanxuan's mind, and she quickly typed another message to her dear friend, Zhang Mingyan. I don't know either. I just witnessed them together, and they are even residing in the same guest house. Xianxian, I have met Sophie in person. It's not that I don't wish to align with you, but I must admit, even I perceive them as a well-matched pair. Furthermore, it is evident that Qin Yang genuinely harbors feelings for Sophie. Competing with her will undoubtedly be a considerable challenge. As a good friend, Zhang Mingyan has been careful with her words and tone while offering her counsel. I'm just unhappy. After such a long time, I finally encountered a boy who captures my heart, and in just a few days, he has been taken away. With this thought, Li Xianxian was overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. Xianxian, it can only be said that fate has not favored you and Qin Yang. Zhang Mingyan replied patiently. You are undeniably beautiful, and you have many admirers around you. You will eventually meet the right person. Their conversation continued throughout the afternoon. By evening at 5:30, Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Bei, informing him that he and Sophie were preparing to go out. Upon receiving this, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan promptly set out as well. Once the four of them gathered, they intended to find a nearby restaurant for dinner. I just searched on my phone, and there's a delightful seafood buffet not far ahead. Shall we give it a try? Or would you prefer a different restaurant for stir-fried dishes? Qin Yang suggested. Of course, he did not rush to make a decision. Rather, he left the choice to everyone. I have no objections. I agree, the seafood buffet sounds wonderful. Sophie and Zhang Mingyan nodded in agreement. Seeing their consensus, Qin Yang promptly declared, then it's settled. Qin Gu, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Please don't treat me as though I'm invisible. Jiang Bei, realizing he had been excluded from the discussion, voiced his dissatisfaction. Jiang Bei, I must say, your emotional intelligence is usually quite high. Why would you choose this moment to act foolishly? Their opinions are unanimous. By interjecting now, you are merely courting trouble, Qin Yang remarked, his expression revealing concern. This guy usually knows how to charm the ladies. How could he make such a blunder at such a critical time? Or perhaps, all those women are merely attracted to Jiang Bei's wealth, leading him to pursue them? Faced with Qin Yang's scrutiny, Jiang Bei fell momentarily speechless. He realized that his input was indeed superfluous. Whether he voiced his opinion or not, it would not alter the outcome. Well then, let us not linger any longer. Qin Yang averted his gaze and took the lead forward. Soon, they arrived at the seafood buffet. Upon entering, they attracted considerable attention, with the two attractive couples dressed in such fashionable attire, standing out amidst the crowd. Before long, they chose a relatively quiet spot to sit down. Fair, what would you like to eat? I'll fetch it for you, Qin Yang inquired, directing his gaze at Sophie. It's all right, just bring back whatever you like, Sophie replied, showing her fondness for seafood and her lack of particular preferences. As long as it was brought by Qin Yang, she would enjoy it. Jiang Bei, let us go. Qin Yang grabbed Jiang Bei and headed toward a table laden with an array of seafood. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei made several trips back and forth, collecting bits of everything and even preparing a few bowls of sauce. At that moment, the broth was just coming to a boil. Qin Yang took the initiative, tossing in some fish slices and fresh shrimp, ensuring that Sophie did not have to lift a finger. Qin Gu, you are exceptionally kind to your girlfriend, Jiang Bei exclaimed, seated directly across from Qin Yang, unable to contain his astonishment at the scene before him. A girlfriend is to be cherished. If I don't treat her well, should I expect someone else to? Qin Yang retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Bei. Did you hear that? You should learn from your Qin Yang Gu more, instead of constantly trying to irritate me. Zhang Mingyan chimed in, her face alight with excitement, as Qin Yang's words resonated deeply with her. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Jiang Bei, not daring to argue, quickly nodded in agreement. Sister Su, to be honest, I truly envy you for having found such an outstanding boyfriend as Qin Yang. He is leagues above the one I have, Zhang Mingyan remarked, casting a look of disappointment at Jiang Bei. Mingyan, it's not that I'm lacking. It's just that Qin Gu is exceptionally remarkable. Comparing me to him is simply an act of humiliation, Jiang Bei responded with self-awareness. However, Zhang Mingyan's public criticism of him made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mingyan, Jiang Bei raises a valid point. You truly cannot compare the two of us. Both of you hail from affluent families, accustomed to a life of luxury. And he is only able to do these things in front of you. If it were anyone else, he would have long since given up, Qin Yang interjected, noticing Jiang Bei's slightly off demeanor and stepping in to smooth over the situation. He shot Jiang Bei a glance, silently urging him not to become upset. The two brothers shared a tacit understanding. Even communicating solely through glances, they could grasp each other's sentiments. Qin Yang is right. The best relationships are those where both parties invest effort and learn to accommodate each other, rather than simply taking without giving. Do you know why Qin Yang and I decided to start dating just a few days after meeting? It's because we discovered that our personalities and values align remarkably, making it easy for us to connect. Thus, it gave rise to a feeling of having met too late. Of course, you could also interpret it as a kindred spirit. Sophie interjected, having remained silent while listening to the conversation, her words seemingly aimed at reminding Zhang Mingyan. In Sophie's view, Zhang Mingyan still harbored a touch of a princess complex, expecting Jiang Bei to indulge her. However, such an approach was hardly sufficient to sustain their relationship in the long run. I understand now. Jiang Bei, I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to say that about you. Zhang Mingyan seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her previous comments. She quickly took Jiang Bei's hand, her expression one of sincere apology. It's fine. How could I possibly be angry with you? Jiang Bei felt his heart soften upon hearing Zhang Mingyan's apology. His earlier discontent dissipated in an instant. Chapter 59, Goddess Su. He is too wonderful, I cannot refuse. Observing that Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan had not allowed this small matter to lead to an argument, Qin Yang and Sophie exchanged glances and shared a light laugh. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang noticed that the shrimp were ready and was the first to scoop out a few. After meticulously peeling all the shrimp shells, he refrained from indulging himself and instead placed them directly into Sophie's bowl. This gesture instantaneously showered Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan with a wave of envy. Sophie, though slightly taken aback, could nonetheless comprehend the sentiment behind it. "Thank you." Sophie smiled brightly and took the initiative to express her gratitude to Qin Yang. "There's no need for such formality with me. Enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, I'll peel more for you later," Qin Yang replied, shaking his head, convinced that such acts were simply his duty to ensure Sophie felt his care. "Jiang Bei, I want shrimp too. You peel them for me," Zhang Mingyan, now beginning to understand Qin Yang's gentle nature, playfully requested. It was no wonder Jiang Bei incessantly spoke of this brother, endlessly extolling his virtues. With this thought, a twinge of jealousy flared within her, prompting her to act coyly towards Jiang Bei. Of course, he nodded, his hands quickening their pace. By the time the meal concluded, night had fallen. Qin Yang proposed a stroll by the seaside. Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan, clearly satiated, rubbed their round bellies in agreement. Sophie remained silent. Yet she could distinctly feel Qin Yang's gaze upon her, brimming with anticipation for her response. "All right, I think that sounds wonderful," Sophie decisively agreed. Soon, the group had traversed a short distance from the restaurant. The seaside sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, a stark contrast to the bustling high-rises and vibrant neon lights of the metropolis. Here, it was tranquil and serene, devoid of the throngs that characterized urban life. Passers-by were primarily couples, strolling hand in hand. Qin Yang and Sophie walked side by side, a refreshing breeze tousling Sophie's hair and brushing against Qin Yang's lips. Truth be told, Qin Yang reveled in this moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, he boldly took Sophie's delicate hand in his. Sophie was momentarily startled, not anticipating such audacity from Qin Yang. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to realize the surprising strength with which he held her, rendering her efforts futile. "You rogue, you scoundrel, just taking advantage of me," she murmured under her breath. Qin Yang, however, feigned ignorance, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor while continuing to act oblivious. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan trailed behind them at a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Despite the dimming sky, they could clearly observe the unfolding scene, akin to spectators savoring a delightful spectacle, their hearts racing with excitement. "Jiang Bei, what do you think makes your brother Qin so charming that the famously aloof CEO Sophie is so enamored with him? Just look at them. It's hard to believe they've only known each other for a few days. One might think they've been in a long-term relationship," Zhang Mingyan mused. Her curiosity piqued. "Oh, you're unaware of this? Firstly, Qin Gu is exceptionally handsome. His mere visage can incite jealousy among countless beauties. This alone is enough to make him stand out among men. Secondly, he is remarkably talented. He is a rare prodigy in the finance department at Magic City University, and his teachers have nothing but praise for him. Thanks to him, I've made substantial profits in the stock market. Thirdly, Qin Gu approaches relationships with utmost seriousness. If he is not dating, once he commits, nothing else matters more to him than his girlfriend. With a combination of looks, talent, and character, any woman would find it impossible to resist such a man. Even though Sophie is known as the cold and distant CEO, she is still a woman at heart. When faced with a quality man like Qin Gu, she understands all too well that missing this chance could lead to a profound regret for life. Thus, she eagerly seeks to establish their relationship, asserting her agency. Otherwise, she might find herself heartbroken if another woman were to sweep in. Jiang Bei had ample insight into this matter. While Qin Yang remained oblivious to Sophie's inner thoughts, Jiang Bei, as an observer, could see quite clearly. The notion of love at first sight, it's merely an initial attraction. Ultimately, it is the feelings that develop over time which draw two individuals closer, potentially culminating in the confirmation of their romantic relationship. "You see things so clearly. If only you could be as attentive to me as you are to them," Zhang Mingyan retorted, her emotions suddenly flaring up. "What do you mean, Mingyan? Are you implying I'm not good enough?" Jiang Bei was taken aback by her reaction. Having been in a relationship for months, he was astonished to discover such clarity in her thoughts, especially since she had never shown similar concern for him. "No, Mingyan. Let me explain." Seeing her turn away in anger, Jiang Bei hurried after her. Meanwhile, Qin Yang was unaware that he had unwittingly orchestrated this little drama between Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan. In that moment, holding Sophie's soft hand, Qin Yang felt an overwhelming happiness. With the beautiful scenery, the warm breeze, and the lovely company by his side, he wished for this blissful life to extend indefinitely. "Qin Yang, this must be your true intention behind bringing me here, right?" Sophie, noticing the perpetual smile on his face, which seemed to lack any restraint, inquired with a hint of shyness, wanting to unravel his motives. "I have no ulterior motives. If one were to exist, it would simply be my hope that you can relax and not feel overwhelmed." Weekends should be spent joyfully, not confined to work at home, right? Money can always be earned, but time is fleeting. I wish for you to feel this happiness every day after meeting me, creating memories that will play back in your mind like a beautiful film, cherished by the passage of time. Qin Yang smiled softly, gazing at Sophie with deep affection, conveying his sincerest thoughts in a gentle tone. Don't think that just because you speak so beautifully, I want to see through your little schemes. Qin Yang, I want to fall for your tricks again, Sophie thought, her heart racing as she was moved by his words. She gazed at him in astonishment, realizing he was unlike any man she had encountered before. Despite his sweet words, his kindness was undeniable, though she maintained the persona of a cold CEO. Who wouldn't desire a handsome, talented, humorous boyfriend who devoted himself wholly to her? She felt an immense sense of relief that she hadn't accepted the advances of previous suitors, for otherwise, she might never have encountered a treasure like Qin Yang. Chapter 60. The frigid goddess's persona crumbles? Fie, how could you think so poorly of me? Seeing Sophie gaze at him with a wary expression, Qin Yang felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He had not anticipated that Sophie harbored such a perception of him. It's not that I intend to think this way. Rather, your actions consistently affirm my beliefs. Sophie couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Yang. Time and again, reality had proven that this fellow was brimming with cunning schemes, each more intricate than the last. Being in his company necessitated vigilance. Otherwise, one might find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. We're currently in a romantic relationship, and certain intimate gestures are essential for nurturing our bond. I certainly do not wish to be unceremoniously dismissed within 2 months, Qin Yang jested, though he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to charm Sophie, ensuring her unwavering devotion to him. All his endeavors were aimed at fulfilling his grand aspirations. But do not forget, the power to decide lies in my hands. Should you overstep your bounds, do not blame me for being unyielding. Sophie felt a pang of annoyance at Qin Yang's smug demeanor. In an instant, she unveiled her trump card. Oh, but it would be such a pity for you to miss out on having such an exceptional girlfriend as me. You may never find another like me again. Qin Yang's words were not exaggerated. Although he was not the most outstanding individual, his sincerity towards Sophie was unparalleled. Moreover, he was counting on accomplishing this task to become a billionaire, achieving both love and professional success, thus emerging as a true winner in life. He could not afford to falter at this early stage. Who says you won't find anyone better? There are countless good men in the world. Who says there isn't someone superior to you? I'm simply too busy to discover them. Upon hearing Qin Yang sing her praises, Sophie ruthlessly debunked his claims. Though she instinctively felt that he might be right, she could never admit it outright. Women often possess a certain pride, relishing the opportunity to seize the upper hand in the game of love, especially someone like Sophie, who preferred to have Qin Yang under her control rather than being manipulated by him. Yes, you are entirely correct. However, I merely held your hand. I haven't committed any egregious acts. Fie, must you be so literal with me? Qin Yang chuckled and replied, I am well aware. Had you made any inappropriate advances, I would not be so composed in our conversation. I merely wish to give you a gentle reminder to purge those thoughts from your mind. A sense of pride washed over Sophie. She relished witnessing Qin Yang's exasperation, for it signified her advantageous position in their rivalry. Let us take a stroll, feel the sea breeze, and admire the night scenery. Why burden ourselves with such weighty matters? Qin Yang realized that the conversation had taken a rather unexpected turn. With an awkward smile, he quickly shifted the topic. Isn't this all you're doing? At that moment, Sophie's hand was firmly clasped in Qin Yang's. She immediately directed her gaze toward him, signaling her thoughts. Fine, it is all my fault. I apologize. Qin Yang willingly softened his stance. As long as it brought a smile to Sophie's face, he was more than willing to yield. By the way, where are Jiang Bei and Meng Yan? In such a short time, where could they have disappeared to? At that moment, Qin Yang snapped back to reality, realizing there was no one behind him. Curiosity prompted him to voice his thoughts. They should be nearby. Let us search for them. Sophie speculated that Jiang Bei had intentionally led his girlfriend away to provide her and Qin Yang with some alone time. Despite having met Jiang Bei only twice, she perceived him as astute and particularly loyal. Such a scheme was certainly within his capabilities. Unfortunately, Sophie's confidence was misplaced, unbeknownst to her. It was Zhang Mengyan who had stormed off in a fit of anger, prompting Jiang Bei to chase after her, striving to lift her spirits. After searching for a while, they eventually spotted Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan at the beach. The pair sat on the sand, shoulders touching, engrossed in a tender moment together. Seeing this, Qin Yang and Sophie refrained from intruding. Later that evening, upon returning to their lodging, Sophie ascended to the second floor, retrieving a black briefcase from her suitcase. What could possibly be inside? Qin Yang, intrigued, followed her and inquired upon witnessing her actions. A laptop. Sophie did not glance at Qin Yang as she set the computer on the table. Moments later, she pressed the power button. "Fine. Do you intend to work at this hour?" Qin Yang asked, momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain his curiosity. "No. I merely want to check if there are any emails that require a response." This was a habit Sophie had cultivated over the years, no matter how late it was. She would always check for new messages whenever she had a spare moment. "Very well, I shall not disturb you." Understanding her desire for solitude, Qin Yang exited the room and made his way downstairs. Within the lodgings, there was a kitchen and a refrigerator, stocked with an abundance of fresh fruits, eggs, vegetables, and meats. Clearly, Qin Yang had arranged this in advance with the staff. He retrieved some strawberries and cherries from the refrigerator, uncertain of Sophie's preferences. Thus, he washed a bit of everything. After preparing a fruit platter, he ascended back to her room. "Fine, I've washed some fruit for you." Upon entering the room, he found Sophie typing on her computer, seemingly engrossed in replying to emails. "Just set it down. I'll eat it later." Sophie turned her head to glance at Qin Yang and smiled. "Not a problem. I can feed you. Would you prefer strawberries or cherries?" Qin Yang, not overthinking the matter, smiled and directly responded, I can manage myself." Sophie was taken aback, her actions immediately halting. She proactively plucked a strawberry from the platter and popped it into her mouth. "All right, take your time. I'm off to take a shower." Qin Yang checked the time and realized it was indeed getting late. He then retreated to his room to fetch a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom downstairs. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Sophie concluded her work, shutting down the computer before stepping out of her room. As soon as she emerged into the hall, click, the bathroom door swung open and Qin Yang stepped out. "Ah," Sophie gasped, unable to contain her surprise at the unexpected sight before her. The image of the aloof CEO was completely cast aside at this moment. She instinctively covered her eyes with her hand. Yet, scarcely half a second had passed before a gap appeared between her fingers, her gaze fixated on the scene before her. It seemed that every additional second she stole to observe was a reward unto herself. Chapter 61. Enchanting Scene. The incredibly shy goddess, Su, when Su suddenly appeared with a scream, even Qin Yang was taken aback. Instantly, he looked at Su with an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to come down so soon." At that moment, Qin Yang had just emerged from the bathroom, the upper half of his body still unclothed. His physique was neither too fat nor too thin, yet his chest and abdominal muscles were remarkably defined. Particularly, his skin was fair and smooth, rivaling Su's own beauty. Su had always detested muscular men, finding them somewhat repulsive. However, after witnessing Qin Yang's physique, her preconceived notions were shattered. Unconsciously, she stole several glances, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Su, what on earth are you thinking?" She quickly regained her composure, banishing the improper thoughts from her mind. She touched her lips, fearful that she might drool over Qin Yang's physique. Of course, she couldn't entirely fault herself. After all, no woman could resist the allure of a perfect body. Even Su was no exception. "You should put on some clothes quickly," Su said, her embarrassment palpable as she reluctantly addressed Qin Yang. He nodded decisively, swiftly donning his clothing, which concealed his perfect physique and elicited a twinge of regret in Su's eyes. "I've finished my shower. The hot water is quite scalding. So be careful when you wash," Qin Yang said, towel in hand, drying his hair while courteously reminding Su. Only then did Su gradually come back to her senses. Nodding slightly, she turned and hurried back to her room on the second floor, leaning against the door, her breathing and heartbeat growing frantic. "What is happening to me?" Clearly, it was Qin Yang who was exposed, and he is the one at a disadvantage. Why am I reacting so intensely? And why am I blushing? What will Qin Yang think of me? Will he believe that I am smitten with his physique? An avalanche of questions flooded Su's mind. Upon reflection, she realized her response was overly dramatic. Thus, she spent a good 10 minutes alone in her room, calming her emotions. Eventually, she gathered the courage to retrieve a change of clothes and toiletries from her suitcase and made her way downstairs. In the hall, Qin Yang was busily tinkering with the projector. He held the remote control, ready to lower the screen, planning to watch a movie together with Su after her shower, thereby concluding their day perfectly. Stealing a glance, Su noted that Qin Yang was oblivious to her presence, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She walked directly into the bathroom, first testing the water temperature before filling the bathtub. Once the water was nearly full, she squeezed in her specially brought body wash. Having prepared everything, Su slowly began to undress, unabashedly admiring her own stunning figure. She had always prioritized maintaining her physique, investing considerable effort in this regard. Her hair conditioner, body wash, and skincare products were all high-end imported brands. Although she was naturally beautiful and could easily outshine many without deliberate maintenance, she aspired to keep her appearance at its peak. Thus, for the sake of beauty, she had made significant efforts behind the scenes. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. Qin Yang had long since prepared everything, waiting for Su to emerge from the bathroom so they could decide which movie to watch together. Click. At last, the bathroom door swung open. Su had changed into a milk-white sleepwear set. It appeared conservative, yet flawlessly accentuated her curves. The moment Qin Yang laid eyes on Su, he was taken aback by her beauty. Su had her hair wrapped in a towel, but even so, a few strands had inadvertently become damp. Qin Yang, Su called out, unable to contain herself. I'm here. Is there anything you need help with? Upon hearing Su call his name, he sprang from the sofa, hastily approaching her. Could you help me find a hairdryer? I accidentally got my hair wet while showering and need to dry it, Su said, her gaze fixed on Qin Yang, seeking his assistance. Sure, just a moment. Qin Yang replied, nodding, and began searching around the room. Within minutes, he returned from his room with a hairdryer, swiftly reappearing in the hall. Fire, I found it, Qin Yang said, smiling as he approached Su. Sit still while I dry your hair. I've set up the projector. You can choose what movie you'd like to watch. Su was taken aback by his offer. However, seeing the sincerity on Qin Yang's face, she sensed no ulterior motives. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly nodded in agreement. Qin Yang's smile widened at her response. He deftly plugged in the hairdryer and gently removed the towel from Su's head. In an instant, her hair cascaded down her shoulders. At that moment, the proximity between Qin Yang and Su allowed him to catch a whiff of a delicate fragrance, perhaps from the body wash or the natural scent emanating from Su herself. This fleeting moment brought him immense joy and tranquility. What are you waiting for? Start, Su urged when she noticed Qin Yang had yet to act. Oh right, I'll begin right away. Qin Yang snapped back to reality. He positioned himself behind the sofa, gathering Su's hair in one hand while holding the hairdryer in the other, starting to dry it. Meanwhile, Su couldn't help but smile, her hand clutching the remote as she began browsing for a good movie. Qin Yang, what kind of movie do you want to watch? Sensing a slight shift in the atmosphere, Su decided to break the ice. Anything you wish to see is perfectly fine with me, Qin Yang replied with a subtle smile. Su, often busy with work, had little leisure time, and her opportunities to watch films were few and far between. As she flipped through the options, she found it hard to make a decision. Just then, she stumbled upon a romantic film titled Time Traveler's Wife, and thinking the title intriguing, she clicked play. Qin Yang quickened his pace, relieved that Su's hair was only slightly damp, making the task relatively quick. All done. A few minutes later, Qin Yang turned off the hairdryer, neatly arranging Su's hair before quietly taking a seat beside her. The lights in the hall were extinguished by him as well. For watching a movie in such an ambience would indeed enhance the atmosphere. Chapter 62. Just want to be Goddess Su's exclusive chef. The dim lighting enveloped the hall, with only the screen casting a faint glow. As the film unfolded, Sophie became increasingly engrossed in the viewing experience. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yang was subtly diminishing the space between them. A large hand encircled Sophie from behind, intending to rest upon her shoulder. But just as Qin Yang felt a surge of triumph, believing he was on the verge of success, Sophie abruptly raised her hand and slapped it away. This caused Qin Yang a pang of discomfort, prompting him to retract his hand hastily. His expression shifted to one of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Sophie had already seen through his intentions. Qin Yang, if you wish to continue watching the movie, then focus on it and refrain from any mischievous thoughts, Sophie remarked, turning her head to reveal a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Clearly, she had been wary of Qin Yang's subtle schemes from the very beginning. All right, I understand. Qin Yang felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had not expected that at such a propitious moment, his little plan would be fully discerned by Sophie. So close. It was truly just a hair's breadth away. After his actions were exposed, Qin Yang immediately adopted a more subdued demeanor. Meanwhile, Sophie discreetly cast a sidelong glance at him. Seeing his glum expression, she couldn't help but find it amusing. This guy, indeed, harbored a multitude of ulterior motives. Did he really think I was some Navi girl, easily swayed by his petty tricks? He still has much to learn. The film continued for nearly 2 hours, and only after its conclusion did Qin Yang rise to turn on the hall lights. At this point, it was already nearing 11 o'clock. With other arrangements on the horizon for the next day, Qin Yang promptly addressed Sophie. It's getting late. We should retire for the night. Yes. I'm feeling a bit tired as well. Sophie nodded in agreement, then stood up and walked directly back to her room. A few minutes later, as Qin Yang lay in bed, he found himself pondering. Sophie's vigilance towards me is too strong. I have no foothold to act upon. If this continues, I will never achieve the desired outcome. It seems I must devise a plan to alter the current state of affairs swiftly. Meanwhile, Sophie sat in a recliner, applying an expensive facial mask. She fiddled with her camera, her gaze fixated on the photos Qin Yang had taken of her. Throughout the day, he had indeed brought her numerous surprises. If only he could be a bit more earnest, that would be even better. As she reflected, Sophie remained oblivious to the allure she possessed, which compelled Qin Yang to exert so much effort to gain her affection. In truth, it was not that Qin Yang intentionally sought to take advantage of Sophie. He merely wished to cultivate their relationship through such interactions. Studies have shown that physical contact between the opposite sex stimulates the secretion of dopamine, which quickens the heartbeat and enhances emotional connection. Qin Yang had fallen for Sophie at first sight. She was his first love. Thus, from the moment she agreed to date him, he resolved to stabilize their relationship as swiftly as possible. During his internship, Qin Yang aimed to secure a permanent position, and without expending extra effort. That would be utterly impossible. That night, both of them were lost in a myriad of thoughts before succumbing to sleep. The following morning, around 6:30, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes and gradually awoke. He dressed and exited his room. As he passed by Sophie's door, he instinctively softened his footsteps. Upon descending the stairs, he took a moment to freshen up before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just as he busied himself in the kitchen, he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. "Sophie, why are you up so early? Did you not sleep well last night?" Qin Yang paused his tasks and instinctively glanced toward Sophie. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but inquire. "No, I slept quite well. I just happened to wake up now," Sophie explained with a smile. Her gaze then landed on Qin Yang, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. "Qin Yang, are you preparing breakfast?" "Indeed. Now that you're awake, tell me, what would you like for breakfast? Noodles or rice porridge?" Given the ingredients in the fridge, "Those are the only options," Qin Yang promptly asked. "Noodles, please." "The breakfast you made yesterday was delicious," Sophie replied after a moment's thought, smiling at him. "All right, then you wash up first. I'll prepare it, and it will be ready shortly." Qin Yang nodded. The ingredients were readily available, making the process relatively simple. He hastened his movements, estimating it wouldn't be long before he could present a steaming bowl of noodles to Sophie. Sophie beamed, watching Qin Yang's busy figure, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. Before long, she made her way to the bathroom. As she prepared to freshen up, she noticed that the mouthwash cup was already filled with water, and there was a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed onto it beside it. Sophie immediately thought that Qin Yang must have prepared these for her in advance. This man was always so considerate, touching her with the little details. To be honest, Sophie truly relished this feeling of being cherished. About 10 minutes later, after she finished washing up, Sophie quickly made her way to the kitchen. Just as she was about to ask Qin Yang if there was anything she could assist with, she saw him placing a bowl of noodles on the dining table. "Sophie, the noodles are ready. Come and try them." Qin Yang smiled slightly, walking over to Sophie, placing a hand on her shoulder, and guiding her to sit at the table. He then gestured for her to start eating. "Did you only make one bowl?" Sophie inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. "There are more in the pot. Once you finish, you can help yourself to another," Qin Yang hurriedly explained. "No, that is not what I meant. You've worked hard for so long. Quickly serve yourself a bowl as well, so we can eat together. Surely, it's not just for you to watch me eat?" Sophie shook her head, smiling. "All right, just give me a moment." Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had misinterpreted Sophie's meaning. He swiftly served himself a bowl of noodles and sat down across from her. "Try it first and see if it suits your taste," Qin Yang suggested, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched Sophie. For him, her approval felt more significant than anything else. "Okay." Sophie, without hesitation, picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Her movements were graceful, and merely watching her consume her meal was a pleasure in itself. In an instant, Sophie's eyes lit up. She discovered that the noodles Qin Yang had prepared were even more delicious than she had anticipated. "Qin Yang, with your culinary skills, it's a shame you're not pursuing a career as a chef." Sophie gazed at him, unable to resist complimenting him. "No, I have no desire to be a chef. If I were to take on such a role, it would only be as your personal chef," Qin Yang replied, his gaze earnest as he fixed it upon Sophie. In an instant, their gazes locked, and the air was instantly infused with the fragrance of love. A delicate blush blossomed on both sides of Sophie's cheeks, rendering her irresistibly charming. This scene caused Qin Yang to succumb completely. Chapter 63. This time, it's your turn to steer, let me hold you. "Qin Yang, why are you uttering such mushy words so early in the morning?" Sophie lowered her head, her expression imbued with profound shyness. After a considerable pause, she spoke to Qin Yang in a barely audible whisper. "Preparing breakfast for my girlfriend is, in my eyes, a source of immense happiness. What, do you not feel the same?" Seeing Sophie's bashful demeanor, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. To him, her reaction seemed excessively dramatic. I don't know." Sophie found herself momentarily flustered. Despite having witnessed countless grand occasions, none had rendered her as bashful as this moment. Deep down, she understood that Qin Yang's gestures were merely his way of expressing his affections for her. However, being somewhat reserved by nature, she hoped their relationship could develop gradually. Yet, Qin Yang's advances were akin to a torrential storm, leaving Sophie somewhat bewildered. All right, I want to say more. Just focus on enjoying your breakfast. Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly, swiftly turning his attention back to the noodles in his bowl. Nevertheless, his eyes would occasionally sneak glances at Sophie, for she looked particularly enchanting while eating. I've finished. I'm going upstairs to change. With that, Sophie hurriedly stood up and made her way to the second floor. Qin Yang, watching her excited demeanor, found a smile lingering on his lips. Once he finished his noodles, he took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 8 o'clock. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed through the hallway. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Qin Yang naturally heard the commotion and instinctively turned his gaze toward the source. There stood Sophie, adorned in a red off-shoulder dress and sporting an exquisite makeup look. Gracefully approaching him, Qin Yang, do you have any plans for later? Where are we going to have fun? Sophie inquired with curiosity as she reached Qin Yang. To the beach. However, the outfit you're wearing is clearly not suitable. Why don't you change into something else? Qin Yang remarked. His eyes filled with awe at Sophie's appearance. Yet the thought of others unabashedly admiring her made him feel quite uncomfortable. Thus, he promptly suggested she change. All right, I understand. Sophie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to comply. As she turned to ascend the stairs, a playful smile graced her lips. She was well aware that this was merely Qin Yang's pretext. 10 minutes later, Sophie descended once more. This time, she donned a set of athletic wear, which, while more modest, could not conceal her alluring figure. Let us go. I've already messaged Jiang Bei. They should be on their way. Qin Yang said as he glanced at Sophie. At the beach, a considerable crowd had gathered. Jiang Bei and Zhang Mingyan had long been waiting there. Qin Ge, over here. Jiang Bei called out upon spotting Qin Yang and Sophie. Why did you arrive so quickly? Qin Yang approached, curious. If I hadn't come early, the jet skis would have been rented out already, and we wouldn't have had a chance, Jiang Bei replied. I've reserved 2. Here are the keys. 1 for each of us. Thank you for your efforts. Let us go check them out, Qin Yang said, patting Jiang Bei on the shoulder. Soon, the 4 of them reached the area where the jet skis were moored. Fair, do you know how to operate this? Qin Yang inserted the key and started the jet ski, his gaze curiously falling on Sophie. I've never tried this before, but I suppose it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Sophie replied, her interest piqued as a smile graced her face. How about I give it a try first? Qin Yang readily agreed, nodding. All right, it's all yours. They all removed their shoes on the shore and donned life jackets. After a brief interval, Sophie took the helm of the jet ski, gripping the handlebars firmly. Qin Yang, seated behind her, instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. This unexpected gesture startled Sophie, who quickly turned her head and shot Qin Yang an indignant glare. Qin Yang, are you trying to take advantage of me again? Qin Yang shook his head vigorously, eager to explain, that's not fair. If I don't hold on to you, I might just get thrown off. You can't joke about safety. Sophie's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized she had fallen into one of Qin Yang's cleverly laid traps. You better behave, or I will settle this score with you later, she warned him, albeit reluctantly. Don't worry. I promise I won't be inappropriate. Fair, you must trust my character, Qin Yang replied earnestly. Virum. Sophie accidentally twisted the throttle, and the jet ski surged forward into the sea. The sudden acceleration caught her off guard. However, she held tightly to the handlebars. Gradually, her fear dissipated, and she began to relish the thrill, momentarily forgetting about Qin Yang's playful grab. Oh wow! Qin Yang reveled in the moment, pressed against Sophie's back, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from her. His heart swelled with emotion. Qin Yang, I finally understand why you love riding that motorcycle so much. This feeling is absolutely marvelous, Sophie exclaimed, experiencing a thrill unlike any she had encountered before. Even though they were on the water, she could vividly imagine the exhilaration of cruising with Qin Yang in his car. Indeed, after all, who could possibly resist the exhilaration of such speed? Qin Yang shouted into her ear. Sophie eased off the throttle, and the jet ski gradually slowed to a stop, floating serenely on the water. She turned to Qin Yang and said, now it's your turn to drive. I want to sit behind you and hold on. Absolutely, Qin Yang replied eagerly, adjusting their positions. As the waves lapped at the jet ski, it rocked gently. To maintain balance, Sophie moved carefully. After some time, they finally settled into their new arrangement. Fair, hold on tight. I'm about to pick up speed. Qin Yang ensured that Sophie was securely seated, her arms tightly wrapped around him, before he began to twist the throttle. With a roar, the jet ski surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing an astonishing speed as it raced across the surface of the sea. Chapter 64, The Princess Carry of the Goddess Sophie. It must be said that Qin Yang's skills were indeed remarkable. The jet ski in his hands seemed to be endowed with a soul, effortlessly executing several difficult maneuvers with a casual grace. He even began to perform drifts upon the water, While Sophie felt exhilarated, she was also fearful of being thrown off by the immense inertia. Thus, throughout the ride, she clung tightly to Qin Yang, daring not to let go. "Brother Qin, your driving skills are incredible. How do you manage it?" At that moment, not far away, Jiang Bei, witnessing Qin Yang's prowess, was instantly taken aback. He quickly navigated his own jet ski closer, inquiring earnestly. "It's simple, just practice a few more times, and you'll get the hang of it." Qin Yang chuckled lightly, responding candidly. "That's all right. I'm afraid I'll capsize this jet ski and end up soaking myself and Ming Yin in the process." Jiang Bei shook his head, decisively abandoning the thought of trying. Haha. Upon hearing Jiang Bei's words, Sophie couldn't help but laugh. Having just experienced it herself, she knew all too well how difficult it was to execute maneuvers like Qin Yang's. Without proficient skills, one would likely end up tumbling into the sea, just as Jiang Bei had suggested. "Having had our fun, let's head back to shore." At this point, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei had already traveled quite a distance. If they did not begin their return soon, they risked running out of fuel on the jet ski, which would be a significant predicament. All right. Naturally, Jiang Bei would not refuse. After about 10 minutes, the two of them drove the jet ski straight onto the beach. "Phew, that was exhilarating," Sophie exclaimed, her feet touching the ground as she disembarked from the jet ski, releasing a deep breath. The rapid ride had quickened her heartbeat, and even now, she struggled to calm down. Had she not trusted Qin Yang's driving skills, she would have been screaming at the top of her lungs. "Fair, are you all right?" Qin Yang noticed that Sophie appeared somewhat pale, her condition seeming less than favorable. He rushed over to her side, asking with concern. I'm fine," Sophie replied, shaking her head. "Let's sit over there and rest for a bit." Bending down, Qin Yang allowed Sophie's hand to rest upon his shoulder. He then lifted her legs with both arms, executing a princess carry and holding her close. "Qin Yang, I'm really fine. You can put me down." As Sophie found herself in Qin Yang's arms, a blush crept onto her cheeks. In that moment, her gaze was fixed upon his profile. So close, she realized just how exquisitely defined his features were. A prominent nose, elegantly arched eyebrows, and lips as enticing as a rose. At that instant, Sophie found herself utterly entranced, staring intently at him for the first time. "Be good, don't fuss, just listen." Qin Yang would not heed Sophie's words, refusing to relinquish his hold on her. He carried her swiftly to a shaded area. Glancing up, he noticed a makeshift stall not far away and waved to Sophie. "Sit here for a moment. I'll go fetch you some water." With that, he stood and walked away. Just as Qin Yang had left for a brief moment, a man clad in beach shorts and wearing sunglasses happened to stroll past Sophie. At that moment, he caught sight of a breathtaking beauty seated beneath the tree. Instinctively, he removed his sunglasses, staring at Sophie with excitement. "Beautiful lady, my name is Lu Xing, and I own a boutique hotel. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?" Faced with this man's advances, Sophie furrowed her brow, her tone icy as she replied, "Not convenient. Come now, let's not be like that. Having more friends never hurts, does it?" Lu Xing, clearly undeterred by Sophie's rejection, pressed on, intent on sitting beside her to engage in conversation. "I warn you, it would be best for you to disappear from my sight right now. Otherwise, when my boyfriend returns, your fate will be quite dire." Sophie glared at Lu Xing, her expression a mix of vigilance and warning. "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Humph, do you truly believe that I, Lu Xing, am so easily intimidated?" Lu Xing's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he spoke with a threatening tone. "Is that so?" Just then, a voice emerged from behind Lu Xing. Instantly, Lu Xing turned, his gaze landing on the newcomer. There stood Qin Yang, his eyes fixed on Lu Xing, a chill emanating from his expression. "Kid, are you trying to play the hero? Mind your own business," Lu Xing remarked disdainfully, dismissing Qin Yang's presence. "I just stepped away for a moment. And you already dare to set your sights on my woman? You've got some nerve." Qin Yang's lips curled into a devilish smile. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to harbor ill intentions towards Sophie in such a setting. This was nothing short of an affront to his pride. You're her boyfriend?" Upon hearing Qin Yang, Lu Xing's eyes widened in realization. "Indeed. And just a moment ago, you were boasting about how you would deal with me, weren't you? Now that I'm standing right in front of you, feel free to show me what you've got." Qin Yang regarded Lu Xing with a bemused curiosity, eager to witness what audacity he possessed to act so brazenly in his presence. "Kid, I'm interested in your woman. Now, tell me, how much to make her mine?" Lu Xing grinned, addressing Qin Yang directly. "What do you mean? You think you can buy her with money?" Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, utterly failing to anticipate such a proposition. "Indeed, 100,000, 200,000, or perhaps 500,000. Just name your price, and I will comply." Lu Xing, a second-generation tycoon, owned a boutique hotel and several villas in the city, his net worth nearing 100 million. He had never encountered a woman of such grace as Sophie. Today, He was determined not to let her slip away. Slap. Without responding, Qin Yang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lu Xing's face. Do you think that just because you have a bit of money, you can covet my woman? Should I commend you for being reckless or just plain foolish? Staggered by the blow, Lu Xing fell to the ground, his expression one of utter shock as he struggled to comprehend why this man had suddenly lost his composure and struck him. Kid, I'm not joking. I'm serious. If you let this woman go, I'll give you $1 million. How about that? Lu Xing believed his offer was too low, misjudging Qin Yang's reaction. Thus, the price was raised once more, doubling. Chapter 65. A fury for a fair lady. A mere $1 million, and you wish to lay claim to my woman? Do you truly believe I would be lacking in such trifles? Qin Yang, observing Lu Xing's unrelenting greed, felt his expression darken considerably. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick directly to Lu Xing's chest. Boom. Lu Xing's hefty body was sent sliding across the sand. Cough, cough, cough. Boy, are you seeking death? At that moment, blood trickled from Lu Xing's lips, his eyes blazing with a cold, murderous intent. He yearned to crush Qin Yang's skull underfoot without hesitation. Do you know that with a single phone call, I could summon a host of reinforcements? When that time comes, escaping from here will be nothing short of a fool's dream. Lu Xing was a prominent figure in the area. Those who knew of his reputation offered him nothing but deference. Now, having been subjected to Qin Yang's punches and kicks, along with mockery and humiliation, a fiery rage ignited within him. Is that so? Then today, I shall stand right here, awaiting your entourage. I assert that no matter who comes, they will not be able to save you. Anyone daring to covet my woman must pay a severe price. A clear smirk curled at the corners of Qin Yang's mouth, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. In his eyes, Lu Xing would undoubtedly pay a heavy toll for his actions. Very well, just you wait. Lu Xing, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through him, swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Within 5 minutes. Gather all your men and have them bring their weapons to the beach immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Yang completely disregarded Lu Xing, moving instead to stand beside Su Fei, softly inquiring. Fei, did he harass you? Su Fei shook her head and replied gently. No, fortunately you returned in time. However, it seems this fellow is clearly no saint. Qin Yang, do you have confidence in handling this? It was evident that Su Fei harbored concerns for Qin Yang's safety. Fear not, you have witnessed my prowess before. Even if he summons a multitude, what of it? No matter how many come, I shall bring them all down. Qin Yang reassured Su Fei with a slight smile. Indeed. Su Fei recalled the time when Qin Yang single-handedly defeated over 20 thugs, and her worries began to dissipate. Before 5 minutes had elapsed, the roar of motorcycles echoed in the air. A dozen or more motorbikes approached Qin Yang's location. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared that around 20 to 30 individuals had arrived. Boy, you better kneel and beg for mercy right now. Perhaps I might allow my men to go easy on you. Otherwise, you may not see the sun rise tomorrow. Lu Xing's expression became brazen as he saw his reinforcements arrive. With great effort, he propped himself up from the sand, glaring fiercely at Qin Yang. Such bold words. Too bad the outcome is destined to disappoint you. Qin Yang maintained a smirk of disdain throughout, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding scene. Brother Lu, who has reduced you to this state? Such audacity. At that moment, a stout man, leading his followers, rushed to Lu Xing's side, astonished. It was him. Lu Xing pointed a finger at Qin Yang, then coldly commanded the stout man, Hurry, tell your men to subdue this brat. Today, I shall make him understand the consequences of offending Lu Xing. Got it. The stout man nodded hastily. In less than a moment, his gaze shifted to Qin Yang, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered his men, brothers, attack. Subdue him. Armed with baseball bats and metal rods, the group charged ferociously toward Qin Yang. Fei, step back a little. Don't get caught in the crossfire, Qin Yang instructed urgently, turning to Su Fei. All right. Su Fei nodded in agreement and retreated a short distance. At that moment, facing the encirclement of dozens, Qin Yang advanced rather than retreated. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, plunging into the throng of attackers. Qin Yang's fists flew relentlessly, each strike landing with precision. Bang! 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 In just one encounter, his fist struck the chests of several burly men. He then pressed his advantage, his offensive growing increasingly ferocious, akin to a deity descending to earth. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly in his favor. With sheer will, Qin Yang dispatched the throng, leaving them sprawled on the ground. In a matter of minutes, he stood unscathed, while around him lay the defeated, clutching their injuries and moaning in agony. How is this possible? The stout man rubbed his eyes vigorously. Disbelief etched across his face. His men were renowned fighters, yet they had been effortlessly toppled by this seemingly delicate youth. Moreover, judging by Qin Yang's relaxed demeanor. It was clear he had barely tapped into his true strength. "Brother Liu, what sort of person have you provoked?" The stout man lamented. Unable to contain his grievance toward Lu Xing, I had no idea his skills were so formidable. Lu Xing was equally astonished by the scene before him. He could not fathom that someone who appeared so weak could unleash such ferocity. In that moment, he regretted provoking such a person. "Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can overlook it. Brother Liu, you ought to quickly explain yourself to this young man, lest we worsen the situation," the stout man cautioned, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. He then adopted a sycophantic grin, addressing Qin Yang. "Brother, I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions against you and your girlfriend. Additionally, I would like to offer a compensation of 1 million for emotional distress. And let us consider this matter resolved, shall we?" Lu Xing, aware of the unfavorable turn of events, chose to acquiesce to Qin Yang, even willing to pay to avert disaster. "Resolve it." Such words roll off your tongue so easily. Just moments ago, you threatened to have your men cripple me. And now you expect me to let you off so easily? Such good fortune does not exist in this world, Qin Yang retorted with a scoff. In a flash, he lunged forward, delivering a punch squarely to the stout man's chest. Instantly, the hefty figure flew backwards several meters before crashing onto the sand and rolling. At that moment, Qin Yang stood barely half a meter from Lu Xing. "It was my foolish infatuation that led me to such folly. I have come to recognize my mistakes. I beg you, grant me a chance and spare my life." Lu Xing, overcome with fear, found his legs giving way, and he fell to his knees before Qin Yang. His expression was one of sheer panic as he immediately began to plead for mercy. Chapter 66. Vacation interrupted. Goddess Su's return for arranged marriage. Qin Yang, it is unnecessary to be so calculating with someone like him. A mild reprimand would suffice. Just as Qin Yang prepared to take action, Su Fei, feeling a twinge of compassion, interjected. "Consider yourself fortunate. Since Feier has spoken on your behalf, I shall spare your wretched life. However, you are to receive 20 slaps across your face. After that, take your entourage and leave." Qin Yang's gaze was icy as he directed a fierce look at Lu Xing, his voice resonating with authority. Smack! Smack! At this juncture, Lu Xing had no alternative but to grit his teeth and, in front of Qin Yang and Su Fei, deliver the slaps upon himself. The sound was crisp and resounding, clearly indicating that he was exerting considerable force, unwilling to deceive Qin Yang. After enduring the full 20 slaps, Lu Xing's face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Utterly disfigured, paying no mind to the pain, he hastily rose and fled the scene, terrified that Qin Yang might seek further retribution. "Feier, your heart is truly kind. Had it been me, I would have rendered this fellow incapacitated," Qin Yang remarked with a smile as he approached Su Fei. "I have encountered many like him. If I were to engage in conflict with each one, I would surely be overwhelmed. A lesson must be imparted so that they dare not provoke me again." Su Fei was well accustomed to such spectacles. "Here, have some water," she said, as Qin Yang retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his bag and handed it to her. "Thank you." Feeling parched, Su Fei accepted the water without hesitation and opened it to drink. "Let us find a place to rest. The sun is rather fierce. Remaining here could harm your skin," Qin Yang advised, eager to prevent any such misfortune from occurring. Su Fei did not decline and followed Qin Yang into a nearby lounge. "Qin Yang, are we returning in the afternoon?" Once settled in a recliner, Su Fei's gaze fell upon him, curiosity getting the better of her as she inquired. "My plan is to return tomorrow morning. However, if you have pressing matters, I can take you back sooner," Qin Yang replied, his eyes momentarily searching Su Fei's. "No rush. I was merely asking," Su Fei quickly clarified, sensing the seriousness in Qin Yang's demeanor. "If you have something to address, please tell me. I assure you, I will not be upset. Opportunities for vacations like this will arise again." Qin Yang took Su Fei's hand in his, smiling as he continued, "Tonight, my parents wish for me to return home for dinner and, coincidentally, to introduce me to a potential match. I hear he is the son of my uncle. Just returned from abroad." As Su Fei spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Qin Yang's expression, anxious about eliciting a negative reaction. "Does this mean you have not informed your parents about our relationship?" Qin Yang asked, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized her. "No, not yet. I intended to wait until our relationship was more established. After all, we have only known each other for a few days. And introducing you to my parents so soon might overwhelm you," Su Fei explained, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She was aware of her parents' persistent encouragement for her to find a boyfriend, yet she had not anticipated them taking the initiative to arrange a match for her. Had this occurred previously, she would have felt compelled to go home out of respect for her parents. However, now that she was involved with Qin Yang, the prospect of meeting a suitor chosen by her family seemed rather ill-timed. "No worries, I understand. Feier, What do you plan to do next? Will you return now or wait until tomorrow morning? Qin Yang inquired, not wishing to pressure her into a decision. His curiosity was merely piqued. Regardless of her choice, he would fully respect it. Perhaps I should just tell my parents that I already have a boyfriend? However, if I do that, I suspect they will want me to bring you home to meet them soon. Su Fei pondered aloud, resting her hand on her forehead, caught in a dilemma. To be honest, she was reluctant for Qin Yang to meet her parents so soon, yet she felt there were no alternatives left. Let us not delay. Let us return tonight. We still have time to tidy up before heading back, Qin Yang decided, feeling no trepidation. After all, he would eventually meet Su Fei's parents. This was merely a slight adjustment in timing. Importantly, he intended to assert his claim over her, ensuring no one would dare to take Su Fei from him. Will this not be too troublesome? Su Fei asked, furrowing her brow with concern. No worries. It's settled then, Qin Yang affirmed decisively. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei, Su Fei and I have an urgent matter to attend to, and we will be heading back shortly. The inn checkout is at noon tomorrow. If you wish to stay longer, feel free. On the other end, Zhang Bei answered promptly, Brother Qin. Since you have matters to attend to, go ahead. If you need assistance, just let me know. All right, enjoy yourselves. Su Fei and I will head back to the inn to gather our things, Qin Yang concluded before hanging up. Half an hour later, Qin Yang and Su Fei returned to the inn, collected their belongings, and completed the checkout process before making their way to the parking lot. At 3 p.m., the Porsche 911 arrived at Su Fei's villa. Qin Yang opened the trunk and unloaded their luggage, following Su Fei as she opened the door. They ascended to the second floor, and just when Qin Yang thought he might finally glimpse Su Fei's private quarters, she unexpectedly snatched the suitcase from his hands. With a smile, she said, I'll handle the rest. You've driven a long way and must be tired. Why don't you rest in the guest room next door? I'll call for you later. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated this turn of events. Mustering his courage, he responded, It's all right. I'm not really tired. I'm just curious about what your room looks like. How about granting me the chance to take a look? The smile on Su Fei's face grew even brighter as she gazed at Qin Yang, teasingly asking, You want to see? Yes. Qin Yang nodded eagerly. Not a chance. To his surprise, Su Fei decisively refused. In an instant, Qin Yang felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he did not relent. Instead, he adopted a playful tone. I want to go in. Just let me take a peek from the doorway. Chapter 67. It is my utmost honor to alleviate Mr. Qin's concerns. If your performance this evening meets my expectations, I promise you a generous reward. As for now, you should obediently rest and replenish your energy. Sophie smiled brightly. Ultimately, she chose not to grant Qin Yang an opportunity of agreement. However, she proactively assured him that should he perform well tonight, he would undoubtedly receive a bountiful reward. This unexpected promise brought joy to Qin Yang, whose face had initially displayed a hint of disappointment. All right, you said it yourself. And you must not go back on your word, Qin Yang exclaimed excitedly, looking at Sophie for confirmation. Rest assured, I, Sophie, am a woman of my word and shall never break it. Of course, this is contingent upon your performance being satisfactory to both me and my parents. Tonight marks the first meeting between Qin Yang and Sophie's parents, a momentous occasion that demands utmost seriousness. It is precisely because Sophie places such importance on this event that she made such a suggestion, intending to motivate Qin Yang to approach it with the gravity it deserves. Just you wait. Tonight, I shall showcase my prowess. Confidence radiated from Qin Yang's expression. He was assured of his abilities and believed he would secure the approval of Sophie's parents. Fire, you carry on with your tasks. I shall take the car for a spin and purchase some gifts for your parents. With that, Qin Yang turned and descended the staircase. Shortly after, he drove his Porsche 911 towards the city center. In the car, Qin Yang suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire with Sophie about her parents' gift preferences. Just as he was about to take out his phone to ask, he stumbled upon a name in his contacts, Xiaoho, the president of the China Resources Group. How could I have forgotten him? He remembered Sophie mentioning that Xiaoho shared a good rapport with her father during their last meal together. Perhaps he could gather valuable information from him. With this thought, Qin Yang immediately dialed Xiaoho's number. Meanwhile, in the president's office of China Resources Group, Xiaoho was reviewing documents sent in by his secretary when his personal phone suddenly rang. A frown creased his brow as he pondered who could be calling him at such a moment. Typically, he would not answer any calls while working. However, upon seeing the name on the screen, his expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly set his work aside to answer the call. Mr. Qin, what a surprise to receive your call, Xiaoho said respectfully. Am I interrupting you, Mr. Xiao? Qin Yang inquired with a hint of embarrassment. Not at all. How could it be an interruption? Xiaoho replied. Is there something you require assistance with? Xiaoho was astute enough to recognize that someone of Qin Yang's stature would not call without reason. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiaoho prompted, Indeed. I do have a matter that requires your assistance. This evening, I will be visiting Sophie's parents for the first time. I was hoping to prepare a gift for them, yet I am unsure of their preferences. I thought of you, knowing you must be quite familiar with them. Qin Yang was forthright, laying bare the purpose of his call. Ah, I see, Xiaohou responded, quickly grasping the situation. Mr. Qin, might you be free for a meeting? Perhaps we could discuss this in person. Xiaohou smiled slightly, testing the waters. That sounds perfect. I am currently driving towards the group headquarters and should arrive shortly. We can discuss the specifics then. Upon receiving Xiaohou's agreeable response, a smile broke across Qin Yang's face. Less than 10 minutes later, the Porsche 911 came to a halt at the entrance of the headquarters. The security guard recognized Qin Yang immediately and hurried forward to graciously open the door for him. Mr. Qin, President Xia has been waiting for you in the VIP room. The receptionist greeted Qin Yang with utmost respect. Understood. The two then took the VIP elevator directly to the president's office. Knock, knock, knock. President Xia, Mr. Qin has arrived, the secretary announced as she knocked on the door. Click. Moments later, Xiaohou opened the door himself, and upon seeing Qin Yang, his face lit up with a welcoming smile. Mr. Qin, please come in. I apologize for the trouble, President Xia, Qin Yang said with a polite smile. Such words are unnecessary. It is indeed my honor to assist Mr. Qin, Xiaohou replied, maintaining a humble demeanor throughout the interaction. He understood that, given Qin Yang's status, it would be unwise to offend him. It was imperative to cultivate a cordial relationship, as becoming an enemy was not an option. President Xia is too kind. Time is of the essence, so I will get straight to the point. This evening, I will be visiting Sophie's parents, and I would like to prepare some gifts. Would you be so kind as to provide some suggestions? Qin Yang took a seat on the sofa, directing his gaze towards Xiaohou, eager to extract useful information. You have come to the right person, Mr. Qin. I have known Su Tiannan for many years and frequently interact with him. I am well aware of his preferences. Given that this is your first meeting, I believe you should present a gift of considerable significance to demonstrate your capabilities. As you may know, while the Su family may not be the top-tier aristocracy in Modu, they certainly possess the foundation of a first-class family. Naturally, considering your status, the gift you choose will surely be extraordinary. Xiaohou spoke with discretion, aware that Qin Yang would comprehend his underlying message. I am indeed aware of that. The purpose of my visit is to select gifts that align with their tastes. President Xia, please feel free to speak candidly. If this matter is handled well, consider it a personal favor owed to you. Qin Yang's serious demeanor left no doubt that he was sincere. Xiaohou was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. Mr. Qin, I happen to possess a luminous agate of immense value. Su Tiannan once laid eyes on it, and has long desired to acquire it from me, though I have consistently declined his requests. If you were to present this luminous agate as a gift, I am confident he would accept it without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Xiaohou would go to such lengths to secure a favor from him. A subtle smile crept onto Qin Yang's face as he curiously inquired, So, President Xia is willing to part with it? Of course, it is no trouble at all. As I mentioned, to assist Mr. Qin is my honor. Xiaohou, a man of intricate thought and profound wisdom, has, at this moment, leveraged a single piece of luminous agate to elicit a favor from Qin Yang. This transaction, when viewed from a long-term perspective, is undoubtedly a sound investment. Chapter 68. 2 gifts merely to foster a friendship with Mr. Qin. Moreover, I possess a bottle of Roman Icani from the Bordeaux estate, vintage 1982, hidden away in my wine cellar. It is a rarity in the market, almost unattainable. Should Mr. Qin not find it distasteful, it could also serve as a gesture of goodwill from Mr. Su Tiannan. With these 2 gifts, I am confident he will come to recognize Mr. Qin's influence, thereby acknowledging you as Miss Su's boyfriend. After a brief moment, Xiaohou's gaze fell upon Qin Yang once more as he spoke again. It is evident that Xiaohou is willing to invest significantly to secure Qin Yang's standing in Mr. Su Tiannan's eyes. In his view, it would be impossible for Su Tiannan to refuse the gracious offerings prepared specifically by Qin Yang. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Xia. I shall be sure to honor the value of the luminous agate and the Roman Icani, ensuring you do not incur any loss. I will also remember this favor you have done for me. Qin Yang nodded at Xiaohou, a smile gracing his face, clearly pleased with the proposal. With these 2 gifts at hand, his upcoming meeting with Su Fei's parents should indeed be more enjoyable. Mr. Qin is too courteous. Please wait a moment. I shall have the items delivered immediately. Xiaohou, elated by Qin Yang's satisfaction with his suggestion, swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. My dear, please fetch the luminous agate from my study, as well as the bottle of 1982 Roman Icani from the wine cellar. Make sure to package them carefully and have Oldly deliver them to my office at the group. It is urgent. His wife promptly replied, Rest assured. I shall attend to it right away. After hanging up, Xiaohou approached the counter and retrieved a canister of tea. Immediately, his gaze turned back to Qin Yang, and he inquired with a smile, "Mr. Qin, this is my treasured Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, a rare find in the market. Would you like to sample some?" "Certainly," Qin Yang replied, nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Xiaohou took a seat on the sofa, removed the boiling water, and began to cleanse the teaware. Intending to personally brew tea for Qin Yang, the two then enjoyed tea and engaged in casual conversation. Before long, half an hour had slipped by. Knock, knock, knock. A secretary tapped on the door and then stepped inside. "Mr. Xia, these are the items your steward has delivered." With a wave of her hand, two exquisitely packaged boxes were placed on the table by two security personnel. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Xiaohou nodded, signaling for the secretary and others to exit. Soon, only Qin Yang and Xiaohou remained in the room. "Mr. Xia, would you mind if I take a moment to admire the true nature of these gifts?" Qin Yang, intrigued by the contents of the boxes before him, asked with a slight smile. "Of course not. They now rightfully belong to Mr. Qin," Xiaohou replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regaining composure. "Very well, I shall take a look." With that, Qin Yang reached out, delicately opening the box. The luminous agate, an ancient artifact, was exquisitely crafted, radiating an air of artistry. Though Qin Yang was not an expert, he could discern its exceptional value from its appearance alone. The other box contained the 1982 Romani Conti, valued at hundreds of thousands, a wine that was not easily procured even with wealth. "Indeed, I am quite satisfied with these two gifts. Mr. Xia, please state your price and provide your bank account details so I may transfer the funds to you." Qin Yang closed the box, finally directing his gaze earnestly at Xiaohou. "Mr. Qin, I cannot accept your money. Let these gifts symbolize our budding friendship," Xiaohou responded, fully aware that, for someone of Qin Yang's stature, this amount was but a mere trifle. For him, it was inconsequential, but the prospect of gaining Qin Yang's friendship was invaluable. As a shrewd businessman, he sincerely wished to cultivate a rapport with Qin Yang, hence his humble demeanor. "Since Mr. Xia has made such a statement, I shall not press the matter further. I consider you a friend." Qin Yang understood Xiaohou's intentions well. However, he saw no harm in expanding his circle of friends, as future endeavors might require Xiaohou's assistance. After a brief contemplation, Qin Yang addressed Xiaohou directly. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Xiaohou beamed with satisfaction, excitement evident on his face. Several minutes later, Qin Yang and Xiaohou emerged at the entrance of the corporate building. After placing the gifts in the car, Qin Yang bid Xiaohou farewell. However, he did not rush back to Su Fei's villa. With time still on his side, he drove to a nearby upscale shopping center. Upon arrival, Qin Yang entered a high-end skincare boutique. "Hello, could you please advise me on the best skincare product available in your store?" he inquired of the sales assistant with a smile. "Sir, are you purchasing for a girlfriend?" The sales assistant, a beautiful young woman in her 20s, beamed at him, captivated by his striking appearance. "Not quite. I intend to buy something for an elder. Please recommend me the most suitable products. Price is no object. I desire only the finest," Qin Yang clarified, shaking his head and promptly instructing the sales assistant. "Understood. Sir, these skincare products are our flagship offerings, highly favored by affluent socialites. They would be perfectly suitable for your elder." The sales assistant eagerly presented several popular products, recognizing Qin Yang's affluent demeanor. "Very well. I shall take them all. Please wrap them up for me. Additionally, prepare some premium face masks," Qin Yang instructed, ensuring to add a final note. Of course, the sales assistant swiftly packaged his selections and included an ample supply of face masks. "Your total comes to 217,800, she announced, swiftly calculating the cost of his purchases and handing him the bill. "Please charge it to my card. The password is 6 zeros. Qin Yang produced a black card from his wallet and handed it to the sales assistant. With the password entered, the transaction was completed without delay. However, upon seeing the balance in Qin Yang's bank account, the sales assistant was taken aback, a sense of astonishment washing over her. A wealthy heir? A scion of a prominent family? At that moment, the sales assistant mentally tagged Qin Yang with such labels. At this moment, the gaze directed towards Qin Yang grew increasingly respectful. Qin Yang accepted the bank card, then took the shopping bag and walked out of the store without delay. Chapter 69. Meeting with the goddess Su's parents. As dusk fell, Qin Yang drove his Porsche 911 back to the villa of Su Fei. Upon entering the hall, he found Su Fei already seated on the sofa, waiting for quite some time. "Qin Yang, where have you been? Why did you take so long? I almost thought you had fled at the last minute." Su Fei's eyes turned towards him, curiosity evident in her tone. "Didn't I inform you before I left? I went to buy some gifts for your parents. It's my first visit to your home. I certainly cannot arrive empty-handed. That would be rather impolite, wouldn't it? Just imagine how your parents would perceive me if I did." Qin Yang smiled gently, promptly explaining his actions to Su Fei. "Indeed, that is something I overlooked. Su Fei nodded instinctively, acknowledging the validity of Qin Yang's reasoning. She then inquired, "So, where are the gifts? What did you purchase?" "At the moment, they're still in the car. I found it too cumbersome to bring them in," Qin Yang replied. "It's getting late. Would you like to call your parents in advance?" "No need. We can head back directly." Su Fei promptly declined his suggestion without a second thought. Observing her demeanor, Qin Yang refrained from pressing the matter further. Su Fei stood up and exited the villa, with Qin Yang following closely behind. Soon, they were seated inside the Porsche 911. The engine roared to life as Qin Yang drove towards their destination under Su Fei's guidance. The Su family mansion is situated in a lavish villa district of the bustling metropolis. Meanwhile, within the villa's grand hall, Su Tiannan and his wife, Li Ruoshui, were entertaining guests. Zhao Shaojie, the young heir of the Zhao family. He had recently returned from studying abroad, where he established an energy company that remarkably listed on Nasdaq within a few short years, amassing a fortune of several $100 million. Upon learning of his return, Su Tiannan had extended an invitation to welcome him into their home, secretly hoping to foster a connection between Zhao Shaojie and his daughter, Su Fei, believing him to be a worthy match. "Shaojie, why not stay for dinner tonight? Su Fei will be back shortly. You two are of similar age and should have plenty to converse about," Su Tiannan suggested. From the moment Zhao Shaojie entered, Li Ruoshui's gaze scrutinized him with a subtle smile, seemingly pleased by his presence. "Since Auntie has graciously invited me, I shall not decline. I've heard much about Miss Su and have been eager to meet her," Zhao Shaojie replied with a polite smile and a humble demeanor. "Indeed, Zhao, having just returned, you should take time to acclimatize yourself. When Su Fei arrives, feel free to engage with her if you have any questions." Su Tiannan stated with a composed demeanor, exuding an air of authority that, while amiable, inevitably imposed a sense of pressure on Zhao Shaojie. "Understood, Uncle Su." Zhao Shaojie nodded, adjusting himself to the atmosphere. At that moment, the Porsche 911 drove through the gates of the Su family villa. "Sir, madam." Mrs. the butler rushed towards Su Tiannan and Li Ruoshui, his expression frantic, hesitating to continue. "What is wrong with Su Fei? Speak up." Su Tiannan's brow furrowed as he sensed the urgency. "She has brought a man home, and they appear to be quite jovial." Making their way to the hall now, the butler managed to steady his emotions and relay the information. "What? How could this happen?" Su Tiannan's expression darkened at the revelation. His gaze instinctively shifted to Zhao Shaojie. "Uncle Su, let us not rush to conclusions. We should clarify the situation first to avoid any misunderstandings," Zhao Shaojie suggested, taken aback by the unfolding scenario and feeling the palpable pressure from Su Tiannan. "Indeed, let us assess the situation first." Li Ruoshui, though surprised, remained composed. As a mother, she understood that this could very well be Su Fei's tactic to evade the matchmaking efforts of her parents. Within moments, Qin Yang and Su Fei entered the Su family home, making their way into the hall. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Su Fei greeted her parents immediately upon spotting them. Before they could respond, she took Qin Yang's arm and earnestly introduced him. "Since you're both here, allow me to formally present my new boyfriend, Qin Yang." Once she finished her introduction, she continued with enthusiasm. "Qin Yang, these are my parents, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoshui." A smile graced Qin Yang's face as he addressed Su Fei's parents. "Uncle, Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you. As this is my first visit, I brought a few gifts, hoping you will find them to your liking." At that moment, Su Tiannan, Li Ruoshui, and Zhao Shaojie were all left utterly astonished, struggling to regain their composure. "Wait, Fei-er, when did you get a boyfriend? Why wasn't I informed?" Li Ruoshui was the first to recover, rising to stand before Su Fei with a look of inquiry. "Mom, I intended to wait a while before telling you. However, I didn't expect you both to orchestrate this matchmaking scheme behind my back. I felt compelled to bring my boyfriend home." Su Fei glanced at Zhao Shaojie, lowering her voice to ask, "Mom, is he the matchmaker you and Dad had in mind for me?" "Indeed. His name is Zhao Shaojie, the heir of the Zhao family, who just returned from abroad last week. Your father has put considerable effort into this matter. Your sudden arrival with a boyfriend has taken us by surprise. However, we must handle this situation delicately to avoid unnecessary complications." Li Ruoshui nodded, directly addressing her daughter. "Uncle Su, Auntie, since you have a guest, I won't intrude any longer. I will visit again when time permits," Zhao Shaojie remarked nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at Su Fei and Qin Yang before bidding farewell to Su Tiannan and Li Ruoshui. "Very well," Su Tiannan nodded, not hindering his departure. He realized that everything he had meticulously arranged for the evening had unraveled due to Qin Yang's unexpected arrival. Thus, the priority now was to ascertain the true nature of Su Fei and Qin Yang's relationship. "Madam, please see Xiao Zhao out," he instructed. At this moment, Su Tiannan observed Zhao Xiaojia approaching the entrance and subtly gestured for Li Ruoxue to accompany him, thereby affording him due respect. Naturally, Li Ruoxue would not decline. Soon, the hall was left with only Su Tiannan, Su Fei, and Qin Yang. Chapter 70. Qin Yang's Assurance. Stop dawdling. Come and take a seat, Su Tiannan commanded, his gaze shifting between Qin Yang and his daughter, Su Fei, as he spoke. His voice bore neither sorrow nor joy, yet it evoked a sense of impending storm. Seeing this, Su Fei hastily pulled Qin Yang to sit before Su Tiannan. A hint of remorse graced her features as she said, "Dad, I apologize. I truly did not mean to oppose you. Why did you orchestrate this without informing me beforehand?" Upon hearing his daughter's words, Su Tiannan's expression darkened, revealing his dissatisfaction. He coldly retorted, "If you had found a boyfriend sooner, would I have to expend such effort and energy on these matters? And yet, you dare to place the blame on me." "Dad, I was wrong. I apologize," Su Fei replied earnestly. "But now, I have brought Qin Yang back, haven't I?" Su Fei understood her father's intentions, yet she loathed the interference of her parents in her personal affairs. Luckily, the arrival of Qin Yang prevented the situation from deteriorating too severely. "Qin Yang, is it?" Su Tiannan finally scrutinized Qin Yang with a serious demeanor. "Yes, uncle," Qin Yang replied respectfully, gazing at Su Tiannan. "How did you come to know my daughter? How long have you been dating?" Su Tiannan inquired, his expression steady yet probing. "In response to your question, uncle, I met Fei through a matchmaking arrangement at a restaurant. Our relationship has only lasted for 3 days, Qin Yang answered candidly, his tone neither obsequious nor confrontational. "Only 3 days." Su Tiannan's expression momentarily faltered. "What else could it be? Dad, you know my situation best. With my busy work schedule, it would be nearly impossible to find a suitable partner without such an arrangement." Su Fei interjected, her frustration evident. "Silence. I did not ask you," Su Tiannan snapped, his tone icy as he directed his ire towards Su Fei. "Uncle, Fei is correct. We did indeed meet through that means. Although our time together has been brief, my feelings for her are genuine. Upon learning that you and Auntie intended to seek other suitors for her, I felt compelled to take the initiative to meet you," Qin Yang said, taking the blame upon himself to alleviate Su Fei's predicament. At this moment, Su Tiannan looked at Qin Yang with a hint of surprise, not expecting such responsibility from the young man. "Fei, is this true?" Su Tiannan turned to his daughter, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, indeed," Su Fei nodded, unable to hide her truthfulness. "Now, tell me, what is your profession? What qualifications do you possess to be my daughter's boyfriend?" Su Tiannan probed, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Yang. "Uncle, I am currently not employed. However, I do have a stable source of income that enables me to adequately support a life with Fei," Qin Yang replied with a slight smile, fully aware of Su Tiannan's concerns. "No job, yet you have a stable income?" Su Tiannan's demeanor turned icy as he scrutinized Qin Yang, a hint of disdain creeping into his expression. He despised the notion of young men living off their families, believing his daughter should never be involved with such individuals. Fortunately, his composure prevented him from displaying his distaste openly, though Su Fei perceptively noticed. "Dad, what are you saying? Do you not trust your daughter's judgment? Let me assure you, Qin Yang is impressive and far from the ineptitude you suspect." Seeing her father's contemptuous gaze towards Qin Yang, Su Fei's countenance shifted to one of urgency as she rushed to clarify. "Is that so?" Su Tiannan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Uncle, I believe you may have misunderstood. I am not from a wealthy family. All my finances have been earned through my own efforts. If you doubt this, you may ask Fei to confirm," Qin Yang interjected, sensing Su Tiannan's misunderstanding. "Fei, tell me what he does," Su Tiannan commanded, his eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and skepticism, pondering whether he had indeed misjudged this young man. After a moment, Su Tiannan's gaze shifted back to his daughter, urging her to speak candidly. Su Fei's face illuminated with pride as she addressed her father. "Dad, Qin Yang graduated from the prestigious University of Magic City with a degree in finance. He is a bona fide academic achiever. Through stock market investments, he has amassed a significant fortune. Just a few days ago, he acquired a 30% stake in China Resources Group from Uncle Xia, making him their second largest shareholder. Therefore, Qin Yang has not lied to you. With his current wealth, he does not need a traditional job and can fully support me." The revelation struck Su Tiannan like a thunderbolt, leaving him astounded. He had never anticipated that Qin Yang possessed such capabilities. At a young age, he had risen to become the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group, a company renowned in Magic City with a market valuation exceeding 10 billion. The fact that Qin Yang could acquire such shares indicated his considerable wealth, making him a remarkable figure among his peers, rivaling even Zhao Xiaojia's achievements abroad. "Fei, are you certain these claims are true? This isn't some fabrication meant to deceive me?" Su Tiannan asked, his caution compelling him to reconfirm with Su Fei. He feared that this could be a ruse devised by her to thwart his plans for her arranged matchmaking. "Uncle, you might consider opening the gift I prepared for you and Auntie, and you will discover whether Su Fei and I are deceiving you." Qin Yang smiled, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He understood that Su Tiannan found it hard to believe at this moment, but he had anticipated this reaction. What gift? Just then, Li Ruoxue returned to the hall, overhearing the mention of a gift, and approached with curiosity. "Mom, these gift boxes on the table were thoughtfully selected by Qin Yang for you and Dad. Why not take a look and see if you like them?" Su Fei chimed in, seizing the opportunity to support Qin Yang. "All of these are gifts from Qin Yang?" Li Ruoxue's interest was instantly piqued. Before the gathered crowd, he boldly unwrapped one of the gift boxes. In that instant, all eyes turned curiously towards the box, eager to discover what could possibly endow Qin Yang with such confidence. Chapter 71. The Shock of Mr. and Mrs. Su. "Indeed, Auntie, as this is my first visit, I could hardly arrive empty-handed. That would be rather impolite. These are not extravagant gifts, merely some skincare products and face masks. The store's sales associate mentioned that affluent ladies favor this brand, so I thought it would be thoughtful to present them to you." Li Ruoxue, with her fair complexion, naturally exuded the air of a distinguished lady. Though she had entered her 40s, her beauty and figure still radiated youthful vibrance. It was evident that she took great care of herself. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, a smile involuntarily graced Li Ruoxue's face. As she looked at Qin Yang again, her gaze was imbued with increased fondness. "Qin Yang, you are quite considerate. Auntie does not lack for skincare products. Next time you visit, please do not be so overly polite." Li Ruoxue replied with a charming smile. "Auntie, it's perfectly fine as long as you appreciate it." Qin Yang's face blossomed with a smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, complemented by his striking good looks. This moment made Li Ruoxue glance at him more than once. Coughing lightly, Su Tiannan observed his wife being won over by Qin Yang with just a small gift and felt an unsettling discomfort in his heart. "Father, do not fret. There is a gift for you as well." Noticing her father's peculiar expression, Su Fei promptly stepped forward and opened the remaining boxes. In the next moment, an expression of astonishment washed over Su Fei's face. She turned to Qin Yang and urgently inquired, "Qin Yang, what treasure is this? It appears quite precious. Are you certain you wish to bestow it upon my father?" As soon as her words fell, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue's gazes swiftly shifted towards the gift box in Su Fei's hands. Indeed, this must be the glimmering agate. In mere moments, Su Tiannan's eyes widened as he immediately recognized the treasure's origins. His gaze darted back to Qin Yang, astonished as he asked, "I recall this treasure being with old Xia. How could it possibly be in your possession?" "You are correct, uncle. This treasure indeed originated from Mr. Xia. Before coming here, I specifically sought him out, mentioning that I would be meeting you tonight. Upon hearing that, he spoke of this treasure and insisted on gifting it to me." Qin Yang nodded, further elaborating to Su Tiannan, "Impossible. That old fellow cherishes this glimmering jade immensely. I once offered a hefty sum for it, and he flatly refused to sell. How could he possibly give it to you so readily?" Su Tiannan shook his head vehemently, dismissing Qin Yang's explanation. "Uncle, I assure you that every word I have spoken is true. If you doubt me, feel free to call Mr. Xia for confirmation. Of course, I am not receiving this without reason. I owe Mr. Xia a favor for this matter." Qin Yang replied with a confident smile, unperturbed by the prospect of Su Tiannan investigating further. "By the way, there is also a bottle of 1982 Romanicani, a gift from Mr. Xia as well. Uncle, I hope you will not disdain this meeting gift." Instantly, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue exchanged glances. Who exactly is this young man, to go to such lengths to curry favor with someone of old Xia's stature, relinquishing his treasured possessions so willingly? Su Fei, regaining her composure, immediately addressed Qin Yang. "These items are far too extravagant. Are you sure you want to reconsider? What nonsense are you spouting?" This is a heartfelt gesture from Qin Yang. "How can you reject it?" Su Tiannan interjected, signaling to his wife. She promptly understood, gathering the gift boxes and heading toward the study. "Father, just a moment ago, you were displeased that mother accepted such a small gift from Qin Yang. Yet here you are, no different." Su Fei could not help but laugh. She easily discerned that her father genuinely appreciated the gifts from Qin Yang, a sentiment rooted in the fact that Qin Yang had taken the time to learn about her parents' preferences and even endeavored to procure these treasures from Uncle Xia. At that moment, Su Fei felt profoundly moved by all that Qin Yang had done. "Fei, I beg you, please stop talking." Su Tiannan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily signaled for Su Fei to cease her remarks. "Honey, the meal is ready. Qin Yang, Fei, do not just stand there. Come and sit." Before long, Li Ruoxue reappeared from the study, stepping back into the hall. Sensing Su Tiannan's discomfort, she promptly intervened. "Qin Yang, let us proceed." In high spirits, Su Fei took Qin Yang's hand and led him directly to the dining room. Inside the dining room, an opulent crystal dining table was laden with a variety of mouth-watering dishes, each more enticing than the last, igniting an insatiable appetite merely by sight. A few minutes later, Su Tiannan, Li Ruoxue, Su Fei, and Qin Yang sat opposite each other. Qin Yang, do not be shy. Eat heartily. Li Ruoxue scrutinized Qin Yang with the keen gaze of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, growing more satisfied with each passing moment. Thank you, Auntie. Throughout the meal, Qin Yang maintained a gentle smile, his demeanor and conversation perfectly balanced. Only when Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue began to eat did Qin Yang leisurely pick up his chopsticks. He proactively served a piece of succulent beef, but instead of placing it in his own bowl, he offered it to Su Fei first. If memory served, Su Fei particularly enjoyed beef. Tender and nutritious, it was also less likely to contribute to weight gain. Fei, if there is anything you desire, just tell me, and I will serve it to you. Even in front of Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue, Qin Yang could not refrain from showering her in affection. No, it's all right. You eat. I can serve myself. Su Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated Qin Yang would dare to act so affectionately in front of her parents. Boom. Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue were momentarily taken aback. As parents, they had never witnessed their daughter display such bashfulness in front of another man. For a moment, they exchanged glances, fearing they were merely imagining the scene. Could it be that Fei has genuinely developed feelings for this young man? It was quite possible. Had they not noticed how well-suited the two seemed, their gazes filled with tenderness? I suspect she has genuinely fallen for him. Li Ruoxue, understanding her daughter better than anyone, increasingly believed that Su Fei truly harbored feelings for Qin Yang. Otherwise, she would not have brought him home to meet them. Su Fei, acutely aware of her parents' scrutinizing gazes, buried her head low, hardly daring to meet their eyes, silently focusing on her meal. Uncle, Auntie, Su Fei and I have officially begun dating. Rest assured, I shall treat her with utmost care and ensure she experiences not a shred of grievance. Qin Yang asserted with unwavering confidence, his gaze meeting that of Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue as he made his solemn promise. His words immediately echoed in Su Fei's ears, instilling within her an unprecedented sense of security. Chapter 72. When you encounter someone who is drunk and confesses their affection, just marry them. Qin Yang. Our couple is blessed with a single precious daughter, and it is she who shall inherit this vast family legacy in the future. Therefore, the burden upon her shoulders is considerable. Initially, I envisioned her finding a partner of equal standing, one who could offer her the support necessary for her to manage the family business. However, having observed the mutual affection between you and Fei, her mother and I have decided to refrain from further interference and allow your relationship to develop naturally. I hope your future actions will not disappoint us. Su Tiannan pondered for a moment before addressing Qin Yang. The fact that you have achieved such success at a young age speaks volumes of your capabilities, placing you on par with others. This alone grants you the right to be considered as my son-in-law. Moreover, and most importantly, Su Fei genuinely harbors feelings for you. We cannot deny her the pursuit of happiness. Uncle, Auntie, I assure you, I will not let you down. My feelings for Fei are sincere, and as long as I am by her side, she shall not suffer any injustice. Qin Yang spoke with ample conviction before Su Fei and her parents. Excellent. I admire your spirit. You are welcome to visit our home often. Su Tiannan nodded slightly, indicating his preliminary acceptance of Qin Yang as a prospective son-in-law. The ultimate outcome, however, depends on whether Qin Yang possesses the ability to win Su Fei's heart completely. Uncle, Auntie, I raise a toast to you. Qin Yang stood, lifting his glass, and respectfully addressed Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue. Fei, you should join us as well. His gaze shifted towards Su Fei. Father, mother, thank you for everything you have done for me. From now on, I will handle my own affairs and shall not burden you any longer. Gratitude shone in Su Fei's eyes. She understood that her parents' actions were for her own good. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, she believed Qin Yang to be quite admirable, and with her parents' approval, she felt assured that no similar issues would arise in the future. It is a positive thing that our daughter has grown up and developed her own thoughts. Very well, we understand, and we shall no longer interfere in your romantic life. Our only request is that you must find joy in it. Should Qin Yang dare to mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform us, and we shall see how we deal with him. Su Tiannan smiled with satisfaction, yet he could not resist a subtle admonishment toward Qin Yang. Rest assured, uncle, I will never allow such a thing to occur. Qin Yang promptly responded, his expression turning serious. Let us eat first. If we continue this conversation, the food will grow cold. Li Ruoxue smiled brightly, feeling increasingly convinced that Qin Yang and her daughter Su Fei were indeed a match made in heaven. After this meal, the relationship between Qin Yang and Su Fei received their parents' full endorsement. Of course, Qin Yang still needed to put in effort to nurture their bond. At 9:30, it was evident that both Qin Yang and Su Tiannan had indulged a bit too much. Observing this, Su Fei could not help but feel a pang of concern. She quickly approached her mother, Li Ruoshui, and whispered, "Mom, please persuade Dad to stop urging Qin Yang to drink. Today your father is unusually merry. Let him enjoy himself. Besides, we have ample rooms in our home. Why not let Qin Yang stay over tonight? He has had quite a bit to drink and cannot possibly drive," Li Ruoshui replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she turned to her daughter. "Mom, to be honest, did you and Dad plan this from the start?" Su Fei suddenly realized something was amiss, her expression shifting dramatically as she pressed her mother for answers. "Fei, I am merely looking out for you. Look at how handsome and talented Qin Yang is. And you, my dear, are a quintessential career woman, consumed by work. If your relationship does not progress quickly, what if he is lured away by another woman? Wouldn't that leave you devastated? As someone who has been through this, I have more experience in this area. Seize opportunities when they arise and create them when they do not. You must ensure that Qin Yang recognizes your merits so that he will be devoted to you," Li Ruoshui said, her expression tinged with exasperation at her daughter's obliviousness. Her daughter, who excelled in every aspect and had rarely required her intervention, seemed entirely lost when it came to matters of the heart. Li Ruoshui lamented internally, questioning whether her daughter could truly secure Qin Yang's affection. No wonder Qin Yang had gone to such lengths to create opportunities for them to be alone. It was clear he genuinely wished to develop their relationship. Had she been too dismissive of his advances? Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Fei, a novice in romance, finally grasped the enormity of her previous missteps. Simultaneously, she wholeheartedly agreed with her mother's insights. Though Qin Yang had been infatuated with her and had done many things for her, she had merely basked in his kindness without reciprocating in any meaningful way. If too much time passed without her showing any initiative, what if Qin Yang grew weary and lost interest in pursuing her? "Mom, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance," Su Fei exclaimed with excitement, quickly embracing Li Ruoshui. "Silly child, all I wish is for you to be happy. Even if your career flourishes, without a fulfilling love, life remains incomplete. I truly believe that Qin Yang is a wonderful young man worth nurturing a relationship with. Sometimes, consider his perspective. He has feelings for you and is willing to do anything for you. If you do not express your own feelings, misunderstandings may arise over time. Since you are just beginning to date, you must change your attitude soon. Do not be indifferent toward Qin Yang. Successfully navigating a relationship with an exceptional man will be your greatest achievement in life." Li Ruoshui glanced at Su Tiannan, unable to suppress a smile. Su Fei nodded, finding her mother's words profoundly insightful. Half an hour later, as Qin Yang showed signs of inebriation yet retained some awareness, he gazed at Su Fei, attempting to rise and approach her, only to sway precariously. Su Fei rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around him to prevent him from falling. In a gentle tone, she said, "Qin Yang, you have had too much to drink. Let me help you back to your room to rest." "No, I am not drunk," Qin Yang protested, his breath reeking of alcohol as he shook his head. The consciousness was somewhat hazy, yet fueled by the effects of alcohol, he poured out his heartfelt sentiments. "Sophie, do you know? From the very moment I laid eyes on you, a voice within me insisted that I must win your heart. I adore you, cherishing every second spent in your presence. Your anger, your joy, every facet of you captivates me." Chapter 73. This feeling is indeed delightful. Sophie stood there, utterly stunned by Qin Yang's words. Deep down, she was acutely aware of his sincere affection. However, witnessing him intoxicated, his subconscious still clinging to these thoughts, left her profoundly moved. "Qin Yang, I understand everything you've said. I'm sorry for my previous shortcomings. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall alter my demeanor and will never take your sincerity for granted." Sophie embraced Qin Yang tightly, disregarding the scent of alcohol emanating from him as she exerted great effort to carry him to the guest room on the second floor. With a loud thud, Qin Yang collapsed onto the bed, his consciousness thoroughly clouded. Sophie had no choice but to fetch a towel, entering the bathroom to soak it in warm water before appearing at his bedside. "Qin Yang, wake up, remove your clothes. I shall clean your body, and then you can sleep." Yet, no matter how she called out, Qin Yang remained unresponsive, akin to a slumbering beast. Left with no alternative, Sophie resolved to take matters into her own hands. "Qin Yang, this isn't me taking advantage of you. It's simply your lack of response. Fear not. It will be over swiftly." Muttering to herself, she commenced her task. Qin Yang was clad in a shirt adorned with cufflinks. Sophie extended her hand, deftly unfastening the cufflinks before swiftly pulling his shirt open. In mere moments, his upper body was fully unveiled, revealing his smooth, fair skin accentuated by sculpted pectorals and abs. The sight of such a flawless physique flushed her cheeks with a tinge of crimson, inducing a sense of nervousness. Instinctively swallowing, Sophie reached out with her slender fingers to press against Qin Yang's skin. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant. "Sophie, what exactly are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be cleaning him?" Suddenly, she found herself taking liberties in the haze of Qin Yang's intoxication. Realizing her actions, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Yet a thought crossed her mind. "But he has taken advantage of me before. Now the tables have turned. It is only fair." Rationalizing her actions, she reassured herself that she was merely verifying the authenticity of his muscles. With renewed boldness, Sophie continued her exploration. After a while, she finally picked up the warm towel to wipe Qin Yang's body. The process was uncomplicated, wrapping up within minutes. Just as she contemplated helping him dress, Qin Yang seemed to regain consciousness, seizing her wrist and pulling her down forcefully. The sudden strength caught Sophie off guard, causing her to tumble onto the bed. Her face pressed closely against his chest. Thump, thump. Sophie could distinctly hear the rhythm of Qin Yang's heartbeat. "Qin Yang, what are you doing? Let me go?" However, he appeared oblivious to her pleas, remaining utterly unresponsive. Doubt crept in as Sophie began to wonder if he was merely feigning sleep. Her heart raced with anxiety. This was her first experience of such intimacy with a man. She struggled to break free, yet no matter how much strength she exerted, Qin Yang's grip was unyielding. In that moment, all she could hear were his breaths and the steady thump of his heart. Seeing that he made no further move, she relaxed her guard. Maintaining her position, time drifted by, and soon drowsiness enveloped her, leading her to unknowingly drift into slumber. The following morning, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, gradually regaining awareness. Yet, he felt dizzy and parched, particularly as if something heavy was pressing against his chest, making breathing somewhat laborious. As his gaze fell upon his bare torso, he realized a figure lay nestled in his arms. "Sophie. What in the world was happening? Did I get excessively drunk and engage in something inappropriate with Sophie? Impossible. Although my tolerance is low, I would never stoop to such a disgraceful act while intoxicated. There must be some misunderstanding." Instantly, Qin Yang's mind raced back to the previous night's events, yet his memory was a blank slate, devoid of any recollection. And now here he was, sharing the same bed with Sophie. If he were to claim nothing had transpired, even he would struggle to believe it. Just as he grappled with this perplexing situation, Sophie stirred, her eyelashes fluttering as she began to awaken. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and instinctively shut his eyes, pretending to be asleep. "What is happening? How did I end up in Qin Yang's embrace, sharing the same bed?" Sophie's awareness gradually sharpened as she meticulously recalled the incidents of the previous night. The realization startled her. "Qin Yang, you must get up immediately," she exclaimed, wrenching herself from his grasp and delivering a firm slap to his chest. "Fair, what happened?" Qin Yang jolted awake at her sudden outburst. "Stop pretending. Tell me honestly. Did you not deliberately hold onto my hand last night?" Sophie questioned, her expression stern. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I was utterly intoxicated. Unable to remember anything, let alone holding your hand," Qin Yang replied, bewildered, utterly clueless about Sophie's accusations. "Still feigning ignorance? Last night, you were drunk, and I kindly offered to help you with a warm towel. Just as I was about to leave your room, you suddenly yanked my wrist and pulled me into your embrace, ignoring my cries for help. I ended up sleeping against your chest for the entire night. How do you intend to handle this situation?" Sophie's reputation lay in ruins due to that one night. The thought of having shared a bed with Qin Yang was something she had never dared to imagine before. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Punish me as you wish. I will accept it. Regardless, you will inevitably be mine. This is merely a matter of time." After Sophie's explanation, Qin Yang finally grasped what had transpired the previous night. A smile crept across his face. Unexpectedly, through a series of mishaps, he found himself entwined in such a delightful circumstance. "You're laughing? Do you dare to claim that none of this was part of your cunning scheme?" Sophie, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wished fervently to dig a hole in the ground and hide within it. "What an injustice! While I may harbor such mischievous intentions, I truly had lost consciousness at that time. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon my subconscious actions, of which I was entirely unaware." A wry amusement flickered within Qin Yang's heart. The very things he dared not do while sober, he had unwittingly accomplished in a drunken stupor. Strangely enough, the sensation of sleeping alongside Sophie was rather pleasant. Chapter 74, a major social faux pas. Unjustly accused? "Qin Yang, how have I wronged you?" Sophie demanded, her face burning with indignation as her gaze bore into him. "Are you suggesting that simply claiming to have been inebriated absolves you of all responsibility? I want an explanation for this matter." With a resigned sigh, Qin Yang rubbed his nose, momentarily at a loss for words. He adopted an expression of acquiescence. ready to accept whatever punishment Sophie deemed appropriate. Sophie faltered, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, she too was uncertain about what punishment to impose on Qin Yang. I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know once I've thought it through. But remember this, the events of last night must remain confidential. If you dare to speak of it, I will not let it slide. With those words, Sophie leapt from the bed. After donning her shoes and opening the door, she was met with the sight of her mother, Li Ruoxue, standing just outside. Mom, what are you doing here? You didn't overhear what I said to Qin Yang, did you? Instantly, Sophie covered her face in a wave of mortification. It was not my intention to eavesdrop, Li Ruoxue replied. I merely passed by and, upon hearing commotion from your room, realized you two had spent the night together. Li Ruoxue was somewhat taken aback. She had just had a heartfelt conversation with her beloved daughter the previous night, only to discover this development. Yet, truth be told, she felt a sense of joy for Sophie. From this perspective, it was evident that her daughter had developed feelings for Qin Yang. Otherwise, she would not have been so forward. Mom, it's not what you think. Nothing happened between Qin Yang and me. He was completely intoxicated last night, and I kindly helped him with a towel. Then he suddenly grasped my wrist, insisting I could not leave. I fell asleep without realizing it. We're innocent. We merely shared a bed. Sophie explained anxiously, her eyes pleading for her mother's understanding. Is that truly the case? You both swear nothing occurred? Li Ruoxue asked, her expression a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Mom, Qin Yang was utterly unconscious after drinking too much with Dad. How could he possibly have done anything to me? Even if he had such intentions, I would not have let him succeed. At that moment, Qin Yang emerged, fully dressed, and approached. Auntie, I genuinely overindulged last night. I can't recall what transpired afterward, but I assure you, I would never coerce Fei into anything. Li Ruoxue observed the two young people before her, a smile breaking across her face. Rather than feeling anger, she was amused by their expressions. All right, you two, go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. With that, Li Ruoxue turned and left. This is all your fault, Qin Yang. If you hadn't gotten drunk, none of this would have happened. And I wouldn't be subjected to my mother's teasing so early in the morning. I warn you, no more drinking in the future. Sophie spun around, her gaze sharp as she glared at Qin Yang, her voice laced with frustration. It was all an accident, I promise. Such a situation will never happen again. Qin Yang said with an apologetic smile, not daring to contest her words. Fuming, Sophie retreated to her room, flinging herself onto the bed and burying her face beneath the covers, overwhelmed with shyness. A short while later, after finishing his morning routine, Qin Yang pushed open his door and made his way downstairs. At that moment, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue were seated on the sofa, perusing the morning paper. Good morning, uncle, auntie, Qin Yang greeted them as he approached. Su Tiannan's gaze fell upon Qin Yang, a smile breaking across his face. Qin Yang, I must admit, I was surprised by your capacity for alcohol. Even I couldn't keep up with you. So, how did you sleep last night? Uncle, you jest. My drinking skills pale in comparison to yours. I overindulged last night, and without Fei, I wouldn't have made it back to my room, Qin Yang humbly replied. Shaking his head, spare us your modesty, Su Tiannan chuckled, recognizing Qin Yang's attempt at humility. However, this demeanor only endeared him further to Su Tiannan. Where's Fei? Did she not come down with you? I'm not entirely sure, Qin Yang admitted honestly, reluctant to knock on Sophie's door for fear of the awkwardness it would bring. I'll go call her, Li Ruoxue said, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yang before withdrawing her gaze. All right, Su Tiannan nodded. Once Li Ruoxue ascended the stairs, Su Tiannan gestured for Qin Yang to sit beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tiannan inquired, what do you know about the Zhao family in the Magic City? Uncle, I don't know much about them, Qin Yang replied, sensing Su Tiannan's serious demeanor, which suggested he was testing him. I was unaware that Fei was involved with you. Thus, I extended an invitation to Zhao Xiaojia, the young master of the Zhao family, to visit. You met him last night at our home. It appears he harbors some affection for Fei as well. I've stated that I wouldn't interfere with your relationship, but I doubt he will remain passive. You must be prepared. He may cause you considerable trouble in the future. A slight smile graced Su Tiannan's lips as he earnestly warned Qin Yang. Thank you for the heads up, uncle. I will handle it appropriately, Qin Yang replied, nodding, fully aware of Su Tiannan's good intentions. Then I shall rest easy. Truth be told, Su Tiannan held a favorable impression of Qin Yang. After spending time together, he found Qin Yang's demeanor mature, modest, and composed, with achievements that placed him at the pinnacle among his peers, comparable to Zhao Xiaojia. He felt reassured about Sophie's relationship with Qin Yang. Father, what are you and Qin Yang discussing? Shortly thereafter, Sophie and her mother, Li Ruoxue, entered the hall. Seeing Qin Yang and Su Tiannan engrossed in conversation, she couldn't help but inquire curiously. Nothing much, just casual conversation, Su Tiannan replied with a light chuckle. All right. Let us eat breakfast quickly. I have a meeting to attend at the company this morning. Half an hour later, Qin Yang finished breakfast with Sophie and her family. Su Tianan instructed the driver to prepare the vehicle and promptly exited. Mom, we shall take our leave now. Next time, when I have the opportunity, I will return to accompany you on a shopping trip, Su Fei said after bidding farewell to her mother. She then grasped Qin Yang's arm and proceeded towards the entrance of the villa.